Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 61. Gilbert Lockwood. Gilbert Lockwood. Oscar could not help himself from staring at the grade 9 prodigy. The source of Frederick's tragic past and current state was right before him. If not for Gilbert, none of it would have happened. Despite the handsome appearance and charismatic presence that drew others in, Oscar was not affected. He knew the true character of Gilbert, the truth of his cruelty and apathy. Gilbert noticed Oscar walking forward while looking at him. He sighed, knowing it was probably another admirer in awe of his talent. It was only natural that his grade 9 Exaltia would garner the attention of anyone. He chuckled, thinking it was a stroke of luck or destiny to obtain a grade 9 Exaltia. Yes, obtained. The memory of what occurred almost 3 years ago came to Gilbert's mind. A rumbling thunderstorm arrived when he was outside near the old shed he called home. Ever since his mother disappeared, he had lived in this shed. He was just 5 years old at the time, but he remembers his mother crying profusely and apologizing, telling him to stay strong and they'll meet one day again. After that, he was thrown out of the shed for being a sickly burden since his mother could no longer protect him. He clung to the hope his mother would return and spent his days outside, waiting for her. On his daily stay outside, a thunderstorm blew fiercely and cracked lightning and thunder every minute. Then, suddenly, a unique blue-colored thunder formed and descended on him. Unable to dodge it, Gilbert was struck in his chest. The pain was bad, as if his heart was being fried. Gilbert believed he was dead, but the blue thunder wriggled its way inside and disappeared. After it was settled, Gilbert felt his bones cracking and his flesh tearing. He rushed into the shed and struggled with pain for half a day. But the results were unexpected. His body had become stronger and bigger. His sickness was gone, and he was breathing easier than ever. His handsomeness, once masked by his frail figure and pale face, was fully displayed. Unable to comprehend what happened, Gilbert hid for a month before coming out. If anyone saw him now, they'd think he was some monster to change drastically like that. After some time, he revealed himself and shocked his family. They forced him to fight against the others who had bullied him, but their movements were slow and their blows so weak. He easily dispatched them and felt strength surging through every part of his body. If this isn't a gift from the heavens, then what is? Then his grade 9 Exaltia core was discovered. From then on, he was the scion of his family, and the ridicule turned into praise. Even his father and other wives changed their attitude and fawned over him. He received all the praise and power he wished for, but a question nagged him. Where was the blue thunder now? It disappeared in his body. He tried to find any trace of the blue thunder, but it was not visible anywhere on his body. It wasn't until he saw his Exaltia core at the age of 15 that he found it. The blue thunder was hidden, but it firmly placed itself in the center of his Exaltia core, only detectable by Gilbert. Gilbert understood that this was the reason his Exaltia was a grade 9. This blue thunder transformed his body and his core. But what was it? Gilbert tried to find out the answer in records, but nothing resembled this blue thunder, and there were no answers to anything that could change Exaltia. It simply sparked quietly in his core, emanating an electrifying aura. Thanks to it, Gilbert became the strongest among his peers and was already an elite Exalt, the greatest genius of the Blue Ocean Pavilion in hundreds of years. Once his recollection had ended, Gilbert strode to Oscar and asked, "Have you seen the princess?" His purpose for coming here was to see Celestina. Out of all the women he's gotten to know, he never met someone like the princess. Her royal blood was one thing, but the way she carried herself and her strength were admirable. All his previous attempts to meet her were met with a harsh rejection or flat-out avoidance. But he knew he could get through to her if he kept trying. One day, she would see how persistent he is and how driven he is for her. She would understand his feelings. The current him has the qualifications to pursue her, something his old, weak, and sickly self could never have. Oscar was stunned. Gilbert asked him. Oscar knew Celestina was most likely waiting for him in their secret spot. But Celestina did not appear interested in Gilbert, and Oscar also had some misgivings. "Sorry, I just got here. I have not seen the princess." Oscar was careful in how he rejected Gilbert. Although he did not like it, he spoke with respect. More importantly, he avoided calling Celestina by name. Sage. Oscar heard Gilbert click his tongue in annoyance. Then I have taken up your time for nothing. Maybe someone else would know. Gilbert said farewell to Oscar and went back to his spot to wait. Oscar quickly made his way inside and let out a sigh of relief. He's an asshole. Oscar did not hold back cursing Gilbert. From the very beginning, Gilbert did not even look Oscar in the eye, and he could tell Gilbert was not asking but ordering from the tone. After walking through the library absent-mindedly and taking some books, he arrived at the secret spot. On the table, Celestina was smiling while flipping through the pages of her recent book, the third book in the Red Hat series. Her silver hair was neatly tied and draped over one side of her neck, and her emerald gem eyes were full of delight. This beautiful scene of a princess enjoying a book made Oscar unconsciously smile. He was glad to have a reading friend here, especially after Frederick left. He sat down and started to read, not wanting to disturb her. His focus for today was survival guidelines and anima training. However, unlike survival tips, there was barely anything for anima training. The anima is a part of the person. Thus, only that person could progress the anima in the way best suited for them. Even if Oscar could find someone with a dear anima like him, they wouldn't be able to help because his dear anima was his own. Shifting through the pages, Oscar found the only real known aspect of anima training was to build up the bond and relationship with it. Something he knew he had neglected. It reminded him of Philip, who only used his sword anima for combat. The Raven family must have put a big emphasis on anima training. Oscar, when did you get here? Celestina finally noticed Oscar across from her and asked cheerfully. I got here recently. I didn't want to disrupt your reading. Oscar smiled. Celestina pouted. You don't need to be like that. You can stop me if you want to. Her cute action stunned Oscar. His cheeks slightly blushed. You're right. I won't hesitate to bother you next time. Good. Celestina happily tapped her book. How was the grand gathering? The question led Oscar to let out a sigh. So much had happened at the grand gathering. Where to begin? He told her about every match he fought. Mary's fierce bear, George's long-range tactic, and Philip's indomitable sword. He was still depressed about the loss against Philip, and it showed on his face. That's amazing. I know Philip since the Ravens are a loyal family that followed the royal family from the start. He's an incredible fighter, and you pushed him that far, Celestina said with praise for Oscar. Even though you lost, you made it farther than anyone expected. Don't beat yourself over it. Be happy and relax. These words of praise made Oscar's heart tremble. He had been stressed from the loss and Frederick's decision. These soothing words resonated with him. Thank you, Oscar said with slightly reddened eyes. Did I say something wrong? Why are you crying? Celestina was panicking and didn't know what to do. She was only praising him. But why was Oscar tearing up? No, it's not that. It's been so rough lately. Celestina softly laughed. I see. I'm glad to be of help. She understood that Oscar was dealing with a lot and needed some comfort. After a moment, Oscar calmed down. His face had a better glow than his previous pale and tired look. How was your grand gathering? Oscar asked with interest. He was curious about the competition in the inner hall. But contrary to Oscar's expectations, Celestina's face fell into a frown. Her grinding teeth were audible to Oscar, who was across from her. This behavior was not matching with the beautiful princess. I lost in the finals to Lockwood. She called Gilbert by his family name with unfiltered hostility. I seriously hoped to teach him a lesson, but I failed. Gilbert, that reminds me, he was outside, asking people where you were. Crack. Celestina had gripped the table so hard that the wood splintered and cracked. She stared dumbfounded at the damage she had caused and hung her head in shame. I'll send compensation to the pavilion. You don't seem fond of him. Oscar downplayed the sheer anger and hate Celestina displayed for Gilbert. I thought everyone held him in high regard. Celestina scoffed. Her emerald eyes narrowed, and she asked coldly, Do you admire him? I don't. In fact, Oscar's face fell into a frown as he told Celestina about Gilbert and Frederick's past. Although Oscar knew it wasn't right to tell Frederick's past like this, Celestina was a good friend who Oscar trusted. Celestina's face grew colder and expressionless with every sentence Oscar said. Her posture was still prim and proper, but her eyes glinted a dangerous chill. Undeserving, Celestina muttered. Undeserving of a grade 9. Undeserving to even be here. I knew Lockwood was not of good character. But this makes it worse. He's downright dreadful. Her voice was louder with each word. Frederick is obsessed with revenge and doesn't want to be held back by Emily or me. What do you think? Oscar thought perhaps Celestina would give a better answer than Elder Saul. However, contrary to his expectations, Celestina shook her head and replied, I don't know. I can't even begin to understand his feelings and what he went through. I cannot speak for him, nor can I for you, but you're best friends, so I believe it'll work out in the end. Her smile beamed with confidence. Oscar sighed but could not say anything against that bright smile. But that Lockwood. I tried my best to win, yet his grade 9 was unstoppable. She looked a bit sad. But second place is still amazing in the inner hall. Oscar tried to comfort her, but the princess simply shook her head. As a member of the royal family, I have to set an example for others and excel. How can I be the role model, a beacon, for everyone if I'm not first? The air around her became dignified. Her eyes and face showed a regal bearing, fitting of a princess. Her steadfastness and dutifulness were on full display. Truly, it was the look of a leader and empress. Oscar felt overwhelmed by her presence that he almost felt like bowing immediately. This was the true royal princess, Celestina Lover-Dragner. The princess is very admirable. To want to lead by example and not to shame her family name. Oscar copied his master, Draven's, elegant attitude and spoke jokingly. Stop that. I don't want my friend to act like that, Celestina groaned. I'm joking. Oscar put both his hands up as if he was being arrested. How were your other matches? I didn't have to fight a lot since people surrendered against me. Part of it was because I'm the princess, but I wanted to scold them for being so weak-willed. I flipped through and fought a match against Isabella Thorne. Isabella? The mention of his old childhood friend stumped Oscar for a moment. This odd response was not hidden from Celestina, who gazed with a look of interest. You know her? She was my childhood friend. Oscar sighed weakly, thinking about Uncle Carlson, Isabella's father. Was? You're not friends anymore? Celestina asked with a concerned voice. She chose to distance herself from her family and me. I thought she was joking, but she was dead serious. She acted like she didn't know me and asked I do the same, Oscar said solemnly. Celestina looked at Oscar's dejected face. She stretched her arm and laid her hand on his head, much to Oscar's surprise. Slowly, she patted his head in a comforting manner like a mother would her child. If that was her choice, then it's her loss. You're an amazing friend, and she's blind not to know that. Celestina smiled as she kept stroking Oscar's head. Oscar tried hard to calm himself and quickly shook her hand off. Isn't this improper for a princess? Nope, it's something friends do. I read about it in a story where a comforting hand can be everything a person needs, Celestina boasted. Thank you. No need. However, it's almost creepy how fitting Isabella and Lockwood are. Both abandoned their friends like they never cared. She's close to him? Oscar asked. She's one of his biggest supporters. She's very popular in the inner hall but clings to him and ignores any admirers. It's even to the point where she talks back to the people who insult Gilbert out of jealousy. Celestina laughed coldly. She's tried to provoke me multiple times because Lockwood is chasing after me. Even though Oscar tried to put Isabella out of his mind, he was still worried for her. What if Gilbert never responds to her affection? How will she hold herself together? The time shortly went by, and Oscar realized it was time to leave. I'm leaving for 3 months to the Huron Plains, Oscar said. I hope to see you later when you're an elite Exalt. Take care of yourself. Don't forget to bring rations and medicine. Celestina was quick to get him organized. Also, stay alive. Take care of yourself. Oscar was speechless at this perfect picture of beauty with a caring smile. He could only nod his head. After giving his farewells, Oscar exited the archives. However, he soon sighed in low spirits. Isabella was standing there with her head moving from place to place, searching around. Why is all of this happening today? Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 62. Two Fall City. Oscar approached Isabella. She was turning her head and stopped. The two former friends locked eyes. Oscar's eyes were conflicted, while Isabella's were detached and indifferent. "Have you seen Gilbert?" the amber-haired idol asked. Oscar did not reply immediately but felt aggrieved. She was talking with him only for the sake of Gilbert. In the end, what hope did he cling to that they could still be friends? "Last I saw him, he was searching for the princess," Oscar flatly stated. Isabella's face contorted in a mix of unwillingness, anger, and jealousy. Although she enjoyed her time with Gilbert on missions and activities, she wanted him all to herself. She could handle the others, but the princess was a major concern. Irritated, she was about to turn and leave when Oscar stopped her and asked, "How have you been?" Isabella stared back into Oscar's obsidian-black eyes. Her fiery red eyes gleamed, and she said, "I told you not to associate yourself with me. I know, and frankly, I see that it's pointless to try. But I wanted to say this. At the very least, send some letters to Uncle Carlson. He's worried about you," Oscar said with emotion and strength in his tone. This was not something he wanted to back down on. "No," Isabella said coldly. "He's your father. Being an Exalt doesn't mean you have to abandon your family," Oscar said through clenched teeth. "There's nothing for me there. I am moving forward, unlike my mother. I suggest you do the same." Isabella turned and began to leave. "You!" Oscar tried to grab her shoulder, but a fiery red eye exploded out and made him retreat. Isabella's eyes surged from within her, the power of a greater apprentice Exalt. She looked at Oscar in indifference, and a lofty air surrounded her. "I'm giving you this advice now. If you allow yourself to be held back by people who cannot prop or support you up, they're worthless. Don't you dare call Uncle Carlson and my family worthless," Oscar yelled, garnering the attention of a few who were passing by. Isabella, who didn't like people seeing her with Oscar, backed down and quelled her eye. She didn't speak further to Oscar but left without looking back. Oscar looked calm, but inside he was furious. Anger burned in his heart, unlike any he had felt before. But slowly, under meditation, he calmed himself down. "If the day ever comes when you feel regret for your words and actions, I don't even want to be there to console you." With that, Oscar left for the port. The familiar sight of the circular landing discs connected by innumerable golden stairs made Oscar recall when he first arrived. It's been a long year. So much has happened in this past year. He met Frederick and Emily and went on missions together, fought for his life against Greg and barely lived thanks to the Night Raptor's blood, and read books in the library with the princess of all people. Oscar could go forever about everything that happened, but his time of nostalgia was cut short with the loud blow of a horn. In his sights, a large airship landed on the platform. Its golden wood surface was gleaming in the sunlight, and its large turbines spun swiftly, rousing the wind around it. "All aboard!" The captain stepped onto the deck and peered over the landing platform, calling for passengers. His large hat somehow stayed still despite the fierce wind. The crew was hard at work. Although the ship ran on iron, they still needed to maintain it. Oscar glanced back at the large, majestic palaces of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. His thoughts turned to Frederick and Emily, full of worry. "Don't do anything rash, Emily. Fred, I'll hope you'll be safe." With the promise in his whispers that fell into the wind, Oscar stepped on board. The crewmates welcomed him and guided him to his accommodations. His room was quite sizable, with a good view outside. Oscar quickly settled in and sat on the bed, finally relaxing after the non-stop morning of meetings. "Is there anything you need?" a crewmate asked. "Do you have any books on the Huron Plains? Or just any books in general?" Oscar asked with a smile. The only way to pass the time was to read as much as he wanted. "Of course, I will bring them to you immediately." The crewmate closed the door to give Oscar privacy while he left to fetch the books. Feeling a wave of exhaustion, Oscar laid down on the bed and fell asleep. Perhaps some time away from the pavilion would help alleviate his nightmares. Days went by. Oscar had gotten familiar with the airship and its crew members. The other passengers held up in their rooms to continue their earnest desire to advance. But Oscar's focus was not on that. He decided to journey here to train his anima, not himself. Of course, he was still using Ein meditation, but not as extensive. Every other moment in the room focused on manifesting his deer for as long as possible. The other reason was that Oscar wanted to talk. The crew members of the airship journey from place to place, region to region. They all had fantastic tales to tell, which piqued Oscar's interest. So then, in the storm's fury, we glided through as the fierce winds and hail hammered down every inch of the ship. From up to down, right to the left, we couldn't make heads or tails of where we were going. Oscar was absorbed in a story that one old crew member was retelling. "Couldn't you make it through as exalts?" Oscar asked. "Nay, nature is the fiercest enemy. We'd have to be at least martial exalts to attempt changing nature itself. Though this storm was something else. I don't think even a martial exalt could stop it." The crew member stroked his shaggy beard with a serious look. "We would have been split apart into rubble and probably dead if not for our luck." Suddenly, the winds died, and the sunlight shone brightly on us. It was the eye of the storm. The land was torn around us, and the skies were black with storm clouds. But the place we were at was peaceful and beautiful. Up above, the two suns shined brightly through the clear hole in the mass of black clouds. Rainbow rings surrounded them as if saying we were safe. "Amazing!" Oscar exclaimed. "If you become a powerful exalt, try flying through the storm and reach its center. I promise it's breathtaking, and you won't regret it." The crew member smirked and bid Oscar farewell. It was almost time for his shift to begin. Oscar gazed at the sky toward the white clouds drifting in the blue ocean sky. One day, he hoped to see the same view the old crew member did. But enough of dreaming. Oscar clasped his cheeks to regain focus. Back in his room, Oscar summoned his dear anima. After a few days of constant summoning, he had gotten used to manifesting it in a short time without much buildup. The problem came with maintaining it. Every second the dear anima is out meant Ein is being used. After a while, Oscar reached his limits. The dear anima would drain him in a real fight where he would use spells and other Ein attacks. Thank God the battle against Greg wasn't that long and ended in a single moment. The dear anima trotted around the room before settling near Oscar in a resting position. Efficiency. I need to be more efficient with my Ein. Oscar tapped his feet in thought. He reviewed the books on anima repeatedly, and all it said was that anima needed a certain amount of Ein or else it would no longer manifest. Am I feeding it too much? Oscar had an idea. Little by little, he lowered the Ein he used to maintain his dear anima in the physical world. The dear anima yelped but stopped after understanding Oscar's thoughts. Oscar concentrated and took out more Ein until the dear anima started to crack and fall apart. It shouted to catch Oscar's attention. "This is our limit? Not bad. It's about half of our normal usage. But it's hard to keep track. It required a larger amount of Ein to manifest the anima initially, so settling it down to minimal levels was like breaking a bad habit. Let's try it again." Oscar's dear anima came out again, and Oscar quickly quelled his Ein levels. His face was tense as he tried to get to the exact level before the deer crumbled. But he overshot and fell too far below. The dear anima helplessly cracked apart again. The backlash of his anima breaking made Oscar feel pain in his chest. "Shit!" Oscar slammed the bed in frustration. "Knock knock. Come in." Oscar calmed himself down before answering the door. A crew member came in and said, "We will arrive in 30 minutes. Please pack up and be ready." "Thank you." Leaving aside the failure of his anima manifestation training, Oscar tidied the room and packed up his things. The crew was gracious enough to let him keep the books, so he put those in his bag. If only I had the space pocket. Everything would be so much simpler, but that cost an excessive amount of points that Oscar thought were impossible to obtain. Out onto the deck there were the other passengers. Oscar did not recognize any of them, but they all wore the uniforms of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. They stared weirdly at Oscar because he wore simple brown trousers and a white shirt. As a student of the pavilion, shouldn't one take pride and wear their uniforms? "They're too naive," Oscar mumbled. The pavilion was powerful, but it was not without its enemies. In the Abyss prison, Oscar saw firsthand people who killed other students and criminals who opposed the pavilion. Simply being a student isn't a deterrent. It may even be like wearing a suit of raw meat in a beast's cave. If I wear the uniform without the proper strength to back myself up, then it's plunging myself in danger. In the stories, everyone travels without attracting attention. Pride? That's nothing but an empty boast. In the end, surviving and living should be the priority. "We've arrived." the captain shouted as the airship descended and slowed down. Finally, the airship docked at a station in a port. Oscar saw a great city with bustling activity. The people below were many and all over. Streams of people poured in and out of various buildings. Markets were crowded with shoppers and shopkeepers yelling over each other. To his side was a large grassland stretching far from end to end of the horizons and more. The Huron Plains. Oscar's goal and purpose were these plains. Step off. Welcome to Tufal City. The captain and crew bid them farewell. A good number of the workers winked at Oscar and gave him a thumbs up for good luck. Oscar smiled back and waved goodbye. Tufal City. Here I come. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 63, Huron Plains. After getting off the airship, Oscar smoothly distanced himself from the other students. They were most likely on a mission while he was here for training. Also, being around them would make him stick out like a sore thumb. Oscar put his backpack on top of his buckler and went on his merry way to the station's exit. There was a huge crowd of people going in and out of the airship station, all with their own purpose. Oscar's ordinary clothes helped him blend in and become one of the masses. When the other students came out in their bright blue uniforms and prideful looks, many passers-by noticed the group and glanced with curiosity. Out of all the population, few could become Exalts, so anyone from the Blue Ocean Pavilion was an entity of attention. This was why I told Fred and Emily always to dress inconspicuously. Oscar sighed as the other students got irritated. Fred, remembering his friend, Oscar grew slightly dispirited. He could not help but worry about Fred's current mental condition. Soon, he realized he was wasting time. Snap out of it! Oscar smacked his face, making some people look at him strangely. I can deal with Fred later, but I need strength to help him. I need to be stronger. If it ever came to the point where Frederick fought Gilbert, Oscar wanted to ensure he could help Fred overcome him. Though Oscar preferred if Fred did not fight Gilbert at all. It was suicide to attempt it. Oscar settled down his agitation and looked around. The airship station led directly into a district full of inns and restaurants. Lined on every side of the nicely paved stone road were booming businesses. Loud chatters could be heard from every building. Some places had outdoor tables where many were enjoying their meals. Oscar wished he had more eyes to see everything. He had been to a city with Emily and Frederick before, but it was always exciting to go through a new place. A bustling city of activity like this captivated Oscar. Come to our inn. We have great accommodations and food. We have the best beds in the city. Comfort and food. Come down to our inn. From all sides, showgirls were calling for potential customers to stay at their inn. Each claimed to be the best in Tufal City and shouted out with great enthusiasm. Seeing Oscar's attire and backpack, they looked at him like a predator staring down its prey. They pounced right in front and swarmed him. Oscar inched back from surprise. Sir, come to our Oakthorn Inn. We promise to take care of all our customers. Don't listen to her. The White Goat Inn is the best. Ha? You can't even make a good stew. What makes you the best? Says the one who has creaking beds. The workers argued endlessly. Oscar had enough and intervened to cut the conversation short. I'm not staying in any of the inns. Goodbye. He tore himself out of their vice grips and ran away, leaving them dumbfounded. What? Damn it, he wasn't even a customer. What a waste of time. The showgirls went back to their respective entrances to wait for real customers. The markets of Tufal City were even busier than the other district. Stalls were lined up, trying to sell their goods and wear. Jewels, clothing, weapons, and more were exchanged. Oscar looked around the market and found it was divided into two separate sections. One section was for the ordinary folk, which was bustling with activity. The other section was for Exalts and had maybe a tenth of the size of the normal section. But the Exalt market was not his destination. Oscar went along the normal markets, looking for the things he needed for his journey to the Huron Plains. It was an exhausting tour as people kept coming up to Oscar to try to sell their merchandise. He was an Exalt, but he felt like all his iron was drained. Where is it? Oscar searched for an hour, but the market was huge, and the crowd's pace was slow. He could have easily parted through the crowd if he wanted to, but that was unnecessarily eye-catching. Oscar's eyes shone with delight. Finally, he found it. Excuse me, how much for that tent and the small pot? Oscar went up to the average would stand and asked the shopkeeper. It was a shame, but Oscar had to spend his time in the Huron Plains rather than in the city, thus his rejection of the inn showgirls earlier. That will be 10 silvers and no refunds, the shopkeeper grunted. He was a middle-aged man with a great shaggy beard that covered half his face. His big belly was barely contained inside his shirt. Here you are. Oscar handed over the 10 silvers with a reluctant look. 10 silvers was a lot of money for Oscar. His family was farmers, so they only used coppers and barely saved up silvers. But as an Exalt of the Blue Ocean Pavilion, he was able to exchange a few amounts of points for money. 100 coppers equal 1 silver, and 100 silvers equal 1 gold. Exalts could earn incredible amounts from employers. Oscar felt it would be nice to buy his parents a nice home to live in and retire in peace once he was successful. Going out to the plains? The shopkeeper asked in a hoarse tone. Yes, there is something I need to do. I'll most likely be staying out there for a long time. In that case, take an extra blanket. The shopkeeper threw him a blanket. Even as an Exalt, it gets cold out there. How'd you know I was an Exalt? Oscar was astounded. You don't look like a merchant or a traveler. Also, you're alone. Most of my customers are always accompanied by Exalt bodyguards. If you're heading out alone, you can only be an Exalt. Only a fool would go out there with no power. Amazing. Are you sure you're not a detective? Oscar was amazed by the shopkeeper's analysis. Just been around for a while. You see all kinds of people in this city, but it's the first time I'm talking with an Exalt. That blanket is thanks for that. Well, good luck on your journey. Thank you for your charity. Oscar gripped the tent, pot, and extra blanket and stowed them away in his bag. The shopkeeper ignored Oscar and went back to attend to his wares. With his uplifted mood, Oscar carried on to the western gate. Beyond that gate lay the way to the Huron Plains. Oscar arrived at the western gate. Its walls were high but not as high as those of the pavilions. Guards were stationed all over as they stared out into the wilderness. Ha! The strange feeling surged from Oscar's body. It was as though his body was exposed to the air. It was the eye of an Exalt, silent and faint, but it was still there. Is someone watching me? Oscar looked around. What reason was there for someone to spy on him? Don't worry, that is a routine scan of any Exalts that come in and out. One of the guards noticed Oscar's strange behavior and went up to him. Routine. Any Exalts that come in or out are to be scrutinized by the Exalt stationed in Tufal. It's just customary to make sure everything is fine. I understand, thank you. The guard did not tell everything. The reason was not just to see if everything was fine but to serve as a warning. The Ein that approached was from someone far more powerful than himself. It contained a slight provocation, as if asking Oscar to try causing trouble and see what happens. With measures like this, no wonder everyone wants to move to a city. It is secure and the housing is better. Not to mention the connections you can make. Oscar wondered if his parents would want to move to a city. Certainly, he'd feel better if his parents were safe from danger. Leaving aside the thoughts of his parents, Oscar stepped outside the gate. There was a wide road that led out far into the horizon. The place where the road ended was the Huron Plains. Oscar focused and dashed out on the road. Since he was outside the city, there was no need to hold back. His Ein surged as his feet moved swiftly, and Tufal City was already becoming a small splotch on the horizon. Along the way, others were making their way toward the city. The Ein around them indicated they were all Exalts. Of course, many who did go to the Huron Plains were Exalts unless they were travelers or merchants who had to go through it. Some had indifferent looks as they passed by Oscar. Others glanced at him before turning their attention back forward, and some were injured. These injured Exalts were slow and had looks of pain. They must have met some mishap. The Huron Plains is a dangerous region like recorded. Oscar's eyes glinted with seriousness. From what he gathered about the Huron Plains, it was similar to the Glenwoods he went to, a wilderness where Exalt beasts made their home. Though it was dangerous, it was also full of precious resources that could be a great prize to Exalts. Hence, many took the risk to come here for the treasures. After running for around 10 minutes, Oscar finally reached the end of the road. All over stood tall yellow grass that seemed endless in all directions. A cool breeze came down and tickled the grass, swaying them slowly. Beautiful! Oscar stared in wonder and stepped onto the grass. It reached up to his knees but was incredibly soft, unlike the normal tough grass he knew of. The vast fields of golden yellow reminded Oscar of the wide fields of grain back in his home. But these fields were larger, and their color was more distinct. Grown. Oscar spotted a herd of large beasts marching around on the plains. They had clear black horns, 3 of them, and long faces. Their fur was black, and their 4 legs had great hoofs on the bottom. They were like buffaloes but larger, and Oscar felt ein emanating from them. Apprentice Exalt beasts, the tri-horned buffalo. I need to hide. The tri-horned buffaloes were very territorial and traveled in a herd. Provoking one was inviting the entire herd to a fight. This was not the time for Oscar to fight them. There's no way to fight them all off. Maybe if one was alone. But they say it's rare for one to be separated from its herd. Oscar slowly waited as the herd lingered until they finally went away. Oscar got up from the ground with strands of golden grass on his black hair. He swiped the grass off and tidied himself. Come out. Out of nowhere. His deer anima manifested and shook its body almost as if it was stretching itself. We're finally here in the Huron Plains. It's time to start your training. Oscar patted his anima's head. The deer anima bleated out with resolve. It was prepared. Out in this vast wilderness, Oscar and his anima set out to survive and become stronger. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 64. The Path to Ein Awaken. The sheer vastness of the Huron Plains amazed Oscar. He moved through the tall grass in wonder and interest. Off in the distance were many Exalt beasts that lived on the plains and minded their own business. Occasionally, Oscar would find a tree. It wasn't tall and thick like the usual forest trees, but twisted, warped, and short like a hunchback. He marked a large arrow on them to know his direction. I've gone far, but there's still no sign of a good campsite. Oscar drank some water and wiped the sweat off his hair. It's been hours, yet Oscar could not find a good resting place. He considered going deeper inside the Huron Plains, but like most places where Exalt beasts lingered, the inner regions were where the more powerful Exalt beasts resided. In the outer region, the Exalt beasts wouldn't be too much of a threat. Places like his village and cities were always on the outer fringes of these territories where the Exalt beasts seldom enter. Also, the occasional sweepings done by Exalts on missions made sure to prevent them from creeping closer. Far too dangerous for anima training. If only I had a map of these goddamn plains, Oscar complained as he kept walking. His search continued. Passing by more trees and beasts, Oscar thought it was futile. The plains were too massive. He'd be wasting more time doing nothing. But then he heard it, the pleasant of water. It was streaming around somewhere nearby. Oscar bolted toward the source of the sound as fast as he could. The tall grass swayed to the side from the wind from his speed. Eventually, he saw a refreshing river. The river was sparkling from the lively waves, meeting the radiant sunlight like rainbows and stars flickering and changing every second. It was a beautiful respite from the endless gold fields. Thank goodness it's here. I have a good source of water now. Oscar was relieved. He gleefully smiled at the large river that was a short distance ahead. Exalts could last without food or water longer than mortals, but the lack of sustenance was still a detrimental factor. Oscar heard that Exalts don't need to worry about drinking or eating after a certain point, sustaining themselves with the Ein around them. I have a consistent supply of fish for the next 3 months. Most importantly, I have a steady stream of Exalt beasts to fight. This river was an attraction for Exalt beasts to quench their thirst, so Oscar decided to use it as bait to find lone opponents to hone his skills. Oscar put down his things and took out the tent he bought from the shopkeeper in Tufal. The tent was a thick tarp with latches and metal rings lined on its seams. Oscar pulled out many small metal pegs and stakes that were supposed to match to form the base and support. What are these instructions? There are so many steps, Oscar said in irritation, wrinkling the paper from accidentally gripping too tight. Took many retries. Oscar constantly looked at the instructions and found he had missed a step or put it in the wrong way. The frustration built as time passed, but Oscar struggled to get the tent put up. Finally, he finished after an exhausting and infuriating session. The tent barely reached Oscar's height and was twice as wide. Oscar stepped inside and rested with his feet going out the entrance. The soft tarp enveloped the floor, so Oscar was safe from the dirt. Took way too long. That shopkeeper should have given me an easier tent to build. He voiced his complaints to the absent shopkeeper. But at least it's a good tent. This is a good place to rest from the hot suns. The entire time, the two suns had beaten down on Oscar. His desperation for a water source stemmed from the extreme environment of the Huron Plains. It had its moments with nice cool winds, but there was no cover from the heat. After a short rest, Oscar exited his tent with a refreshed look. It's time to start. I have only 3 months. Oscar focused on manifesting his deer anima. Once it was formed, he quickly downsized the iron he was utilizing for it. His attempt to reach the optimal minimum failed again, and the deer anima began to crack from lack of iron. Practice is perfectly fine when I try it slowly, but speed is the priority. A single moment wasted on more iron is less for the battle after. Achieving this would be an advantage for me over others. Again, the deer anima formed from nothingness. But once again, it failed, and Oscar felt the rebound of his anima breaking. He knelt on the floor in a bout of pain. He soon got up and tried again. As the two suns started to set and the golden shine of the plains dimmed, Oscar stood in a pool of his own sweat. Despite his numerous attempts, he was still unsuccessful in reaching the minimum point of manifestation. I should stop here. There's no telling what may happen at night. At least I was able to reduce the severity of the damage. Indeed, after all that practice, his fruits began to bear. The deer anima no longer broke down completely but remained cracked. After more attempts, the cracks began to reduce as a sign of Oscar's progress. Not good enough. The cracks make my anima even less durable than it already is. A slight touch would destroy it. Oscar looked at this deer anima at his side. It was avoiding moving at all to avoid breaking down like delicate stained glass. He unsummoned his anima and went to clean himself up. Oscar took off his clothes, revealing the grotesque scars on his stomach, and took a dip in the river. The cool, refreshing sensation enveloped Oscar, inducing a pleasurable and relaxing feeling. "Ah, this is great," Oscar said after dipping his head in and out of the water. After finishing his bath, Oscar wore new clothes and started a fire. The kindlings of the early flame floated upward, drawing Oscar's eyes up to the sky. The sky above was a beautiful view of pink, purple, and indigo from the waning sunlight of the setting suns. It was moments like this that he felt grateful for being an Exalt. To see and experience such a view was something he only read about. Amid all this beauty and relaxation, Oscar could not help but think about Frederick and Emily. He was most concerned for Emily as he had run off immediately after Frederick left them. "Sorry for running away. I couldn't stay there any longer." Oscar did leave because he wished to train and better himself, but that was not the entire reason. The truth was that he didn't want to stay in the pavilion. He wanted time away, not to be reminded of Frederick's departure. Frederick's empty bed, his empty closet, and his table. Oscar's room was full of reminders that Frederick had left. Oscar never had a close friend like Frederick other than Isabella, so it was a harsh blow to Oscar to go through both Isabella and now Frederick leaving him. "I'll come back when I've settled down. I'll make sure to be there for you, Emily. Don't do anything rash." Oscar sighed as the fires slowly withdrew. The suns finally set, and the moon rose above the Huron Plains. Oscar put out the fire and retreated into his tent, closing the entrance with a second tarp. Oscar lit a small candle and took out some books from his backpack. One was titled Survival Guide 3, another was titled Creature Report 2, and the last was Adventures of Louis Raoul. The third book was not like the others. Oscar always loved to read, but he preferred storybooks when he was down or sad. The story's great uplifting moments helped ease his heart's sorrow. Oscar read his books with great enthusiasm until he finally fell asleep. The next morning arrived, and Oscar woke up with a large yawn. He went to the river to wash his face. The mornings here aren't too bad. It's quite cool, but there was no time to admire the plains. It was the second day of his training, and Oscar desired to get past this stage today. Time after time, the deer anima manifested and then started to crack. The cracks were prevalent throughout its entire upper body except for its legs. The blue deer whined as it was constantly manifested and forced back. Thankfully, it wasn't a living creature or it would have severe nausea. Despite the deer anima's misgivings, Oscar soldiered on and was making progress. The cracks were visibly lessening. Hours passed by, and Oscar was out of breath. But the blue deer anima was standing tall. There was not a single speck of cracks on its body, but its antlers were still quite damaged. No matter what I try, it's hard to get it right. The last bit of cracks is like trying to put the smallest drops right before a cup would overflow. It's meaningless if its antlers are incapable. Oscar sat down to ponder. It was minuscule, but he was over the minimum boundary. It was hard to gauge the proper Ein usage without doing it slowly. Was there a way to achieve it? What would Elder Saul say? Oscar thought about the gardening elder who often gave him advice. He'd most likely say I should relax and let myself feel the Ein. Elder Saul is always too laid back. He chuckled about the elder's outlook. Elder Saul was not much help here, so Oscar turned to his master, Draven, the warden of Abyss Prison. Master would most likely put me through some brutal trials to make me feel it. I'd probably die if I tried something he'd suggest. It was like that for awaken. He froze in silence for a moment before smacking his forehead. Why didn't I think of that? Of course, the awaken can be used for Ein as well. I was too occupied with Reese. Oscar got up with renewed hope. He had focused so much on using Reese Awaken to enact Flowing Mountain that he neglected its use for Ein. I'm stupid. Neglecting such an important aspect of Awaken is nothing short of criminal. This training was for my anima, but Awaken is needed. Ein Awaken can help me reach that minimum point. Oscar manifested his anima once more. Ein Awaken. Unlike when using Reese Awaken, Oscar saw a shining core in his chest and an outline of his body surrounded by darkness. There were motes of Ein all over the Huron plains, which was why Exalt beasts populated it. But Oscar's attention was not on these flakes of Ein but on his dear anima. He saw a stream of Ein flowing to his anima, outlining its shape. He controlled the output of this visible stream of Ein, lowering its power. Gak. Oscar felt a splitting pain in his head and his core. The backlash of using Ein Awaken bared its fangs. It had only been a split second since he invoked it, but it was already too much to bear. It's hard to maintain it. I can't hold it for even a fraction of a second to minimize the Ein on my anima. Veins were bursting on Oscar's face from the exertion. If I overdo it, I'll be in a bad situation, Oscar said grimly. Before, Draven was watching over him, and there was a healing station during the grand gathering. Here, Oscar was all alone. No one to attend to his injuries, and the nearest town was Tufal City, a far distance away. Oscar clenched his teeth. I won't die. I didn't die in the Abyss Prison. I didn't die against Philip. I won't die here. His resolute figure stood tall against the golden grass. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 65. A familiar face. The tall golden grass of the Huron Plains swayed lightly with a cool breeze. The various Exalt beasts were moving around and grazing on the fields. This would be the epitome of serenity if not for the rough sounds coming from the river. The source of the disruptive noise was Oscar's heavy breathing and bursts of sound from his movements. For hours, he's repeated the same motions. First, Oscar took a stance, ready to strike. Next, his face tensed up as he bit his lip, and veins covered his face. Finally, he punched the air with a fist enveloped in Ein, creating a loud boom. The force from his fist blew away the air, which scattered the tall grass in front of him. A line of exposed dirt extended out from his feet. It's almost 3 weeks now, but I can't properly enter the Ein Awaken state. Oscar sat down to drink water and wiped the sweat from his brow. After several days of constant practice, Oscar could get past the pain to focus his Ein on his knuckles while absorbing tiny hints of Ein. But this was a shallow attempt of Ein Awaken, similar to his first tries at Reese Awaken. Although I'm not absorbing the same amount of Ein as I'm using in my attack, the small difference is less Ein used and more in my reserves. Also, the increased precision and focus of my Ein will make my attacks more effective. Oscar hoped to use the Ein Awaken in short bursts for each of his attacks and spells. But the downside to this worried Oscar. He was neglecting his Exalt advancement while working on his Anima and Ein Awaken. He hadn't progressed much as a middle apprentice Exalt. Everyone else should be trying to advance to greater apprentice Exalt. By the time I'm back, most of them should be there. They'll be farther ahead of me than they already are. Oscar grew silent. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the tall grass and bared its long fangs toward Oscar's neck with astonishing speed. Makeshift Ein awaken. A fist landed squarely on the top of its head, smashing it against the dirt. Its head was squashed into a pulp as its skull cracked open. Oscar's fist of concentrated Ein made short work of this creature. He stared down at the beast that tried to ambush him. It was a large snake with bright gold scales, matching the color of the grass. Its long fangs protruding out of its mouth leaked out a green liquid. A grade 1 yellow jacket serpent. Its strength was only about the peak of lower apprentice Exalt. Sorry, but choose your opponent wisely in the next life. However, I thank you for your gifts. With a small knife in hand, Oscar dismembered the serpent without a look of disgust. The serpent's fangs were drained of all their poison and removed. Its scales were carefully separated from the body. Oscar put away all its organs and bones into separate bags and held its raw meat in his hands. He washed the blood off in the river and started a new fire, cooking the serpent meat. His mouth began to salivate from the delectable aroma of the cooking meat. The meat of Exalt beasts was tastier than normal animals. They also contained small hints of Ein. Oscar devoured the snake meat, chewing it with glee. The meat wasn't tough but soft and juicy. The meal of snake meat and Ein satisfied Oscar. This was a great lunch before he had to leave. He packed up all of his things and took down his tent. It's been a long time. I can't keep holding on to these materials and beast parts. Tufal City should have some stores that would accept them. Oscar put on his full backpack and went on his way. It's too uncomfortable. I'll have to return weekly from now on. He recalled the direction he came from and ran until he hit a tree with one of his markings. From there, Oscar followed along from landmark to landmark until he finally saw the long road cut off on the border of the plains. Nice to be back to safety, but I'll be back out in a moment. Oscar bitterly laughed. This trip of his was not meant to be relaxing. Along the way through the road, he spotted others approaching his direction. They were heading toward the Huron Plains. Oscar took a small glance at them and they glanced back. But both parties looked back toward their front and continued on their journey. There was no purpose in needless fighting. The large gates of Tufal City finally came into view. Oscar felt an imposing presence pressure him. The same presence observed him when he left the city. Whoever this is, their power is incredible. To reach me at this distance, Oscar lost his breath in amazement. Oscar arrived at the gate where the guard stopped him. State your business in Tufal City, the guard spoke. I'm a student of the Blue Ocean Pavilion out on a journey. I have collected many Exalt beast parts one want to sell. Oscar felt it was strange they didn't scrutinize him when he was leaving the city, but perhaps that was how it worked here. A pavilion student? You're not even in uniform. Can you prove it? Many fakes try to weasel their way into places using the pavilion's name. If you are lying, then admit it right now. No need to be hostile. Here is my badge. Oscar took out his pavilion badge that recorded his identity. The slate on it changed to an image of Oscar and his name. All right, that looks legitimate. You may pass. The guard stepped aside to let Oscar through. Thank you. Oscar walked inside and let out a sigh of relief. He was worried something bad would occur. Excuse me, someone called out to Oscar. Oscar turned to find a familiar figure, wearing the pavilion uniform, staring at him. It was Nicholas, the student who guided Oscar and Frederick when they first entered the outer hall. He didn't see Nicholas on his ship, so he must have come on a later arrival. Nicholas? Oh, it is you. Sorry, I forgot your name. Nicholas weakly smiled. My name is Oscar. I remember that you were my guide. How have you been? It's been great. Ever since Pavilion released more elixirs, I've been making great progress. I'm getting closer to Greater Apprentice Exalt. Nicholas was truly happy. He was only a grade 2 Xianxia from before the restrictions were put in place. Thus, his progress was extremely slow, slower than Oscar's. I'm happy for you. Perhaps the inner hall isn't just a dream now. I don't know about that. Advancing to Elite Exalt is different. Advancing through subrealms aren't bad, but advancing to a completely new realm is far more difficult. You won't know until you try, Oscar expressed confidently. Nicholas was taken aback. The boy he met at the beginning, resolute in trying his best, did not lose any of that enthusiasm. It made him embarrassed as a senior to lose in attitude to Oscar. "What are you doing here?" Oscar asked. "My group and I are on a mission to the Rust Cliffs. Sorry, but I can't tell you about it." "You? It's all right. It's better not to trust me that much with your mission details. I'm on a training outing for a while." Although the pavilion preached cooperation, students were still wary of each other and avoided leaking too much information about their activities. "Then good luck to you," Nicholas said with a smile. His bleak and unenthusiastic face from the past was no longer there. It was now the face of someone with a goal and desire. "Good luck to you." Oscar nodded and departed with a wave of his hand. Oscar strode through Tufal City and entered the market district. This time, however, his aim wasn't the normal market but rather the Exalt market section. After all, his goods were only usable by Exalts. The Exalt market was quieter and less crowded. Some walked around to look at the wares in other people's shops, but they did so silently as the shopkeepers stared with their mouths closed. Oscar found a place with large amounts of smoke from a large chimney on its top. He heard the sound of hammers and roaring fires coming from inside. There was a sign on the front, "Tom's Smithery 3 stars. The fabricators and alchemists had guilds that governed and organized them in terms of skill and reliability. The stars were indicative of how good the professional was. 1-star fabricators and alchemists were capable of creating grade 1 armaments and elixirs. 2 stars created grade 2 armaments and elixirs. The fabricator in charge of this place had 3 stars. He must be quite a master. Oscar stepped inside and was assaulted by the suffocating air. It was mostly composed of smog. "Who is it?" "Hello?" Person came out. They wore the same outfit as the fabricators in the Blue Ocean Pavilion, with a helmet with a large visor and tubes on its side. "I'm here to sell some materials." Oscar took out the various items from his backpack, including the serpent's bones, fangs, tendons, and skin. "Oh, nice stuff you got here. The serpent's tendons are great for bowstrings." The fabricator handled each item with care, appraising them. "How much can you give me for them?" "They're all in good condition and neatly packaged. I can give you 2 gold for them." Oscar's eyes opened wide in shock. He never thought selling Exalt beast parts would yield quite a haul. He did know it was lucrative, but not to this extent. "Thank you," Oscar exclaimed. "I should say thank you for the new materials. Come back if you want an armament or to sell more things." The fabricator put away Oscar's sold goods. Outside, Oscar almost leaped in joy from the amount he made. With this much, he can take care of his parents without worry. To the alchemists, he rapidly ran until he found a store. Unlike the smithy, this one looked very classy and refined. It had gilded doors and a roof of gold. The walls looked like marble stone. The sign above said Sarah Elixirs 3 stars. Inside, a receptionist warmly welcomed Oscar. She had a pleasant, soothing voice that made a person feel comfortable. "Welcome to Sarah's Elixirs. I am Dali. Nice to meet you." "Hello. I would like to sell these." Oscar took out vials of blood and other liquids, bags of organs, and some herbs he managed to find. "Wow, the yellow jacket serpent's venom. This is a nice find." "Thank you." Dali smiled. "It's no problem." Oscar saw Celestina's smiles too much to the point he was resistant to these kinds of smiles from others. "How much can you give me for them?" Pouting that her usual enchanting smile did not affect Oscar, Dali appraised each item and said, 3 gold for these." Oscar made a fist on his side from excitement. "I'll take it. Here you are." Dali gave Oscar 3 gold coins and put away the materials. "Have you considered making a membership with the Alchemist Guild?" "A membership? But I'm not an alchemist," Oscar asked. "Not an alchemist membership, but one for customers. A membership with the guild would provide you with discounts when buying from a certified alchemist. The higher the membership, the more perks you get." "I didn't know there was a system like that." The Fabricator Guild also has this system, but they don't advertise it too well since their heads are usually stuck in the dirt. Oscar felt some hostility toward the fabricators from this receptionist. He did hear about a rivalry between fabricators and alchemists but thought it was nonsense. Either way, this membership was interesting. "I suppose I'll go check out the guilds." Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 66. The Guilds. A road of arched pillars stood along the pathway to a large building. It was a large castle of great oak wood reaching 10 stories tall, giving off an ancient and imposing aura, the headquarters of the Alchemist's Guild branch in Tufal. 2 rows of guards were lined on the sides of the path. They looked intimidating and powerful, far different from the gate guards. These were the select chosen by the Alchemist's Guild to protect this important place. Their armor was made of white steel with gold linings. The weapons they carried were large spears in their hand and short swords on their belt. They stared at the young Oscar but turned away after sensing he was only a middle apprentice Exalt. He was no threat to these guards who were elite Exalts. The Alchemist's Guild is incredibly powerful to have guards like this. I wonder how much their salary is. Perhaps being a guard could be a choice if I can't graduate from the pavilion in time. While thinking of his future career, Oscar walked toward the entrance. The lobby was full of activity and people. Some looked like merchants and stragglers like Oscar. The majority had a badge on their chest with multiple stars. Most had 1 or 2 stars etched on them, while only a few had 3 stars. They were all alchemists who were here for practice and other alchemy business. "Excuse me," Oscar walked up to one of the receptionists, who was organizing some documents. Noticing Oscar's figure, the receptionist put on his welcoming smile and greeted him. "Welcome to the Alchemists Guild in Tufal City. How may I be of assistance?" "I want to purchase a membership with the Alchemists Guild," Oscar said. The receptionist showed a little bit of doubt as he eyed Oscar's rough clothing and unkempt black hair. Of course, Oscar did not have the time to tidy himself up and immediately went to Tufal. However, as a professional, the receptionist shook off his doubt and continued to smile. "Of course, you can purchase a membership. It requires a fee of 2 gold coins." He wondered if this boy had the capital. 2 gold coins? Oscar nearly yelped. Hearing Oscar's shout of shock, the receptionist shook his head and said, "If you do not have the money, then please step aside unless you have further business here." In the end, this bumpkin came here without knowing anything. Did he think the membership would be free? The Alchemists Guild was not some charity. Betraying the receptionist's thoughts, Oscar rummaged in his pouch, took out 2 gold coins, and placed them on the counter to the surprise of the receptionist. "Here are 2 gold coins. How does the process work? Do I get a membership now or later?" Oscar bombarded the receptionist with questions. The receptionist asked Oscar to settle down and turned his attention to the gold coins. He picked them up and checked them out. These were legitimate. Cough. "I'm sorry for rushing without confirming you could pay." The receptionist apologized. It was not a good look for the Alchemists Guild if he was rash and upset a customer. "Please put a drop of blood on this token. If you are capable of Ein, please infuse it into the token." Oscar received a large bronze coin-like object the size of his palm. He bit his thumb and marked it with his blood. Next, he surged his Ein from within into the bronze token. The blood and Ein disappeared into the bronze token, giving off a little glow. "Now it is tied to you and no one else can use it as if it was theirs. Thank you, and we appreciate your decision to be a member." "Wait, I still need to know what benefits a member gets and how I can upgrade the membership." "Oh, forgive me for forgetting. As a member, you are entitled to a certain discount on items from our certified alchemists. If you have a specific request for an elixir, you can skip ahead of the queue of lower-ranked members and non-members." "That's incredible." Oscar never learned this in the pavilion because no one ever told him, and he didn't have much interest in those fields. "In the future, I need to cover all bases, or else I may miss out on other opportunities." While Oscar was occupied in his thoughts, the receptionist continued, "To upgrade your membership, you need to pay more money, obtain a recommendation from an alchemist or another member, or have rendered good service to the guild." Service? Whether it's giving rare materials to us or helping the guild out in a time of need. Sometimes, the guild may post a mission that rewards a member rank up. "I can sell materials to the Alchemists Guild? I've already sold what I had to Sarah's elixirs. Is there a difference?" Oscar was confused. "You can sell to the guild and other alchemists without issue. What I meant by giving rare materials is donating them. If you willingly give up a rare material to the Alchemists Guild, it may warrant a membership upgrade." Oscar thanked the receptionist for his time and left. He was deep in thought while walking back through the line of guards. Is it worth giving rare materials for free for an upgrade in membership? If needed, I could take it to an alchemist and make a special request with the rare material. Giving up precious materials to get better membership would have been foolhardy to Oscar before, but after learning of the benefits, it may be worth it. But there was no use thinking about it now. Oscar did not have any rare materials. Perhaps he'll decide when the opportunity arises. Next stop is the Fabricators Guild. For some odd reason, the two guilds were located on opposite ends of the city. The Alchemists Guild was in the northern district, while the Fabricators Guild was in the southern district. Minutes later, Oscar arrived in front of the Fabricators Guild. His eyebrow rose almost comically at the disparity between this place and the Alchemists Guild. It was a one-story building of black stone but was 10 times wider than the Alchemists Guild. There was no brilliant arches or well-paved path. It had a rough and rustic look. The guards surrounded the facility. They were clad in black armor with silver lining and wielded large polearms with a short axe on their side. Their power did not lack against their counterparts in the northern district. No matter what, Oscar felt there was a discreet competition between the fabricators and alchemists, whether it was the style of their buildings, the armor of their guards, and their general disposition. They were complete opposites. Inside was a similar sight of many people running amok. Despite their differences, the fabricators followed the same system as the alchemists. Many of the people were clothed in the fabricators' uniform with their unique helmets and a badge signifying their rank. Oscar went to the worn-down stone counter where a fabricator was waiting. The process to acquire a membership was not different, but Oscar painfully paid 3 gold coins instead of 2. Exiting the guild, Oscar looked into his nearly empty wallet pouch, containing only a few silvers, almost about to cry. "I hope these memberships are worth it," he grumbled. Hours later, Oscar made it back to his original campsite. He repitched his tent with great effort and sat down to cook a meal. The sizzling meat in the pot above the campfire invigorated Oscar's body. The tiredness washed away from Oscar's body, which got its needed energy, and he was ready to resume his tiresome training. Taking up a stance, Oscar released a punch. His veins popped out on his face from using Ein Awaken, and his fist sounded like it was cutting through the air. This continued for the rest of the day until the night sky revealed itself. It was too dangerous to train while surrounded by the bleak darkness. "There's something wrong." Oscar sat in his tent with a doubtful face. "No matter how much I train in Ein Awaken, it feels out of place. It's like missing the last step." Oscar tried to remember his feeling when he accomplished Res Awaken. That feeling of imminent death had made his entire being synchronize in thought and emotion. He punched out again, but it was still lacking. "Looks like I have no choice. When I trained with Master, we sparred countless times for me to get the hang of it. But it was the moment he tried to kill where I broke through." Silence ensued as Oscar weighed his options, but he soon scoffed at himself. "If I'm not willing to risk it, then why am I here? I can't help Frederick if I'm a coward. I can't defeat Philip if I run away." Oscar slapped his face to gather courage for himself. Tomorrow he will fight with his life on the line. Triton's Hold. It is the center of the Blue Ocean Pavilion, the heart, the main palace. It is where all important decisions are made regarding the Blue Ocean Pavilion and its future. Within its hallowed halls were elders walking slowly and respectfully. This was not a place for them to flaunt their power but rather show a submissive demeanor. The founder once resided here, and they must pay homage. In one of the rooms on the second highest floor, Margaret Ward sat silently with a stone face. Her bright purple hair was neatly placed behind her, with no hair out of place. Her gray eyes shone with a powerful gaze that could suck in a person's soul. "Sorry, I'm late." Great Elder Robert Levitt entered with a small smile. A great elder should be punctual. Margaret's brow scrunched in annoyance. "Oh, but I am earlier than the others, so there is no issue there." Robert opened his eyes, revealing the odd pair of blue and red eyes. He never opened his eyes unless it was serious. Whatever was taking place here was critical. "Draven will never show up unless he wants a fight." Cough. "Can we not mention him? It's stressful being near him." Robert sighed. "As the top leaders of the Blue Ocean Pavilion, shouldn't you all get along?" A voice intruded into the room. John Williams, who had a white fan in his hands, stood at the open door. He stepped inside and closed the door shut behind him. "We greet Vice Pavilion Master." Margaret and Robert stood and bowed to John. "No need to be like this in private." All of you are my seniors who I admire. John scratched his cheek in embarrassment. That may be so, but your rank as Vice Pavilion Master demands respect from all of us. Margaret slightly scolded John for his lackadaisical attitude. Indeed, with your talent, it's only a matter of time before you surpass us. I remember when you were just a student, the most talented one we've ever seen, Robert added in praise. Former most talented. We have the heavens to thank for a person with a grade 9 Exaltia core in our pavilion and empire. The boy, Gilbert Lockwood? Indeed, he is impressive raw material, but he is still quite unruly from what I've observed. Robert sighed at the folly of youth. From the reports, Gilbert was always at the center of some conflict or mess. We were all like that when we were young, though I suspect Grand Commander Ward was always serious. John joked. Margaret snorted. If the boy, Lockwood, needs some discipline, send him to me. I'll make sure he never steps out of line. John shook his head. No, let him be. After all, he needs to experience things for himself to grow and mature. But let's get to the main topic. The atmosphere in the room tensed immediately. The three had severe expressions on their faces. The opening of the Ashen Grove will happen in the coming years. We've cancelled all international competitions with other factions to hide our strength, John said. It seems they also had the same idea. Everyone doesn't want any information of their strength leaking out before the Ashen Grove opens. Robert sighed. My informants report that they are spending vast fortunes to strengthen their students like we are. They've even contacted the guilds to try to get their aid. As Grand Commander, Margaret had a network of spies and informants in other places. The guilds are neutral. Their influence spans many empires. They won't jeopardize their standings with others to favor one. They'll provide whatever they're paid to provide. John scoffed. Should we try hiring wanderers? Robert suggested. No, Margaret shut that down. They are useful as mercenaries and some are strong exalts, but wanderers have no affiliation. Some are former students, but they have no loyalty to us. I do not believe they will work well with our students. John tapped his finger on the table in thought. You're right. The risk is too large for such a critical time. Keep your tabs on the other factions, Grand Commander. Great Elder will continue aiding the education of our students. Now, deep in the spires of the Abyss prison, Draven was humming to the tunes of tortured prisoners. Those fools are probably still talking. I was right not to come. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 67. Recklessness. Oscar carefully wafted through the golden grass, lowering his body to blend in. It was the break of dawn. The Exalt beasts were waking up and walking off their drowsiness. It was the best time for Oscar to find one to fight, but it was a matter of choosing the right target. Oscar watched with hawk-like eyes, observing one beast to the next. Nearly all of them were part of their packs and herds and a considerable distance away. However, Emily had taught him the basics of hunting. The most important aspect was patience. Be vigilant not to miss the opportune moment. Moments passed with nothing happening to spur Oscar into action. He remained crouched within the obscure grass with a stone look. Thud thud. A lone beast approached the river. It was alone, and none of its kind could be seen nearby. Oscar smiled upon his good fortune as his patience was rewarded. The Exalt beast was a large lizard with great craggy scales that resembled a layer of rock instead of skin. Its large body was connected to its boulder-like head by a slender neck. The most defining feature was the tail. It dragged its massive tail on the floor. The tip was like a massive broadsword with a sharp edge and point. It looked like one swat would cleave apart even the most durable foes. Rock Ankelon. The creature report mentioned them. They have an average strength of a middle apprentice Exalt. Their tough exterior makes them quite durable and resistant to attacks. But the most alarming is their tail that can easily break Exalt's bodies. Oscar sensed that this Rock Ankelon was around his level. But that didn't mean this was an easy victory. In this early morning, Oscar didn't want to fight such an opponent. However, there was no telling when the next chance would arrive. He removed his weights and stood up. Oscar finally revealed himself, jumping across and reducing the distance between him and the Rock Ankelon to a few meters. The Rock Ankelon turned its large body around to find a human looking at it as if it were prey. Its nostrils flared as it sensed hostility. It roared to intimidate Oscar. The grass itself was forced backward from the force of its roar. It was warning Oscar not to come close. Oscar stared resolutely at the lizard, unfazed by its scare tactic. He moved closer without fear. On his back was his buckler, but Oscar discarded it on the ground. This fight would be with his fists alone. The rock Ankelon realized Oscar was not backing down and took a heavy step, shaking the ground. "Let's fight!" Oscar charged at the rock Ankelon, who remained unmoving yet sturdy like a fortress. A large shadow fell over Oscar, who looked up. The large broadsword weapon on its tail tip blocked the light from the two suns. It extended out to crush Oscar on his head. Ein awakened. Everything darkened. There was only the rock Ankelon and Oscar in this empty void. Oscar could feel the tiny movements of Ein that floated about. Oscar focused his Ein into his fist while absorbing as much as possible from outside. Only his fist and body appeared to shine within this darkness. In a swift motion, he sidestepped the incoming tail and punched out to the slender limb it was attached to. However, before he could complete his attack, sharp pain washed over his head and core. The darkness tore apart to reveal the golden plains again. The sudden movements and the lack of tune-up interrupted his focus on Ein Awaken. Oscar's punch still landed on the tail but was not as effective as he had hoped. The tail bent slightly before repelling Oscar's fist back, forcing Oscar to retreat. The rock Ankelon grunted as if laughing at Oscar's weak attack. "This lizard." Oscar looked at his trembling fingers. The rock Ankelon's tail was flexible but also incredibly hard. "This would be simpler if I used Reese with Flowing Mountain, but that would be counterproductive. Reese would certainly even out the playing field, but Oscar wanted to train his Ein, not Reese. Additionally, the strength of the rock Ankelon was no joke. I suspect it's more powerful than Mary's bear in terms of physical power. During the grand gathering, Oscar's opponent, Mary, had a bear anima that Oscar fought head-on. Its physical power was so great that Oscar could only redirect some of the Reese and had to take some damage himself. In addition to its physical power, another alarming factor was the rock Ankelon's rock scales. Even if Oscar could redirect the Reese from its blows, its hard and rough scales would still hurt him. If he had more expertise in Reese and was physically stronger, then perhaps Oscar could break through its defenses with no problem. But Oscar was not yet at that level. I couldn't have asked for a better opponent. Only by truly entering Ein Awaken can my Ein be sharp and focused to the level of breaking through your skin. If Reese was like a hammer, then Ein was a sword. The sword could pierce through what the hammer could not break with its dull surface. This time, the rock Ankelon stampeded toward Oscar and swung its sword-like tail like a meat cleaver. Oscar quickly dodged the crushing tail and used Ein Awaken once more. Again, it failed. Oscar's nose started bleeding from the backlash, and he leaped backward with an uneasy look. "Tch." Oscar wiped his nose off. He stared at the rock Ankelon, which had an angered expression. Twice now it failed to crush Oscar. Meanwhile, sweat flowed down Oscar's chin. The rock Ankelon's attack had quite the suffocating presence. Roar. The rock Ankelon swung its tail multiple times, hoping to impale Oscar or split him in two. The ground was uprooted by the constant battering. Oscar maintained his composure and dodged each one, though there were some close calls. Occasionally, he would attempt Ein Awaken again but fail. He wondered if he was doing this correctly. "I'm fighting against a dangerous opponent. Any misstep could kill me, yet I haven't arrived at the first step. What else do I do?" Oscar asked himself, but in his mind, he was talking to an image of his master, Draven. "Take my punch and survive." Oscar remembered. With a crazy smile on his face, Oscar stopped and stared at the rock Ankelon. It was dangerous and idiotic, but this was the only way. "I could almost hear Master saying to do it." Oscar bitterly laughed. He put down his stance and looked at the rock Ankelon charging closer. The rock Ankelon lifted its tail and lunged its tip straight at Oscar. It was attacking from the front. The incoming blade of bone-crushing power made Oscar's hairs stand up. But he did not move but stood firm. Oscar chose to face the tail attack rather than dodge. He was on the right track but was not fully committing to it. When Draven attempted to kill Oscar, he did so while blocking all manners of retreat. This way, Oscar had to bring it all to survive. However, during all this time against the rock Ankelon, he was never in that situation. Indeed, It was a life-or-death battle, but it wasn't inescapable. Oscar was dodging and evading rather than throwing himself against it. "Don't move!" Oscar dug his feet into the ground and overrode all the instincts telling him to flee. Time appeared to slow down as every sense in Oscar's body was flaring up in response to the impending doom. He felt the air and space being broken through by the sheer force of the tail. "Ein awaken!" Wisps of Ein began collecting into his core more than before, as if a magnet drew them. He was fast approaching his usual limit, but the threat of death unhinged his body's self-imposed limitations. Limitations that were put up to prevent his self-destruction. The Ein concentrated on his fist, but it was smaller and denser within the world of darkness. If it was like a flame earlier, it was now a sun focused on his knuckles. Pain rode through Oscar's head, core, and nerves, but he persisted through it with blood pouring out of his orifices. Either he dies or this rock Ankelon dies. Steel scales, his Ein condensed into metal that wrapped his body right as his fist extended out. Crack. Oscar's fist met against the rock tail, creating a shockwave that blasted off the grass around them, leaving a large patch of fresh dirt. A fierce wind blew from the center. "Gra!" Oscar shouted with all his might. He was not backing down. His metal fist was still contesting against the rock Ankelon's tail as Ein was in chaos around them. The ground caved in below them. The rock Enilon also roared at this unexpected situation. Finally, both were forced backward several meters. Oscar's steel scales vanished. His face was pale like a white sheet with deep red lines of blood from his eyes, ears, and nostrils. His head was pounding as if suffering from a migraine, and his core was hot and painful. His hand was a wreck of broken bones, and the skin scraped off, revealing the bloody flesh underneath. "Emily's going to be mad at me, so is Celestina," Oscar chuckled, spitting out some blood. He promised Emily and Celestina that he would cherish his life, but here he was, barely hanging on. The rock Ankelon snarled with his jaw wide open. It saw Oscar's pitiful state and knew its victory was close. However, crack. A large crack appeared on the sharp tip of its tail. "My efforts weren't in vain," Oscar smirked. Under the astonished look of the rock Ankelon, more cracks spread out from the original until it covered the entire broadsword-like tip. It shattered into several pieces. Blood splurted out and mixed into the fresh dirt into red mud. The rock Ankelon was silent before it roared in pain. The tip of its tail was the beast's pride, the weapon on which its status is judged. Now it was reduced to nothing by this intruder. With reddened eyes, it charged toward Oscar. "Bring it!" Oscar's hand might be out of commission, but his other hand was still fine. He rushed out to meet the furious rock Ankelon. The two met again in a fierce clash that made the other beasts around them run to a distance. Moments later, Oscar was kneeling on the ground, vomiting more blood. "Breathe! I need to breathe." The piercing pain in his head stopped him from fully forming sentences. But he had a small smile as he glanced to his side. The rock Ankelon was lying dead on the ground. The top of its head was missing its rocky scales and was a mess of blood and flesh. The last exchange between Oscar and the rock Ankelon resulted in Oscar's victory. But at what cost? Oscar could barely move, and both his hands were a mess. His head and core were in dire straits as he could faintly keep consciousness against the pain. But with great effort, he reached his campsite and forcibly took out bandages and medicine from his bag with his broken hands. With great pain and effort, his hands were set straight and wrapped tightly to heal properly. "Looks like my hands are unusable for some time. Even with an Exalt's natural recovery, it will take 2 weeks for this to fully heal." Oscar could only move his fingertips for small tasks, but the rest was no good. "I'll have to rely on my anima more from now on. I guess we're on the right track." "Ha ha ha." Oscar joked with himself to forget he was stupid enough to break both his hands. But it was true now that his anima was more crucial than ever. Like with the training with Master before. Keep pushing the door with fierce battles to get the hang of it. In the state of Ein Awaken against the looming death, Oscar could sense the minute details of the flowing Ein even better now. Control was necessary for spells and exalts. However, at most, they could only reach 97% efficiency and control of their Ein. If used properly, the Ein Awaken can help reach 100% proficiency. After a moment's rest, Oscar took a deep breath and summoned his anima. Once the deer materialized, Oscar entered the awakened state. His vision was much clearer than before, and the blue stream of Ein between him and his deer anima was crystal clear. His body remembered the feeling and handled the Ein awaken better. Lower, the blue stream shrank to half its size in an instant. This time, the Ein reached the minimum point, the level he had been struggling with for so long. The blue deer anima bleated in delight as there were no cracks on its antlers and pranced circles around Oscar. Finally, we've reached the first step, Oscar said with sweat on his brows. The Ein awakened still required some exertion. Oscar looked proudly at his dear anima, who had endured all the failures. But it was all worth it. Now it's time for the real training. Let's help you get stronger. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 68. To the Rust Cliffs. In the pot held above the campfire, a stew was boiling. It was filled with vegetables and meat and had an orange color. Let's eat. Oscar clumsily took the pot out of the flames with his fragile fingers and pinched a spoon. A week had passed since his battle against the rock Ankelon. Oscar's hands were still healing from the damage. Life since then had been difficult without proper use of his hands. But Oscar managed to make do. Oscar held up the spoonful of hot, steamy soup and devoured it with a hearty appetite. The stew was delicious and warmed up Oscar's body down to his toes. The days of eating grilled meat were tiresome as some were tough. It was great luck that Oscar found edible herbs for the stew. It's been a week now, Oscar chewed. My dear anima has no issues materializing, but attacking with it is an issue. It sucks that I can't use Reese with it, Oscar sighed. An anima was pure Ein that could influence the physical world. It didn't have the muscles, substance, and anatomy to be able to conduct Reese through it. Onimus, like Mary's bear and Philip's sword, was physically strong. But that was only due to the amount of Ein and the characteristics of the anima. Oscar tried numerous times to try Reese awaken with his dear anima, but no matter what, it could not flow the Reese from its kick off the ground. Thus, Oscar regarded it as a lost cause. Oscar finished the entire pot of stew with a satisfied look. After cleaning up, he focused and summoned his dear anima, entering the Ein awakened state to settle it down to minimal levels of Ein in an instant. Oscar had progressed to the level of being a slight nuisance to do it every time rather than a great effort. Let's go on a run. Oscar beckoned his dear anima into the grass. The deer anima whipped its head around and followed Oscar's instructions. They've done this together all week now. With a single thought, Oscar directed the deer anima to run as fast as possible. It kicked off, scattering the grass behind it, and bolted back and forth to Oscar, doing laps. Oscar's face scrunched up from his focus. The cause was in the 4 hooves of the deer anima. Each hoof had a concentration of Ein, like a clump of blue flames surrounding them. Since Reese could not be collected, Oscar's focus shifted to improving his anima's use of Ein. Back when I was fighting Greg, I managed to focus all the Ein onto its antlers for the final blow. But that was without a hint of control. With proper control and output, I can enhance certain aspects of my deer anima with Ein. The deer anima's speed increased by adding more Ein onto its hooves. It was almost twice as fast as before. But that was not the end. Attack! The blue deer stood on its hind legs upon Oscar's orders and stomped on a boulder. The Ein in its hooves moved and concentrated on the 2 front hooves. The boulder cracked and collapsed into pieces under the Ein-empowered hooves. The effect of concentrating Ein onto the hooves compounded its offensive capabilities like this deadly stomp. However, Oscar wore a look of fatigue as he let out a deep breath. I tried it like Philip and concentrated some Ein in certain parts of my anima, but it requires too much thought. It might be better for a weapon anima, but for my deer, it's a task to direct the Ein. The deer anima returned to Oscar's side and lovingly rubbed its head on his cheek. Oscar could not help but pat its head like a caring father. It was fine instructing the deer and fighting by its side earlier, but now that we're trying to focus on fine Ein control and attacks, it is mentally tiring. If only I could split my mind in 2 somehow. It was confusing. Oscar tried to use a spell while controlling the Ein in his deer, but what occurred was just a mess of Ein being misused and not succeeding. If I leave the Ein focused on its hooves, I don't need to worry about it afterward. But it's when I try refocusing them into a different location, it bogs down my concentration, making my own actions slow or unrefined. Oscar pondered this problem while he packed up his things and put away his tent. Since it was the end of the week, Oscar needed to free up some space in his backpack by selling his spoils. The many Exalt beasts of the plains went about their business, ignoring Oscar, who carefully kept his distance. All the while, he tackled his issue. Philip was able to use the Ein on his sword anima like an expert. That last attack of his was a great focus of Ein on its tip. Oscar stretched his back. But weapononymous are better for that since the user can wield it themselves. They don't need to consider it a separate being but another weapon. The only instance of weapononymous moving on their own was Emily's remote control of her staff. But at least they can control the Ein in the anima from the start. Beast types don't have that head start. It's strange how their positions are reversed each step of the way. Beast-type Onimus were capable of independent action from the start, while weapon types had difficulty doing so. But weapon types could easily induce a flow of Ein and concentration, while beast types had trouble with that. In Oscar's eyes, everything oddly seemed to have a balance of pros and cons, but there was no doubt that weapon types were stronger in the beginning. Maybe if I can raise an Exalt beast related to a deer and enter the meld stage, the beast can take the role of the Ein control with the anima inside it. Oscar hoped to reach the meld stage of anima, where he could combine it with an object or beast, but he was far away from that. Wishful thinking. Is a beast going to drop itself in front of me and give itself up? The menagerie had nothing deer-related as well. Eventually, Tufal City came into view. The sight temporarily cleared Oscar's mind of his nagging thoughts, and he remembered his objective. Down the street, he entered Tom's smithery, where they welcomed the rock Ankelon's hard scales and teeth with glee. These materials were quite good, so he got 6 gold. After that, Oscar hurried to Sarah's elixirs, where Dolly was working the counter. "Welcome back," Dolly greeted him. "Hello. I'm here to sell more materials." Oscar took out vials of blood and bags of organs. It was a shame today that he found no useful herbs for alchemy. "Wow, rock Ankelon's blood and heart. This will do well for defense elixirs." Dolly appraised everything else. "This will come to 5 gold. "Thank you." Oscar happily received the money and then asked, "Can I purchase a grade 1 heal elixir?" "That will be 10 gold for one," Dolly stated. Oscar groaned as he took out 5 gold coins, adding to his recent sales to 10 gold. "I would like one." He didn't enjoy spending so much money, but elixirs were so expensive, and his hands needed to heal faster. His original estimate of 2 weeks was far off since he was inexperienced in judging injuries. After the purchase, Oscar hurriedly downed the entire contents, licking his lips from the sweet taste. A surge of cool Ein flowed through his body like a cleansing river. Oscar unwrapped his hands. They were healed. Oscar clenched up repeatedly to make sure they were fine. Grumble. His stomach grumbled, expressing great hunger. Oscar also felt his body feel empty and craved something to eat. "I should grab a bite to eat before heading back out." Leaving the market district, Oscar searched for a place to eat. After asking a guard, he found out there was a place specifically for Exalts to eat and rest. The White Crow Tavern. It was a large establishment that looked fancier than the inns Oscar passed by when he first arrived in Tufal City. "Welcome to the White Crow. Are you looking for a place to stay?" One of the waitresses came up to assist Oscar. Oscar looked around to find many people idling, eating, and drinking. He could tell they were all Exalts from the presence around them. They all looked back at Oscar with wary and scrutinizing eyes. But one look at Oscar's ragged clothes quelled their interest. "Not a place. I'm here for a meal, thank you." The waitress guided Oscar to an empty table and passed him a menu before placing a basket of bread and water. "Can I have the steak and eggs?" Oscar was shocked to see the ingredients for the dishes. They were all from Exalt beasts. "That'll be 80 silvers. Oscar took out 1 gold coin and passed it to the waitress with a heavy heart. A single meal here was worth several years of his family's savings. What a luxury! It did not take long for the meal to arrive. On Oscar's table was a fine piece of meat covered in sauce and 2 sunny-side-up eggs. Swallowing the saliva, Oscar cut a piece of the steak and brought it into his mouth. The steak had an amazing flavor that set Oscar's taste buds to space. Delicious! Delicious! Not just the taste but the food contained Ein that was absorbed into Oscar's body. Somehow, the cooking process allowed the Ein to be processed without the need for meditation. Of course, it was still far less than a typical elixir. Oscar happily ate the steak while paying attention to what other Exalts were talking about. This was his chance to get some news of Exalt activity. These wandering Exalts, otherwise known as wanderers, traveled to and from many places, gathering knowledge and news wherever they went. They were akin to free spirits that held no attachments. They say they're recruiting in the army. Maybe we can take that chance. I fought tooth and nail against that hulking beast, and it gave me this scar. How do we want to split the rewards? This request from the Alchemists Guild was quite the task. From the latest news to storytelling to negotiations, there was every kind of conversation that intrigued Oscar. But one particular conversation caught his attention. Did you hear? A few Blue Ocean Pavilion students went out a week ago and never returned. If it's the Blue Ocean Pavilion, then wouldn't the students be out on a mission? Perhaps they're still out on the mission. One person was skeptical. Humph, those students are always so high and mighty. They neglect the dangers that lurk within the plains. I heard that they traveled straight west, toward the Rust Cliffs. Rust Cliffs? What kind of mission do they have there? Those cliffs are more dangerous than the normal plains. One man exclaimed. Should we try looting them? Another suggested. Blue Ocean Pavilion students are rich with armaments and elixirs. Don't think about it. If they ever find out we're dead, and leaving the Empire for somewhere else is far too much work without a proper airship. Oscar listened to the trio's words. Last week, he ran into Nicholas, who was with a group and heading west. Were they in danger? After finishing up his food, Oscar departed Tufal City with a pensive look, thinking about Nicholas. It was like something itching in his throat. West, that's around the direction of my camp. Oscar reached the end of the road where the plains began. After this point, Oscar had to turn to his right to return to his campsite. But instead, he stared straight ahead with troubled eyes. The group of fellow students and Nicholas appeared in his mind. Was it right to ignore this? I don't owe Nicholas anything, but is it right to ignore this? Oscar remained still, not knowing what to do. But he remembered the oath he swore at the beginning. The oath he had taken when he first joined. I swear to be a proud member who will live, fight, and die for our name. What does it mean to be a proud member? Isn't it someone who fights for the pavilion and their peers? With a loud sigh, Oscar said, How can I say I'm a student of the Blue Ocean Pavilion if I abandon others? That would shame our name, and Master would definitely rebuke me as a criminal. At the very least, I can recover their bodies for a proper burial. Oscar took off his obsidian buckler from his back and fastened it on his arm. With a determined look, he stomped straight ahead to the Rust Cliffs. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 69. Search and Rescue. Deeper into the Huron Plains, the fields of golden grass were slowly fading away. Instead, there were fields of brownish-red ferns that covered the landscape. Within this field of dull red was Oscar, treading carefully. These ferns were thicker and longer than the clean golden grass. Oscar was worried that an enemy could be waiting or hiding inside. He observed his surroundings every step of the way. They said it was straight ahead, but I've seen nothing resembling cliffs. Just how far away are these Rust Cliffs? No beasts attacked Oscar on his way forward due to his diligence. Any hints of danger were avoided or waited out until they went away. Thankfully, Emily taught me a lot about how to mind my surroundings, Oscar said in relief. Who knows how often he would have been in trouble without Emily's teachings. Step by step, he trudged through the dense red fern that came nearly to his chest. The humid air dampened his clothes stuck to his back. Rather than walking across tall grass, it felt like swimming through a swamp. If the others died around here, it'll be hard to fight. Oscar's eyes widened. His next step did not touch any ground but only empty air. His body lost its balance and footing, falling forward straight down. Oscar realized that he was on the edge of a sharp cliff. With all his strength, Oscar dug his arm into the rocky cliff to stop his fall. Straight down were more red ferns. The height of this cliff was about 100 meters. The low visibility makes it hard for me to spot this. I didn't think I was on a cliff from the start. Oscar turned his head up to look forward and was struck speechless. Far in the distance were several hills of red. Unlike the usual round hills, These were flat and held up by nearly vertical cliffs on all sides. The red of the plants contrasted against the brown cliffs into an amazing image. A nice gale came forth, conducting an orchestra of movement from the red ferns on the flat hills and the ground below. They swayed around as if the hills were alive and welcoming Oscar. If there's anything I'm glad for as an Exalt, it would be seeing amazing and beautiful places such as this, Oscar muttered as the view took his breath away. Oscar quickly shook his head. I don't have time to be admiring this place. I need to find the others. In a swift series of moves, Oscar scaled down the cliff. Compared to the hellish task of climbing up and out of the hole during master's training, going down is child's play. The fern and grass bent and broke from Oscar's landing. If they went straight ahead like me, they should have come down here. There should be some traces of them around. If only Nicholas had told me more about his mission, it would be easier. The search commenced. From his landing point, Oscar searched 10 meters out in all directions, then 20 meters, then 30, and so on. This method is slow but efficient. Not a single nook or cranny was overlooked under Oscar's watchful gaze. Oscar found a spot that was devoid of red fern and grass. The dirt was overturned, and the plants were plucked out and tossed aside. In the center was a clutter of ash and charred branches. Oscar knelt and felt the ash with his fingers. A campfire, but very cold. They probably stopped here soon after arriving. Most likely a week ago when they departed. Oscar felt like the detective in the Red Hat book trying to deduce what happened. But where did they head to next? Oscar saw a mess everywhere but no clear indication of their destination. With the campsite as the start, Oscar employed the same method as earlier, branching out in all directions except where he came from. GRH, a large wolf-looking Exalt beast pounced on Oscar from behind. The entire time, it had waited in an ambush for any prey. Nice try. Oscar turned around to meet the beast. Reese awaken. For this detour rescue mission, Oscar lifted his ban on Reese and went all out. The obsidian buckler, empowered by Oscar's Reese and coated in iron, clashed against the beast's sharp teeth, creating sparks. Grew. The beast was confused that its sharp fangs could not puncture through Oscar's defense. Not only that, it was blown back. A spiked hyena. Oscar identified the creature. The Exalt beast was red, perfect for camouflage in this environment except for its black spikes. Its namesake was the line of spikes that protruded from its back like a porcupine. A middle apprentice Exalt, but quite a weak one. Don't get in my way. Oscar stared intimidatingly. His progress was already slow as it was. There was no time for this damned hyena. Unfazed by Oscar's aggressive posture, the spike hyena charged ahead, brandishing its thin, long, and sharp claws. Stone gaze. Oscar used his paralyzing spell for the first time in a while. The earlier battle against the rock Ankelon was for training his Einawaken in life or death, so he avoided using it. But against this Exalt beast, there was no need. The spike hyena froze in place, trembling in its efforts to break free. But Oscar had already made his move and used Einawaken in a split moment to concentrate his Ein. The spiked hyena's brain was reduced to mush in a single punch through the eye. The use of Einawaken allowed Oscar to recoup some loss of Ein and elevated his punch to a more potent move. Phew! Oscar breathed out discomfort from using Einawaken for that moment. The nearly headless spike hyena fell to the floor, creating a large puddle of blood. There's no time to take you apart, so I'll take your core. Oscar dug his hand into its chest and pulled out a red core with black lines before putting it away in his bag. This hyena probably just advanced to the middle apprentice Exalt realm. I thought the deeper regions had stronger beasts. Oscar wondered. Oh! The howls of other spike hyenas alarmed Oscar. He looked down at the blood on his hands and quickly escaped while washing them off. Shit, shit, shit. This one was just a scout. The heavy hitters are coming. Oscar reached in his bag and tossed away the recently acquired beast core. The other spiked hyenas would be able to find him by its scent. He rushed out of the scene. Long after he was gone, the beasts came forth. The spiked hyenas crowded around the corpse of its fallen comrade. Each of them had larger spikes than the dead hyena. The one with the largest spikes and the largest body found the discarded core and ate it, and surged around its body as it howled. The spikes grew slightly bigger and denser. This was the pack leader, a greater apprentice Exalt. It caught a whiff of Oscar's scent but did not decide to pursue him. The others began to eat their fallen comrade with a ravenous appetite. The dead hyena took Oscar's place as their meal. Far in the distance, Oscar was panting heavily. I should recover my Ein. Knowing the dangers ahead, he needed to be in his peak condition. His Ein fully recovered after a session of Ein meditation, returning Oscar's complexion to a healthier glow. Oscar looked up and around until he spotted the cliff where he came from. The cliff acted as a compass or north star for Oscar in this dense ocean of red. I traveled far, but at least I can still see the cliff. Where is Nicholas? The search continued with little result as Oscar ran around like a headless chicken. Could they have gone in deeper? Oscar wondered but soon shook his head. No, Nicholas is only a middle apprentice Exalt. Any deeper is a large risk, even for their group. From his count, Oscar knew Nicholas was in a group of 4. They would have taken a mission appropriate for them, not some suicide mission very deep in the Huron Plains. They have to be around here somewhere. Oscar did not give up and persisted as the 2 suns slowly set. He was getting anxious as this place would be far more dangerous at night. Oscar reached one of the other cliffs he spotted when he was hanging on the cliff. There was a large cave, but that was not what caught his attention. It was the patch of blue cloth that was stuck on its side. Oscar ran to the cloth and picked it up. This is a piece of the pavilion's uniform. It's semi-defensive clothing, but not that effective. It seems they ran into trouble. Oscar's face darkened. For the uniform to be torn like this did not bode well. Every student made sure to take care of their uniforms, for it was their pride, and there was no way a uniform would be damaged by accident. They were attacked. His gaze turned to the gaping mouth of the cavern. Due to the time of day, very little sunlight made its way inside. It was unclear how deep or large this cavern was. Should he head back? The safest action was to head back, send a message to the Blue Ocean Pavilion, and wait for them to handle the situation. However, the night was almost upon the Rust Cliffs. It was hard to avoid danger and find his way around the obscure plants, even during the day. There's no choice. Oscar cut off a thick, wrapped its tip in cloth, and poured oil onto it. He got this oil just in case he needed light in the night. With some flint, he set it on fire. With the makeshift torch in hand, Oscar bravely stepped into the cavern. The light of the fire extended well into the dark crevices, illuminating the surroundings. His pace was fast, and his eyes darted everywhere due to the time constraint. There was no telling what lurked in this cavern, so the priority was to find anything as fast as possible. Hello. The soft, quiet pleas for aid stopped him in his tracks. His face, full of pleasant surprise, looked everywhere before stopping on one spot. A hand was sticking out from behind a corner. Hold on, I'm coming, Oscar whispered, not wanting to cause alarm. He bolted and turned the corner to see a man fallen with blood covering his chest. His face was sickly pale, and his chin dyed in dried blood. Nicholas. The fallen, half-dead man was Nicholas, who Oscar saw a week ago. The person who had a lively face was reduced to this horrific state. Oh, Oscar, why? Nicholas looked half surprised and half relieved. I overheard that your group never came back since a week ago. What happened to you? Where are the others? They aren't here with you. Oscar hurriedly took out some bandages and medicine to help Nicholas. The others? Nicholas's already pale face turned even whiter like a ghost. He quivered in fear and grasped Oscar's shoulders with all his feeble strength. You have to run from here. It ate the others. This place is its storage, and we're all snacks. He gasped for breath and vomited blood from the pain in his chest. Calm down. What is it? What happened to you? Oscar tried to control Nicholas and calm him down. Nicholas's eyes teared up as he recalled the tragic few days. We were on a mission to get the egg of the rainbow Ditus. The intel on the mission board said it was in the Rust Cliffs of the Huron Plains. So I grouped up with 3 others and came here. Everything was fine at first. We were middle apprentice Exalts and 1 greater apprentice Exalt, so it was easy making our way here as long as we were careful. But it started when we found this cavern. The rainbow Ditus came out of the cavern and tried to fight us off. To our shock, it was a greater apprentice Exalt, and we fought with everything we had against it, driving it back into the caves. In the end, we won by overwhelming it with our numbers. Then it came. A second rainbow died us. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 70. Rainbow Didas. A second rainbow didas? Oscar exclaimed. I read that rainbow diduses are solitary beasts who only come together for mating season. If you were hunting for eggs, it's past that time. Unbelievable. Incomprehensible. For an unknown reason, these exalt beasts had somehow turned against their nature on their own. It's not like tamed beasts that follow their masters. These were wild beasts and true to their nature. It's true. This rainbow didas caught us off guard and immediately killed the greater apprentice Exalt. Then it charged and killed another one of us before we could react. The rainbow didas stopped, then looked over the corpse of the first, letting out a piercing scream. Then it glared at the rest of us. Nicholas coughed weakly before continuing. I don't know what happened, but I blacked out the next instant. I thought I was dead, but somehow I lived. I woke up in this place, next to my dead partners, with this wound on my chest. With what little medicine I had, I was able to slow down the bleeding. Wait, you said you were next to them, but now they're gone, and you mentioned this was a snack room. Oscar spoke in a trembling voice. Nicholas vomited again, even though there was nothing in his stomach. His eyes reflected sheer horror. We took our time getting here to take in the sights and explore a little before finding this cave 4 days ago. Every day since that battle, the sole rainbow didas would come in and eat one of us. Oscar nearly vomited. No wonder Nicholas was in such a state. It wasn't only the serious injuries on his body but also being right next to a monster eating his friends. It's coming. It's coming to kill and eat me. Leave right now, Oscar. You're no match for it. I'm already dead, so don't care about me. Run. Run right now. Nicholas talked as if he was going mad. Oscar wanted to retort, but a loud caw caught both of their attention. It's here. The chattering of Nicholas's teeth was so rapid and loud that his teeth might shatter into pieces. He was the next dish. Oscar looked at the haggard and trembling Nicholas with pity, his fists clenched with anger. There's no choice. Wait here, Nicholas. I'll be back. Oscar's obsidian eyes stared dead ahead as he strode out. His face was fiery with passion and resolve. Oscar, don't. Nicholas tried to move, but his legs gave out, not letting him get up. He could only watch helplessly as Oscar's body disappeared behind the corner. Step, step, step. Oscar's feet moved slowly and calmly. His heart beat still, and his mind was amazingly clear. This sensation was weird and extended all over his body and mind. It was the same feeling when he fought against Greg and Philip. In his hands were all the oil from his bag and his makeshift torch that was still in flames. Oscar tossed the oil all over the cavern and then threw his torch. The oil erupted into flames. These flames were everywhere around Oscar, who stood undisturbed by them. Stomp. In the distance, toward the direction of the entrance, a large figure stepped into the light of the fires. This creature was twice as tall as Oscar. It was covered in wonderful rainbow feathers that would be the perfect gift for a beautiful girl. It had 2 large wings on its side but was unable to fly. The most intimidating aspects were its large talons that supported its tall body through its trunk-like legs. But perhaps the most dangerous of all was its large beak that took up half of its head that lay on top of its long neck. The rainbow didas. This large flightless bird looked at Oscar with menacing eyes like a predator and cawed, surging its eye out. A middle apprentice Exalt. The power I feel from you is similar to Philip's but slightly less. There was no doubt that this creature was also near entering the greater apprentice Exalt realm. The large talons of the rainbow didas stepped forward. The Exalt beast was ready to tear Oscar apart. I understand. Just as humans hunt down beasts, there is nothing wrong with beasts hunting down humans. A book I read earlier mentioned the survival of the fittest, and in the end you were the stronger one. Thus you survived. Oscar also stepped forward. As the two came close, Oscar stared at its glaring blue eyes. But in that regard, just because you took revenge for your fallen companion doesn't mean I can't take revenge for mine. Oscar's blue eye burst out, and the air and cavern trembled from the clash of their eyes. Die! Nicholas struggled to get up. The second rainbow didas was at the peak of middle apprentice Exalt. There was no way for Oscar to win. Shit! Having stumbled back, face first, to the ground, his body quivered in pain. His eyes caught a pouch laid to the side. Opening it, he saw more medicine and bandages. That guy, Nicholas recalled when he first met Oscar. A simple grade 4 boy who disregarded his advice and declared he would be a great Exalt. Hee. Nicholas chuckled weakly. He's already pretty great. The way Oscar stood tall and bravely stepped out to avenge him and the others. The nerves of steel he showed as he set out to meet the Rainbow Didas. Nicholas admired him. How can Nicholas fall behind if his junior could be so dauntless, so fearless? Hope and strength returned to his eyes as his quaking stopped. There was no time to be afraid, no time to give up. Nicholas' mind was set. Hang on. I'll join you as soon as I recover. Nicholas closed his eyes in meditation. How can he give up while Oscar puts his life on the line? Swish. The great talon of the Rainbow Didas cut cleanly through the air, but Oscar dodged it and responded with a buckler to its chest. Rainbow Didas swung its head like a whip due to its long neck. Its great beak created sparks against Oscar's obsidian buckler, showcasing its incredible hardness. It wasn't just hard but also strong. Oscar was forced back and almost crashed into the cavern walls. It was expected from an Exalt beast near the greater apprentice Exalt realm. Oscar dusted himself off and looked warily at the Rainbow Didas. The exchange confirmed the strengths of this beast. Its talons weren't that fast, but the flexible neck and beak were the opposite and versatile. That confirms what the creature report recorded. His eyes surged and formed his partner, the blue deer anima. His face tensed slightly from using Ein Awaken to minimize the Ein for its existence. The blue deer anima stared at Oscar. Its pure blue eyes were full of resolve and preparedness. I certainly can't defeat this creature alone. I don't know if we can kill it together, but it's a better chance. Let's fight together. Oscar and his anima readied themselves. The only times he fought seriously with his anima were against Greg and Mary. Against Greg, his anima was a last-ditch effort. Against Mary, Oscar ended the fight before his anima could even do anything. But this time, Oscar and his anima were fighting as partners, together from start to end. The blue deer anima grunted in agreement and excitement. It was finally time for it to fight with its master. The caverns shook with the stomps of the Rainbow Didas as it approached them. Oscar and his anima split off in two directions to confuse the Rainbow Didas, leaving it staggered for a moment while it tried to decide who to chase. It eyed the two intruders. One was blue but in a beastly form, while the other was the same as those that killed its beloved. The choice was obvious. It would tear apart Oscar. The clumsy and powerful strut of the Rainbow Didas did not scare Oscar. His mind was clear, and his eyes focused. Once again, the beast readied his head and whipped its beak toward Oscar. Reese Awaken. Oscar's Reese-empowered buckler, wrapped in blue Ein, slammed against the diamond-like beak. Instead of being blown away, Oscar held his ground, letting out a strained voice. The thought of using Floating Mountain came to mind, but he scratched that off because there was one move that would be much more effective. His blue deer anima burst forth with great speed due to the Ein collected in its feet, brandishing its antlers forward like a spear. Then the Ein flowed from its feet to the antlers, increasing its potency. The Rainbow Didas could not react in time. The antlers slammed into its exposed side. Although it was a heavy creature, it was still forcibly moved to the side. Oscar noticed that the antlers didn't puncture through its body as he had hoped. It was more like a blunt wooden object slamming into someone's stomach. Oscar tried to follow up, but the Rainbow Didas sensed Oscar's intent on going for its eyes, retracted its head, and whipped out at the deer anima. However, Oscar was one step ahead. The Ein collected back into his anima's feet as it leaped away. Now it was Oscar's turn to follow up. Oscar was not at the level of moving by himself and controlling the Ein in his anima simultaneously. The strategy was to attack through the gaps. If the Rainbow Didas went for Oscar, then the deer anima would strike and vice versa. Once the Rainbow Didas came for either of them, Oscar would block it or the anima would dodge. This way, Oscar only has to focus on one of them rather than carelessly trying to move both. He aimed for the legs of the Rainbow Didas, but this time, the creature was ready because the anima wasn't bothering it and swiped its talon to block Oscar. After a fierce clash, Oscar backed off. No wonder a greater apprentice Rainbow Didas took 4 people to bring down. It's incredibly tough. The rock ankylon's scales weren't this hard. The creatures deeper inside the Huron plains were truly on a different level. Crack. Oscar was stunned and looked at his obsidian buckler. It was very thin and small, but a crack had formed on its smooth surface. The beak is that hard? Oscar muttered in dismay. He planned to wear it down with the alternating blows from him and his anima, but that was contingent on him being able to block the rainbow Ditus so his anima had the chance to attack. His mind strained to figure out what to do, but the rainbow Ditus began to act strangely. What the hell? The rainbow Ditus crouched low and dug its head closer to its torso like a sheathed blade. As the ground under its talons began to crack, Oscar realized what it was trying to do. Shit! The Ein quickly gathered on his anima's feet, more than before. But the rainbow Ditus kicked off the ground with tremendous force, leaving behind a mess of rubble, as its head extended out fully with its beak pointed straight. It was like a bolt being shot out of a ballista. Oscar's anima kicked off, trying to dodge as fast as possible. The cavern walls behind its original position collapsed from the piercing bolt of the rainbow Ditus. Hook! Oscar spat out some blood. His anima was missing an antler. Although his anima dodged with all its speed and Ein, it wasn't enough. It shouldn't be able to recover that fast from its own attack. Oscar clenched his teeth and dashed out. He leaped up above the pile of rubble, saw the rainbow Ditus in the center, and prepared to slam down with all his might. He was right that the rainbow Ditus was a little staggered by its headbutt technique. With all the buildup, it required a moment to recover. However, that did not mean it was defenseless. It could still move two things that were not involved in its previous move. A blur of rainbow extended out at Oscar without warning and was fast. Sensing the danger, Oscar tightened his body close to his buckler and invoked steel scales for extra protection. One rainbow blur slammed into his shield while the other swiped close to his head. His body was flung across the air. The deer anima came to Oscar's rescue and softened his landing. Cough. Thanks for the save. Oscar panted with a relieved face, but that soon twisted from intense pain. Drip drip. Blood started flowing down the left side of Oscar's head. Oscar felt something warm in his ear and reached his hand to feel it. But there was no feeling. My ear. His left ear was gone. There was only a mess of blood in its place. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 71. A mutation, feeling of 1. His left ear was gone, torn off by whatever attacked Oscar. He stumbled a little because of the loss of balance caused by missing an ear. Clinging to his anima, Oscar soon regained his bearings and managed to get up. What is this? For some reason, everything seemed to quiet down. The rocks rumbling, the echoes expanding, his anima's cries. Their sounds were getting lower until they were half as audible. Oscar vomited. The strange balance and warped hearing were too much, and he could only throw up in response. Took a moment to calm down. Finally, sound returned to normal. What was that attack? Oscar wondered. He looked at the pile of rubble in astonishment. There were two beautiful rainbow wings extended out above the rocks. They were like pieces of art sculptures on display. These wings were the culprit of Oscar's missing ear. How can those wings be so long? Rainbow diduses are supposed to be flightless birds due to their weight and short wings. These are 2 to 3 times longer than average. Oscar was dumbstruck at the oddity. The rainbow Ditus crawled out of the rubble and stared at Oscar and his anima with ravenous eyes. It knew it was only a matter of time before it could feast on him. Oscar stared back and thought it was strange. The behavior of this creature was off. It's not solitary and grouped up with another rainbow Ditus. It used that charging attack which was never recorded. Finally, it has long wings. Is this really a rainbow Ditus? He reflected on everything he had read and expanded on the behavior of all Exalt beasts. Then the answer came to Oscar. A mutant Exalt beast? That is ridiculous. Exalt beasts were very fixed in their suitable environments, fighting tactics, and features. But very rarely, a mutation can occur when an Exalt beast is born. A mutated Exalt beast is said to be different from its peers in many ways. It is rumored that a mutated Exalt beast is a king of its species and will surely rise to the top of its race with its unique advantages if it doesn't die. This rainbow Ditus was certainly a mutation. Shit, what do I do? Oscar muttered in exasperation. A mutated Exalt beast was riddled with unknown factors that no amount of knowledge or books could help against. He already paid the price with his ear for believing it was enough. Bump. He felt a slight nudge to his side. His anima bumped him to stop Oscar from panicking. The overwhelming emotions from Oscar were spilling into it, so it acted. You're right. It's only 2 more things it can do. It doesn't matter if it's a mutant or not. Let's win this. Oscar charged straight ahead with his anima by his side. The rainbow Didus readied itself again for its deadly piercing blow. The reason it was capable of this was due to its springy legs that allowed it to get that speedy burst. This springiness of these legs was unlike normal rainbow Diduses with solid, heavy legs, another part of its mutation. Boom! A blur of rainbow colors raced through the air. Oscar and his anima split to dodge, barely able to evade the rainbow torpedo. But the force of the rainbow Didus's attack, whizzed by Oscar's side, staggered him, nearly tripping him off his feet. His head began to ring persistently like an alarm that could not be turned off. The attack passed by his side with the missing ear, so it confounded what remained of his eardrums. This is nothing. Oscar toughed it out and continued onward. From his observations, the rainbow Didus needed to recover for a moment after using this attack, so it had no choice but to employ its wings as the last defense. Sensing Oscar and his anima closing in while it was immobile, the rainbow Didus unleashed its wings to cut them apart, sending a chaotic wind everywhere. The rainbow wings swiped away but did not hit a single target. The two were able to evade the sharp wings with little effort. That only worked before due to the element of surprise. Don't think the same trick will work twice. Oscar clenched his buckler tightly and dealt a powerful blow to the rainbow Didus's back. The creature let out a screech of pain, but it was not over. Oscar's anima stepped forward and swung its antlers, overflowing with Ein, into the exposed side. Buckler, antlers, buckler, antlers. Oscar and his anima alternated their attacks. Every time Oscar attacked, he used Reese Awaken, but each time his anima attacked, he used Ein Awaken to gather Ein to strengthen its antlers and to recover. It was not doable before because he had to focus on dodging the rainbow Didus, but now it was dazed for a moment. Oscar had the leeway to use Ein Awaken to recover while his anima attacked. Damn, how tough is this bastard? Oscar and his anima retreated as the rainbow Didus regained mobility and crushed out of the rubble. Its eyes were bloodshot. Anger and humiliation coursed through its mind as these two ant-like enemies made a mockery of it. Meanwhile, Oscar was coughing up blood from overusing both Awaken. The constant shifting from Reese Awaken to his inexperienced Ein Awaken had overstressed his body and mind. Although I'm making sure to keep within my time limits, using them multiple times in succession is harsh, but dumpa. With one ear gone and his surroundings only half audible, his heart's rapid beating was more profound. It was like loud, big, and fast echoes from within that made him feel sick, like having a hangover. The rainbow Didus did not allow Oscar to recover as it crouched again to rev up. Oscar and his anima immediately tried to dodge, but Oscar was horrified to see that the blur of colors was larger. Crash. A mess of blood splurted from Oscar's shoulder. He ran as fast as possible and even used steel scales at the last moment, but something sharp made its way past. But that was not all. His anima was unable to evade in time and was completely cut in half, shattering it into pieces and sent back to Oscar's inner space. The complete destruction of his anima sent an immense backlash to Oscar. The searing pain in his core made him drop to the floor, gasping for breath and choking on blood. His voice was shot. The pain was spreading. But Oscar willed himself back to his feet, clutching his injured shoulder, which would have been cut cleanly off if not for the use of steel scales. He needed to understand to confirm what had occurred. 2 large cracks extended outward from the center of the collapsed cavern walls. In those cracks, Oscar spotted the rainbow wings lodged inside. It charged out with its wings extended out. No wonder this wound is closer to a cut. Taking advantage of this time, Oscar entered Ein meditation to recover as much as possible. There was no point in attacking the rainbow Didus in his current state. It was a race against time to recover as much as possible. Oscar used the Aether Stone to get purified Ein, which rejuvenated his exhausted core. The rainbow Didas recovered and looked at Oscar, who stopped meditating. It saw the wound on his shoulder and his slightly pale face, but it was not happy. It had felt its wings tearing into something, but the wound was not as big as it wished. Whoosh! A black disc flew toward the rainbow Didas, who smacked it away with its wing. It had no impact and was flung helplessly away. Suddenly, the disc returned to Oscar, and he threw it again toward the rainbow Didas. He finally used his buckler's hidden mechanism that allowed it to become a ranged weapon. At the same time, he started running around in retreat. There was not a hint of Ein nor Reese coursing into the buckler. Ein awakened. Oscar began to recover his Ein as he moved and threw the buckler to annoy the rainbow Didas. Of course, he could not use it continuously and only did it in short bursts. This did make him unable to use Reese Awaken for his attacks since it would be a waste. I have to buy time. The destruction of my anima was too much of a hit to my core and Ein. Oscar kept running around to prevent the rainbow Didas from being able to target it with its charge. The rainbow Didas grew increasingly irritated at the soft blows of the buckler like a gnat flying around its ear. It cawed furiously and stomped at Oscar, intent on destroying this ant. But Oscar had sidestepped the rainbow Didas with fast speed. Though the rainbow Didas was a mutated Exalt beast and had that unnatural bullet-like attack, Oscar was capable of avoiding its normal attacks. Eventually, he would have to attack. Otherwise, the rainbow Didas would recover from the damages it suffered. His and his anima's attacks could not break through, but they were building up. Swish, swipe. The fierce talons and beak of the rainbow Didas kept missing Oscar by a hair. The immense pressure felt like weights on his back, similar to his time in the Abyss prison. Crash. A part of the floor caved in from its beak, but Oscar evaded again. But instead of moving on, he stood firm. His anima appeared next to him, having recovered from its previous destruction. It gazed at the rainbow Didas with a vengeful look. The boy and the deer stood tall, defiant, and resolute in the face of the intimidating rainbow Didas. Crack. The rainbow Didas's talons cracked on the floor with immense force. These two had hurt its pride again and again. It moved forward and began to flail its wings in a swiping motion like two deadly swords. Oscar and his anima dodged together instead of splitting up like before. The previous encounters made it clear that splitting up and trying to whittle the beast down was taking too long. He feared that Nicholas might not have time and desperately needed to take him to seek medical attention. I need more power. But what? Oscar wondered as he and his anima continued to evade the furious slashes of the rainbow Didas's wings. But suddenly, he felt his back land on something hard. He tried to evade as much as possible, but the rainbow Didas had cornered him to the cavern wall. Before he could escape, the wings of the rainbow Didas had spread around like a cage as it lifted its beak, ready to stab it forward. There was no escape. Go to the side, and the wings will slice down, slowing him down for its counter. Go under, and its talons will force him back. There was only one option. Go head to head. There was no time to think as the rainbow Didas's killing blow came closer. But Oscar's body moved. Without the mind to guide it, there was only the instinct that compelled it to do something. His anima went along. The buckler and antlers moved together in the same motion to strike at the beak side. Unexpectedly, the Ein flowed more freely into both of them. In a burst of blue, Oscar's Ein collected and concentrated in their buckler and antlers. Slam. The rainbow Didas didn't know what had occurred. It felt great pain in its head as if a hammer smashed the inside of its skull. Suddenly, these two weaklings struck with more power than ever before, staggered back. Meanwhile, Oscar was breathing as though he had just run a marathon. What just happened? Somehow he managed to attack together with his anima with concentrated Ein at the same time. He looked at his dear anima in wonder. At that moment it felt like you and I were the same. You are a part of me. But this was a different feeling. Oscar thought back to that previous strike. His anima had made the motions as himself. Let's give that another try. Oscar and his anima charged ahead to the staggered rainbow Didas. It let out a flurry of strikes to deter them. However, Oscar and his anima stopped. His anima swiped its antlers down as Oscar bashed his buckler in the same motion. They targeted the same spot together. Both shined with blue Ein as it clashed against the wing of the rainbow Didas, blowing it back and knocking out some feathers. Caw, so that's how it works. Oscar smiled. Even though they could not effectively coordinate individual attacks, attacking as one provided a glimmer of hope. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 72. The Battle's End. The combination attack of Oscar and his anima was unlike any of the attacks so far. The synchronized movement of Oscar and the anima made it so that Oscar didn't need to try to move two things simultaneously. It was all one motion, two beings acting as one, that allowed him to do simultaneous Ein concentration on both attacks as they landed in the same spot. The double attack of Ein was especially hurtful to the Rainbow Didus. No need for any thoughts, only a singular motive to hit one target. Though I would have liked to have done more complex movements, this is straightforward and easier. With attacks finally having more effect on the Rainbow Didus, Oscar gained the initiative and used more of his arsenal. As the Rainbow Didus tried to do something, its eyes stared maliciously at Oscar, but that was a mistake. Suddenly froze momentarily, then was suddenly released. Stone gaze. Oscar finally used his spell to catch the Rainbow Didus off guard. He did not use it earlier because the Rainbow Didus's head attacks and movements kept its eyes constantly on the move. But now that it has been shaken, it did not have the same liveliness to its movements, giving Oscar the opportunity. The stone gaze only lasted for a duration of a split second because Oscar cancelled it prematurely. But that split second was enough to confuse the Rainbow Didus more. Oscar matched movements with his anima and bashed straight into the stupefied Rainbow Didus's chest, forcing out a high-pitched caw of pain. Realizing the bad situation it had landed itself into, the Rainbow Didus spun around furiously to defend itself and backed away. Do I use Ein Awaken for my next blows? I might make it worse for myself. Oscar was already beginning to feel the consequences of Ein Awaken. There was pain at the edges of his mind. I should have fought against more rock ankylons or others. But the purpose of this trip was for my anima. If Oscar continued battling against opponents with the use of Ein Awaken like he did with Draven, he would be in a better position right now. All or nothing. Let's finish this with Ein Awaken attacks. Oscar and his anima chased after the Rainbow Didus. The Rainbow Didus crouched immediately, sending chills down Oscar's spine. In this situation, it still decided to use its double-edged move. As one, Oscar mounted his anima and focused the Ein on its hooves. In a burst of speed, they retreated far as the bolting rainbow passed right by them. Even the extended wings were unable to clip them. Strange, why is it making such a risky move? It displayed quite a bit of intelligence, so it should know that leaving itself open against my empowered attacks. Oscar thought. The situation felt odd. Thinking of the previous exchanges against this mutated Rainbow Didus, it always had a trick up its sleeve. Oscar maintained a good distance away, wary of the unknown. His cautiousness was well warranted as the Rainbow Didus bolted again toward him. Impossible! Oscar hastily dodged, this time by a very small margin. He felt all the hairs on his body straighten up from the chilly breeze that went by. After crashing again, the Rainbow Didus launched itself again in quick succession. Bam, bam, bam. There was no rest. Oscar hastily dodged one charge after another. Each one was getting quicker and nearly grazed him. How is it keeping this up? Oscar was confused, but the answer soon came as a splash of blood landed on him. It was not his as it had the smell of the beast. It's breaking itself apart. That extreme charge of the Rainbow Didus was powerful but made it immobile due to extreme exertion. But right now, the Rainbow Didus forced itself to keep charging without pause. Due to that, its body that should have rested after each charge was instead tearing itself apart from overuse. The Rainbow Didus had no choice but to do this against Oscar. It knew that since Oscar's attacks had become far more effective, it was only a matter of time before this scurry rat would whittle it down. This was its last hurrah, its last bid for survival. Either it breaks down first or it kills Oscar. As if its last prayer was heard, its gamble paid off. The sharp metal-like beak finally landed. Shit, Oscar tried his best, but he couldn't evade it forever. He had hoped to continue until the Rainbow Didus's body broke down from the consequences of overuse. In a split second, he ducked as low as possible with his buckler, surged Ein into it and activated steel scales. He positioned himself at an angle to try and deflect away from this devastating attack. Crash. The cavern rumbled as the damage to its walls finally made an entire section of it collapse. Oscar's figure was sent flying until landing harshly on the ground. He tumbled and rolled across the uneven and rocky cavern floor. Cough! Oscar sat himself down with a heavy face. His buckler was cracked all over and on the verge of breaking apart. His anima's antlers were also caught in the attack and were missing. Move! Move! I need to move! But before he could, the rainbow Didus charged again. It felt it had clipped onto Oscar but did not feel itself tearing through flesh. This time it would skewer Oscar and stick him onto the cavern walls. Gritting his teeth, Oscar prepared to meet this head-on. However, something grabbed him from behind and pushed him aside. It was Nicholas. His pale face smiled as he brought his hands up. There was no time to run, and he only had enough space to push Oscar out of the way. Nicholas could only confront this directly. Grade 1 Wind Barrier. A great force of wind gathered around Nicholas, forming a sphere of swirling air. This defensive spell had all of Nicholas's recovered Ein into it. The wind exploded out from the center of the collision, creating echoes that resounded through the hollow caverns. For a moment, the rainbow Didus's charge was faltering. But to Nicholas's resigned look, the beak of the rainbow Didus broke past his wall of wind. As the beak neared his chest, he sighed and weakly smiled. Stab. The rainbow Didus stabbed Nicholas and continued but did not crash on the rocks. Its momentum had completely died down. Its body was cut and bleeding all over. Feathers were ruffled and unkempt. Unlike its previous beautiful look, its sharp talons were dulled, and some had broken off. The rainbow Didus opened its eyes to look at its kill. It felt its beak puncturing through flesh and knew it had hit its mark. If a beast could express surprise, this would be it. Its bloodshot eyes snapped as wide as possible. The person it stabbed was not the one it had been fighting all this time. Nicholas choked on his blood but shouted with all his might, "Dio it!" The rainbow Didus felt a shadow come above it. It desperately tried to move, but it could not. Breaking through the wind barrier in its torn body had sapped nearly everything out of it. It had let its guard down. The taste of flesh made it think it was victorious, but that was not so. The feeling of death came over the rainbow Didus as the shadow came closer. It was Oscar and his anima. They saw Nicholas step in and sacrifice himself. They leaped over right after the charge ended to avoid letting this chance go to waste. A bright flame of blue Ein collected onto Oscar's fist and his anima's antlers. Ein awaken! The rainbow Didus moved without care for its self-inflicted injuries, and Nicholas sacrificed himself without hesitation. So, Oscar no longer hesitated. Foregoing the risks, he concentrated all the Ein on his attack with the aid of Ein awaken and absorbed more Ein to add to the blow. But this wasn't the end of it. Oscar roared out. He didn't know what he was doing, just relying on pure instinct. Reese awaken! Reese flowed upward into his buckler. His eyes were strained while his face was riddled with veins. The mix of Ein awaken and Reese awaken combined into a deadly force. This dual awaken held incredible power but tore into Oscar's body and mind. But he did not falter. He brought out everything to destroy this rainbow Didus. Bam! From above, they slammed down all their might onto the tough, flexible neck of the rainbow Didus. Oscar let out a disgruntled roar. The rainbow Didus, caught in suffering and agony, felt its neck splitting apart until it finally gave way. Its head tore off its body in a bloody mess as its blue eyes dimmed with its mind fading. This mutant Exalt beast, this rainbow Didus with a bright future. It lay in a pool of blood that dyed its beautiful vibrant colors a deep dark red. Splurt! Oscar spat out some blood, and his eyes were bleeding. His heart was pounding, ready to tear itself apart. The backlash from Dual Awaken affected him severely. Good job, Nicholas! Ignoring the pain, Oscar freed the man with a hole in his gut and put him gently on the floor. Looking over these wounds, Oscar felt there was no hope. If his body was still intact, something could have worked like the time with the night raptor's blood. But not for this gigantic hole. Everything inside had been blown away into mush. There was no saving him. Oscar racked his head for an answer. Don't bother. I don't even feel pain anymore. This is it for me, Nicholas weakly said. Why did you do that? Why did you come here? Oscar was silent. Nicholas looked at his junior and said, "You had no reason to try to save me, but you came anyway. I'm just repaying the favor." Cough, cough. I was just a trashy grade 2. I said I'd become a great Exalt, but I gave up early and was fine simply doing nothing. I can see from how you fought that it wasn't a matter of elixirs or Exalsia. All my words were fluff, but I never truly gave it a shot. But to fight here and save you, that is the most worthwhile thing I've done in all my 3 years. I've never felt like a true Exalt, but I do now. Nicholas stared straight into Oscar's eyes. Oscar listened and hung on to every word. Don't give up as I did. Maybe you'll start thinking like me in the future, but don't falter. Live your best life. His eyes were fading as they struggled to stay open. Oscar put his hand on Nicholas's eyes to allow them respite. You don't need to struggle. I've heard everything you've said. We might not have known each other well, but I do believe you were a great Exalt. Oscar spoke truly. Ha ha ha. Nicholas weakly chuckled with tears flowing down and then sighed. I wish I had visited my family to see them one last time. With the last of his words, Nicholas let out his final breath. Thank you, Nicholas, my senior. I hope that you rest well. Oscar closed his eyes in a moment of silence to honor his fallen comrade. I will make sure that you are returned to your family. I swear. Oscar also fell unconscious. This battle against the rainbow Didas had pushed him beyond his limits. After a while, Oscar awoke, returned to the bag he left behind, and took out his uniform jacket, placing it over Nicholas to cover him. Oscar's anima came to him and whined sadly. You fought well. I couldn't have done it without you. Oscar looked over the corpse of the rainbow Didas before continuing deeper into the caverns. It was dark, but Oscar knew there was no other creature here. The 2 rainbow Diduses would have made sure of that. In his sight, Oscar saw something sparkling. It was like the twinkling of many stars of different colors. The objects had an oval shape and seemed full of life. The eggs of the rainbow Didas. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 73, Aftermath. The eggs of the rainbow Didas. The goal of Nicholas's mission. They were smaller than Oscar expected, only at the size of his head. But they glimmered like jewels with the many colors that adorned their surface. If they were sold as trinkets, they would certainly be sold for a high price, though the unsuspecting buyer would be shocked to have an Exalt beast hatch out of it. Oscar picked one up and eyed it with wonder. It was lucky that there were 2 eggs. One could be used to complete the mission, while the other was useful for himself. According to the records, the egg of a rainbow Didas carried special properties that strengthened the body and were a special tonic of Ein. This egg was a godsend for a grade for such as Oscar, who required more Ein to advance and was slower in absorbing it. With no hesitation, he cracked open the top of the egg carefully. He didn't want to lose a single drop. There was a bright yellow liquid, though it was closer to a mucus. In time, this would have formed into a baby rainbow Didas, but right now it was a prized treasure. Gulp. Oscar brought the opening to his lips and drank. His eyes shot open from how delicious it tasted. It had a soft, milky texture and bursting with a mellow, sweet taste. Delicious! He could not help but exclaim. The egg quickly became a hollow shell as Oscar emptied its contents into his stomach. Wiping his mouth, Oscar felt a surge of Ein invigorate his weary body. He felt his body becoming stronger, an effect of the rainbow Didas egg. His body trembled from its transformation. With this increased physical strength, the power of his reawaken would surely rise. But that was not the end. The Ein from the egg exploded inside. He quickly took out the Aetherstone to purify it even more. He felt his core spinning and hungrily devouring the Ein. He did not actively meditate to advance, so his core was starved. He felt his own Ein increasing, and his power as a middle apprentice Exalt was on the rise. Unfortunately, this was not enough for him to advance into the greater apprentice Exalt. I've improved significantly. With this, perhaps I'll be able to become a greater apprentice Exalt before half the year's over. Oscar was overjoyed with himself. He took away the other egg and returned to the site of the battle. The flames were dim and dying out. It's completely dark outside. It's safer to stay here. Oscar put together a makeshift bed and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Oscar was fully dressed in his pavilion uniform. His bag was slightly heavier with the materials he gathered from the rainbow Didas. Its large beak that stuck out like a sore thumb was the most prominent. In his arms was a body wrapped up in the big red leaves he found. Just wait a little longer. I'll bring you back. Oscar held up Nicholas's wrapped body with care, rushing out and beelined for the cliff where he came from. Finding the cliff in the distance was simple with the light of day. His feet moved fast and without pause. There was danger in staying in this place with the many other Exalt beasts lurking inside that may want to take Oscar's goods. However, this was the break of dawn, so the nocturnal ones were starting to sleep, and the daytime beasts were only starting to awake. Without any issues, Oscar arrived at the base of the cliff and climbed it, tying Nicholas's body on his shoulders. The extra weight did not bother Oscar, who was physically stronger thanks to the rainbow Didas egg. In a few hours, he made it back to the gates of Tufal City with ease. The guards looked at Oscar with wary eyes as they noticed the body he was carrying. "Who are you?" they shouted. "This is Blue Ocean Pavilion business. Send them this message. Let my comrade rest." Oscar showed his badge and passed a piece of paper to him. The guards took the message, reporting the incident to their superiors. However, they still held Oscar at the gates until further notice. Oscar waited patiently until the air trembled. "Let the boy pass. I'll accommodate him," the old Exalt smiled. He was a middle-aged man with some white streaks in his hair. He had a homely smile that made one feel welcome. "City Lord." The guards quickly bowed and did not lift their heads. The City Lord of Tufal, Adam Neilman, was a greater knight Exalt. His strength was well regarded as one of the best, so he was stationed in Tufal as its protector and leader. Oscar also bowed and spoke. "I thank you for your hospitality. Can you please take care of my friend's body?" "Of course. I am a graduate of the Blue Ocean Pavilion as well. I will take care of my juniors. Come with me." He grabbed Oscar and flew off, leaving the guards starstruck. In a flash, they arrived in the biggest building in the center of Tufal City, the abode of the City Lord. Adam led Oscar inside, directing his attendants to prepare a room and breakfast for his guest. "Let my attendants know if you need anything. I have a room ready for you." "Thank you. I'll only be staying until people from the pavilion arrive. After that, I will be returning to the Huron Plains." Oscar bowed. "Oh, were you not on a mission with this fellow? I thought you would return to the pavilion," Adam asked. "No, I am here for training and have taken 3 months' leave. I saw my friend here on a mission and heard later that they had run into trouble. I tried to save him but failed." Adam praised. "You risked your life even though it wasn't your mission. That is respectable. I will not bother you any longer and will let you have your rest. I have other work to attend to." He left soon after. In his new room at the City Lord's palace, Oscar put down his bag and began to eat the breakfast on his table. The attendants had taken Nicholas's body elsewhere, and Adam took his message to send it out. 2 days passed as Oscar continued living as a guest. During that time, he focused on meditation and living a simple life not to bother anyone. He felt uncomfortable with the attendants constantly asking him about his needs. This simple yet uncomfortable life finally stopped. Oscar was summoned by Adam and entered his office. Adam had a stack of papers on his table that went up to the ceiling, but papers were flying everywhere and moved into different files and folders. His stern yet warm eyes looked at Oscar, who entered. "The dispatch from the pavilion will be arriving soon. They'll want to meet you and me. Make sure to mind your manners." "I understand." Oscar looked around. "Where is Nicholas?" The attendants brought in a coffin, where Nicholas's body was placed. It preserved and prevented any further deterioration of his corpse. Oscar glanced at the coffin with a complicated look. He reached in his bag and pulled out the core of the rainbow Didas he had slain. "As my thanks, I offer this core to the City Lord. As the core of a mutant Exalt beast, it should be worth quite a lot." The word mutant caught Adam's attention. He eyed the core with eagerness and did not hesitate to take it. Any common core of an apprentice Exalt beast would not catch his eye, but a mutant one was of great interest to alchemists and fabricators who loved researching these things. "I will accept this. Let me know if you need anything." The City Lord smiled, thinking about the huge profit he had earned today. Adam looked at Oscar with glee and knew his actions were correct. By taking in this student and caring for Nicholas's body, the pavilion will surely reward him or offer him more accolades. Now, this core from the student was the cherry on top. Of course, it was only a matter of course that the student should offer something. Adam had struck gold today. Oscar internally sighed. Although the city lord treated him nicely, that was only to the extent of being from the Blue Ocean Pavilion. It would be rude if he did not offer anything. Otherwise, his treatment may change. They're here. One of the attendants came in and said respectfully. Adam and Oscar went down to the main hall, where an elder of the Blue Ocean Pavilion was waiting for them. Next to the elder was a judge of the pavilion. Primary elder. Your presence here brightens up all of Tufal. Adam bowed in reverence, followed by Oscar. Bring him. The primary elder went straight to work. Oscar stepped forward with Nicholas's coffin and said, "This is my friend." Nicholas, the primary elder, looked at Oscar. "Child, tell us what happened." Oscar recounted how he learned about Nicholas's imminent danger and the rainbow ditus. The judge recorded all of Oscar's words. Rainbow diduses living together, a mutant rainbow ditus, and the deaths of 4 students. The primary elder had a dark expression. "I found their badges here." Oscar handed the badges over, which the judge took. "And here is the rainbow ditus's egg. Please bury Nicholas in his home to be near his family." The primary elder nodded. "For this you shall receive the full payout of the mission, and I will ensure the boy is put to rest in his home." Next, he turned to Adam. "You have the mutant core, don't you? Hand it over. I will compensate you 2 times. Adam felt a little aggrieved. He was hoping to sell this off in an auction and make the most profit, but the stern look from the primary elder cut off all retreats. He handed over the mutant core with a heavy heart. "I will be taking my leave now. Don't let this get you down, child. Continue striving and working for the pavilion." Before the elder could depart, Oscar asked, "May I have one request?" "What is it?" Normally, the elder wouldn't entertain a student, but this student showed exemplary behavior. "My armament is nearly destroyed. May I ask the elder to bring this and the rainbow ditus's beak to the foundry? I will pay with rewards from this mission to remake my buckler with the beak." His buckler was in a nearly shattered condition, barely hanging together. However, now there was an opportunity to strengthen it with the hard beak that caused him so much trouble. "Very well, this is no bother to me. I will take them to the foundry. You may retrieve it when you're back." The primary elder took the cracked buckler and the beak. He and the judge soon departed. After the guests left, Adam asked Oscar, "So are you leaving?" "I have already packed. Thank you for your hospitality." Oscar could tell Adam had a hint of irritation in his tone, like Frederick when annoyed. He wanted to get out of there before any trouble happened. As Oscar left, Adam muttered, "Damn it, I missed a great profit." Oscar's business in Tufal wasn't finished. He went to his usual places to sell what he gathered from the rainbow ditus. They all happily accepted while paying Oscar a large sum. Oscar wasted no time returning to the golden lands of Huron Plains. Compared to the red, grand rust cliffs, the Huron Plains were like a paradise. His blue deer anima manifested next to him with a loud grunt. "We have 2 months left. Let's make the most of this time." The anima let out a shrill cry in agreement. The two stepped out onto the golden plains. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 74, Home. Sandwiched between 2 wide plains of golden grass was a deep blue river, flowing slow and lazy, unbothered by anything outside its borders. Bubble. The tranquil surfaces of the waters were ruined by a burst of force that made its way out, sending chaotic ripples and waves. In the center of the disturbance was a man standing half-naked. He had a modest face that wasn't bad but not eye-catching, but his eyes and hair were deep obsidian black that one could lose themselves in. He had a slight beard and mustache that grew roughly around his face. His body was a little more than slim, but the ripping muscles that could not hide looked as if they would burst out any moment. However, there were 2 disturbing features. One was the warped, twisted, and deformed flesh on the left side of his body, looking like a half-finished knead of dough. The other was the sole ear on his right side. This man was Oscar Tur. "It's been over 2 months. I should head back." Oscar wiped and dried his body while looking over the scenery he had seen daily. "In the future, once I'm an elite or knight Exalt, I should return and go deeper. Oh, I should shave." Oscar cut off his reminiscence. After Oscar packed up his things, he set off to Tufal City, but an unexpected intruder stopped him. Durrar, it was a large tiger, gold with black stripes, with one large eye and 3 legs. A gold cyclops tiger? Oscar stared at this beast, sensing its power as a middle apprentice Exalt. If it were 3 months ago, this fight would have been a struggle. The gold cyclops tiger jumped with its claws at the ready, wanting to tear Oscar apart. But its prey was calm and stood firm despite the threat of its sharp claws. Clang! Oscar's skin turned the color of steel and deflected the tiger's claws without any issues. Compared to the beak of that rainbow Didas, it's lacking. The other factor for Oscar's sturdy defense was the mix of Ein Awaken and Steel Scales. By utilizing Ein Awaken, Oscar controlled the Ein of his spell to be more compact and tight, increasing its hardness. It'd be nice if I could move freely with the spell, but everyone has its ups and downs. But I still have my next blow. Oscar's skin returned to normal. He stepped in before the tiger could react. In a tight stance, he hit an uppercut on the tiger straight through the jaw. Its head blew into a red, broken mess and its body flipped over. However, Oscar's fist was also torn as the outer layer of skin had been scraped off. Oscar quickly bandaged it up as he forced back a little blood in his mouth. Using both Ein Awaken and Res Awaken together is straining. This dual awaken is very powerful but 100-fold worse. The dual awaken affected his core, mind, heart, and body much more brutally than if he tried either awaken alone. Well, at least this makes more money for me. Oscar quickly dissected the gold cyclops tiger with haste and returned to his journey back. The gates of Tufal City stood tall as Oscar stared at them. Knowing this was the last time he'd see them, there was no telling if or when he would return. Oscar felt Adam's senses descend and watch him but turned away. The student and this city lord had no reason to interact other than that time with Nicholas. The familiar buildings and bustling activity of the people made Oscar feel sad that he was leaving. He had gotten very used to this place after a while. With a final sale and goodbye to Sarah's elixirs and Tom's smithery, Oscar left with a small smile. He had a place and people to return to. Oscar sat down on the benches in the port, waiting for his ride. After the long, hectic 3 months here, Oscar finally felt a sense of relief and peace. It was time to go home. The airship arrived at the port, dropping off some students. The captain aboard started to call for passengers to the pavilion. However, Oscar did not move, staying still like a statue. Even as the airship made its last calls for passengers, he was still waiting. Finally, he got up and went to the hangars. He walked past the airship bound for the Blue Ocean Pavilion and instead got on a smaller, less impressive airship. "This is the airship to Greenwich City, right?" Oscar asked the captain. "Indeed it is. It costs you a pretty penny, though. 3 gold. The captain stuck out his hand in which Oscar dropped 3 gold coins. Since Oscar wasn't returning to the pavilion, his pay exemption was no longer valid. Travel by airship was expensive but also something people wanted to use due to its safety and assurance. However, only rich merchants, nobles, and other exalts had the resources to use it. Most commoners never had the chance to ride one. In time, the airship sailed south toward Greenwich City. In a few days, Oscar saw the city come into view. It wasn't as grand as Tufal City and was only half its size. After he got off, he bolted out of the city, ignoring all the new views and sights, and ran on the rough dirt roads. His final destination wasn't this city. His mind focused on one thing only. It was something that stuck in his head after hearing Nicholas's last words. "I want to see my mom and dad." Oscar usually kept up his manners when referring to his parents, but right now, the boy could not contain himself and spoke without reservation. Nicholas's last words struck a chord with him. Oscar felt his anxiousness rising like a storm inside his head. Even though the sprint wasn't tiring, his heart quickened like a music festival drum. "I want to see them." The familiar woods, the same roads with patches of wooden fences, and the smell of grains all compounded Oscar's yearning and excitement. In the distance, Oscar saw a large burly man with the same black hair and eyes as him. This large man was chopping up some firewood with a small axe. "Dad!" Oscar sped up. "Ha!" Henry Tur heard someone call his name. It was a familiar voice, but that wasn't possible. Oscar was at the pavilion. He turned to his side to see a boy approaching him with incredible speed, leaving him flabbergasted. "Oscar, slow down." Henry waved his hands to stop, but Oscar came up and hugged his dad. "Dad, I'm back." Oscar laughed. Henry looked down and couldn't believe it. "Oscar, it's you. You're really here. Ha ha ha." With his massive arms, he wrapped his son in a bear hug and let out a burst of booming laughter with small tears in his eyes. His son was back. "What's going on outside, Henry? Aren't you supposed to be chopping firewood?" A mellow voice laced with confusion and irritation came from inside the small house. The door opened to show a woman with brown hair and brown eyes wearing an apron. "Gwen, it's our son. He's back," Henry shouted to his wife. "Oscar, Henry, have you lost your mind? Where do you see Oscar?" "He's in the Blue Ocean Pavilion." Gwen could not see Oscar anywhere. How could she when Henry turned his back to her and hugged Oscar? His big frame completely hid Oscar's body. "Here, Mom." Oscar quickly waved his hand from within Henry's grasp. Although he could easily break out of this, he didn't want to. "Oscar." Gwen's eyes widened. She stepped closer to find her beloved son in her husband's arms. "Oscar, you're back." She hugged Oscar from behind, creating a sandwich of hugs with Oscar in between. Oscar laughed joyfully, feeling the warmth of his family again. He missed them and this feeling. The letters could only offer so much. "I'm back." The hug lasted for several minutes. "You're heavy. I can't lift you up at all." Henry was surprised. "It's because of these weights I have on. They're for my training." "Are you sure they're not dangerous? What if your arms fall off?" Gwen worried. Her worry did not end as she noticed it. Her face instantly paled as her lips trembled. "Oh, Oscar, your ear. My dear son. What happened to your ear?" Gwen shrieked as tears began to fall. Henry came close to support her, and his eyes gravitated to the hole where his son's ear used to be. "Son?" Oscar put his hand over the wound and looked ashamed. He didn't want to worry them, but it was unavoidable. It was too obvious. At the very least, he can hide his other grievous scars. "I fought against a powerful beast. I won, but it took away my ear. I'm sorry for coming back like this." Oscar bowed. Gwen tearfully hugged her son and tugged on his arm. "Come inside. I'll make you your favorite dishes. Everything's okay as long as you're alive." Henry followed suit and held his son's shoulders. The trio held each other as they went back inside. "Make yourself comfortable, and I'll have everything ready." Gwen went back to the small kitchen they had. Oscar sat down on his small bed and looked around his home. It was a one-room house with 2 small beds. In a corner was his small bookcase that was half full. The other half was in his room in the pavilion. The ceiling was also not that tall. The floor was lined with rugs made from animals with a table in the middle. "Oscar, do you want to go look around the farm?" Henry suggested. "Your mother will take her time making food." "Okay, Dad." Oscar leaped off his small bed with a skip. Together they left and went to the stables where the horses were resting. For some reason, Henry's steps were heavy. He was deep in thought. "Tucker and Sherry, how have you two been?" Oscar stroked his horses with great care and fed them an apple. Henry looked on as his son enjoyed the moment with a somber expression. "Do you remember when you first met Tucker?" Henry asked. "I remember being kicked and breaking a leg." Oscar looked embarrassed. "That was a scary moment. You were so excited to see him that you ignored what I said and went too close to him. Tucker was scared and fought you back." Henry sighed. "You were so stubborn in trying to pet the horse." Oscar looked down shamefully. He remembered that scene well. It was when he was 6 years old. The pain of his broken leg was so bad that he cried and screamed until he blacked out. "I remember you bought me a book." Back then, his father brought him a storybook to read while his leg healed. From that moment on, he fell in love with reading and books, reading with great enthusiasm. "You kept asking me for more books, so I took some extra money to buy you more." Henry smiled nostalgically. They moved on from there and saw the great wheat fields or not. The harvest had already ended and what was left were empty fields. "I'm sorry I couldn't come back to help you. Who do you think I am? I've been doing it alone for a long while before you finally learned how to do it. Speaking of, you tried too hard to keep up with me and didn't stop, which ended up in you cutting yourself the first time." Henry remembered that day. Oscar was tired and desperate to help, but he lost his grip on the sickle and ended up stabbing into his arm. As time passed, the wound got really dark and green. You were so sick from an infection. I was scared we had to cut your arm off, Henry said in a rough tone. Oscar kept his eyes on his father. The strong man that he admired in his childhood seemed so weary. His shoulders looked tired. That tree there. You refused to stop trying to climb it even though you kept falling. In the end, you slipped and fell on your arm, breaking it. Dad, after all those incidents, you finally stopped and became more reserved, reading more books, relaxing, and calling us father and mother like you suddenly grew up. I never thought you'd call us dad and mom like a child again. Henry turned to his son with downcast eyes. You were such a stubborn kid that didn't mind how hurt he got. We were so worried every time you got hurt, but at least we were there to help you. But now you're an Exalt, fighting in battles, facing dangers where I can't do anything for you. I'm sorry. Oscar teared up at his dad's words. You don't need to be sorry. I'm helpless as a father to do anything for you now. I know how stubborn you can be and how you sometimes don't know when to stop. But promise me that you'll come back to us. Even if you must fight with your life, survive and return. Henry clasped his son's shoulders with a grim face and a powerful grip, lacking the usual control of his strength. Oscar stepped in and hugged his dad. I will, promise, no matter what. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 75. The Man with Nothing. Oscar and his father, Henry, returned after their emotional father-son moment. The day slowly darkened as the birds flew off to return to their nests. In the small home, many food dishes lined up on the table. They were all of Oscar's favorites, like his mom's cheese soup, meat pie, and fruit salad. You're back in time. Gwen took off her apron. Hurry up and sit. The food's going to get cold. She urged the men to eat. It had been over a year since they'd eaten together. Oscar lifted the bowl of cheese soup and drank it, ruminating it in his mouth like a precious dew. Even though the food at the pavilion was of higher quality, the flavor of this soup was intoxicating. They happily ate around the small table, smiling and laughing. But Oscar could tell his mom looked off as if she was hiding something behind that smile. No doubt it was because of how worried she was for him. After the dishes were wiped clean of food and their bellies full, Oscar took out a bag and placed it on the table. It fell to its side and spilled out a couple of gold coins. This is... Henry and Gwen were shocked and speechless. I earned a lot. With this money, you won't have to worry about hard times. You can even live in the city, and I'll send you more money over time. No, this is your hard-earned money. We're not saving much, but we're floating by, all right? Life as an Exalt must be expensive. Keep it for yourself. Henry stubbornly refused as Gwen nodded in agreement. No, I'm fine right now since the pavilion takes good care of me. I want you to live well. Please don't refuse. Oscar bowed. Henry and Gwen looked awkwardly at each other. This was too much money, and no doubt Oscar worked hard for it. Then we'll take half. There's no way we can use all these gold coins. You keep the other half for yourself. As your parents, we shouldn't take so much from you. Gwen took out half of the gold coins and put them away. But Oscar wanted to say something, but Henry grunted. Oscar glanced at his father and ultimately nodded, taking away his bag of coins. Next, the conversation shifted to how the village was. The shocking news came from Henry. They rounded up all the rejected kids? Oscar exclaimed. An Exalt from the pavilion came this year to find any hopefuls, but no one was grade 4 or above. Heck, barely anyone had any Xianxia other than you two last year, so everyone was disappointed. And that's when they came? Henry nodded. A month after that, a group of soldiers came and announced they were taking in all the kids that had Xianxia from grade 1 to 3, including the ones from last year. Did this ever happen before? Oscar racked his brains but had never heard of this. No, they said the Empire had opened up a military academy for all the children the pavilion wouldn't take. Of course, no one said no. Everyone was happy to send their kids there. Strange. This was very strange to Oscar. He brooded on this revelation silently as his parents looked worryingly at him. The pavilion stopped taking in grades 1 to 3 because of the high amount of deaths. But what if that was an excuse? Usually, the military was an option for Exalts after leaving the pavilion. Everything was suspicious. The increased elixir distribution and the recruitment of the leftovers to the military were all suspicious. Surely, this was burning through a lot of money and resources, but for what? Maybe Celestina may know. Oscar decided to ask the princess when he returned. Breaking off the mood, Oscar changed the topic, and they talked for an hour. As Oscar described his missions and battles, his parents changed expressions so many times. When do you have to leave? Gwen asked. I will leave tomorrow morning to catch the early airship back. I see. Then make yourself comfortable. I will make you some warm milk with honey. That would be great later. But right now I want to visit Uncle Carlson, Oscar said. Oscar's words made Henry and Gwen's expressions darken, prompting him to ask, what happened to Uncle Carlson? He was scared. There should be no reason for them to look grim and sad unless something bad happens. He's become estranged. I tried to visit him, but he ran back, locked the door, and refused to let me in. He doesn't even sell his crops anymore, and I've only seen him buying alcohol, Henry said with a sad face. His longtime friend was suffering, yet he didn't know the reason. What could have happened? I know why he's behaving like this, Oscar said in a low voice. You do? What happened to him? Henry was agitated. Oscar explained what happened between him and Isabella and her harsh words of detachment. Gwen put her hand over her mouth, speechless at Isabella's actions. Henry's face tightened as his nostrils flared. That girl, what does she think her father is? Henry clenched his fists so hard that the veins might burst. Oscar could not help but ask, I don't remember her mother much. What kind of person was she? Gwen took a moment to catch her breath and calm down. Clara was a great friend. We knew each other when we were young. She was so pretty, but her heart was kind. I remember no one could take their eyes off of her. Even in the times when merchants came down for business, they could not help but stare. She even received many proposals from them. Oscar recalled what Isabella said about her mother wasting her chances to be more than a farmer's wife. However, she loved Carlson. They quickly married to avoid all the pursuers, and she stopped going out to prevent any trouble from knocking on their door. Isabella might say that Clara failed to live a better life, but I don't think that's true. When Clara was sick and dying, she was so sad to leave Isabella and Carlson, but she passed away smiling, thanking Carlson and Isabella for making her happy. For Clara, this was the best life, Gwen said while wiping away her tears. I didn't realize Isabella thought this way. She was very young when Clara passed, so maybe she took it all the wrong way. Death can be scary for children, and their minds can be turned upside down, Henry added. I understand now. Oscar looked serious. I have to see Uncle Carlson. I need to talk to him. Henry and Gwen glanced at each other before sighing. Maybe he'll respond to you, but make sure you don't say anything that could cause him to act crazy, Henry advised. Under his father's instructions, Oscar quickly left and headed to Uncle Carlson's farm. It was dead at night, but Oscar knew where to go. Soon, he spotted a small home surrounded by fields of withered grains. Near the front door, Oscar noticed how not a single light was lit in the home, leaving it completely dark inside. Knock, knock. His knocking did not induce a response from within. Oscar continued knocking. I don't want to see anyone. Get out. This voice was Carlson's, but it was not as lively or gentle as Oscar remembered. Instead, it was hoarse and mixed with emotions of anger, sadness, and resignation. It's me, Uncle Carlson, Oscar said. There was no response for a while, but Oscar waited. He would wait the entire night if he had to. Then the door opened, and Oscar trembled with emotion. The cheerful and fatherly Carlson looked like a ghost. His cheeks were sunk, and his eyes were bloodshot. He used to have a slight belly and large arms, but now he was thin like a stick. Oscar nearly cried. Elder Saul told him about the differences between keeping up a lie and telling the truth from the start. He decided to tell Carlson the truth, but this was the result. A haggard person who is a shell of who he once was. Broken, lifeless. Uncle, come in, Carlson muttered. Inside, he lit a candle to give some light. Oscar saw many bottles of wine and barrels of ale. The floor, walls, and table were dusty, as if no one had lived in this house for years. He had been here when he was a kid, and this was a complete contrast. Was I mistaken? Oscar hung his head down. I hesitated when sending the letter, but should I have followed that hesitation and not sent it? Sit. It's been a long time. You've grown. Carlson put on a weak smile that scrunched up his entire face. Oscar could not help himself from bowing. I'm sorry, Uncle Carlson. This would never have happened if I had never sent that letter. His eyes began to tear up. Carlson looked at the young boy and sighed. It's not your fault. If anything, I'm glad it was you who told me. Don't blame yourself. You should never have been involved. This was the mistake of this old man. Uncle, I sent her many letters, yet she never replied. I was a bad father for not noticing how much Clara's death affected her. If I did, Carlson took a long swig from a bottle and groaned. I was her friend, but I didn't notice. Sometimes I wonder if I knew her at all. Oscar resigned. Same for me. I wanted Isabella to marry you. I knew she'd be happy and taken care of if you were her husband. If both of us could not become exalts, that may have happened. But she might have just gone off to marry some merchant or go to the city. Oscar sighed. True. Carlson took another big swig, passing it off to Oscar. Oscar looked at the bottle. He had never tasted alcohol and kept away from it, but now he didn't care. Tastes horrible. Oscar choked on the burning sensation from the clear liquid. It's clear grain alcohol. It has a nice burn to it. Carlson continued to take a gulp. Uncle, if you keep drinking like this, you may die. Well, that doesn't matter to me. Clara's dead, and Isabella's left me. What else is there for me, Oscar? Carlson asked with tears streaming down his face. Oscar wanted to say something, to find the words that could get Uncle Carlson back on his feet. But his mind came up blank. There was nothing he could say. Instead of thinking about me, worry about yourself. You're a good lad, Oscar. Better than most. Don't end up like me, a failure. Live your best and hold your loved ones close. And Carlson was silent as if the words were struggling to come out. If you see Isabella, tell her that I love her, even if she wants to forget me, abandon me, and never return. Tell her she's my daughter, and I will never stop loving her. Carlson looked at Oscar with his tear-ridden eyes. Oscar stared at the broken man. His lifeless face had lifted with some spirit from this wish. It was a man's last wish at the end of his ropes. I will, Oscar bowed deeply. I will make sure to follow your advice. If I ever see Isabella again, I will tell her how much you love her. Good, good. Carlson looked to be at peace. Soon after, his snoring started. Oscar tidied up the entire house, cleaning it and making the sheets. He placed Carlson on the bed and left quietly. Uncle Carlson seemed to be having a good dream for the longest time. When he returned home, his mom had a nice cup of warm milk with honey waiting for him. The soothing, mild, sweet drink washed off the lingering foul taste of the alcohol. Oscar clenched his hands, watching his parents joke and smile. I will never abandon them. His mind turned to Frederick Klein, his best friend. I won't give up, Fred. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 76. The one he left behind. The morning arrived. At the break of dawn, Oscar got up from his small bed, rubbing his eyes. He hadn't felt this relaxed in a while. It had been a wild set of events since the grand gathering. After many tense nights in the tent at Huron Plains, the nightmares of Frederick's demise, and the anxiousness of seeing his family, Oscar finally felt refreshed in the morning. You're up? Just wait a little. Let's have breakfast before you leave, Gwen told her son. Your father is currently getting some eggs. Wash yourself up. Yes, Oscar yawned as he went outside. The fresh morning air of his farm was like a mellow dew that he hadn't tasted in a long time. His hands felt the cool water in the bucket. The coolness spread over his face and hair, a refreshing sensation across his entire being. After washing his face, Oscar noticed his dad, Henry, had returned. Good morning, son. I got these eggs from the village. Henry smiled while carrying a basket of eggs. The display of a muscular, tall, bear-like man with a small basket of eggs was comical. Good morning, Dad. Mom's waiting inside. We don't want to keep her waiting. You know how she gets if we're late. Henry hurried him to the door. The entire family gathered around the small table with a platter of fried eggs, bread, cheese, bacon, and fresh juice. Gwen constantly placed more food on Oscar's plate as he ate. Thanks to being an Exalt, his capacity for food was larger, so he easily kept up with his mom's overdoting. He made sure to savor every bite. After the end of the meal, Gwen handed Oscar a pile of neatly folded clothes. I have some clothes patched up for you. Make sure to stay warm. Oscar held the clothes carefully. He put it away and hugged his mom. I'll be fine. Tell me if anything happens, and I'll rush back. Hey, can't have a family hug without your father. Henry barged into the house and tightened them both in a bear hug. Stop it, you oaf. I'll be squished. Gwen's face reddened. Ha 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 ha. Oscar and Henry simply laughed together. Oscar had tears in his eyes. There was no telling when he would be back next. In a tearful farewell, he departed his home. On the way, he decided to stop at Uncle Carlson's. But when he arrived, he didn't knock on the door. Uncle Carlson, I'm leaving now. If you want, you can send me letters. I'll reply to them. If there's any news of Isabella, I'll mention it. Oscar then placed some gold coins, wrapped in cloth, before the front door and bowed. I'm leaving some money here for you as thanks for taking care of me as a child. Please live peacefully and take good care of yourself. A long while after Oscar departed, the door slowly opened, revealing Uncle Carlson with a sad expression. The wrinkled old man looked down at the gold coins on the floor and wept. That idiot, why give so much to me? I'm just a failure. Carlson picked up the coins and gripped them tightly, as if he wanted to crush them. But sometime after, his grip loosened. Take care of yourself, he whispered. In his hands was a bottle of wine. Carlson took a long look at it before throwing it away. It shattered on the dirt path, spilling the red wine into the ground. Without looking back, Carlson went back inside. Greenwich City. Oscar changed into his Blue Ocean Pavilion uniform and waited for the airship to arrive. The people around gazed at him in awe. That was the presence granted by being affiliated with the pavilion. The stares and whispers bothered Oscar. He disliked the way people stared at him in awe or curiosity. It was like being an animal in a zoo. As if arriving to help him, the airship finally docked in port. It's been a while. I wonder what's happening in the pavilion, Oscar muttered as he got on. A few days later, Oscar saw the great walls and palaces of the Blue Ocean Pavilion come into view. The gilded castles and walls of sapphire were still an awe-inspiring view. Walking through the outer hall, Oscar noticed more people around than before. Even considering the new first-year students, Oscar didn't expect this many. Had there been that many people who passed the trials? You've returned. An old, familiar elder appeared out of nowhere. Elder Saul, it's been a few months. Oscar smiled. No matter what, at least this elder was always the same. Do you know why there are many more people than before? Oscar asked. Humph, it's so noisy. They're trampling all over the grass without any respect. Elder Saul looked slightly annoyed, which Oscar never thought he'd see out of this elder. The elder didn't answer Oscar's question and simply went away. Confused, Oscar returned to his dorm room. There was no speck of dust within due to the servants cleaning the empty rooms. But despite its large size and clean look, he felt it was lacking compared to his home. I should go to the foundry and get my buckler. I wonder how the rainbow Didas's beak improved it. Not wanting to stay in his room, Oscar decided to make himself busy. The foundry was the same as ever, with the clouds of smog and darkness caused by the large chimney. Within its walls, Oscar gave his badge to a fabricator. I had a request to fix my obsidian buckler with the materials of the rainbow Didas beak. Is it finished? The fabricator checked Oscar's badge and handed it back to him. We finished it 1 month ago. It used quite a lot of the beak, but the leftovers were great to work with. The anonymous fabricator went to the back and returned with Oscar's obsidian buckler, but at certain times, it would gleam rainbow-colored light by the flickering flames nearby. The beak had a unique property that made the armament shine multiple colors under the flickering light. This hardness is great for a grade 1, and we adjusted the throwing aspect. The fabricator seemed happy, and they gleefully praised their work. Thank you. Oscar held his buckler and felt it was heavier than before, but that was a minor inconvenience to his increased strength. It felt comfortable to have the buckler on his back. A sense of security rose up in him. After leaving the foundry, Oscar continued to do the other tasks on his mental list. The first was to collect the amassing elixirs that he did not get. The collection center was in the home of the alchemists, the Palace of Whirlpools. Normally, the elixirs made their way to Oscar's hands by in-person delivery, but since he was not present for 3 months, he'd have to retrieve them himself. The Palace of Whirlpools. It was a surreal sight. The palace walls were adorned with small circular pools of water that swirled into the center and flowed down to another pool. The non-linear design of the pools was intriguing. Various crystal reefs decorated the paths and walls, glimmering endlessly with the light refracted from the flowing water. Oddly enough, it was in the same area as the foundry. The dark clouds could be seen in the distance. No matter what, the fabricators and alchemists were directly opposed to each other, taking up locations opposite each other. "Hello, I am here to collect my stock of amassing elixir." Oscar came up to the counter and placed his badge on top. Unlike the furious furnaces of the foundry, the Palace of Whirlpools had private rooms for each individual and a larger room for group alchemy, so the front was emptier. The main hall was sparkling with marbled floors that reflected Oscar's figure and large pillars with more small pools of water that swirled down. "Let me check." An elderly man dressed in blue robes that extended down to his feet came out to service Oscar. He checked Oscar's information and pulled out 2 amassing elixirs. "Your elixirs are here. Anything else?" the elderly alchemist asked. "No, that'll be all. Thank you." Just before Oscar left, the elderly alchemist said, "If you wish to see an alchemy competition, there is an alchemy showdown happening in the Azure City next week. Typically, they are done behind closed doors, but the participants wished it to be public." "Is that so? Then I'll have to check that out." Oscar was interested in this. He always wanted to witness the art of alchemy firsthand. "Then enjoy," the elder smiled. With the 2 elixirs in hand, Oscar almost skipped happily away but quickly calmed himself down. These elixirs might be great, but it was not enough to advance to a greater apprentice Exalt. "Lastly, I need to go to the mission hall to confirm the details and rewards for Nicholas's mission." The mission hall was crowded with activity. Many people were in the apprentice wing of the mission hall, clamoring and arguing. Some argued within their own groups about what mission to undertake, while others nearly fought physically over the same mission. After being gone for months, Oscar did not feel like taking a mission anytime soon. He went on to the judge who was overseeing the apprentice wing. "My name is Oscar Tur. I am here on behalf of my friend, Nicholas, to collect my reward." "Which mission was it?" The judge's eyes lifted up from his documents to Oscar. "Retrieving the egg of a rainbow Didas." Oscar passed his badge. The judge opened a drawer underneath to look for the particular mission and found it with a stamp, meaning it was a special case. An additional page was attached containing Oscar's details and what occurred. The judge's eyes scanned the page and finished it off with a sigh. "As Exalts, every step we take can be our last. That is why we strive to become stronger. However, it is regrettable that 4 students have passed away." Oscar's badge shone from the judge's gesture. He placed 2 elixirs on the table and passed them to Oscar. The mission was originally worth 4,000 contribution points as well as 2 amassing elixirs and 2 heal elixirs. You would have received 1,500 points, but with the payments made to the foundry for your buckler, it has been put down to 900. This amassing elixir and heal elixir are yours. Oscar thanked the judge and collected the elixirs. With this, he currently held 3 amassing elixirs and 1 heal elixir. "One more thing. Your friend has been properly buried in his home village as requested. I wish you good fortune in your exalthood." "Thank you." Nicholas is surely at peace now. Oscar felt some relief that Nicholas's last wishes had been fulfilled. With the last errand done, Oscar returned to the outer hall to relax in the gardens. But the chattering and the stomping of many others irritated and disturbed his peace. This is why Elder Saul must have been so annoyed. Just what is with all these people? Oscar decided to go inside the commune to grab a meal. Inside the cafeteria, Oscar got a heaping pile of food and began to eat calmly yet fast. "You eat as much as usual," a bold yet enchanting voice interrupted his meal. Emily was watching over Oscar from the side with a small grin. She had grown taller in the past 3 months and was slightly bigger than Oscar. Her orange eyes contained a hint of weariness. "Emily," he was going to visit her next after his meal. "It's been 3 months. But what happened to you?" Emily saw Oscar's missing ear and was aghast. "It's a long story. What about you? You don't look so well. I guess we have a lot to say to each other. Want to go to a private training room?" Emily suggested. "Sure." Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 77. feelings laid bare. Inside the private training room, Emily and Oscar sat down to talk. Is everything all right except for that ear? Emily started. My hearing is still working, but the sounds are slightly lower than usual. I can still hear, but if someone wants to whisper, that might be an issue. Oscar rubbed his left side with no ear. That's good. I was worried something worse may have happened to you. It's good to see you back. Emily seemed relieved, and her shoulder drooped as if a massive weight had been lifted. What happened? Oscar drew in a deep breath and began to retell his journey in the Huron Plains. He told her everything, from his arrival to the rock Ancleon to the rainbow Didas and Nicholas. Each word was steady and stable until he mentioned Nicholas and his sacrifice. His voice was shaken as his chest felt uncomfortable. After 3 months, I returned home to see my parents. Seeing my parents for the first time after a year made me happy to be alive. Oscar finished his tale with relief at the end of his sentence. That's good. I haven't been home at all. Hearing you talk makes me want to go see my dad. Emily had a look of nostalgia as she pictured her dad. You seemed exhausted. What were you up to? It was Oscar's turn to ask. He noticed her weary eyes and unkempt hair. I haven't been in the pavilion much. Rather than staying put, I've been taking several missions in succession. I've only spent perhaps a full day at once here. Her tired expression was saddening to look at. Why are you pushing yourself so far like this? Oscar asked. Even though Emily may have taken some missions where she had a place to rest, the stress from several missions would accumulate. It was common practice to rest well after a mission was over. Why did you go to the Huron Plains? Emily retorted. You didn't need to train constantly for 3 months. There was no need to push yourself, but you did. Why? Her voice trembled with her emotions. Oscar could not respond to her lonely expression that almost broke out in tears. Emily was a bold and calm girl, but right now, she seemed very defeated and on the verge of breaking. Talking to Oscar made her unable to hold it back. I'm sorry, Oscar bowed to her. Part of it was because I wanted to become stronger, but the main reason was that I wanted to leave. I'm sorry I could not be there for you. I know, it was the same for me. The pavilion was suffocating, and I felt myself being drained every moment I stayed here. Emily's tears began to flow to Oscar's surprise. You and Frederick were the first friends I ever made. Only my dad was at home, and the other children were so far away that it was hopeless. I came to the pavilion to become an Exalt and finally meet others. Her voice quivered with each teardrop that fell. Oscar did not speak. He only listened. But I couldn't get close to anyone. I tried going on missions or speaking with others, but it never ended well. Some tried to hit on me. Others were too embarrassed to speak to me. But the worst was my big mouth. I was so nervous when trying to talk to them that I didn't know what to say. So often I would accidentally say something insulting or wrong. I didn't know how to speak any other way. Oscar recalled when they met. She did not hesitate to insult Frederick or put on an angry tone while speaking. It was always so awkward. I kept screwing up those chances and eventually gave up. But then I met you and Frederick in the mission hall. You invited me over despite having insulted the two of you. Even though I was harsh, you and Frederick accepted me. I was happy. Emily put on a small smile. We went armament shopping together, and I went on another mission with Frederick. I enjoyed every moment together. I finally had friends. But again, I ruined it. I pushed Frederick too far, and he left. Then you left for 3 months. All because of me. The dam on her tears broke, and they overflowed, never ending. She had blamed herself for everything that had happened. Oscar could not help but hold Emily on the shoulders, surprising her. It's not your fault. The 3 of us could not handle what had happened. His voice was low and shaky. That was right. All 3 of them were weak and failed. Frederick broke under the pressure of his own revenge, but neither Oscar nor Emily knew a thing about it. Oscar left to clear his own head without any regard for Emily's feelings. And Emily was lost, unable to handle their departures. I left, but I'm back now. Let's come back together, you, me, and Fred. I promise I won't abandon you. You're one of my best friends. It was as Uncle Carlson said. To hold his loved ones close, her eyes were no longer tearing up from sadness, but some strange happiness rose inside her. Promise, promise, let's get Fred back to his senses together. That idiot doesn't want to involve us. but he doesn't need to be alone. Emily nodded in agreement. Her lips curled as her eyes closed. Are you sleeping? Oscar felt Emily go limp and relaxed. Geez, you were struggling that much? I'm sorry. Oscar laid Emily flat on the floor. Her face was now peaceful and smiling, as if her worries had washed away. Coo, so embarrassing. Emily's face was blushed, and her teeth were grinding. It's fine. We're friends, so it's not strange. Oscar tried to calm Emily down. To just fall asleep crying like that is shameful, Emily shouted with force and anger. She recovered fully and returned to her usual self after having unloaded all her grievances. This made Oscar feel somewhat helpless since Frederick usually handled her angry tirades. But he was glad she was okay. If you did all those things, how are you so popular? Oscar joked to lighten the mood. Turns out some people think that sort of attitude makes me some sort of lioness. But they only watch me from afar. No one actually wanted to approach me, Emily pouted. In any case, have you noticed that there were way more people than last time? I thought it was the first years, but this is too many. Oscar changed the topic. Emily should know the answer. Emily nodded. There's been many changes with the coming of the first years. First, many people passed the promotion test in the minor hall and entered the outer hall. From what I gathered, they also had an increase in the elixirs. They usually just had the one every year, but they changed to 6 months, and now it's 4 months. For months, the outer hall is 2 months. I wonder how much the inner hall receives. Oscar never asked Celestina, but now he was curious. Not only that, but they also changed the restrictions on the promotion test. It used to be that people in the minor hall had to wait until the end of the year to take the test. However, moving on, anyone can take the test anytime and move straight to the outer hall. I thought they needed people in the minor hall for at least a year to have a steady supply of workers to do the menial tasks. The minor hall was tasked with collecting the herbs, mining some of the ores, and performing other tasks. The pavilion said it was no longer necessary. So, we have many people from the minor hall here and the first years. You should be wary of some of them. How strong are they? Oscar asked seriously. There were some grade 7s that could not pass the trials and were sent to the minor hall. So they're here now, and their growth will be explosive with the outer hall's resources. There's also the first years who will be receiving an elixir every 2 months now. Reminds me of what George said before. Thanks to that, we could catch up with some of the second years. It looks like the same will happen to us, Oscar sighed. You don't look too worried. Emily smiled. In the end, I just have to be stronger. They may catch up, but I won't give in easily. Oscar voiced his determination. You know who is gone, though? Emily smirked. Her usual temperament and confidence were back. Who? Oscar was puzzled. Who would leave the pavilion? Samuel. He's a complete mess now and can't even move. Maybe I smacked his head too hard? He was sent back to his family. She laughed mockingly. Remind me never to make you angry. Oscar did not feel anything for Samuel. He had brought it on himself and was left to deal with the consequences. Wanting to change the topic, Oscar remembered the other odd change in the Empire. Did you know that the Empire has decided to enroll all the grade 1 to 3 people in a newly established military academy for youths? Emily was stunned. Why would they do that? Seems like a mystery slowly unfolding. The only ones who may know would be higher up in the pavilion or the Empire. But we don't know anyone like that. Emily sighed. This feeling of being left in the dark made her uneasy and irritated her to no end. Oscar knew someone, the princess of the brilliant Drake Empire. But would she be willing to divulge such a secret? Oscar, let's train. Emily stood up and tied her hair back. No weapons, only our fists and anima. I'll surprise you with my strength. Oscar cracked his neck, ready to fight. Ha, ha. Emily was standing, breathing heavily as her arms were trembling. Meanwhile, Oscar was kneeling on the floor with a bit of blood in his mouth. Your attacks with your anima are really strong. I can see how it worked against beasts, but it's very simple to read. Emily sat down. Damn it, I thought I could beat you. Just wait until I drink all my elixirs. Oscar chided. You think I wasn't getting any from the missions? However, your physical strength is terrifying. That rainbow Didus egg is truly miraculous. Your dual awaken is also insane, but I still lost. You might have increased your anima's abilities with how you collect Ein in it, but it's easy for me to counter and hit it while it's defenseless. My grade 6 staff is stronger than your grade 4 deer. If I could control both my own movements and my anima's attacks simultaneously, then you probably would have lost, Oscar said. That's true, Emily agreed. If you could master that kind of dual movement, then I'd be lying on the floor. The alternating attacks you currently do with your anima are easy to read. You need more experience against people, not beasts. Oscar understood Emily's advice. Although the Rainbow Ditus had some smarts and unique moves, it wasn't on par with a human's ingenuity and flexibility. Not to mention, it was also a large opponent. Constantly fighting against me won't do it anymore. You need to fight against others. We should apply for the free duels. The free duels? Emily explained. The free duels was a series of events in the Azure City where two random people were matched against each other. The duels were entirely private and were a way for others to fight each other. It was a new establishment created during Oscar's time in the Huron Plains. Want to go to the Azure City? We didn't want to reveal too much about our powers to others. But with the grand gathering over, it's a moot point, Emily asked. I heard that 2 alchemists would compete in the Azure City. I need to absorb my elixirs and get used to my increased Ein. We can go next week. I've heard of that as well. They never said who the 2 alchemists were, but that will be great to watch. Let's meet in the commune next week and head there. Emily smiled brightly. She was no longer alone. Oscar returned to his room and locked the door. He pulled out the 3 Ein Amassin elixirs and the Aetherstone. The vast amounts of Ein from the elixirs, purified by the Aetherstone, were not enough to propel him to the greater apprentice Exalt. His face was full of disappointment. It's so hard to advance. Oscar felt extremely sleepy and fell asleep. In the inner hall, Celestina Lover-Dragner walked onto the paved road, intent on going to the library. I wonder if Oscar returned? It's been 3 months now. Thinking of her good friend, Celestina smiled slightly. I wonder what is making our great princess smile like this? A voice asked in a provocative tone. Celestina turned to see a beautiful girl with long pink hair, blue eyes, an alluring face with a mole under one eye, and a tall figure. Aurora Bellwood, a genius of grade 8 Exaltia and the daughter of the Alchemist Guild branch of the Brilliant Drake Empire. Due to her position, she was near the same level of authority as Celestina. Ms. Bellwood, why would I tell you that? Celestina's emerald eyes glinted with an icy chill. You should just focus on the upcoming contest against Orion. Aurora clenched her hands. I won't let you have Gilbert. Celestina sighed. What makes you think I want Lockwood? Who else can make you smile like that? I won't lose to you. Aurora left in a huff, leaving Celestina with a slight headache. Again, what kind of misunderstandings are you making in your head? Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 78. Caught red-handed. A few days after Oscar and Emily reconciled, the activity in the outer hall was still widespread and disruptive. Oscar stuck to meditating in his room while holding the Aetherstone. His core was like an endless stomach that devoured all the Ein without much sign of it progressing. After the Rainbow Ditus egg and several elixirs, he progressed greatly, but it wasn't enough for him to advance. At this pace, I might advance after 3 months with the next few batches of elixirs. That's too slow. Oscar swayed left to right in thought. I'll have to take on more missions. But the mission hall is a complete mess, leaving very few worthwhile ones. The increased number of people in the outer hall resulted in a scramble for the best opportunities. Too few people were making their way into the inner hall, leaving them stagnant. It's getting dark, Oscar observed outside the window. I shouldn't be late. Today was the first time he was meeting Celestina after 3 months. With a big smile, he made his way to the Neptune archives, excited to see her after so long. The sound of humming accompanied Oscar's steps. He wasn't aware of his actions and baffled some of the onlookers. Huh? Is she not here yet? That's odd. She usually comes earlier than me. The table was empty, with its seats still neatly arranged. There were no books piled on top, and the surface was clean. Oscar set down the books he had gathered and started to read. Right now, he was currently enjoying the second book of the Desert Walker series. It was an enthralling tale of an Exalt living in a desert. Oscar flipped through the pages for a while, but there was still no sign of Celestina. Oscar nearly thought about leaving but decided to wait until midnight. Something must have happened to her for not showing up. As soon as he thought so, Celestina popped in from behind the shelves. Her face wore a relieved expression. She didn't expect Oscar to be here since she was so late. Sorry for being late, I was held up. Though you didn't have to wait for me. Celestina was remorseful for not meeting their usual time. You don't need to feel bad. I was enjoying myself while waiting. Why were you late? Oscar was curious about the reasons for the punctual princess's lateness. Celestina set down her usual pile of books and sat down with a sigh, unbecoming of a princess. She rubbed her temple as if suffering from a migraine. I was dealing with so much ignorance. Her lack of manners in her tone indicated how tired and annoyed she was. It was evident that she was struggling. Oscar noticed that the book on top of her pile was a manual on communicating effectively with others. Ignorance? Who would act so inconsiderate to our princess? Oscar tried to liven her up with a joke, but that only made her slump more in frustration. Lockwood, Bellwood, and Thorn, Celestina muttered while sighing more. Isabella? What happened? I'm unsure if I can help, but I can help you vent. He was shocked to hear Isabella's name but thought nothing of it. At this moment, his concern was Celestina. Celestina took a deep breath and nagged. I didn't tell you before, but Lockwood made a public announcement right before the grand gathering started. He asked to be my partner if he won. That was a bold move but also too rash. Although Gilbert was a grade 9, there should still be some modicum of respect for the princess. Oscar clenched his hands, feeling irked. After you left, Lockwood kept bringing up the announcement, saying it showed his determination and sincerity. I can see that, but that doesn't mean he's a good person, especially after you told me about his relationship with your friend, Frederick. However, there are some people who think I'm simply playing hard to get to increase Lockwood's infatuation with me, and that's Isabella? Isabella Thorne and Aurora Bellwood, whom I'm sure you've heard about. Their little words were bearable last year, but after the grand gathering, they've been relentless. Celestina picked up her book about communication and tapped its cover. They would approach Lockwood closely and stare. Provoking me, Celestina's eyes flickered with annoyance, recalling how Isabella or Aurora would hug Gilbert's arm with a proud look. I don't care what they do with Lockwood, but they won't leave me alone. Sometimes they blatantly tell me to let Lockwood go free to pursue who he wants. Celestina slammed the table, cracking it. That was another compensation to the library in the future. Have I not been doing that the whole time? I constantly rejected him, but they still think I have him on some hook. They can't seem to understand that I don't want anything to do with him. So these books you have are for that reason? Oscar pointed to the stack of books. Each was about how to talk and relay ideas to others. I'm hoping to find something here to help me get my point across their thick, love-ridden skulls. As she kept speaking, her tone got less mannered. She seemed to notice and closed her mouth with her cheeks flushed. Forget that. Oscar was confused and asked, What? Please forget how I behaved. Celestina pleaded. Forgotten, it's forgotten. No need to worry. I'm your friend. Oscar panicked before the princess was angered. Celestina looked relieved and quickly readjusted herself. Her back was straight as her regal presence returned with her royal demeanor and face. Thank you, Oscar. I haven't complained to anyone in a long time. Not since my mother. Oscar noticed a flash of sadness flicker on Celestina's face, but he didn't ask. Some things were too personal. An example was Frederick's past, but he hoped Celestina would be willing to open up one day. So how was your... Celestina stopped her question with a pale face of shock. She finally had a good look at Oscar's face. Her emerald eyes were wide in horror. What happened to your ear? Her regal bearing was again lost as she grabbed Oscar's head to pull it closer. Hey, wait! Oscar felt he could not break free even with his physical strength. An elite Exalt was certainly impressive. Your ear. Celestina turned Oscar's head to look at the scars. How could this happen? Her hands trembled, and her voice was shaking with worry. Oscar took a moment to catch a breather and was about to explain, but then someone intruded. Princess! The voice was full of shock and disbelief, laced with envy. Celestina and Oscar both turned to look. Oscar trembled and felt fear and shock surge from within while Celestina's face turned to her noble countenance with an icy, detached gaze. It was a man with blue hair and blue eyes. His face was like a sculpture carved by the gods. Gilbert Lockwood. Why is he here? Oscar and Celestina internally screamed. Princess, who is this man? Gilbert tried to hold up his refreshing smile, but it was wavering. He knew for sure that Celestina would be his, but here she was, touching another man. Anger burned in his heart with unwillingness through his veins. Celestina turned to see that she was holding Oscar's head and quickly let go. This person is my good friend. I was checking an injury he had. Why are you here? Careless, she was careless. She didn't expect Gilbert to come to the library so late. Not only that, her outbursts earlier must have caught his attention. Celestina cursed herself in her mind for dragging Oscar into this. A friend? Oh, I see his ear is gone. The princess is very kind to be so caring about others. Gilbert spoke candidly. I can help your friend, princess. Some rare treasures could help grow back a limb. I can acquire one in the future. This was a chance. He didn't know the nature of the relationship between Celestina and Oscar, but it was an opportunity for him to interact and get closer to her. It's fine. I lost this ear because of my own mistakes. I prefer to restore it myself. However, I thank you for being so charitable. Oscar put on a mechanical smile and tried to distance himself from Gilbert's attention. Ha ha ha, that's determination. I quite like people like that. What's your name? Gilbert asked. Lockwood. Leave. Celestina's voice held an authoritative tone worthy of royalty, making people feel like bowing down. She had never spoken like that to Oscar. Princess, I'm just getting acquainted with this friend here. Surely I can do that. Gilbert put on an innocent smile that wooed many others, but Celestina was not amused. Don't think I don't see what you're doing. I will never be with you. I don't like you. The air trembled as vast amounts of silver iron burst out like flames from Celestina. Her powerful presence made Oscar feel like he was under a mountain, crushing him. Gilbert, however, looked fine, but his brows tightened. Princess, please calm yourself down. We're in the pavilion. Celestina did not respond but increased the output of her iron. If looks could kill, Gilbert would have been dead. She understood and was dedicated to her duties as a princess and a member of the pavilion, but she was still human. This place was her one solace from all of that, where she could read freely and relax, where she finally met someone with whom she could have a fun conversation, a fellow book lover like her mother. But this man had intruded into her private and favorite place. This playboy refused to stop bothering her without regard for her feelings. If words won't make you understand, how about force? Celestina took a brief step forward, prompting Gilbert to unleash his own iron. A glittering, golden iron wrapped around him like a river of stars descending on a human. This compounded the pressure on Oscar, who could not believe this much power was from someone his age. These two are incredible. The silver and gold irons stood opposite each other. Celestina was about to step closer, but Oscar managed to break free of the pressure with great effort, soaking in sweat, to grab her wrist. She turned back to see him pointing to her book on communication. You didn't want to lose yourself in anger. Remember what you wanted to do. Oscar's message was clear. She swallowed her anger and set it aside. Her silver iron went back into her, leaving her usual calm self. Gilbert was grinding his teeth at the scene, but he did not move since doing so could make things worse. He couldn't understand. I've been through a lot in my life. I suffered bullying and persecution from my own family. My mother disappeared somewhere unknown, but I've climbed up and shown my merits and strengths to everyone. I'm a grade 9. I'm the hope of the future. But why can't she see that? Why can't she understand everything I've been through? People admired him from everywhere. They admired how he was once a lowly person that rose to the top. But not her. Moreover, she was close to this man. From Oscar's reactions to their iron, Gilbert could tell he was not even a greater apprentice Exalt. How did someone like this take away his princess? Let me clarify. Celestina's voice cut off Gilbert's thoughts. I am here to spend some time with my good friend. Don't misunderstand anything. He is my friend, not my lover. Even if he was, he is not the reason I don't like you. You're the problem. Her cold words cut deep into Gilbert, whose face twitched for a split second. Let's go outside. Celestina dragged Oscar out, leaving behind a stunned Gilbert. The library was silent with their departure except for the labored breathing of the handsome blue-eyed Gilbert. I won't give up on you. I will show that I am the most worthy of your attention. His eyes burned fiercely with his resolve. This was not over. Thanks for stopping me. Celestina expressed her gratitude with a bow. It's no good to be fighting in a library. Oscar was slightly pale and weak. The pressure of 2 elite exalts was too much for him to bear as a middle apprentice exalt. I'm sorry this happened. We will have to find a new place to read. Celestina sighed. No, we can just stay there. I think he understood there are some boundaries he can't cross with you. Otherwise, it'll just lead to a fight happening again. Celestina thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Let me know if he tries to get to you. Let's meet next week. Oscar. Yup, no problem. Oscar made an okay gesture, and the two split off to return home. A few moments later, Oscar bolted to get out of there with all his speed. There was no telling when Gilbert would come out. I need to be stronger, Oscar muttered. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 79, Aurora Bellwood's Alchemy. After the encounter with Gilbert, Oscar locked himself in the room. He absorbed iron with great efficiency, but it was not enough. Let alone a grade 9, his progress was not comparable to Emily's grade 6. The Aetherstone only helped him train faster to an extent. There was also the 3-month gap where he did not focus on advancing, which put him behind. Thankfully, the extra elixirs and the Rainbow Ditus egg supplemented that blank period. Eventually, Oscar noticed that he had to go. Today was the day of the alchemist contest. He promised to watch with Emily and participate in the free duels. After taking a cool shower to cool his head, Oscar exited his dorm and was met with shock. Vast amounts of people were pouring from the outer hall like a turbulent river. Oscar and Emily were struggling to get through. Everyone's come out to watch this, Emily grumbled. She made her way to the dorm entrances earlier, waiting for Oscar. Alchemists are quite popular, and we rarely see them performing it live. Also, one of the participants is Aurora Bellwood. The pavilion announced the participants yesterday, and many people were excited about the event. Aurora Bellwood. Celestina mentioned her to be a fierce admirer and pursuer of Gilbert. They were quite intimate and close, from Celestina's accounts. Such a person is attached to you, yet you would openly go after another girl? Oscar muttered. Did you say something? Nothing. Let's keep moving. Wait, he also has Isabella too. While Oscar was fuming about Gilbert's philandering, they finally arrived in the Azure City. Large crowds populated every part of the streets. Minor, outer, and inner hall students came to watch and cheer. We should have expected this, Oscar sighed. It looks like they'll show it on those large spheres. Emily pointed to the spheres of water that hovered in the central places of the city. It used an observation spell to reflect the events on the water's surface. Let's go over here. Oscar found a nice corner where they could watch the show without being overrun by people. The water spheres started rippling all over its surface. The crowds settled down as an image appeared in the waters. It showed a large, pristine wooden room. The image closed in closer to show 2 people. One was a tall, lanky man with a broad chin but a skinny frame. He had ruffled gray hair and glasses. His gray eyes stared in admiration at the person across from him. That person's appearance elicited loud and piercing cheers from the spectators. She was an extremely beautiful girl with a straight back like a spear. Her azure blue eyes were soul-catching, and her pink hair was like the blooming of spring. Our goddess, Aurora, some crazed fans yelled out loud. She truly is beautiful. I heard she's also an elite exalt. Emily stared admiringly. Aurora's beauty wasn't the type that induced jealousy but admiration. Even Oscar felt she was attractive, but he was used to devastating beauty, thanks to Celestina, Isabella, and Emily. The scene in the water spheres began to move as the 2 opponents greeted each other. Thank you for accepting my selfish request, Mr. Orion. Aurora spoke. Her voice was soft and endearing. It's not a big deal, Ms. Bellwood. How can I refuse your request? I am receiving good compensation for this as well, Orion replied. He was a 3rd-year student in the inner hall who practiced alchemy all his time in the pavilion. There was a look of pride on his face as a 2-star alchemist. Then, let's start. Aurora clapped her hands together. Taking the signal, an elder of the Palace of Whirlpools stepped forward and laid down 2 sets of ingredients and a cauldron on each contestant's table. This contest will have our 2 alchemists concoct the Grade 2 Ein Burst elixir. The materials and cauldrons are all prepared for each of you. Ein Burst was the upgraded version of the Ein Amassing elixir. Oscar heard it was what the elite Exalts in the inner hall received. The effects on a middle apprentice Exalt would be tremendous if he took it. However, it would also be a waste as his immature core would not be able to handle it and lose some Ein. Thus, it was better used for elite Exalts. Begin! The cheers for Aurora burst out with the commencement of the contest. Aurora's delicate hands burst forth flames that started to heat the cauldron. Her actions were swift as she quickly tossed in a couple of ingredients and closed the lid. Her opponent, Orion, perfectly mirrored the same moves, exhibiting his expertise as a tenured alchemist. The 2 stared intently at the cauldron, not wanting to blink for a second. The crowd went silent as the tension grew. An hour passed as Aurora and Orion occasionally shifted the flames to be weaker or higher. "This is a very crucial part of alchemy," someone said. "The flames must be at the correct temperatures at all times for the ingredients to start mixing. If not, the elixir may become weaker in effect or just ruined. This is nothing to our goddess." In the silent room, Aurora and Orion finally started to move. They quickly killed the flames and opened the cauldron, releasing a large amount of smoke that faded away fast. They tossed in the rest of the ingredients without wasting a single moment. The cauldrons began to shake violently. Orion and Aurora had beads of sweat dripping down their chin. Aurora's pink Ein appeared like a blossoming flower and manifested into a flower anima. It was a beautiful pink cherry blossom that hovered around Aurora before flying into the cauldron. Slam! Aurora closed the lid, and her Ein began to flow and channel into the cauldron. On the other side, Orion's gray Ein manifested his cauldron anima. It absorbed the contents boiling in the cauldron and the rest of the ingredients before shutting its lid. The cauldron anima then flew into the physical cauldron. Orion shut the lid and also funneled his Ein into it. The 2 were now in the same stage, constantly pouring their Ein into the cauldrons with careful control like in the previous fires. "You can use your anima like that?" someone exclaimed. Oscar and Emily also looked on in great interest. Their animus were not useful for alchemy or forging, so it was a sight to see how animus were involved in such processes. "She's concocting the elixir with her flower anima in the mix. I can only assume it adds something or helps the process become smoother." As for Orion, his cauldron could grant him greater control over what's happening inside. Oscar made a guess based on the shape and type of animus the 2 wielded. "I don't think they'll reveal how exactly their animus work," Emily chuckled. "True, but I am curious how their animus would fare in battle." "Aren't you?" Oscar asked. "Yup." Another 2 hours passed, yet Aurora and Orion still fed their Ein into the concoction. Their bodies were now drenched in sweat. The crowd became more enamored with Aurora's untidy, tired, but persistent look. Seeing her work so hard made them cheer for her more. The cauldrons were now boiling. The boiling grew louder and louder until it was like the tea kettle left unattended on the fire. Aurora grunted as she pulled out the lid and poured out the liquid into a large bowl. Her anima floated away to her side. Steam came forth from the hot liquid touching the cold surface of the bowl. It was now the final step. Aurora focused her Ein to swirl the contents in the bowl as fast as possible. As she did, it got smaller and lower. Orion was also doing this final step at the same time. Finally, the swirling contents in the bowls began to shine as they turned into the color of the shining moon. Aurora and Orion gave one last blast of Ein to compress it further. "Ha!" Oscar's eyes perked up. "That's..." Boom! A flash of light covered the room, blinding the crowd for a short moment. When it cleared, Aurora stood proudly next to her bowl of bright moon liquid, the Ein Burst elixir. Orion let out a breath of relief, but his eyes were also full of pride at his work. "Truly, the daughter of the High Magus. I'm envious of your talent. To be able to concoct a grade 2 elixir already. You're not bad yourself. Your anima was fated to be with an alchemist like you." Aurora smiled. "I will judge your elixirs. Set them forth on my table." The elder alchemist coughed and beckoned them forward. "As you are aware, Elixirs are known for the degree of their potency. The one with the higher potency shall be the winner. Every elixir's quality was determined by its grade and potency. The amassing elixirs distributed to the students had a potency of 50. The heal elixir that Oscar bought in Tufal City had a potency of 65. The higher the potency, the more expensive it was. Despite the vast resources of the pavilion, even they could not afford 100 potency elixirs for all their students. The elder took out a vial and filled it with Orion's elixir. First, we shall test Orion Holz's elixir. The elder placed the vial into a potency measuring tool with a slot for the vial. Once the vial was placed in the slot, a large needle stuck out into it. A meter on the measuring tool began to move up until it stopped at 35. Potency of 35. That is a good elixir to have created when you've recently become a 2-star alchemist. Well done, lad. The elder gave an approving look to Orion, who bowed graciously with a smile. Now for Aurora Bellwood's elixir. The crowd held in their words, waiting for the elder's verdict. As the measuring tool tested the vial and its meter rose slowly, more people became agitated. Come on, what is it? Definitely higher. Then before everyone's eyes, the meter stopped at the spot that said 37. Potency 37. That is incredible for someone so young. Aurora Bellwood is the winner. The elder was surprised and pleased. The city crowds loudly cheered, praising Aurora's talent and beauty. Orion shrugged his shoulders and shook his head with a sigh. He tried to play it off, but the defeat sunk deeply into him. Although she was the daughter of the High Magus, the branch leader of the Alchemist Guild in the Empire, he felt his experience would give him the advantage. Good match, Aurora replied, but she did not shake his hand, only smiling and being reserved. Thank you, everyone, for watching and supporting me. She thanked the crowd, who responded with shrills and cheers, and left the room with a smile. The crowd quickly dispersed as the show ended. They were talking in length about the contest and Aurora as they moved. Oscar stared intently at the blank water spheres in deep thought. There's no doubt, that was Ein Awaken. At the last moment, Aurora and Orion were compressing the liquid for the final step. He noticed Aurora's eyes focused harder than ever as the movement of her Ein shifted into a completely different gear. It was minuscule that people might not notice, but it was clear as day for Oscar, who trained extensively in fine Ein control. That level of concentration was something he had experienced multiple times. Using Ein Awaken, she could control the compression and diffuse the elixir more accurately. That was what helped her get over Orion. Oscar, let's go to the free duels now. Emily cut off his thoughts. Sure, that's what we came here for. Oscar put away the thoughts of Aurora. It was time for battle. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 80, Free Duels. The crowds quickly dispersed after the event, allowing Oscar and Emily to move freely through the city. There were still small pockets of people discussing the match between Aurora and Orion with excitement. Alchemy is quite interesting to watch. It was akin to a battle where they constantly tried to get ahead of the other. Emily leaned her head back on her hands and waltzed carefreely. They were skilled in controlling their Ein. You should learn some from them. You would be far stronger if your Ein control were better, Oscar said. Emily was the power type that preferred to overwhelm her opponents. She knew how to concentrate and utilize her Ein, but she was below Oscar in that field. I'm trying to learn the Ein Awaken, but it's incredibly hard. I can understand why the warden told you it was more appropriate for Knight Exalts with their level of Ein control. Learning Reese Awaken helped me gain some understanding of it, but it was fighting for my life against the Rock Ankelon that helped me achieve it. Maybe I need to do that as well. Emily was completely serious about putting herself at risk to learn it. Let's not focus on life or death here. We're entering the free duels soon. In a short moment, they arrived at a large coliseum, much smaller than the stadium they were in for the grand gathering, but still quite sizable. The city's coliseum was typically used for great duels between students who wished to settle something or showcase their prowess outside of the grand gathering. Oscar and Emily did not enter the high stands of seats or the stage in the middle. They took a turn and entered a stairway that led below the coliseum into a large room that reminded Oscar of the main hall of the Abyss prison. Inside were many other students who were relaxing in some free chairs or meditating. They were all wearing a badge on their chest with a number. Take a good look, Oscar. Some of these people will be our opponents. Emily eyed some of them with scrutiny. Noticing Emily's gaze, some turned back to stare with provocation, while others merely furrowed their brows and paid no attention. Provoking them won't do any good for you or me. Let's hurry up and register. Oscar sighed on his way to register. The registration process was not long. Oscar and Emily had to show their pavilion badges to the elders and receive a pin with a number. When the matches start, their numbers will be called. I'm number 227. Oscar held his pin with interest. It was in a hexagon shape with a white surface and blue outline. His number was embedded in black carving. Number 228. Emily stuck the pin on her uniform by the left chest, humming. Evidently, she was in a cheerful mood. Oscar smiled and looked at Emily with a relieved expression. He was worried for her, but seeing her now compared to her worrying and crying display last week assured him that she was recovering. He scolded himself inside that he needed to be more mindful of others' feelings. He troubled his parents a lot in the past because of that. Welcome, everyone. The free duels are starting. Remember that it's one match per day. When I call your numbers, please step forward. An elder stepped forward to greet the eager students. 227. After giving Emily a thumbs up, Oscar stepped forward with the group of people. He and the others, who were called, were sent off down a wide hallway lined with doors. One by one, an elder designated them to each of the doors. Oscar entered his room to find a small room with a mat on the floor for him to sit on. On the other end was another locked door. So this is the waiting room. Oscar sat down in anticipation. Each room led to a battle room. No one knew who their opponent was until the doors opened. As Oscar was waiting, the doors suddenly flung open. He stood up with a fierce expression and walked into the battle room. However, it wasn't a student waiting for him. He stopped moving, dumbfounded at the unexpected figure. A woman stood in the middle of the large battle room with sturdy walls and floors of stone. She had gray eyes that seemed to pierce right through his soul, purple hair flowing down to her hips, and a youthful face of a mature woman. She was dressed like a general with a white ceremonial uniform with straight pants that reached down to her feet. She wore a blue cloak held onto her shoulders by a golden ornament latch. The presence around her was suffocating and made Oscar feel like he was a mere ant before her. Grand Commander? Oscar bowed while trying to breathe normally. Margaret Ward. Oscar only saw her from afar during the grand gathering. But why was she here? Oscar Tur. Margaret spoke like a general talking to a soldier. You are Draven's disciple, are you not? Oscar did not lift his face to look at her. Only a temporary disciple. I had the fortune of learning from the warden for a week. Margaret tensed up. Fortune? Do you even realize the risks of what you've learned? I am aware. Reese takes time to master and risks my body, particularly the heart. The Awaken is split into Ein and Reese, but Ein Awaken is a natural progression as you become a higher Exalt. Furthermore, it merely hurts your mind and core but doesn't destroy them. However, it can take a while to recover from the damages. Reese Awaken is different. It will always carry the risk of bursting your heart and leading to death. You can train to be in the state longer, but every ounce of Reese you use carries the risk. Are you sure about this? Her gray eyes locked onto Oscar, leaving him frozen. However, he had to respond, no matter what. He thought of Emily's crying face, Frederick's detached and vengeful look, Celestina's furious eyes, and Gilbert's power. Right now, I need to be stronger. I promised someone I would hold my loved ones close. How can I do that if I'm weak? I told this to Master. I won't die. Oscar stared up at Margaret with resolution. Margaret gazed at the kneeling child before sighing in resignation. There was no convincing this child. It was just as Draven said. It was distasteful to continue trying to stop him. She reached into her coat and took out a book, tossing it in front of Oscar. For certain reasons, Draven can't come here himself. However, he told me to pass this on to you personally without anyone knowing. He seems to understand you well. He said this place would be where you would come. I've waited for 3 months now. This is... Oscar picked up the book. It's a manual for the next part of your Reese training. There is much more to Reese than you know. The reason that so many do not pursue it is because of the dangers and what is required. Do not open it or show it to anyone until you've returned to your dorm. Oscar held the book in his hands with great care. His eyes filled with gratitude as he bowed down. Thank you, Grand Commander. But why couldn't Master give it to me himself? Don't worry about it. Margaret floated up as the ceiling opened up to reveal a corridor. Your opponent should be coming here soon. I opened your door early to talk. Train hard. She disappeared in an instant. Her flight speed was fast. Oscar quickly put away the small book in his pocket and meditated to calm himself down. He could only put away the thoughts of Draven's book. For now, he had to focus on the battle. The room buzzed with an alarm, signaling the opening of the doors. Oscar opened his eyes and got up to see his opponent. A short and slightly plump man stepped into the room. His hair was curly and blonde, and his eyes held a gentle gleam as they scanned Oscar. Oscar scrutinized his opponent, and his first thought was, how short? The person was around a foot shorter than Oscar. His height and his slight plumpness gave the impression of a cute baby bear. Yo, hello, Oscar greeted back. My name is Oscar Tur, second year. What's yours? Eric Miller. I'm a second year like you. Eric introduced himself. Just because they were in the same year didn't mean they knew each other. Oscar was only aware of the famous ones like Philip. You may not know of me, but I know you, Eric grimly stated. You know me? Oscar felt Eric was acting strange. You and that green-haired asshole are the ones who keep bothering my goddess. Eric roared with rage. What? Oscar was taken aback. Emily is my goddess. Her orange hair and eyes, her strong presence, and her sharp words make her the best. Yet the two of you bug her, making her cut her hair short. I'm jealous. You gave off your true thoughts at the end there. Oscar shook his head in disbelief. Do you want to teach me a lesson? Go ahead and give it a try. Eric pumped up his fist and declared, if I win, you will stay away from Emily. Hell no. Oscar flatly refused, but there was a hint of hostility. Emily needed friends more than ever right now, so there was no way he would betray her. Shouldn't you be taking Emily's feelings into account? We're friends and I'm by her side. You have no right to say such things. Ma. Eric could not respond and looked embarrassed, but he soon bared his teeth and exploded his eye outward. The power of a middle apprentice Exalt exploded out, but Oscar did not feel pressured. Instead, he retaliated in kind as his blue eye flickered against Eric's. Round will start in 10 seconds. 10. Eric wore a pair of blue metal gauntlets that he slammed together with his fists. On his side, his eye formed into his anima, another pair of gauntlets that floated near his shoulders. 9. I'll slam you down with all 4 of my fists, Eric declared. Oscar observed the gauntlet anima along with Eric's armament. From his movements, Eric was certainly well trained in remote controlling his anima. 8. Give it a try. Oscar summoned his dear anima. He stared at Eric with a powerful gaze. In his left hand was his obsidian buckler, newly upgraded by the rainbow Didas's beak. 7. 6. As the timer ticked, the two stared at each other intently. 5. 4. 3. Eric seemed particularly pumped. This was his chance to free Emily from the two bothersome fools. 2. Oscar was also excited, but not for the same reason. This was his chance to see how much stronger he became after the elixirs and test out the upgraded buckler. 1. Begin. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 81. Oscar tests his power. Within the unfathomable depths, Margaret Ward walked into the main hall of the Abyss Prison. Draven Kieran, the warden of the Abyss Prison, was waiting for her in the center of the room. So you've given the book to the child? Draven snapped his fingers, and a table appeared out of nowhere with freshly brewed tea. No tea for me, thank you. I passed the book to the boy, but I still don't think it is wise. Given time, the boy could grow stronger normally, but you know we're running out of that time. Will he even be eligible to participate? His progress as an Exalt is even slower due to training in Reese. Margaret raised her brow. Draven seemed to have strange confidence in the student. Oscar. He'll make it in time. When that happens, he can fight and survive with Reese and Ein. I have to thank you for being patient. I cannot freely leave this place. I do not want to alarm anyone by using my powers to give it to him. Margaret knew Draven was referring to a single individual, Elder Saul. From what she observed, Eld Saul had a liking for Oscar. That made his request to send Oscar to prison quite puzzling. What is the elder planning for Oscar? He guides the boy sometimes and makes idle chat. She crossed her arms in contemplation. It may be good for Oscar or it may be bad. Nevertheless, he dislikes the fact I helped Oscar in prison. Draven was also in deep thought. The mystery of Saul was grating at his crazed mind. Remember, we can't tell the boy it was Elder Saul. He seems to prefer staying anonymous. We don't know how the elder would react. Margaret left with a final warning before departing. The main hall fell silent as Draven picked up a cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. He stared in the direction of the Colosseum as if he could see Oscar. Eric raised his fist, clashing against Oscar's sturdy buckler. However, contrary to his expectations, he could not force Oscar but rather, his arm was slightly trembling from the collision. What kind of strength? He stuttered in confusion. He could not recollect himself as Oscar's deer anima stomped behind him, swinging its antlers forward. Stone gaze. Oscar locked eyes with the bewildered Eric. The short man trembled as he struggled to break free of Oscar's spell. I won't make it in time. If that's so, then... Eric willed his anima to split. One gauntlet shot straight to the deer anima and the other to Oscar's face. Forced to block the incoming gauntlet, Oscar had to break the link of his stone gaze, while his deer whacked away at the other. This gave Eric the breathing room to fall back. However, this retreat was not long. Eric brandished all his fists, including his anima, at the ready. Flames burst out and enveloped the 4 gauntlets. Grade 1 Flaming Knuckles was a spell that covered the wielder's fists in a torrent of fire. It was a perfect match for someone like Eric, who specializes in punches. Oscar watched the bright balls of flames that were Eric's hands and gauntlet anima. It reminded him of the Grade 2 Fists of Fury that he witnessed before in the first lecture by Preceptor Frank. It was because Eric's spell was a downgraded version of Frank's. A spell of a particular grade can be adjusted to be usable by lesser exalts, resulting in a lower grade version of itself. The downgraded versions often lose some of the intrinsic qualities of the original spell. For example, Eric's Flaming Knuckles were like he was lighting his hand on fire, while Frank was collecting the flames into a molten layer on his skin. Another example was Oscar's Steel Scales, which was derived from the Grade 2 Silver Sheen and the Grade 3 Indestructible Gold. That didn't mean once Oscar or Eric reached the elite Exalt realm, they'd instantly be able to use the upgraded spell. If the spells were properly recorded, purchasing them from the archives and training on their added methods would be easier. Otherwise, they would have to figure out how to make adjustments and improvements to elevate it to a higher grade. Even though they knew the original spell, improving it was still a task as hard as creating a new spell. Downgrading it was simpler. The ideal would be to use spells derived from a Grade 5 so that there were subsequent manuals up to the King Exalt realm. There were rumors that all spells in existence were derived from the unknown Grade 9 versions. But that was merely a legend. Eric charged ahead and started a rush of flaming combos at Oscar. Right hook, uppercut, left straight, jab, jab, a never-ending series of punches. This barrage shocked Oscar. He was stunned by Eric's fluid motions. Sensing something incoming, Oscar ducked as a flaming gauntlet whizzed past from behind. He can even do unexpected combos from behind. I was wrong. It's not like normal punching. It can come from any angle thanks to his anima, Oscar thought. The barrage continued as Eric unleashed 4-punch combos. Oscar designated his deer anima to cover his back. With the link between their sights, Oscar was able to defend himself properly. Hisses. The constant exposure to the flames was slowly scorching Oscar's skin, but Oscar stood firm despite sweating from the rising heat. Meanwhile, Eric was getting impatient. No matter what he did, Oscar would block or deter easily. Even though he was feinting and attacking from multiple directions, nothing worked. Is this guy playing with me? But this defense won't last long. I've noticed your weakness. Eric noticed how Oscar and his deer were moving in tandem, but only one was strong at a time. During his defense, Oscar was switching whether he or his deer anima utilized the bulk of the Ein based on where the greatest threat was. Unlike my gauntlets, you can't control the Ein in yourself and your animal-type anima as freely. That will be your downfall. Eric smirked, deciding to end it now. Grade 1 Blaze Dash. Oscar watched as Eric released a burst of flame that scorched the ground. This fierce blast turned Eric into a speeding bullet that charged at him like a raging bull. The blaze dash was a straightforward charge forward, supplemented by the boost of speed and power from the flames that shot out of the user's feet like an engine. Eric was in the front with his two fists stretched outward while his anima had split and was approaching from the sides. The Ein was powerful in all attacks. To let a single one through would spell trouble and bad burns. I guess it's time to end this. Oscar drew in a deep breath and stepped together with his dear anima, prompting Eric's confusion. He matched movements with his anima, gathering Ein on its antler and his buckler. Like the time with the rainbow Didus, this was their combination attack to strike as one toward a target. Together, they drew their antlers and buckler back and swung in a full circle. Their motion started from the left to the back to the right and finally to the front. The powerful concentration of Ein and Oscar's Reese blew away the two gauntlet onimus and clashed against Eric's super-dash-powered fists. Eric was in disbelief as his fists were forced back, and he was sent flying, crashing into the other end of the room. Down on the floor, Eric could only groan in pain. This was Oscar's most powerful blow that forced the rainbow Didus to keel over in agony. An unprepared Eric would not be able to withstand it. Surrender? Oscar walked over with his dear anima. I surrender. Eric quickly propped himself up like a small bear trying to stand. His face was full of unwillingness. You could have won from the very start. Why did you hold back like that? He realized it from Oscar's last attack that easily blew him away. Eric would have lost if Oscar had used that from the start rather than blocking attacks for a while. Although he was a grade 5, Oscar was stronger than him. This fact made Eric clench his fists, thinking about how he had been slacking. I recently drank a lot of elixirs, so I needed to adjust myself. Also, I took this as training. Training? Eric tilted his head. Was he just training material for this bastard? You must have noticed it during the battle. There are gaps and discrepancies in how I move with my anima. I can only make one true attack at a time between us or attack together in one area. I need more experience. I noticed. That was why I tried to go for the three-way attack. That takes a lot out of me, so I wanted to settle it there. Eric removed his gauntlets and stowed them away. How were you able to control your gauntlets so well? Other people with armament-type onimus don't have that same control. Oscar was curious. Even Emily could not control her staff as well as Eric. It was simpler because my anima was a pair of gauntlets. I only had to think as if I had 4 arms. For something like Emily's staff, that's harder because it would be thinking of pretending to have another body to wield it. Eric casually mentioned Emily and her anima as though it was natural. Forgetting Eric's comment, Oscar pondered on his words. If that was the case, then it truly was a world of difference with animal-type onimus. To effortlessly control what is pretty much another being rather than yourself was a tough task. Hey! Eric grabbed Oscar's attention. What? Eric bowed and shouted sincerely, I apologize for being rude to you, but I can see you're strong enough to be with her. Can you introduce me to Emily? Oscar stared blankly at Eric. Was this person serious? I'm serious. It's so hard for me to approach her. So I thought if you could help me there. Eric's eyes shined with longing. Oscar felt a headache and rubbed his brows. I can't help you. Why not? If you want to talk to her, do it yourself. Why would she waste time on someone who doesn't even dare to talk to her himself? Oscar goaded. Goh, Eric tensed up. He could not deny the truth in Oscar's words. Often he found himself unable even to step up to introduce himself. Proceed to the exits. An announcement resounded through the room. Since their match was over, they were directed to the exits. Oscar and Eric went to the newly opened exit door that led to the main hallway. All along the way, they were silent. Oscar didn't have much to say to Eric, who was still struggling over his indecisiveness. Oscar! Emily's cheerful voice called out to him. Eric stiffened up like a kid caught making trouble. Oscar turned casually to Emily while Eric nervously turned. Where is the bravado from earlier when he challenged me? Oscar laughed inwardly. How was your match? Emily asked. Her orange hair caught Eric's heart. I won. What about you? Oscar smiled. Easy victory. My opponent is over there. Emily pointed at a haggard man who was stumbling. There were many bruises all over. You shouldn't torture your opponents that hard. Oscar felt sorry for the man and prayed for his speedy recovery. Emily's blows stung the longest. Huh? Who's this shorty? Emily noticed Eric by Oscar's side. He was my opponent. He has an interesting style of fighting. Oscar didn't introduce Eric. He wanted to see if Eric would do it himself. Oh, how do you fight? Emily was interested and asked. Ah. Eric was unable to form any words as his red went bright red. He was like a reed teddy bear. Hello. Emily tried to snap Eric to reality. I'm sorry. Eric ran off as fast as possible, away from Emily and Oscar. Emily was left dumbfounded and turned to Oscar with a face, asking, "What the hell?" Oscar could not stop himself from laughing, but he suddenly stopped. Rinnngg. A loud, pitched sound resounded in his head before complete silence. Oscar realized something was wrong and tried to clean his remaining ear, but he could not hear anything. The footsteps of everyone around him were inaudible. The chatter of those around them became mute, and Emily's mouth was moving with no sound. I said, "Do you want to fight more?" Emily yelled out. Sound returned to Oscar's world only to be drowned out by Emily's piercing voice. I don't see any reason to stop after one. Oscar put on a small smile. As Emily moved ahead, Oscar rubbed his ear, wondering what the hell happened. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 82. Ivanka Klein. By the end of the free duels, Oscar had racked up 3 wins and 0 losses. His opponents were not more advanced in the middle apprentice realm, so his advantages in res and anima control brought him victory. However, the issue of being unable to control the ein in his anima completely independent of his actions was still bogging him down. Emily had something to do, so they parted ways, leaving Oscar alone in his thoughts. Walking across the grassy hills, he noticed Elder Saul crouched down and planting some saplings. Hello, Elder Saul. Oscar greeted the elder with enthusiasm. Elder Saul stopped planting and looked up at Oscar. It's almost nighttime. You look to have fought in battles all day. Go and rest. Oscar was about to leave but then had a thought. Elder, have you seen Frederick at all? Oscar could not find any trace of Frederick, and the dorm manager was tight-lipped about students' activities for privacy. If anyone had a clue, it was Elder Saul, who roamed around the outer hall. I have not. The elder's denial was unexpected, and Oscar's face darkened. It was worrying that Frederick was not spotted even by Elder Saul. That green-haired boy has not appeared anywhere, unless he somehow comes at the very off hours. Elder Saul saw Oscar's downcast face and sighed. Is there anyone else that may know of him? Was he close with anyone else? Oscar's expression went completely blank. That was right. There was someone else who was close to Frederick. His aunt, Ivanka Klein. I'm an idiot, Oscar screamed. Elder Saul ignored Oscar's outburst and went back to planting his saplings. You should go tomorrow. Rest is important. Thank you, Elder Saul. You're a smart child, but you often miss what is obvious, Elder Saul lectured. I will keep that in mind. Oscar bowed and went on his way while Elder Saul carefully watered the fresh saplings he had planted. The elder's face was peaceful and smiling. Within the dorms, Oscar quickly closed and locked his room. He sat down and pulled out the book given to me by Margaret Ward. It was a gift from his master, Draven. The book looked very simple, with scratched up and faded papers and a rough black cover. Oscar's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he opened up to the first page. Ha! A folded-up paper fell from the book. It was sandwiched between the cover and the first page. Written on the folded page was, "To the temporary disciple. Master still calls me his temporary disciple. What a stubborn person." At this point, Oscar regarded himself as Draven's permanent student. One day, I'll make him call me his true disciple. Opening up the letter, Oscar read on. To my once prisoner and temporary disciple, Oscar. Once you're done reading the letter and the book, burn it all. I don't want the slightest chance of the contents being read by anyone else. I watched as you crazily survived and learned res in prison, and I saw your matches during the grand gathering. You're stubborn, but I like that stubbornness. Once you've returned from your excursion, you'll be ready to begin the next step in res. Be warned. This will be an agonizing and long process. If you fail, you fail. I won't tell you to take care of yourself. You decide for yourself if you've had enough. A big wave is coming. Do what you can to stay afloat. Draven Kieran. A big wave. Certainly, that seems to be the case, Oscar stared deeply at the book. Even his crazed master said this would be painful. The thought of it made Oscar involuntarily shudder. There was no backing down. Oscar regained composure and resolutely began to read. His eyes quickly darted through the small number of pages, reading it completely to the end. Thud. Oscar closed the book, pondering on the contents he read. Are you kidding me? Later in the morning, Oscar went to the commune early and burned the book and letter in the fireplace. He had spent all night memorizing every single word written in it. The flames consumed everything, turning them into ashes. Having followed the instructions from Draven, Oscar wiped his hands clean of the ash. He didn't want to appear dirty for later. His destination was the record hall, but the question was, how could he get there? The last time was because Xianxia was guiding them, but from what Oscar could tell, it was in an area forbidden to students. The only ones who could go there were the elders and guards of the pavilion. There was one person who had some authority in the Blue Ocean Pavilion. The issue was if he was willing to help him out. Elder Saul. After sprinting out of the commune, Oscar headed straight for Elder Saul's small cabin. Outside was Elder Saul, resting on his usual spot in the reclined chair. Elder Saul's face twitched in annoyance before opening his eyes to look at Oscar, making the boy feel nervous as if he had offended someone he shouldn't have. But he had already come here, so he had to take the chance and explain what he wanted. You want me to take you to the record hall? Elder Saul sighed. Is it not possible? Oscar groaned. No, I can take you there. But I need you to do something for me. Elder Saul's mouth curled into a smile. The contrast between this and the elder's usually expressionless face made Oscar feel as if something bad was going to happen. Don't be scared. I'm not going to ask you to do anything harsh. I'll tell you later. For now, let's go to the record hall and see your friend's aunt. Elder Saul grabbed Oscar's shoulder, and the two disappeared as if they had never existed. Oscar flew through the air so incredibly fast that he could not say a word or scream. The reason for the sudden disappearance was Elder Saul's mind-blowing flight speed. I know Knight Exalts and above can fly, but isn't this too fast? He had his suspicions that Elder Saul was not the weak and unassuming Elder Nicholas said he was. This display of speed only confirmed his suspicion. We're here. Instead of slowing down, Elder Saul stopped completely. Oscar's body lurched forward as his skin and hair were blowing away. However, Elder Saul had him in a tight grasp, so he wasn't flung out. Oscar heaved and gasped for breath. His lungs were devoid of air, blown out by the sudden break. Down below, he saw the familiar building of the record hall, where, ironically, Xianxia dragged him earlier for his trial, though not as fast nor harsh as Elder Saul. Slowly, they floated down, alerting the guards who were on standby. As they landed, the guards formed a small perimeter around them. What is your business here? The guards noticed Elder Saul was wearing the clothes of an elder and lowered their guard. If an elder was here, then it had to be official business. This child here has business with a judge. Xianxia Klein. I've never heard of a student being dragged here to meet a specific judge. The guard was skeptical and probed for the truth or further details. Oscar could feel a small, overpowering presence leak out. It was the pressure of a Knight Exalt. Elder Saul looked unfazed by this show of force, surprising the guard, who held great pride in himself. He tried to sense anything from this plain-looking wrinkled elder, but nothing. Instead, he felt a feeling of dread creep into his heart. Go inside and tell Xianxia Klein that Oscar Tur is here to see her, Elder Saul said dryly. Yes, the guard strangely obeyed, making his fellow guards feel something was off. They watched in confusion as their comrade quickly made his way inside. Oscar and Elder Saul waited under the watchful eyes of the guards. Oscar felt uncomfortable being stared at by multiple Knight Exalts. He heaved a sigh of relief when Xianxia Klein stepped outside. Oscar, Xianxia smiled. Hello, Ms. Klein. Oscar smiled back. Her iconic green hair and yellow eyes were so enchanting. Even the well-trained guards were taking glances at her. I can take it from here. Thank you for your due diligence. Xianxia and Oscar entered the record hall. Since that is it, I have no further business here. Farewell. Elder Saul slowly floated up and departed at a slower speed than his arrival. What was that? That old man may be an elder, but he's not even a third elder, one of the guards asked the one who ran inside to get Xianxia. They didn't need to be so accommodating to an elder like that. The elders were organized into a pyramid structure. There were the regular elders like Elder Saul, third elders, second elders, primary elders, and finally the sole great elder, Robert Levitt. As guards, they held authority above regular elders but below third elders. You didn't feel that? He asked his comrades. Feel what? Nothing happened. The guards looked at him as though he was going crazy. The guard looked shaken. That feeling of dread he felt while trying to scrutinize Elder Saul could not have been an illusion, but everyone else said they didn't feel anything. Don't worry about it. If anything, it's great that the judge wasn't angry at us. Let's get back to work, right? They returned to their stations, but he was still bothered by what had happened. Inside the record was a constant stream of scrolls and tablets floating around and going to the shelves or desks. Ivanka led Oscar to her table and pulled up a chair for him to sit on. You're curious about Frederick, right? I haven't seen a trace of him in the outer hall. Where is he? Ivanka was silent for a few moments and reached into her desk, pulling out a scroll. She unfurled it before Oscar. On it was Frederick's picture and details about him. Is that Frederick's record? Oscar said hoarsely. I can't let you read it due to privacy matters, but I can tell you the gist of it. He has yet to return to his dorm room because Frederick's been taking on mission after mission. He goes to the mission hall right after returning and departs. Is he insane? What kind of missions is he taking? Oscar demanded. Calm down. I can't inform you of the specifics of his missions, but he's been taking on only solo missions and not any easy ones, either. All of them are life-threatening. Ivanka showed concern for her nephew. She wanted to find him and talk, but she had many duties and could not stake out the mission hall daily. Can you at least tell me what his current mission is and when he might return? Oscar hoped. Sorry, Oscar. I cannot betray my duties. Oscar slammed the desk hard and shouted, He's your family. Silence. Ivanka scolded. I know that, but there are boundaries that cannot be crossed. Though I wish I could. She looked at Oscar with a somber expression. Despite her hard exterior, she cared for Frederick. Seeing that, Oscar shut his mouth and withdrew his hands. Is he all right? He returns alive so far. However, this recklessness will get to him one day. This is probably the only way he thinks he can catch up to Gilbert, Oscar noted. That is a pipe dream. Gilbert is a grade 9. The higher-ups of the pavilion are placing great attention on him. It's one thing to challenge Gilbert to a duel, but killing him will incur the wrath of the pavilion and the Empire. Oscar gritted his teeth. It's always Gilbert. Ivanka looked at Oscar's unwilling face and sighed. I remember when Gilbert was frail. Frederick, Gilbert, and Teresa were a good trio of friends. Oscar perked up. Anything to learn about Frederick could help. When Teresa died, Frederick changed. He was a good kid. Although he had some episodes of laziness which I punished him for, he worked hard with a radiant look in his eyes. But then his eyes became vacant. He was like a lifeless puppet during training and made every effort to appear frivolous and unruly to cause trouble for the family with empty smiles. Ivanka drank a cup of water and continued. I tried many times to get through to him, but nothing worked. He only reacted when Gilbert's name was brought up, flaring up in rage. But then, when he came to the pavilion, he changed. I saw him a month after he passed the trials. He looked almost like his old self. He still behaved frivolously, but he was talking normally and smiling. He told me he had made a very interesting friend. I didn't know it was you until we saw each again after your night raptor hunt. I wanted to say something, but I didn't want to ruin what Frederick had recovered, but it was for naught. Frederick has become worse than before. Even his whimsical personality has been disregarded. Oscar stood up and looked at Ivanka's saddened display. Thank you for telling me about Frederick. I am his friend, but I did not know anything about him. Although he couldn't get what he wanted from Ivanka, he felt he had moved closer to his wayward friend. I'll find Frederick, and together with Emily, we'll make him wake up. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 83. Assemble the team. Ivanka sat on the desk and stared blankly at the young boy with gleaming eyes that refused to give in. She chuckled softly. I'll leave it to you. If you need anything and it's within my power, then I can help. Please help Frederick. Ivanka bowed and placed her hopes on Oscar and Emily. If anyone can help Frederick, it would be them. Please don't bow. You're a knight Exalt and a judge, Oscar begged. After the awkward moment passed, Oscar cleared his throat. I do need your help on something. What is it? Are you able to acquire HYTR elixirs for me? HYTR. Ivanka blinked in confusion. Since HYTR elixirs were non-graded and not useful for Exalts, there was no issue with Ivanka acquiring a certain amount for Oscar at a given price, of course. After being escorted out of the record hall, Oscar returned to the outer hall and met Elder Saul again. Thank you, Elder Saul, for taking me to the record hall. It was a fruitful meeting, Oscar bowed. Elder Saul looked at Oscar. You remember that I said you'd owe me a favor? Oscar tensed up. Whatever this mysterious elder wanted would not be simple. But a deal was a deal and he had to honor his part. What does Elder Saul want from me? There's no need to put on such a serious face. I require a heart. A heart? Oscar quickly placed his hand over his heart. Surely not my heart. What heart? In the brilliant Drake Empire, there are several different places, from the golden Huron Plains to the coasts of the Starry Sea. But one has a notable characteristic. The floating islands of Eden. Eden? That's far off to the northern regions of the Empire. Bring back the heart of the Exalt beast. The Thousand Serpent. Thousand Serpent? I've never heard of that Exalt beast. There's no detail of it in the Creature Report 1 and 2. Oscar was curious about the nature of his prey. It is an Exalt beast at the elite Exalt realm. Elder Saul explained. I will allow you to bring 4 others to help you. Think of this as a secret mission. I'll even give you all some good rewards for your troubles. Oscar's interest grew when he heard about the rewards of the mission. The part about the elite Exalt beast was troubling, but he thought it could be done with a good team. More importantly, he owed Elder Saul. I got the chance to look at that Frederick's history. Do you know where he is right now? He is at the floating islands of Eden. These words rang like thunder through Oscar's skull. He looked at Elder Saul wide-eyed, asking if it was true. I am not lying. This is also a chance for you to find him and talk. Oscar bowed and shouted, I will go. Frederick was there. If there were a chance to meet his friend, he would do it. Should I go now? No. Go and assemble your team, and I'll meet you at the port in private room 004 tomorrow morning. I will arrange for a special ship to take you there as fast as possible. Elder Saul retreated into his cabin. His day was over. Without delay, Oscar hurried to the commune and sent a message to Emily from the postal room. In a matter of moments, Emily came out to meet him. Is what you said true? She grabbed Oscar's shoulders with a harsh grip. Oscar felt thankful for his trained body. It's the truth. Elder Saul told me that Frederick is in the floating islands of Eden. He's also offered a secret mission for us, and I need 3 others to come with me. Count me in, Emily stated without hesitation. I didn't tell you what the mission was, Oscar remarked. Hurry up and tell me. I'm still going to knock some sense into that dolt. The most important part for her was to see Frederick. She didn't care about the mission, only the thoughts about her friend. Oscar explained Elder Saul's mission. Emily's face paled at the mention of the Thousand Serpent. An elite Exalt. How are we meant to kill something like that? We need to find some strong people. Emily bit her nails. The requirements of this Elder Saul were too high. We need to find others who can help us. Try to find 1 person. I'll look for the other 2. Oscar made the recruitment plan with Emily. They had to find people they could trust and be willing to go on this dangerous incursion. Emily nodded as they split off. Oscar had 1 person in mind and went to the Neptune archives to wait. He would meet up with Celestina today, but that was at night. With hours to spend, Oscar decided to get as many books on the floating islands of Eden and a detailed report of the creatures that reside in them. As the night fell over the pavilion, Celestina entered the archives. She had made sure no one like Lockwood was following her. With a sigh of relief, she found Oscar engrossed in his reading. The book he was reading was The Observations of Eden, a detailed account of some explorations into the floating islands. Are you going to the floating islands? Celestina poked Oscar and asked. Wah! Oscar calmed down after seeing it was Celestina. Yes, I am. And I need to ask you for a favor. A favor? Fufu. We're friends. You can ask me for anything, and I can help if it's reasonable, Celestina hummed. I need to kill an elite Exalt beast. Oscar did not mince his words, leaving Celestina perplexed for a moment. It was as though a mechanism had stopped in her head, leaving her face in a funny blank state. An elite Exalt beast? Are you serious? Celestina almost raised her voice but was able to contain it. It's this. Oscar explained everything about Elder Saul and Frederick's presence there. During that time, Celestina listened attentively and with great interest. Intriguing. I never knew of an elder like that, especially someone who could give out rewards himself. Every mission has to be posted in the mission hall or be a pavilion-wide mission. Just who is this Elder Saul? Celestina held great intrigue and suspicion in her eyes. For such an enigmatic figure to be in her brilliant Drake Empire was slightly concerning. Though he might be all right because he was a part of the pavilion, it was strange that he wasn't known to the royal family. I promised Elder Saul I would return the favor, and we have to see Frederick. Oscar bowed and pleaded, "Please help us." The princess was the one person he knew that could help. If she refused, he would understand, but it would make things much harder. Celestina pushed her hair back behind her ears. I have wanted to visit Eden for a while, and I can't refuse when my friend needs me. Count me in. Her emerald eyes radiated great strength and warmth that uplifted Oscar's spirits. Thanks, he smiled. He could not express how thankful he was. So tomorrow morning, I wonder what the rewards will be. Celestina was brimming with anticipation. Who are the others? There's you, me, Emily, and one person that Emily is recruiting. We need one more. I need to start looking. Oscar closed his books. One more. Celestina pondered and looked at Oscar with her dazzling emerald pupils. I can get us that one person. He's in the pavilion right now, and I don't believe he'll refuse my request. If so, then I can't thank you enough. Oscar felt relieved, but then a thought came into his mind. Wait, it's not Gilbert, is it? Who do you think I am? Why would I ask him for anything? The air trembled around her with her rage as her gleaming eyes glinted dangerously. Forget what I said. Oscar quickly calmed her down. Now that that's settled, we have more time for reading. Celestina returned to her usual book-loving self after that display of chilling anger. Fine, fine. Time passed by as the night grew darker. It was very late. I'll return to my dorm. We need to go out early tomorrow. Oscar packed up the books and returned them to the shelves. This is the first time we'll be on a mission together. I'm excited. Celestina was beaming with radiant light from her smile. Though it was a dangerous mission, it was still an outing with a friend. Good night. Oscar quickly departed before any evil thoughts crept into his heart. Celestina's smile was just too enchanting. What is this feeling? The next morning, Oscar got up earlier than his early wake-up time. He spent his time outside, waiting for Emily and the other recruit, in meditation. The Ein continuously flowed within. Any bit more strength he could acquire was a boon for this upcoming journey. We're here. Emily appeared with someone next to her. Oscar was pleasantly surprised when he saw the other member of their group. George Harper, Oscar's opponent in the second round of the grand gathering, was a tall, skinny man with black hair. He utilized his bow anima to make long-distance attacks. At his side was his companion, the Sapphire Hedgehog. It's good to see you, Oscar. You've gotten stronger since we last met. Not as much as you. I can tell you're a greater apprentice Exalt now. How did you do it? Oscar asked. As your senior? How can I fall behind? George's nose pointed up with pride. Emily cut in. George knows everything about our mission. I am surprised he agreed. An elite Exalt beast is a terrifying foe, but with 5 of us, we can do it. More importantly, Frederick is there. I don't know what happened, but the 3 of you need to make up. George gave a thumbs up. Wait, what happened to your ear? Then let's go to the port. Our other 2 members should be waiting for us. Oscar ignored the question. Who did you find, Oscar? Emily asked. You'll see. Oscar kept his mouth shut. The trio arrived at the port and made their way to private room 004, which Elder Saul mentioned. Opening the door, Oscar saw 2 people waiting inside in their seats. George and Emily could not believe it. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as they recognized that silver hair, emerald eyes, and a beautiful face that garnered respect and adoration. Princess? They shouted. On the other hand, Oscar was fixated on the other person. He had wavy rose hair and purple eyes. His face was sharp like a sword and very attractive. Philip Raven? It was his opponent that defeated him during the grand gathering. Oscar Tur, it's nice to see you again. Philip was surprised but quickly smiled in greeting. Oscar Tur was one of the few opponents that he respected even though Oscar had a grade 4 Exaltia. Celestina put on her regal presence and smile. She did not let down the Dragner name with her royal bearings. Before everyone else could calm down and normally greet each other, a flat and elderly voice cut into their heads. Everyone is here. I will explain the mission further. Elder Saul looked at the 5 children. His eyes paused for a moment on Celestina, but his focus shifted to Oscar. This can be a great opportunity for all of you. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 84. Bath Talk. Everyone stared at the elderly man, who looked like a simple, frail old man. No one underestimated this elder who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Celestina tensed up and stood straight, looking at the elder with caution. She couldn't feel a single thing from Elder Saul. I requested Oscar to bring back the heart of the Thousand Serpent, a beast that resides in the floating islands of Eden. This is to repay a favor, but I've decided to give out good rewards to each of you. Elder Saul took out 5 vials of bright moon liquid, the grade 2 Iron Burst Elixir. Oscar, Emily, Philip, and George showed great desire. Celestina did not react because, as an elite Exalt, she was entitled to this elixir. Now, these elixirs aren't enough compensation. I will also give the 5 of you a chance to select any spell of your choosing from the Neptune archives. Celestina's face twitched. This was a great reward. A free spell without spending contribution points would be a great advantage. Philip smiled. He had been saving all his contribution points to purchase a great weapon in the future, only using his family's techniques. This was a great chance. Naturally, Oscar and the others were ecstatic. The third and final reward for completion will be all the serpent's parts. You can sell them as you wish. Just bring back the heart. The Thousand Serpent resides on the 3rd island. You must go through the first 2 islands to get there. Typically, you would have to make several stops before reaching Eden, but I've arranged for an airship to take you straight there. Look for the black sails. Elder Saul turned around and departed with his final parting words. Stay alive. The room was silent as everyone thought about the mission's rewards and high risks. Oscar cleared his throat and spoke in a humoring tone. Well, I guess it is worth going on this mission. Indeed, the rewards are great. But who is this Elder Saul, to have the authority to decide something like this? Celestina crossed her arms. I don't know. I only know he's been here for a while, and he maintains the gardens and fields of the outer hall. Oscar chided in. Hold on. Putting aside the elder for a moment. How the hell do you know the princess? George exclaimed. Oscar and Celestina were met with stares from everyone. Just what was the nature of the relationship between these two? Gossip and hot topics were particularly popular among young students. Emily, George, and Philip could not contain their curiosity and continued to eye the pair. We met in the Neptune archives and began sharing our fondness for books. Why? Is there something wrong with being friends with Oscar? Celestina tilted her head with a smile. Nothing is wrong. Anyone can be friends. It's just surprising. In my wildest imagination, I would never have thought the person Oscar talked about was the princess. Emily smiled back. It was great to have another girl in the group. George was intent on pushing for more details, but Oscar quickly interrupted and said, we should move to the airship first. The journey will likely take a few days, so we have time later to talk. What Oscar said was logical to everyone's agreement. They got their things together and headed for the exit. Wait, I forgot to do something. Celestina paused everyone for a moment. She retrieved a vial of green liquid and drank its contents with a grimace from its bad taste. Her silver hair changed into a clean black color, while her emerald eyes became blue. She double-checked herself in a hand mirror with a smile. Perfect disguise. Now let's go. The potion she drank was a simple appearance-changing elixir that lasted a few hours. As a princess and a public figure, she had to be careful whenever she went out. There was no telling what unscrupulous types may be out there. Let me use it as well. Philip also drank his elixir, changed his eyes and hair brown, and ruffled his hair to mask some of his handsomeness. Ready, Oliver and the rest stepped out into the port. There were streams of people wandering about, departing or arriving, even in the early morning. They looked around for the black sails mentioned earlier and spotted them. This is a private airship. It has the best accommodations and is only used for special occasions and VIPs. Celestina recognized the features of an airship of this caliber. As royalty, she had been on a similar airship numerous times. But how did that elder arrange this? We can wonder about that later. Let's get on. Oscar hurried his group to get on the airship. The captain came forward and greeted them. Welcome to the Severance. We have been informed of your mission. The airship will take a few days to arrive at Eden, and we will remain docked until your return. But we will have to leave without you if you are gone for too long. Thank you for allowing us on. We will make sure not to waste too much of your time. Philip regarded the crew with elegance. His belonging to the Raven family was not for show. The airship was well furnished, and the rooms were of the highest quality. There was a room with a window view for each person. Additionally, the airship contained a large shared bathing area. After settling in his room, Oscar felt the urge to take a relaxing bath. Since they left in the early morning, Oscar didn't have the chance to wash up properly. The baths were split into 2 sections for girls and boys. The floor was of white limestone, and the walls were adorned with statues of people in robes, carrying bowls of water that poured into the pool. Oscar quickly changed out of his clothes and dipped into the cleansing bathwater. It was nice and hot but not scalding, invigorating Oscar's tired body and almost making him doze off. I didn't expect someone to be here already. Oscar's peaceful bathing was interrupted by Philip's clear and magnetic voice. He turned to see the swordsman, still in his brown hair and eyes disguise. Without warning, Philip entered the bath and breathed in relief and delight. The bathwaters of this airship improve the skin's complexion and energize a tired body. Philip launched into casual conversation while Oscar felt awkward to be talking with the person he had lost to. Philip said, "There's no need to be so reserved. You and I are fellow students, and we fought with all our hearts bared. I'd prefer if we could talk normally." Oscar thought for a moment, then nodded. "I suppose we could do that. I am wondering, why are you here?" He knew Philip had successfully entered the Greater Apprentice Exalt realm and passed the Inner Hall test, a trial that stumped even lower elite Exalts with flying colors. After entering the Inner Hall, Philip was said to have been locked inside, training to no end. As a member of the Raven family that supports the royal family, I can't simply refuse the princess's request. She interrupted my seclusion and asked me to come along. Philip bitterly smiled. "Sorry for dragging you into this," Oscar apologized. After all, he was the responsible party for putting all this in motion. "Nothing to apologize for. I was pleasantly surprised to know we would be fighting such a beast. Not to mention I have a chance to talk to you." "What for?" "I'm just a grade 4 Xianxia," Oscar asked. "A grade 4 that broke my arm. If you don't mind me asking, what have you been through in the pavilion? How did you train?" Philip asked with eyes glowing in curiosity. He yearned to become stronger and reach the peak of swordsmanship. The battle against Oscar had given him a great shock. Oscar hesitated, but he saw the childlike look in Philip's eyes. There was no malicious intent or hidden motive, only the desire to improve. He went on to explain everything he had been through. "Astounding. I can't believe you're still alive after all that." Philip spoke with slight concern but also felt a feeling of inadequacy. The missions he completed were challenging, but none were as life-threatening as Oscar's experiences. Philip observed the warped flesh on the stomach and the missing left ear. He could feel the remnants of desperation emanating from them. "I'm still lacking compared to you." "How the hell are you lacking?" Oscar said irritatingly. "I haven't truly made myself fight with my life on the line. Maybe this upcoming trip will allow me the chance." Philip looked like a sharp sword, ready to unsheath. "What is this? The two of you are already here, chatting it up without me." George entered the bathroom. His sapphire hedgehog was on his skinny shoulder. The hedgehog let out a kyun noise, voicing the delight it felt from the bath. After relishing in the comfortable feeling of the hot water, George asked Oscar the most important question. "Oscar, how the hell are you so close to the princess?" "Celestina already told you. We met in the archives and talked about books. Oscar was too relaxed that he made a mistake and lost his breath, realizing his error. You called the princess by name? George was stunned. Calm down. I'm sure the princess gave permission, Philip said calmly, but his eyes were full of shock. Not anyone could call the princess casually by name. Even his father had to be respectful. Oscar knew he messed up, but there was no taking it back now. She said to call her by name. I tried to refuse, but she was very adamant. He scratched his head, looking tired. On the one hand, she was royalty, but on the other hand, she was royalty. What happens when a princess commands you to do something not respectful to royalty? While the boys were getting more acquainted, Emily and Celestina also enjoyed their time together in the bath. I'm glad to have another girl on a mission. Emily sighed in delight from both the bathwater and the prospect of a girl partner. I'm glad to go on a mission without everyone speaking respectfully to me and fawning over me. Celestina had asked Emily to speak casually without the usual honorifics. Although Emily had some doubts, she wasn't as attuned to the rankings of society since she had grown up isolated in a hunter family. It was an easy transition. The scene of the two beautiful girls cheerfully talking in the bath would make any man drool. Emily washed her orange hair. Your orange hair is so pretty. Can I touch it? Celestina asked. Of course. The two girls had a great time together. The journey continued for a few days. The Severance made no issues flying through the various kinds of rain and fierce winds. The group talked, ate, and bathed, growing close along the way. To have good harmony in the group was best for their future endeavor. Eventually, the captain shouted and announced to everyone on board, "Look alive, we're coming up to the floating islands of Eden." Oscar came out onto the deck and took in the grand view. There were massive floating mountains of land that stayed like a monolith in the air, unmoving and unchanged. These floating pieces of land were a considerable distance from each other. It was an otherworldly sight to behold as the light of the two suns went through the floating mountains. The sunbeams shot out, outlining the islands, similar to clouds, with borders of light making the lands seem holy and majestic. The Floating Islands of Eden. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 85. The Floating Islands of Eden. The Floating Islands of Eden were a collection of islands suspended in the air. It was a sanctioned-off area where Exalt beasts roamed freely. 12 massive islands were made up the Floating Islands of Eden, assembled in a spiral formation that led to the center. The farther one traveled, the stronger the Exalt beasts they would encounter. The first island was occupied mainly by lower apprentice Exalts, the second by middle apprentice Exalts, and this pattern continued until the end. The location of their target, the Thousand Serpent, was the third island. Oscar went over everything he learned about the Floating Islands of Eden as they approached the first island. Harsh currents surround the islands, but there is an opening on the first island. We will enter through it and dock at Windrock City. As the safest and most accessible place in Eden, the first island was the best place to build a city to facilitate the flow of goods from Eden and as a home base for the Empire's purposes. The other islands looked serene, but their surroundings were anything but that when one approached closer. Philip looked over the islands and said, "The Raven family's territory is a few days from these islands. My grandfather, the head of my family, a Marshal Exalt, has some responsibility in this place." A Marshal Exalt? Everyone else but Philip and Celestina exclaimed. The strongest Oscar knew of was the Greater Knight Exalt Adam of Tufal City. It showed just how fearsome the beasts were in these islands for a Marshal Exalt to be at the ready. For what purpose? What manner of Exalt beast lives here to warrant such caution? Oscar could not help but ask. Celestina and Philip showed serious expressions before answering. A King Exalt beast. King Exalt beast. These words struck like thunder through Oscar, Emily, and George. King Exalts were the strongest individuals who ruled empires and were unfettered by no one but other kings. Their brilliant Drake Empire only had 2 King Exalts, the Pavilion Master of the Blue Ocean Pavilion and the Emperor, Celestina's ancestor. For there to be another King Exalt who is also an Exalt beast living here was unbelievable. Oscar spoke in astonishment. I thought it was hard for Exalt beasts to enter the King Exalt realm. Not to mention the Empire keeps close tabs on every region. The empire contained the Exalt beasts in special regions and posted cities to keep a watchful eye. If there were evidence that an Exalt beast was close to a king Exalt, they would invade to stop it. This was a method for the empire to quell any potential threats. The floating islands of Eden are different. No matter how much they tried, breaking through all the islands and stopping the rise of a king Exalt beast was impossible. It's almost like these islands were impeding them from doing so. Celestina eyed the islands with a watchful gaze. However, it is also the same for the king Exalt beast. Cannot leave this place for some reason. Still, we have Windrock City to make sure. I've never heard of a place that restricts in such a way. Emily was in disbelief. The captain heard them talking and said, "You may not know this, but we sailors have a certain belief about this place." A belief. Everyone's attention was on the captain. The captain took a deep breath from his pipe, blowing out some clouds of smoke. If you look at the way these islands are set up, there is only one opening on the first island, and the strangeness that prevents beasts from going out and the pressure that builds as we try to go deeper, there is one conclusion. This place is man-made. Everyone, even Celestina and Philip, was taken aback by this theory. If they thought about it logically, it made a lot of sense. But if they were man-made, then who created them? More importantly, why? If someone did create these islands, how powerful were they? George asked in fear. I don't think even a king Exalt could do it, Celestina asserted. Haha, no need to think so much about it. You're all kids right now. You can come back when you're stronger to find out. The captain roused the group back to their senses. It was unproductive to think about things beyond their reach. You're right, Captain. Let's focus on our target. Celestina agreed. The airship approached closer to the first island. There was a single large mountain that took up the entire island. There was a large structure built into the mountainside. Windrock City was built like a vertical slanted tower of large buildings and houses. It stood like a massive castle of iron walls and was lined with large ballista crossbows. It was appropriate to consider it a fortress rather than a city. In a short descent, the airship docked at the port on the lowest level. Their party of 5 stepped out. Oscar Tur, Grade 4 Xianxia, Dear Anima, Middle Apprentice Exalt, an average-looking teenager with black hair and deep obsidian eyes. Emily Navina, Grade 6 Exalcia, Staff Anima, Middle Apprentice Exalt, a pretty girl with orange hair and orange eyes. George Harper, Grade 5 Exalcia, Bow Anima, Tame Sapphire Hedgehog, Greater Apprentice Exalt, a tall and skinny boy with black hair and eyes. Philip Raven, Grade 7 Exalcia, Sword Anima, Greater Apprentice Exalt, a handsome man with rose hair and purple eyes disguised as brown. Celestina Lover Dragner, Grade 8 Exalcia, Lower Elite Exalt, a beautiful royal girl with silver hair and emerald eyes, but currently disguised with black hair and blue eyes. Why are you still in your disguises? Oscar whispered among the group. My features are too distinctive. Everyone knows of the features of royalty. Don't worry. I brought enough elixir. Celestina gave an okay symbol. The 5 passed through the port and entered Windrock City. Unlike Tufal City, which had millions of ordinary citizens, Windrock was comprised mostly of Exalts. With its unique location in the floating islands of Eden, there was no purpose for ordinary citizens to live here in large numbers other than the few merchants. Oscar and the others were immediately met with scrutinizing gazes from the surrounding Exalts, a mix of apprentice and even elite Exalts. They quickly pulled away after seeing the people in the Blue Ocean Pavilion's uniforms, but they couldn't help but take glances at Philip, Emily, and Celestina. I still think it would have been better to change our clothes, Oscar sighed. Recalling the criminals of the Abyss prison, like John, Oscar was extremely cautious about flaunting his status. Going incognito is a good idea, but as pavilion students we must take pride in being students. I can hide the fact I'm royalty, but I cannot do that for the pavilion. Celestina walked without any concern for the small gazes thrown her way. She was far too used to this as a princess. She may hide her status as royalty, but that was her limit. To show the strength and pride of the Blue Ocean Pavilion was a student's job, and she did not wish to neglect that duty. We need to rent a windstrider if we want to traverse between islands. But first, does anyone want to eat? Oscar suggested they eat a good meal before departing for the first island. Additionally, A public place was the best place to gather some information. With the agreement of the others, they found and settled in a bustling restaurant. All around them were wandering exalts, and attendants engaged in conversation and feasting. Oscar's table was filled with delicacies from the local exalt beasts and fresh produce. As they dined on their food, they listened to the surrounding conversations. The main topics were the various beasts and happenings on the other islands. Oscar flagged down a worker here and asked, "Have you seen other students of the Blue Ocean Pavilion come by?" His other purpose for coming here was to find Frederick. Emily's ears perked up as Oscar posed his question. "I've seen several groups of students come and go," the worker replied. "Then, have you seen a person with green hair and yellow eyes?" Emily asked impatiently. The worker thought but shook his head. "My apologies. I see so many people daily. It's hard to keep track of all their appearances." "I see. Thank you anyway." Oscar and Emily looked gloomy. "This is about your friend, Frederick, right? You mentioned that he might be here," Celestina said. "I heard about it from the Prin." "From her? But what is going on with your friend?" Philip asked. "He liked to know everything about the mission and any other related tasks. He's a dolt, a big dolt that thinks he is better off without us. A crazy man who'll get himself killed due to his recklessness." Emily squeezed her metal spoon hard that it was bending. Oscar sighed. Ultimately, he didn't want to tell anyone about Frederick's past. He told Celestina about it because he was depressed and needed some guidance. But spreading it around would be disrespectful to Frederick and Teresa and may incur Gilbert's retaliation. Once they were finished eating, they made their way to a large metal building with sculptures of thin, flat boards with sails mounted on them. "Hello. We're here to rent some windstriders." Oscar went to the shopkeeper. "How many would you like?" "They fit one person each." "5. The shopkeeper took out 5 folded-up wooden boards that unfolded to the size of a surfboard. She handed them out to the 5 students. "You're students of the Blue Ocean Pavilion, so I can just charge the pavilion for this." The shopkeeper beamed from the good business she's received. "Excuse me, have you seen a student with green hair and yellow eyes around?" There was a good chance a windstrider shopkeeper would have seen Frederick. Oscar placed his hopes on that chance. Not disappointing Oscar, his hopes were answered. "Yes, I have seen him. He was quite a handsome person. But this one here is even more handsome," she answered while looking at Philip, who smiled back charmingly, making her blush. "He purchased from you?" Oscar grew excited and interrupted the shopkeeper's ogling session. "Yes, he was alone and immediately went off. That was a few days ago." "Thank you." With their new windstriders, they exited Windrock City and traversed through the island. The first island was the smallest of all the islands, so they didn't take long to reach the edge. Oscar looked across the vast divide to the second island. The mountains and forests below looked like painted smudges. Frederick must be somewhere on the next island or perhaps the third. "But we should prioritize the mission," Oscar suggested. "The floating islands are distanced, but often, a large stream of wind flows to and back from one island to the other. We came at the right moment at when the streams would start." Celestina noted the timing. The windstriders they purchased were to ride these large streams of wind to the next island. 5 minutes later, a large gust of wind blew so fiercely that it was visible to the group. Quickly, they unfolded their windstriders, unfurling their sails, and rode the winds. The feeling was uncomfortable at first, but Oscar got used to it and even felt it was exhilarating to ride the winds. He clutched tightly on the handles of the windstrider until he landed. RAA. Right as they landed, a large beast strode forward to attack them. Swish. However, its head was cut cleanly off its body before it could react. His body fell heavily to the floor. Indeed, these islands are a monster's paradise. Philip was the one who sliced the monster with his prismatic sword anima. "This island is far larger than the first. Let's get to the other end and establish a camp," Celestina suggested. They traversed inward without fear but in anticipation of what lay ahead. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 86. A Group of Wanderers. The second island of Eden only contained mainly apprentice exalts, ranging from the middle to a few graders. With the power of Oscar's group, they breezed through half of the island. Mainly, it was Philip and George who were taking care of things, with Philip leading the charge and George providing range support. All the creatures they killed were broken down and harvested for materials, sent into Celestina's space pocket. Greater apprentice Exalts are powerful. Oscar watched in admiration at their strength and yearned to advance. It's boring. I'm itching to fight, but there's no room for me. Emily was irritated. She wanted to test herself against these beasts. We have to conserve our strength. Philip and George can slay these beasts with minimal effort and maintain their power. We have to be wary of any ambushes. Celestina was relaxing as if she was taking a stroll through a garden. While Philip and George were easily cleaning up the middle apprentice Exalt beasts coming their way, Oscar looked around for any traces of Frederick. But there was nothing. Let's take a break. Philip put away his sword anima and sat down to recover his Ein in meditation. George followed suit. From what is written, the second island is a vast and dense forest. It's odd, but the islands vary in their environments. The third island is a rocky terrain of crags and ravines, Oscar said. The environments are not the only unique parts of the islands. Celestina added, every island has a ruler. A ruler? Emily asked. The islands are a pure representation of the survival of the fittest. The strongest Exalt beast rules the island and is often challenged by other beasts that wish to take control. These rulers are quite strong in their respective realms. Celestina took out another elixir and drank it to keep up her disguise. Oh, that sounds like fun. Emily smiled with a fight in her eyes. It's interesting. Some beasts try to ride the winds to the next island and succeed. Is it instinct? Oscar was bewildered by the unique behaviors of the Exalt beasts of Eden. Who knows? I never heard the captain's belief that someone created these islands. But it is very plausible. Celestina was always attracted to mysteries and new information. Maybe I will return when I'm stronger and try to get to the center. In all the years, no one has gone that far in. Finished. George got up with his hedgehog and stretched. Let's continue. We are still far from the other edge, but we should be there by nightfall at this pace. Philip noted the position of the two suns and where they were on the island. They continued their trek through the dense forest while beating down the middle apprentice Exalt beasts along the way with ease. However, Celestina's face was full of suspicion. Weird. Something is off. This forest and the Exalt beasts are acting strange. She voiced her concern. Her concern was not unwarranted. They should have run into a greater apprentice Exalt beast by now. The other concern was that the middle apprentice Exalt beasts looked agitated, as if something was making them nervous. Oscar understood Celestina's concern, and his wariness increased. Everyone else noticed the oddity and was on high alert. They slowed their pace and scrutinized their surroundings while maneuvering. The forest was eerily calm. They didn't notice it earlier, but now that they've raised their awareness, it was blatant. It made no sense for a monster-infested island to have very few sounds of Exalt beasts roaring or moving about. There were only the weak ones that they easily cleared, but after a closer look, those beasts seemed to be hiding. What could make these Exalt beasts want to hide? Oscar tried to find any clues about the cause and Frederick. If Frederick was in these woods and unaware of the potential danger, he might be in trouble. Then Celestina suddenly stopped. Philip quickly brandished his sword anima and surged his Ein outward like an explosion. The air around them shook, and the trees swayed uncontrollably, with their leaves falling all over. Since you're here, why don't you reveal yourself? Let's talk face to face. Celestina stomped her foot, silencing the wind. She stared into the dense forest. Her emerald eyes flashed with dangerous intent. There was silence until the trees began to rustle, and a voice responded. These kids see well. I thought we had hidden well and held in our Ein, for shadows jumped out of the trees. Their Eints rose in intimidation. The one who spoke looked to the leader of the four, a tall man with broad shoulders and spiky hair. The most prominent feature was the brutal scar looking like a half-smile from the edge of his mouth. Be careful. All of them are greater apprentice Exalts, Celestina warned the others. You must be the ones responsible for the oddity of this island. This pretty lady is curious about us, lads. Doesn't that make you feel better, lads? Knowing such a beautiful girl has us in her mind. The leader laughed mockingly with the others. His hideous scar twisted further with his smile. I can let you all leave if you give up everything you own. We're students of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. Do you not fear retribution? Philip spoke angrily. As a dutiful noble of the empire, he could not allow this disrespect toward the princess. And, do you think your pavilion is all-powerful? If we cover our traces enough, they won't know a thing. Even if they come to investigate, we'll be long gone. Besides, students like you are a treasure chest to us. The leader's playful eyes suddenly chilled with hostility. Oscar and the others released their eyne except for Celestina. Oscar took out his buckler, and Emily took out her staff armament. They were ready for a battle. The other three Greater Apprentice Exalt Wanderers charged out in response. They split in three to go after their targets. George retreated with one of them on his tail. Philip drew another to him and they jumped away. Oscar and Emily stared at their incoming foe. A Greater Apprentice Exalt is a tough opponent. Are you going to be all right, Oscar? Emily took up her stance, extending her staff outward. No problem. Let's keep on for as long as possible until Celestina finishes her battle. Oscar held his buckler in a defensive position, ready to weather any blows. The leader wielded a pair of axes and unleashed his eyne to the fullest. He was certainly at the peak of a Greater Apprentice Exalt's power. Don't hate me too much, young lady. I very much hate high and mighty students like you. This will be enjoyable. His face was like a cackling devil, ready to score its kill. Celestina was interested in the leader's words and said, "So you have a grudge against the pavilion?" "No, it doesn't seem like you are particularly against the pavilion. Is it the existence of students?" Jealously, her mouth probed as her eyes scrutinized the leader's every reaction. Her discerning eye for people was uncanny. This was why she was confident in approaching Oscar. Knowing he had no ulterior motives, Emily, feeling her straightforwardness, and avoiding Gilbert, who gave off a bad feeling. "It matters not. You're going to lose, so why bother?" She tied her hair back, preparing to fight. George had gained a distance away from the others with his pursuer still honed in on him. It was the perfect chance. Wind steps. His speed increased twofold as he became a blur in the eyes of the wanderer. With this, George would gain the distance for his arrows to be at their most effective. But the wanderer merely smirked in response. "A movement spell. That's not too shabby. But don't think we, wanderers, don't waste our money on just anything." Heavy rain. The wanderer's eyne moved fast up into the air and transformed into a light shower of rain, falling down on everything within a large area around him. Within the spell's range, George could not avoid the rain that was everywhere, and he surged his eyne to protect his body. The rain splattered on his hair, face, skin, and clothes. "Huh, that did nothing," George muttered as he examined his wet clothes and body. There was no visible damage and no pain, but soon after he felt his knees buckle a bit. He felt like something was choking, constraining, and weighing him down. As opposed to spells like yours that improve movement speed, there are spells that can impede movement. Heavy rain uses the eyne in each drop to impart the property of heaviness. The wanderer walked leisurely toward his now slovenly target. "No more scurrying around for you." The wanderer was proud of his handiwork, staring at George with a hint of mockery. He was responsible for ensuring the Greater Apprentice Exalt beasts they hunted were slowed down. This student may have flashy moves, but that is nothing compared to the brutality of an Exalt beast. "I wonder what kind of treasures a student like you has?" "Can't wait." He manifested his anima, a spiked club. "I'll pummel that skeleton face of yours. Kyun." The sapphire hedgehog's shrill voice came out and hopped right onto George's shoulders. But its movements were shaky from the effects of heavy rain. In a swift motion, George shot several arrows from his bow anima. "Damn. The effects of his rain make it harder to shoot out my usual barrage." His hedgehog was in a similar situation as it could not shoot out its quills at a fast rate. His arrows and quills flew out toward the wanderer. Some arrows were under the effect of the shifting vector, which allowed the arrows to change direction midway. However, the wanderer scoffed and raised his club. The falling rain around him gathered around his armament. Tidal surge. The club shattered the ground, creating a small crater. With the force of the impact, a large tidal wave rushed out in front and the sides, drowning away any arrows and quills. It did not end there as the tidal wave crashed into George with the tremendous force of several waterfalls. Glug! George choked on some water. The tidal wave had forced him back several meters, leaving behind a trail of ruined muddy dirt. He managed to regain control, but his body felt even heavier. Time to end this, the wanderer charged ahead. But then, suddenly, a blur passed right through his arm. What? The wanderer looked shaken at his arm, which had a freshly created hole. This hole was clean, and the flesh inside was completely gone. What the hell? The attack would have pierced his chest if he hadn't suddenly shifted to the side from the sense of danger he had felt. I thought it was strange. Why would you use such a big spell to knock away the arrows and quills? A simple defensive spell would have been enough, and you wouldn't have to waste so much iron. George stood up. The rain and tidal waters made him heavy, but he could still move. This rain spell is taking up more iron as well. Your wave spell would be stronger if it didn't go through my multiple arrows and quills first. I think it would have knocked me out, so it made sense. You're not a fighter. Your spells are for deterring the enemy, and then you try to get lucky with one big wave. Probably worked since you fought with your team, but now it's just you and me. George was correct. The Wanderer's spells worked against the Exalt beasts because his teammates allowed him the opportunity to use them freely. Not to mention he was mainly a supporting role. You came to me thinking you would win because you are more advanced as a greater apprentice Exalt, but you've been wasting your iron all over the place for naught. Where the hell did you learn to fight? George taunted. Bastard! The Wanderer invoked his tidal surge to create a larger wave to swallow this damn student and crush him. Bam, bam, bam. The wave splattered and scattered into droplets everywhere before it could reach George. He had shot 3 arrows that collided against the wave and stopped it. These arrows were shot together with his new spell, Airstream. The spell locked onto a pathway, and then a fast stream of wind would travel through it. This airstream was powerful on its own but deadlier with George's arrow riding in it. It was a spell he got to enhance his offensive power. He realized his arrows needed more penetration force, or else his opponents, like Oscar, could withstand them. You're just mishandling your iron at this point. This wave was bigger, but you spread your iron too thin. You lack control. George mocked and taunted more, which made the Wanderer even angrier. The rain continued to fall, boring down on George, but the Wanderer felt like he was getting heavier from the pressure George was giving him. Boom! A large noise shook the ground beneath them. George and the Wanderer were unsettled by the large fluctuations of iron that overwhelmed them both. George regained composure, but not his enemy. In a last desperate attempt, the Wanderer focused all of his iron, forming a new wave of water that tore down toward George. The drive to escape filled his heart, born from fear of that powerful iron. Buddy, Qian, the hedgehog focused, and a long sapphire quill, many times longer than its normal quills, extended from the center of its back. George took up the quill and lined it on his bow. A massive amount of iron poured into it, making it shine on the tip. It was almost everything George had. Airstream. The quill flew and spun out with incredible force and iron, boosted by the effects of Airstream. The empowered quill met the huge tidal wave. The waters tried to overwhelm the sharp winds surrounding the quill. However, the waters couldn't hold on, as a large hole appeared and broke apart the wave. The Wanderer's eyes bulged out as he tried to dodge, but the quill was too fast. In horror, he could not even blink as the arrow tore a hole through his chest. A mess of blood, flesh, and bones splattered out. The Wanderer fell helplessly to the floor and bled out to death. He foolishly used all of his iron into that tidal wave and was helpless to defend against that blow. Shock and confusion were plastered on the Wanderer's dead face. Where did it go wrong? Thank you. I needed experience with my new powers, but you were still a little lacking. George ran past the corpse to return to his friends. His gaze was fixated on the source of the large iron that shook the ground. That iron. What the hell was that? Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 87. A difference in levels. After splitting away from the group, Philip traversed a good distance away before turning to face his pursuer. You must be very confident to separate from your group to chase me. He calmly held his sword, shining in prismatic light. It made the surroundings gleam colorfully, enveloping Philip. The pursuer slowed down and calmly walked forward. We are all greater apprentice Exalts. Is there anything to fear from a group with 2 middle apprentice Exalts? He was clad in regular armor with a helmet that covered his entire face. A thin slit was the only opening in this iron suit. That is an impressive suit of armor, but it's standard equipment, not Exalt armaments. Do you think this can block my sword? Philip remained steadfast. He thought of the large man of iron as a wooden target. Haha, I remember when I was once a student like you. I left the Blue Ocean Pavilion a few years ago. Don't think that gives you an advantage. So you are a former senior. I assume you wanted to be a wanderer for the taste of freedom. Philip wasn't bothered by this fact. Former senior or not, he was an enemy. You don't understand since you have it so good. I can feel your grade 7 anima. For those at the bottom, the pavilion could care less. The Iron Man clenched his hands. Everything was stacked against him for his low grade 4 Xianxia. But now, you're here listening to the orders of another, Philip retorted with a sigh. The Iron Man stopped speaking and brought his arms up. A torrent of iron flooded the man's surroundings and manifested into a shield anima. It was a broad square shield that resembled a wall of iron. You're right, no matter where I go, there is no freedom. Come, he was confident in his defenses. No matter how sharp this person's blade is, his deflection techniques can still work. Third step, the ground cracked as the surrounding trees were nearly uprooted. Stab. Ha! The man of iron stared dumbfounded behind his visor. In that instant, Philip disappeared and reappeared right in front of him. Blood spilled out from under the helmet. His mouth was choking with blood. He peered down to see his shield anima was destroyed and a sword piercing through his arm and chest. What did you do? He gasped out each word. In a way, I feel pity. You're right that some are born with gifts, and others are shunned and forgotten. But Philip recalled Oscar's unyielding last stand during the grand gathering. That is if you accept it to be so. Even though you became a wanderer, it was only out of acceptance, not determination. Philip pulled out his sword, spilling a river of blood from the man. I recently learned that strength and opportunity only come to those who stand firm. The man dropped to his knees with choked gasps. That's easy for you to say. You don't know how it feels to have a low grade. Philip looked on with pity and decided to give this former senior of his a parting gift. Do you know who my toughest opponent was so far? ? The man looked up at Philip in confusion. Was this boy boasting of his achievements? It was a grade 4 in the same year as me. He fought with a shield similar to you. A pool of blood gathered beneath the man's knees, but his body stayed frozen. His eyes locked onto Philip's. Are you insulting me? No, I am serious. The two did not speak for a while until the man lowered his arms in laughter. Ha 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 ha, what the hell? He recalled the moments when he was a student, entering the pavilion with hope and aspirations. But when did that go away? The enormous gap between him and the higher grades broke his confidence, and he started to try less. Why couldn't he go on more missions? Why couldn't he keep persisting? He stopped struggling and let the waves wash him away. Best regards to that grade 4. The man dropped dead to the floor, knocking off the helmet. His face was a mix of regret and peace. Rest peacefully, senior. Philip bowed for a short moment. Although he could have defeated his enemy earlier, he wanted to know their motivations and aspirations. Powerful Ein appeared out of nowhere. Philip staggered, feeling overwhelmed by this power. This Ein is... As Philip and George disappeared into the woods, Oscar and Emily retreated in another direction. The person chasing them was a greater apprentice Exalt like his compatriots. What are the odds of running into an entire group of greater apprentice Exalts? Emily griped. Rare but not impossible. There are so many Exalts that we can't account for everything. Oscar was by her side. We need to buy time for Celestina to defeat her opponent. Don't do anything rash. No need to tell me to... Watch out. Emily kicked Oscar away while leaping aside. Boom. A powerful blast of thunder struck the spot where they were, breaking apart the ground and burning the grass into ashes. If Emily and Oscar had been hit while defenseless, they would have suffered greatly. Thunder shock. Their enemy, a man with long blonde hair and a simple brown cloak, invoked the grade 1 thunder shock to send out 2 more blasts of thunder toward Oscar and Emily, who were mid-dodge. Rock barrier, steel scales. Oscar and Emily responded with their defensive techniques. A sturdy rock wall erupted from the ground and met the murderous thunder. Although it was a defensive technique, it consisted of the whim of a middle apprentice Exalt. Before the thunder of a greater apprentice Exalt, the rocks were broken apart. But it had done its job and impeded the thunder, allowing Emily to dodge the thunder shock remnants. On the other side, Oscar ready to meet the thunder shock with his buckler and steel scales. The thunder crashed into Oscar's black buckler. It carried an enormous weight behind its attack and was crackling to electrify Oscar. Crack. The thunder exploded as Oscar was engulfed. The pursuer smiled at Oscar's foolishness but soon froze in disbelief. When the dust settled, Oscar was still standing. His steel scales were cracked, and he was breathing uncomfortably, but there was no serious damage. Impossible! The pursuer held great pride in his offensive spells, so seeing a middle apprentice Exalt withstand his spell was unbelievable. "Are you all right?" Emily shouted. "Felt a shock there, but I blocked most of it," Oscar sighed in relief. His defenses were stronger thanks to his upgraded buckler and unawakened controlled steel scales. The power of a greater apprentice Exalt was still amazing. Oscar was spooked when his steel scales began to crack, but the thunder was reduced to bearable levels with his whim. Emily and Oscar rushed in from the sides. They were intent on defeating this enemy. "You kids are mere middle apprentice Exalts. Don't get too cocky." Thunder sparked in the man's eyes and gathered in his hands. "I wouldn't recommend being hit by his thunder. Even though I withstood it, it'd be dangerous to keep being struck." Oscar warned Emily not to be as bold as he was. There were traces of lingering thunder that irritated his body. Grade 1 static web. The enemy put his hands on the floor and released thunder into the ground. Instead of breaking the ground, the thunder spread around in a web pattern. He stood up with a smirk. Oscar and Emily were caught in its range and felt a shock of electricity travel through their body. It was not harmful, but it was harder to move. If their whim was more powerful, they could better withstand its effects. "Oscar." Emily watched as the man leaped to Oscar. Whim collected in his hands to form a two-handed broadsword anima. Came down to Oscar with tremendous power. With his legs lagging behind, Oscar knew it was futile to dodge. But this was still a good chance. The enemy had willingly come to his strongest range, melee. Flowing mountain. Oscar blocked the powerful broadsword and took in all the reese from it into his body. He flowed the reese through his body and clenched his right fist. Some blood splurted out his nose. His powered-up punch smashed forward. Hook! The man tried to block with his broadsword but was shocked by the sheer power behind this punch. He was being pushed back. Rock barrier. Not wanting to give her enemy a chance to retreat, Emily used her spell under her feet and propelled herself above the web. Heavy impact. By increasing her weight 1,000-fold, she crashed toward the man like a meteor, intent on slamming her staff into his face. The man wasn't an amateur and swung his broadsword to move Oscar aside for a moment and sliced toward Emily's freefall. Crack. The air around them was in chaos from their whim clashing. "You brats!" Veins popped over his forehead. The man shouted as he completed his swing, redirecting Emily's dive. Oscar rose to the opening in great coordination and summoned his dear anima. Dual awaken. A great concentration of reese and whim collected into his buckler. The pain was evident on Oscar's face from the strain of using both. He and his dear anima gathered their attacks as one. Emily also joined in with her anima and dual-wielded her two staves. Thunder shock. Sensing the danger, the man invoked his spell. He miscalculated. These two were fierce melee fighters. The ground returned to normal as the man gathered more whim to use his thunder shock. He was better at whim control than the one who chased George. Oscar and Emily clashed directly against the thunder shock. It broke apart from the well-forged concentrated attack of Oscar and Emily's sheer weight, but still blew them back and shocked their bodies for a moment. "Ha ha!" Oscar watched as the man retreated several steps, while they were affected by the thunder shock. "You brats are melee-oriented fighters. If it were 1 versus 1, I would win easily as a greater apprentice Exalt, but the two of you are well coordinated." The man wiped some sweat off his brow. If any of the brats' attacks had landed, he would have been in trouble. "But that's all. You don't have a good range." The man unleashed blasts of thunder toward Oscar and Emily. Still reeling from the effects of Dual Awaken and Thunder Shock, Oscar threw out his buckler, clad in iron. It collided against the thunderblast and did enough to deter it. The man rushed out after seeing Oscar's buckler in midair. He didn't expect the boy to have this trick, but it created an opening. The girl was a distance away and had to deal with his other thunder. He swung his large broadsword at the defenseless Oscar with his iron furiously surging on its edge. More than ever before. He disdained going all out earlier but no longer. This broadsword with immense iron will make short work of a middle apprentice Exalt child. Oscar knew that redirecting the reese in it would not help with the overwhelming iron the man used. Die! Besides that, he had used his static web to ensure Oscar could not easily dodge. Once he finished this boy, the girl would be easy prey by herself. Stone gaze, Oscar used his spell to stop the man in his tracks. Shitty brat. The man struggled for a moment before the link was broken. Oscar hoped to buy enough time for Emily to assist him, but the link was broken too fast. She was running but not close enough. But unknown to him, this one moment was what made the difference for his survival. With his buckler back in hand, Oscar readied himself for one last Dual Awaken and Steel Scales. His dear anima stood firm to fight back. Rumble. Before the man could redo his swing, the ground shook, and the air trembled. The trees swayed so far away from an area as if a calamity had occurred there. There was a dangerous sign in the air. What is this? The man stared behind him. Back there was where his leader was facing off against the girl. This sign wasn't his leader's. Whose sign is this? He stared blankly. The sign was terrifying. They were frozen for a few moments until the man returned to his senses. His priority right now should be to kill this brat and then run. He lifted his sword, about to swing down. Oscar propped up his buckler in response. Hey! A charming and beautiful voice entered the three's ears. Oscar and Emily looked relieved, but the man was confused. A girl stepped forward out of the forest. Even though an elixir currently disguised her, her beauty shone like a bright star with her sleek black hair and azure blue eyes. Celestina has joined the fray. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 88. Celestina's Power. I'm going to lose? The leader growled. He was one of the strongest greater apprentice Exalts close to the elite Exalt realm. Yet this girl dared to disrespect him. My subordinates will kill your friends. Starting with those middle apprentice Exalts. Celestina finished tying her hair into a bun. I don't know about that. There are some incredible people in our group. Right now, I'm interested in your motives. This isn't a regular hunt but a culling. Are you that greedy for their cores? The leader with the scar on his lips smirked maliciously. How about this? If you agree to be my woman, I'll tell you. You're much too beautiful to die. Celestina gazed without emotion as if she were looking at a bug. Whoa, that's quite the face you're making. At least be emotional and make this fun for me. The leader's eyes surged out in a terrifying display. The leaves around scattered everywhere. You're not from the Blue Ocean Pavilion. More importantly, you're not from the brilliant Drake Empire. Celestina didn't respond to the leader's eye but kept probing calmly. The leader's eyes twitched for a short moment. He was experienced and quickly quelled his face back to neutral, but it did not escape Celestina's watchful gaze. So you aren't from here. Wanderers do go between borders and you ended up here. I wonder what you're hiding. Celestina could not allow this unknown foreign element to skulk around her empire. Her instincts were telling her that this person wasn't a regular wanderer. The leader clicked his tongue. I guess I'll enlighten you before you die. Have you heard about the Black Tortoise Empire? The Black Tortoise Empire? That's the empire to the east. Celestina grew more curious. I heard in there they have academies set up in every region, and then the top students of each academy can go to the Central Earth Core Academy. The Earth Core Academy was a powerhouse equal to the Blue Ocean Pavilion, boosting a King Exalt as its principal. It had a branched-out system with sub-academies that operated like the outer and inner halls of the pavilion. I was from Sandworm School with a grade 6 Xianxia core, but I failed to advance to the Earth Core Academy. What a load of horseshit. Their bullshit system cast me out. The system can be flawed, but you should reflect on your personal responsibilities. What a joke. Celestina sighed. She didn't want to hear this man's life story and cut it short. You dare make light of me? The leader pulled out an Exalt Grade 1 armament. It was a long spear with a jagged tip. This was my spoils from when I was a student. I'll tear you apart. His ein condensed into a beast. It was his anima, a hyena. It looked and drooled at Celestina, wishing to tear her soft flesh with its large fangs. I wanted to know about your past here, not in some other empire. I suppose I'll have to ask someone else. Celestina took out a black orb and reached inside it. Her hand pulled out to show a white blade rapier with white gold adorning its hilt. The leader looked greedily at the black orb. It was a space pocket. He had never held one before. I'll be taking that. Celestina held her rapier with one hand. There was a crash of thunder that sounded behind her. She turned back. It must be Oscar and Emily who were fighting. My subordinate is a powerful user of thunder spells. Those little middle apprentice exalts won't survive. Then I'll just defeat you and go to their aid. Celestina looked back at the leader with cold, hostile eyes. The next moment, a dangerous silver ein burned fiercely around Celestina. Compared to the leader's ein, it was like a roaring inferno. His face grew white as a sheet as his hands trembled. His hyena anima whimpered. It would have if it could piss itself. Elite Exalt? His teeth wouldn't stop chattering. Impossible! From what he could tell, this girl was young, likely only a year or so above 15. Was she able to reach this level after a year or two? Even for grade 8 Xianxia, the usual progress wasn't this fast. But with a constant stream of resources like the pavilion had been providing, then it was possible. Celestina didn't say anything. The silver, shining ein around her made her look like an unconcerned deity about to swat a fly. With her arm raised, she pointed the rapier at the leader. He tensed up and tried to move, but a bright flash of light encompassed his view, followed by a big sound of the ground shattering apart. All of it in a single instant. The next thing he knew, he was in a small crater full of rubble. He looked down to find a large hole in his chest. His eyes faded as the last of his breath escaped his lungs. Celestina did not waste time and began to rush behind her. She had to get to Oscar before it was too late. She held faith that he would be able to hold on, but that had its limits. In a moment, Oscar, Emily, and the enemy came into sight. She saw the enemy about to swing his broadsword. Anger flashed across her face, and she increased her speed. "Hey!" she said as she came out of the forest. The enemy had stopped to look at her dumbfounded. "Looks like I made it in time. What are you doing here? Where is our boss?" The man continued to be confused. This was the girl who his boss targeted. How could she be here? Then the answer came. That terrifying ein earlier must have belonged to her. Shit! He tried to run. Flash. Celestina was already right before him and swept her ein-empowered foot across his face. The man flew through the air and crashed to the ground. "I wouldn't show mercy to anyone who tries to kill my friend, but I need to ask you a few questions. So sleep there for now." Oscar and Emily stared in awe at Celestina's power. An elite exalt was terrifying that even this greater apprentice exalt they faced was nothing but a toy. "Are you all right?" Celestina strode right in front of Oscar. Her disguise elixir was expiring, so her hair transitioned back to silver and her eyes back to emerald. "You came just in time. I was about to do something crazy." Oscar got to his feet. "How was your opponent?" He was quite rude and not willing to cooperate. "He's dead in a hole." Celestina put away her rapier. "What about this person?" Emily dragged the unconscious wanderer over. "We may have to put a pause on our mission. I need to interrogate this person to find out what they're up to." With Celestina in charge, they returned to where they encountered the wanderers. Oscar and Emily winced at the sight of the large crater and the dead person inside. George and Philip were there. Philip was resting while George was in awe of the crater. They immediately bowed to the princess. "So that ein was from the princess. That's incredible." George praised her while Philip nodded. "What's our next move, princess?" Philip asked. His disguise was also lifted, revealing his rosy hair and purple eyes. "Let's take the time to recover and wait for this fellow to wake up," Celestina said as Emily tossed the other person into the crater next to his dead leader. George and Philip returned to retrieve their opponents' bodies and tossed them into the crater. Then the group decided to rest. As they rested and meditated, they discussed their opponents and what manner of spells and battle styles they faced. From what it seems, they were more suited to fight as a group. George petted his sapphire hedgehog, which was resting on his lap. To release a large quill for George to use as an arrow drained its energy and eyed heavily. They were too relaxed when they noticed that Emily and I were only middle apprentice exalts. Though if they fought in a group, I don't think it would have made a difference. Oscar finished recovering. His heart and mind were not aching anymore. Celestina is amazing. I want to spar against her. Emily wished to fight against such a strong person. I admire your will to fight and fearlessness, but there are limits to how bold you can be, Philip said. I can spar against you, Emily, though I don't think it would be useful for you, Celestina laughed. The group atmosphere would make one forget that they just battled to the death against wanderers. I almost forgot. What did they have on them? Oscar asked. These wanderers should have something on them that can be of use. Let's check. Philip forgot about their spoils of victory. After a clean sweep, they gathered everything from the wanderers. On the ground were a full set of armor, a few heal elixirs, the grade 1 armament of the leader, various cores of the greater apprentice exalt beasts, and some food. Not even any spells? Emily complained. Some they must have learned during their time as students. For wanderers to learn spells, they would have to be employed by someone who could provide it like a noble or buy it, Philip explained. If they buy it, wouldn't they have it on them? Emily asked. No. Unlike the pavilion, where you return the spells, wanderers buy special scrolls that embed the spell's details in their minds for a one-time use, Oscar answered. Where do you get spells? Emily asked. The alchemy and fabricator guilds sell them. Some nobles also set up shops to sell spells. Some auctions can have the chance of selling a high-grade spell, Celestina said. But the best place would be the pavilion or similar places. A groan interrupted their conversation. Everyone stared down the crater to see their prisoner slowly waking. Where is this? The man stumbled around, trying to get up. There were hard, unstable rocks and something soft yet sturdy. He finally awoke and looked around. What the hell? His 2 comrades and leader were beside him, but they were dead. Guys? He shook them around to wake them up. There was only a cold silence in return. Awake! The man nearly fainted from fright when someone talked. He peered up to see 5 people looking down on him in their pristine uniforms. What is this? Celestina, with her disguise elixir in effect, addressed the man. What's your name? Joseph. The man gulped. This was the girl that killed his leader, the elite Exalt. Joseph, if you can answer my questions, I can let you go. But if you refuse, then it'll only be worse for you. Now, why are you exterminating the greater apprentice exalt beasts? Celestina held up the small bag of cores with a serious expression. They could be a random group that wanted to hunt all the beasts down, but she had to be careful. We were ordered. Joseph gave in under Celestina's pressure. Ordered. Celestina and the others were concerned by these words. If this group of exalts was ordered, how strong was that person? Most likely an elite exalt. I had hoped this would be an ordinary group of exalts hogging all the beast cores. But if they were ordered, this makes things more complicated. Who is your real leader? Joseph became silent. His lips were bleeding. ? Everyone was puzzled. Shit! Oscar jumped down with a healing elixir in hand. Celestina also realized something was happening to Joseph. Joseph vomited out tons of blood. His flesh visibly decreased within his skin. A large centipede burst out from his heart. It had the powers of a lower apprentice exalt. It moved with its metal pincers at Oscar. Oscar blocked it with his buckler, but the centipede quickly tried to wrap around him. At this moment, Celestina charged in with her rapier and stabbed the centipede all over its body, tearing it apart. A black heart centipede, Oscar exclaimed. It was a vile creature that laid its eggs inside the heart of other creatures. It was no coincidence that the egg happened to hatch at this moment. Its mother remotely controlled it. The crater became a small puddle of blood from Joseph's mutilated body, with the pieces of the centipede floating around. Oscar and others felt something ominous was about to happen. In an unknown location within the floating islands of Eden, a large black centipede wriggled around with its legs. So it's done? A man in a dark cloak with a featureless black mask petted the vile creature. I was curious why the eggs for 4 of them broke while the other was untouched. Since he survived, it's only right he perishes with the rest. Shriek. Oh, is your child dead? What did it see before it died? The mysterious man asked the mother Blackheart centipede. The mother centipede clamped its mouth on the man's head, forming a connection. A disgusting scene, as if the centipede was going to swallow the man. It relayed what it saw. A boy with black hair and black eyes and a girl with black hair and blue eyes. What a beautiful girl. But the boy is lacking next to her. Interesting, did they defeat Reggie's group? We're almost finished here. Why don't we go on a hunt? The centipede shrieked with its mandibles open wide and lifted itself halfway off the ground. It wanted vengeance for its child. Let's enjoy ourselves. The mysterious man cackled as he set out with his centipede. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 89. Push onward. Terrifying anima. The moon showered the floating islands of Eden with its lucent beams. A great host of stars overlooked from above. The mood was gloomy around the campfire. The earlier event with Joseph and the centipede was enough to make them lose their appetites. Unable to endure this suffocating atmosphere, Oscar tried to rally everyone by changing the topic momentarily. How do we want to split the spoils we gathered? Continuing Oscar's momentum, Celestina said, we should divide the 4 heal elixirs amongst you. I don't need it. As for the cores, we can divide that 5 ways. They've hunted quite a lot, Philip suggested. The armament should go to the princess since she defeated its wielder. Everyone nodded in agreement except Celestina, who held the spear with little interest. She had no use for this spear, and neither did the others. The best she could do was sell it. The previous silence continued for a while before Oscar tossed more wood into the flames. We might be in danger. There is no telling who might have been alerted to Joseph's group's death. We might be hunted by whoever these people are, Oscar said gravely. I read about the black heart centipedes. The mother can see what her children see. It can certainly relay the information to the person who ordered Joseph. The camp returned to silence. Only the crackling of the fires was audible. Princess, do you have a protector nearby? Philip addressed Celestina respectfully. A protector? Oscar and the others brightened up. If the princess had a protector, they wouldn't need to worry about this unknown enemy. They could focus on the Thousand Serpent. But against their hopes, Celestina dropped her head in embarrassment. I don't have a protector. Usually, a protector would be alerted when I go out on missions, but since this is a secret one off the books, no one is here. Not to mention I sneaked away from the one at the pavilion. It was an oversight on her part. She was so excited about this mission that she did not want the protector to watch over her. If they were in grave danger, it might as well be her fault. I do have this. Celestina took out a sky blue coin with gold engravings of a dragon stretching out its wings. If I break this coin, my family would be alerted to my position and send someone out. But I don't know how long it will take. It would be easier if they placed a tracking spell on me. But I vehemently argued against that. Would the city lord not be alerted? If the royal family knows, they could contact the city lord. George asked. That's no good. The city lord is only a night exalt, and they would have to wait for the next set of winds to start up. Even though night exalts can fly through the air, the islands put pressure to stop them from flying in between. Only martial exalts can bear the pressure. Philip knew about Eden's eccentric behaviors from his family. The winds start every 6 days. A forward draft from the first island and a backdraft from the last island. Since the winds started on the first island today, the closest backdraft winds we can ride backward is on the 7th island. Oscar lamented. The floating islands of Eden had 2 streams of wind, one forward and one backward. The forward winds started from the first island to link to the second island for an hour. Then the next day, the winds linked the second to the third. Similar behavior was seen in the backdraft. Oscar and the others would have to wait 5 days for the backdraft to make its way to them on the second island. But the danger lurked in this unknown party. If they were on the 3rd or 4th island, they could ride the winds to Oscar's group before they could make their escape. So our backs are against the wall. Either we stay and wait for this enemy to come for us, or we push onward and complete our mission, Emily asked. If it were just the Thousand Serpent, then Oscar would have continued since it was what they signed up for. But with this unknown element added in, the circumstances have changed. Crack. Celestina broke the blue coin. A wisp of iron scattered like smoke out of it. With any luck, a martial Exalt will come to our aid, but that will take a few days. Let's hurry to the edge and wait for the winds tomorrow. The princess can be quite stubborn. Philip sighed at Her Highness's behavior. We have no idea of the enemy's power. Since we're waiting a few days, we might as well push onward. Celestina spoke clearly, her conviction resounding in everyone's heads. We agreed to come here to help you, Oscar, and we're getting good compensation. A mission isn't always clear-cut. Let's finish this. Oscar locked eyes with Celestina and got up to his feet. He stretched his back and picked up his buckler. I agree. Let's focus on the mission, Oscar declared to his group. The rest got up with their things and killed the fires. They pushed onward until the edge of the second island. In the distance was a large island full of rocky terrain, ravines, cliffs, flat rocky hills, and barely any greenery. It was the third island. The winds will blow in the afternoon. Let's get a good night's rest. The next afternoon, Oscar and the rest were standing near the edge, waiting for the winds to begin. In their hands were the windstriders they purchased in Windrock City. Here it comes. Be careful when we land. The third island contains Greater Apprentice Exalt and a small number of elite Exalt beasts. Celestina, back in her disguise, yelled out to the rest. Her hair was blowing forward as the winds rapidly formed. They leaped off the edge and rode their windstriders across the great divide between islands. Each wore somber expressions, knowing the grave danger that lay ahead. Oscar landed on the third island with heavy steps and scanned the surroundings with great scrutiny. The ground and rocks were a brown-white color, and the thorn bushes and small shriveled shrubs were a dull yellow. The island itself was stuffy, like a dry sauna. Oscar felt like his lungs were being dried. The third island is a system of rocky hills, cliffs, caverns, and ravines. We have to be careful of any ambushes by the Exalt beasts. Celestina graciously accepted a cup of water from Emily and downed it in one gulp. According to the records, the Thousand Serpent sleeps during the day. As one of the few elite Exalts on this island, it terrifies the other beasts when it goes out. Oscar found nothing out of the ordinary outside and was relieved. It makes its home in caverns. George and I can look around for the tracks. Which way are the caverns? Emily said. Her eyes shone for the opportunity to contribute. She and George were good hunters and knew how to follow tracks better than the others. The previous times when she stood by the sidelines and could not fight well against the enemy made her ache for a chance. Hang on. Celestina pulled out a map they acquired in Windrock City. The wide system of caverns are this way. With their direction pointed out, the group moved carefully through the craggy environment. Occasionally, they would run into a Greater Apprentice Exalt beast, but their group had no issue in dispatching them. All manners of beasts like the stone-beaked Avisors and Boltoises were either sent scurrying away or killed and harvested. Wait! Emily stopped the group. Here are some tracks. It's strange, but it resembles the slithering of a snake. How far are we from the caves? George also looked carefully at the tracks. These tracks are old, probably from last night. We should be close to them. Across those small hills, Celestina checked the map again. This place was a winding maze of crevices and openings surrounded by rocks. Let's follow these tracks. That serpent should be resting. Emily and George led the group, stopping every now and then to reassess the tracks. They made smooth progress until they finally reached a cavern. Though rather than a cavern, it was more a crevice that led somewhere. Oscar and the others sneaked through the crevice, walking down a narrow path until they reached a large open area. The rocky walls of this area reached far up, and the view of the sky and two suns was on full display. It should be in there. Emily pointed to a small hole in the walls. It was only as tall as Oscar and half his arm span. I don't think going in there is a good idea. We would be in single file and unable to fight as a group. Oscar pondered for a moment and asked George, "Can you shoot a powerful arrow straight inside? This is a good place to fight it. Everyone, let's be ready for anything. It may be the Thousand Serpent, or it may not be." George drew back his bow anima, condensing an arrow of iron. As he did, the rest brandished their weapons to be ready. Airstream. The powerful arrow shot out with incredible speed, bolstered by the concentrated wind of his spell. It disappeared into the darkness of the small cavern. Thud. They heard it crashing into something hard, most likely the cavern walls. But soon after, a different ear-piercing sound rattled their heads. Hisses. Here it comes, Philip shouted. Out of the darkness of the cavern, a large gray serpent broke out, breaking off some rocks from its surroundings. It had murky yellow eyes and 3 large fangs. 2 fangs extended out from its upper lip and the last protruded from the lower lip. The one fang from below looked like a small horn when the snake had its mouth closed. Everyone tensed up, seeing this great serpent. It was exactly as described, the Thousand Serpent. The Thousand Serpent hissed and opened its mouth. Its jaw seemed to unhinge as it opened up incredibly wide, as if half its body was its mouth. The large tongue wasn't a normal tongue but a small snake that hissed. The large fangs dripped down a bright green liquid that bubbled and smoked up when it hit the rocks below. It's a lower elite Exalt. Be careful, Celestina warned as her silver eye flared up like crazy in an attempt to deter the Thousand Serpent back. However, as one of the top beasts on this island, the Thousand Serpent held great pride in itself. It regarded the little mice around it with great hatred and arrogance, though it felt like this silver mouse before it had some power. I'll grab its attention, take advantage of the openings I'll make. Her silver eye focused and formed a large shape. Oscar looked on in awe as the eye manifested into a creature. It had shiny, clean, brilliant silver scales. Its 4 claws looked as if they could trample and tear apart anything. As it formed, it unfurled with great wings that shined well under the 2 suns. The head was like a lizard with 2 horns and teeth like an array of knives. Its long neck and tail were like the trunks of trees. The mere presence of this creature made even Philip forget to breathe. Amazing, Oscar murmured. The anima of Celestina Lovra Dragner, the princess of the brilliant Drake Empire. The great silver dragon looked imposing and dignified as it stared at the Thousand Serpent like a bug. It wasn't as big as the serpent but was 3 times as big as Celestina. Now then, follow my lead. Celestina smiled brightly and confidently as her dragon anima roared. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 90. True Power of Elite Exalt. The Thousand Serpent lowered slightly from the majestic aura radiating from the silver dragon anima with its radiant scales. It realized it was taking an almost submissive posture by shrinking back. It hissed and shrieked in anger. It was a proud elite Exalt beast that other beasts feared and cowered under. Since when did it behave like those lower life forms? It was a predator, not prey. As it was in the throes of anger and humiliation, the scales that covered its gray body lifted themselves up. Oscar watched the horrifying scene. Every scale on the Thousand Serpent poked out and started to hiss, bearing their fangs and venom. They were all snakes. It's not called Thousand Serpent for nothing. Its entire body is covered in snakes. Oscar threw his buckler out to probe. The buckler clashed against the multitude of snakes, inducing sparks everywhere. These snakes were still scales in the end and were tough. Princess, Philip was heading in. At Philip's call, Celestina directed her dragon anima to fly above. The dust blew everywhere from its wings, swinging for takeoff. Her rapier started to glow brightly as her eye transformed into light around it. Grade 2 Radiant Lance. An image of a bright lance of light overlaid her rapier. Her eyes and hair were glowing alongside it. This was the spell that killed the leader of the Wanderers on the second island. George and his hedgehog shot projectiles while Emily set up rock barriers to slow down the Thousand Serpent. They were not powerful but used provided some inconvenience. The lance stabbed out, traversing a destructive course through the air to skewer the Thousand Serpent. The eye of light forming it was incredible but also had a pristine quality. This is the power of an elite Exalt. Elemental Spark. Oscar watched the lance with great interest as he kept throwing his buckler around. Elemental Spark. The progression of an Exalt is to immerse themselves into the Ein and become new beings. Once a mortal becomes an apprentice Exalt, they are on that path. As they continue to become stronger and advance, their Exalsia core is almost finished transforming. The Exalsia core reaches a critical point of evolving when a person is almost an elite Exalt. When the person advances to an elite Exalt, the Exalsia core evolves completely and washes the body with renewed Ein. Then inside the core itself will lie the spark of an element. There are many kinds of spells and techniques in existence, accompanied by the elements. An Exalt can transform their Ein into many different elements, such as fire and water, without restrictions from the start. But once they are an elite Exalt with the elemental spark within them, their advantages with that particular element become obvious. Their Ein can transform more efficiently and of higher quality into that element. Spells of the element can be learned faster and are stronger due to that spark. Once an elite Exalt is born, they focus on learning and mastering spells of their elemental spark. Naturally, they can still learn other spells of other elements, but their true power would be evident in their own element. Some other spells and techniques weren't elementally focused. Spells like Oscar's, Stone Gaze, and Philip's Raven's Sword techniques were auxiliary spells and specialized techniques outside the elements. Once Celestina advanced to the elite Exalt realm, her elemental spark was of the light element. The Radiant Lance was formed with the power of Celestina's elemental spark. It was more powerful than an ordinary Radiant Lance. Meanwhile, on top, her dragon anima gathered a large amount of Ein in its mouth and breathed out a beam of light instead of blasts of Ein. Anima was linked to the core. The anima also took on the elemental affinity when the elemental spark formed. The lance in front and the light beam from above. These attacks came down mercilessly on the Thousand Serpent. The Thousand Serpent hissed and swiped its tail, destroying Emily's rock barrier, deflecting George's arrows and quills, and deterring Oscar and Philip. These little rats were not effective but still annoying. Its mouth frothed as a large concentration of its venom pooled together. The countless snakes that made up its scales shot out their venom, which levitated and added to the venom ball. This venom ball shot out toward the incoming light beam. Then it turned its focus on the lance. It opened its mouth wide and bit its large fangs together to crush the lance. The venom ball and the light beam crashed into each other, becoming a swirl of green and light that exploded in a loud bang, creating a shockwave of wild Ein. No venom or light fell onto the ground as the light burned and purified the venom while the venom corroded and broke down the light. At the same time, the lance was halted by the fangs holding it in place. The Thousand Serpent hissed as the light of the lance was slightly scorching its fangs and venom. However, the Radiant Lance was showing cracks despite how powerful it seemed. The lance finally broke down and shattered into countless flakes of light that disappeared like a dying fire. Celestina was undisturbed by the fact that this beast could block her attacks. An elite Exalt beast was a strong opponent. Oscar and the others were not idle when the Thousand Serpent focused on blocking Celestina's attacks. They approached closer and unleashed their attacks. A fast and powerful blue quill flew through the air and stabbed into one of its snake scales. A heavy blow from a staff hit with immense weight. A flurry of slashes swished across the gray body repeatedly. A black buckler and antlers slammed into the serpent. All these attacks from apprentice Exalts should have little effect on the Thousand Serpent, but they were all concentrated on a single spot. Krah! The Thousand Serpent groaned from the slight pain from these little mice. It swiped its tail and broke the ground apart, but Oscar and the others had already retreated in time. George kept up his barrage with Airstream, and Oscar threw his buckler constantly. Emily used Rock Barrier to impede its movements. Oscar felt his hand trembling from the sheer toughness of the Thousand Serpent. His dear Anima's antlers were also cracked slightly. I need to enter the Greater Apprentice Exalt as soon as possible. The opponents I'm fighting are stronger and tougher, Oscar thought as he moved together with the others as one unit. Since the Thousand Serpent was an elite Exalt, Celestina would be the main offense while they acted as the support. If there were an opening, they would pounce on it. If not, then they moved from a distance, bombarding it to distract it. The dragon anima charged up another beam of light to strike down from up above. Celestina gathered some Ein into a ball on the tip of her rapier and transformed to light. Grade 1 Light Barrage. The ball of light split into many small beams of light that twisted and branched out to bombard the Thousand Serpent like a Gatling gun. It was only a Grade 1 spell, but it was done with the Ein of an elite Exalt, elevating its power and damage. The Thousand Serpent slithered across the ground to dodge the dragon's breath. Some of Celestina's rays hit it, inducing a pained face, but it was bearable. "Watch out!" Celestina yelled. The thousand serpent was fast and made its way right to Oscar and the others under the barrage of light and swung its tail. The snake scales on the tip of its tail extended outward like spikes on a mace. Ein gathered on it menacingly. Oscar surged as much ein as possible into his buckler and deer antlers. George's arrows whizzed right by him to the incoming tail. Emily laid down a rock wall that was instantly destroyed into small rubble. Third step, heavy impact, duel awaken. Oscar, Emily, and Philip unleashed their most powerful attacks. Bang! A wild collision of various eints tore apart the ground under them and resounded like thunder in this crevice. Oscar clenched his teeth and gripped his buckler with a resolute shout. The power and ein behind this tale were astounding. Even the three of them fighting together were being pushed back. But they were handling it well. Any one of them would be easy food for the thousand serpent if they split up and tried to fight alone. Oscar read about the thousand serpent's fast movements and knew running was pointless. With two greater apprentice exalts and two middle apprentice exalts defending together, their eints could at least not be instantly crushed by its overwhelming blow. With the time bought by continuing to resist, they would create an opening for another. Now, Oscar shouted. It was Celestina's turn. The dragon anima dove down like a meteor and bit down on the thousand serpent, digging its claws into its scales. Blood started to flow from its injuries. It thrashed around and tried to slam the dragon anima into the wall. Its snake scales bit into it to lock it in place, preventing the dragon from flying away. Radiant lance. Celestina felt some discomfort from her dragon anima being bitten, but she pushed onward. Her lance didn't fly out this time but focused strongly, clinging onto her rapier. With all the strength of an elite exalt, her arm tensed up. She stabbed at the thousand serpent, a deadly radiant light that came closer. The thousand serpent swayed its slender body to dodge the intimidating lance. It managed to avoid the worst-case scenario, but a part of Celestina's lance managed to cut the edge of its body. More blood spilled out from the cut. It did not feel such pain in a while due to its hard scales and fast speed that enabled it to end its fights quickly. So it lost some focus for a moment, letting go of the dragon anima and loosening its power on its tail. Feeling the tail's loss of power, Oscar and the others attacked with everything onto the tail, managing to cut the tip. Hyacinth, the thousand serpent watched as Oscar, Celestina, Emily, George, and Philip prepared for another wave of attacks. Regaining some of its instincts, it had all the snake scales open up their mouths. A small ball of venom gathered in each mouth. Celestina noticed this and immediately shouted, "It's going to explode!" Oscar and the others wore shock on their faces. "Get back!" Oscar yelled. If the thousand serpent were going to explode with all this venom, then Oscar and the others would instantly be dissolved. Boom! An explosion resounded. Nothing but green filled his vision. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 91. The Thousand Serpents Lashing. Is everyone all right? In front of them was a large hexagonal barrier of light. "Thank you, Celestina. I thought I was going to dissolve." To Oscar's side were his teammates, who were wearing relieved expressions. When the venom flew everywhere, Oscar tried to figure out how to survive. Steel scales would melt. Reese would not do anything against poison. His ein wasn't powerful enough to stop the venom. However, Celestina rushed over and instantly erected a hexagon wall of light with a six-pointed star in the center. The venom that touched this wall of light rebounded and sent flying back. Grade 2 Hexagon Mirror. Celestina originally learned the Grade 1 version of the spell, Light Screen. Once she became an elite exalt, she earned enough points to learn the Grade 2 upgrade. She was relieved to have made a great decision, empowering the spell to blow the venom back. If she had stuck with the Grade 1 version, the venom would have stuck to the shield and corroded it before surging down like a waterfall. It would have destroyed what remained of their footing and had a good chance of poisoning them. It exploded a large amount of venom from all of its orifices. "Everything is melting around us." Oscar looked around to see green vapors rising from every part of the ground and walls not covered by Celestina's protection. "Should I just go all out?" Celestina asked. "No, the reason we're in a group is to ease your burden. Not to mention that we need have some strength in reserve in case of emergency." Oscar rejected her idea. This battle against the Thousand Serpent was tough, but it could be worse if another beast decided to join in. The loud sounds and powerful waves of Ein could attract another beast. Rumble. The Thousand Serpent flailed around, shaking the ground, and rose with its mouth wide open. "Hey, do you notice that snake looks a little slimmer?" Emily questioned the Thousand Serpent's current strange condition. Its body was noticeably thinner, about 3/4 of its original size. The snakes that made up its scales were half as thick. Evidently, that venom explosion had emptied its body. The hexagon mirror started to flicker and dissipate. Oscar observed their surroundings, and his face darkened. Once all the vapors were gone, the entire landscape of their location changed. The flat, stable ground had been transformed into a deformed, twisted, and uneasy battlefield. It would be challenging to move around as fast and efficiently as before. Any misstep could spell their death. Oscar entertained the thought of Emily using her rock barrier to offset it, but that was too much of an endeavor. Her Ein would be wasted as the Thousand Serpent demolished them all. "We can't have Celestina go full power. The best play here would be to conserve our Ein. That venom explosion should have used up a good amount of the beast's Ein." His buckler latched tightly to his arm. Oscar and the others watched the Thousand Serpent wriggle around. Its snake scales hissed loudly when they suddenly extended out fully. Rather than a serpent, it was like a porcupine with snakes for quills. The sapphire hedgehog growled and hissed at this display. Even though the Thousand Serpent was far above its power, it did not enjoy its imitation. George calmed it down quickly and turned to everyone. "What the hell is this? All the venom it used is gone, and the snakes extend farther than before. Was all that venom inhibiting its capabilities?" Philip made what he could of the situation. Now the snakes all over hissed and stared at the group of intruders with great malice. They swayed around in the air like floating tendrils. To be beset by all the dead yellow eyes made every hair on Oscar's body stand exactly like a mouse about to be eaten. They suddenly retracted into the Thousand Serpent. Dodge! They could not think about moving as one unit. The entire group scattered right away as the Thousand Serpent thrashed its way with incredible speed, a gift from the loss of venom. Oscar and the others managed to evade it in time, but that was not the end. Some snake scales stretched out extremely long like rubber and moved like a whip, rushing erratically toward their targets. These snakes came down like twisting arrows. Light barrage. Celestina responded with her scattered attack of light rays that bent and met the snake tendrils in the middle. She stopped a good amount, but some managed to get through and torpedoed toward Oscar and the others. Since they were spread out and split from each other, they had to face this alone. Duel awakened. His blue Ein burned on his dear Anima's antlers. Together they fiercely defended their life. Flowing mountain. Oscar increased the reese in his buckler by continuously deflecting the snakes as they arrived and redirecting them while burning his Ein in great concentrations. However, these snakes were powerful despite being offshoots of the Thousand Serpent. Their incredible strength weighed down on him, and his heart was hurting from the constant flow of reese above his limits. His core and mind were beginning to feel a piercing pain. Blood began to spill from his mouth and nose, but Oscar continued with this dear Anima. They moved as one and deflected the snakes. Off to the side, Emily and George managed to link with each other and were defending against the snakes. Philip was throwing out his first step without pause. Radiant Lance. Celestina shot out a lance at the Thousand Serpent. Her dragon Anima let out another light beam, judging it was dangerous to get in close against these entangling snakes. The pressure on Oscar and the others was lifted. The Thousand Serpent retracted all its snakes as it tried to dodge, but Celestina was one step ahead as she closed the distance. Hexagon Mirror. The defensive spell acted as a wall that kept the Thousand Serpent from moving away. It slammed its head furiously onto it, creating cracks all over. But it was too late. With no other option, the Thousand Snake bound and linked many of its snake scales into multi-layered shields of snakes to block the light beam and the lance. The air trembled and started to heat up from the power of Celestina's light. Philip and the others took the opportunity to close in and deal massive damage. The Thousand Serpent had no means to block them. Celestina noticed something odd. Oscar was missing. With fear in her eyes, she looked over to the side. Oscar was kneeling and clutching his heart. Oscar was reeling from the usual backlash from overusing his dual awaken. Even though the Thousand Snake was weakened, it was still reckless to redirect all the Reese from its attacks while maintaining fine control. What is this? However, something worse was happening to Oscar. Oscar clutched his left side where his ear used to be. A loud ringing sound tormented the insides of his eardrums until complete silence. All manners of sound had disappeared from his world. He could not hear the hissing of snakes, his teammates' resolute shouts, and his heart's constant beating. This happened before, after he fought against Eric during the free duels. What the hell is happening to me? Oscar could not breathe and coughed without pause. Each cough spat out more blood, worsening his condition. The Thousand Serpent, under attack, noticed Oscar staying still like a trapped mouse. Its instincts took over. It desired to kill this helpless prey, and it extended one snake tendril to gouge out his throat. Celestina watched in horror and was about to step in to stop it. But something unexpected occurred. Swish! A brilliant arc of light sliced through the air and collided on top of the snake tendril. Could not cut off the snake, but it did enough to stop the snake from attacking Oscar. The slash of light broke apart and dissipated. Who? Celestina looked up to catch a glimpse of the spell user. That spell was not hers, nor anyone else's. Whoever they were, they saved Oscar's life. Her dragon anima was focused on the Thousand Serpent. She couldn't see much through its eyes but the Thousand Serpent. Princess! Philip's shout roused Celestina's attention to the Thousand Serpent. They were now within range. Sensing the danger, the Thousand Serpent had to retract the snake that tried to attack Oscar to deter these attackers. Philip observed that the snake tentacles were extremely long, but some snakes returned to a scaly state. When some of the snakes were done attacking, they retracted as the other snakes extended out. Even the Thousand Serpent had its limitations on how it used its snakes. Once some extended out far, others had to retract. At the moment, the Thousand Serpent had extended most of its available tentacles to block the light beam and lance, leaving a few to guard its defenseless body, one to attack Oscar, and the rest were idle as scales. Philip charged ahead. There were many scrapes and cuts from the snake's bombardment, but he didn't care. This was the life and death battle he craved. He felt incredibly light and smiled. With all his eye, he unleashed his most powerful third step. The few snake tentacles tried to stop him, but Emily was right ahead and used heavy impact with both her staffs to put all her weight on the three. With the last ounce of her power, she created a rock barrier that shot Philip upward. Her staff broke into pieces. The snakes were tough, and she did all she could as a middle apprentice Exalt. She smiled as she fell. Her job was over. The rest of the snake tendrils were blasted by George's arrows. Then his hedgehog produced another long quill. George shot it out with all of his power. Thanks to Emily's launching pad, Philip bolted through the air toward the Thousand Serpent's face. His sword was burning prismatically with the overflowing ine. Take this! Philip threw out his sword anima, infused with all his ine, toward the Thousand Serpent's eye, a modified version of his third step that he came up with just now. Getting close was dangerous, and Animus could be remote-controlled. Grah! The Thousand Serpents screeched in a painful cry that reverberated through the caverns. The sword anima had stabbed halfway into its eye, releasing pus of yellow liquid. Halfway, even its eyes are tough. Philip sighed in shame that he could not do better. But he was also out of commission and tumbled to the ground, groaning from the pain of the rocks. Then came George's blue quill, impaling the other eye. The Thousand Serpent lashed out in pain. This allowed the dragon anima's light beam to sear some of its scales. The lance that was held back by the tendrils easily went past the disorientated cluster of snakes to the Thousand Serpent. The Thousand Serpent behaved even crazier. It lost all reasoning and thrashed everywhere. Philip somehow got up, picked up the motionless Emily, and desperately tried to dodge the tendrils while keeping her safe. George, at a distance, overdrew his eye to shoot more arrows to help them escape. Well done, everyone. You've all fought well. Celestina's triumphant shout was clear even through the painful cries of the Thousand Serpent and the quaking of the ground. In her rapier was another radiant lance. It shone like a holy light that made Celestina appear like a goddess of victory. It's over, she shouted mightily. The powerful lance of light shot at the crazed thousand serpent, tearing through any of the tendrils it met. To lose your cool is to admit defeat, Celestine murmured as she watched the unruly actions of the beast. Splat! The lance impaled the thousand serpent through its mouth. A large hole was torn through the back of its head, blowing out its skull and brain. All the snake scales and tendrils went limp and lifeless, hanging down, as the thousand serpent crashed to the ground in a pool of blood. After a long and hard-fought battle, Oscar's group emerged victorious. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 92. Victory and Respite. It's stopping. It was low, but the sounds were slowly returning. At first, Oscar heard muffles and echoes. They became clearer and sharper, returning to normal levels. Oscar, a melodious voice finally broke through to his head. It was Celestina. Her disguise was discarded, revealing her emerald eyes full of worry. She was wondering what was going on with him. Celestina, did we win? Oscar asked, short of breath. During the throes of backlash and strange loss of hearing, Oscar could not focus and pay attention to the battle. We won. Take a look. Celestina stepped to the side to show the bloodied corpse of the thousand serpent, leaving Oscar stunned. The thousand serpent, the elite Exalt beast, who dominated this section of the island, was lying dead on the wall. The head was nearly split in two from the mouth, like its cheeks had been torn apart. While Oscar was absorbed in the sight of the death of this great beast, Celestina interrupted and snapped. Where is your heal elixir? Drink that now. Ah, Oscar stumbled. His hands were shaking. Ah, don't me. Look at you. You look like you're falling apart. Drink the heal elixir we distributed. Celestina was disgruntled and scolded Oscar. She reached into his pouch without a sense of shame. Too close. I can do it myself. Embarrassment covered Oscar's face as Celestina was rummaging in the pouch on his side. Her face was so close that Oscar didn't know where else to look. The pale yet alluring cheeks, the shining emerald eyes, the long eyelashes, and those rosy lips drove Oscar near the edge of rational thought. Here, drink your elixir. Celestina found the heal elixir. She pushed the vial of yellow elixir into Oscar's hands. Oscar downed the entire elixir. His wounds were showing signs of healing, and his complexion looked healthier. However, the pain in his heart was still prevalent, although it subsided to lower levels. Near the thousand serpents' corpse were the others. Philip and George had already drunk their elixirs and were in meditation to recover. Emily was flat on the ground, prompting Oscar's worry. Is Emily all right? She overdrew her eye, and her anima was destroyed. She's in bad condition and will need time to recover. But her life isn't in danger. Celestina helped Oscar to his feet, but he could not maintain balance. Quickly, she held him up and helped him to Emily's side. Oscar wasn't flustered this time despite being so close to the princess that they were practically hugging. He was focused on the unconscious girl with orange hair. His eyes welled with gratitude as he knelt beside Emily. Her body was battered and weary, but her face was relaxed with a smile. At the last moment, before she collapsed, she believed her team would pull through. Thank you, Emily. Oscar's chest heaved up and down with emotion as he looked at Emily, Celestina, Philip, and George. While he was unable to help, they continued to fight. Thank you, he said. Thank you for being here. George cheekily smiled while stroking his naked hedgehog, who was fast asleep. We agreed to come here. Besides, I can brag to Rachel about this. He imagined the blonde-haired, red-eyed girl he was in love with pestering him for details. There was no doubt that she would be interested and frustrated. He enjoyed every moment with her and seeing her reactions. I came along with the princess as was my duty, but this was a truly eye-opening experience. I have to thank you for that. Philip recalled the harsh sensation running through his body throughout this precarious fight. No wonder Oscar's strong for a grade 4. Similar experiences must have molded him. It's natural to help a friend. Otherwise, who would I continue to discuss books with? Celestina said to Oscar with a smile before addressing everyone. Everyone should rest. Thanks to our plan succeeding, I still have reserve power to keep watch. Her confidence beamed out, making everyone else feel safe. Oscar also lay down on the ground near Emily and closed his eyes with a tired smile. In the moments before sleep took hold, Oscar remembered one scene. The slash of light had stopped the snake tendril that would kill him. It wasn't Celestina's spell. The spell had come from above on the cliffs surrounding them. There was one person that popped up in Oscar's drifting mind. The one who learned Brilliant Slash and was supposedly in the floating islands of Eden. He pictured his green-haired, yellow-eyed, handsome friend. The one he considered a brother. Fred. Above and far from Oscar's location, a lone figure walked on the rocky hills. His green hair was rough and wild, swaying from the light breeze. He turned slightly with one side of his face, staring back with one yellow eye toward where Oscar was. But that moment did not last as Frederick turned away. His back was straight and broad, like a confident and powerful person, but his feet were unsteady and his hands trembling. "O.S., Emily?" Frederick thought of his friends, but Gilbert and Teresa's visages immediately replaced Oscar's and Emily's. Flooding his mind with anger, he continued walking away without turning back. Oscar awoke to view the moon and stars alighting the night sky above. In this place, surrounded by cliffs, like a hole, the lunar light came through and covered every corner. "You're up," Emily noticed and smacked Oscar on the back. She was very lively and happy. The force of her slap stung Oscar's back, and his tired body trembled and spasmed from the reverberating pain. Although he was awake, his body was not fully recovered. "Sorry," Emily realized her mistake. "I forgot how badly you were hurt. And you're not," Oscar griped. "How are you so energetic? Weren't you completely knocked out?" Emily smirked and released her Ein to the fullest. The orange Ein surged out stronger than before and was purer in color. It was much more imposing than it was before. The orange Ein covered her, brightening her hair and eyes like a fairy. "Greater Apprentice Exalt? You managed to advance?" Oscar stood up, ignoring the pain in his body. There was confusion and pleasant surprise on his face. "Yup." Emily's cheerful and loud voice roused the others' attention. George, Philip, and Celestina greeted Oscar warmly. They were worried for him earlier but were glad to see him all right. Behind them were the remains of the Thousand Serpent, already harvested. "So, how did you accomplish it?" Oscar said while eating some succulent meat of the Thousand Serpent. The taste of an elite Exalt beast was unbelievable. It was better than any meat he had tasted before. Moreover, there were faint traces of Ein laced in each bite, naturally absorbed into his core. "After I woke up, I entered meditation to replenish my Ein. My core was completely drained, and I quickly took in a lot. But then it began pulsing as if wanting more." Emily explained the process that occurred while Oscar was unconscious. "I had 3 Ein amassing elixirs saved up to advance. I planned to get one more, but I went for it. I had a feeling this was the moment and didn't hesitate." "You make it sound like you had it easy, but you were suffering through that," Celestina sighed, scolded Emily more, and said to Oscar, "You needed more Ein to do it safely. If you failed, then you would have been out of commission longer. It's fine. We have one more Greater Apprentice Exalt in our group now. That will make our days on this island more bearable," Emily said. Philip was resting in a kneeling position. He opened his purple eyes, staring at Oscar in thought. "Oscar, what happened to you back there? You weren't with us in the last moments of the battle. The princess told me you were in pain." Celestina and George had worried expressions. Emily as well, but there was also some understanding. She knew Oscar was using Reese, and that had significant repercussions. But what she didn't know was Oscar's reply. "I lost my hearing?" Emily was certainly surprised. "Lost your hearing? Is it related to your missing ear?" Philip was sharp and pointed out the likely source. "You may be right. I started experiencing this when I got back to the pavilion. When it happened, I was unable to focus on anything." Oscar rubbed the spot where his left ear used to be. "Are you really all right?" Emily asked, her voice trembling. She was angry with herself for not noticing. "Don't worry, I'll look for a cure. There should be something to help me," Oscar reassured Emily, who was afraid for him. "It's all right, Emily. This book lover won't let something like this get him down. It can help out too." Celestina patted Emily's head teasingly to cheer her up. Emily quickly swatted it away with a laugh. George thought this entire interaction was awkward with the princess in the middle. Philip merely shook his head in resignation. Ah, I almost forgot. Celestina clapped her hands and reached into her space pocket, pulling out a glass container. Inside was a large heart. Here is your prize. The Thousand Serpents Heart. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 93. Disturbance on the Island. Badump. Oscar held the glass box, gripping it carefully as he would an egg. He felt the heart beating, thumping against the glass, but it was very slow and beating weaker each time. A sense of fulfillment and relief washed over him as he held this warm and heavy object. Elder Saul will be pleased. That elder rarely asks for anything. I'm curious about his reaction, so this will be a rare sight. Oscar gave the heart back to Celestina. Her space pocket was the best for holding onto materials. I would like to spend some time with that elder as well. He's interesting, like a mysterious old man in a novel, Celestina joked. However, she was serious about knowing more about this elder. He only spends his time in the outer hall, and he's quite reclusive. We only started to talk because of the gardens and the fields, Oscar said. Now that I look around, I don't like this rocky place. As Exalts, do we mind the preference? Philip interjected. Back to the main topic, we should sell the materials when we get back to Windrock City. The alchemists and fabricators guilds would be interested in everything we collected. I even have a membership, so this will help a lot. Oscar whipped out his bronze badges that signified his membership. I should get a membership as well. I almost forgot, Emily said. Celestina, Philip, and George already had their memberships set up a while ago. Emily was embarrassed to be behind. After hours passed, the group made their way to the island's edge. Across the chasm of wind and air was the second island they came from. There was no wind blowing to connect the islands. Tomorrow, the backdraft winds should connect from the fifth to the fourth island. So we have 2 more days before returning to the second island, Oscar remarked. Emily, we might have a good chance of seeing Fred. Frederick, what do you mean? We haven't gotten a clue of where he is. Emily pressed toward Oscar with a fiery gaze. She had low expectations of finding Frederick on these islands. But Oscar gave her hope. Is he the one who saved you from the snake? I was too preoccupied with the Thousand Serpent to get a good look around. Someone else was there, Celestina said. Philip and George were taken aback. They hadn't noticed anyone around them. That was Fred's brilliant slash. It's too much of a coincidence not to consider him. Not to mention that I was saved means they had a purpose in doing so. There's no doubt. Fred is here. Oscar scanned their surroundings, hoping Fred might be somewhere visible. But he doesn't seem to want to show himself. I can have my dragon anima search around for him, Celestina suggested. She heard a lot about Frederick from Oscar. She hoped to help them reconcile. Good friends were hard to find. Emily and Oscar looked at one another and nodded. They turned to Celestina and said, No, but he's somewhere here. Wouldn't you want to see him? Celestina was dumbfounded. We do. Emily had a face of longing. But our priority is this group. Oscar chimed in. We need to rest and conserve our strength. This island is bigger than the second. There's no knowing if we might run into another elite Exalt beast. We need to prioritize the safety of the group. Celestina wanted to say something more but could not find any counterpoints. She wanted to help Oscar, but they could not risk others for personal matters. With no retort, she sighed and nodded. We'll have more chances in the future, I'm sure, Oscar said. Even though Frederick refused to show himself, the fact he saved Oscar meant some part of him still cared. Oscar was sure that they could still convince Frederick. We need to focus on the present, which is the master of the Black Heart Centipede. Oscar's solemn words made everyone tense up, including Celestina. The scene of Joseph's agonizing death by the centipede hatchling was still vivid in their minds. Forgetting something as gruesome as that was hard to do. Let's take these next 2 days to strengthen ourselves as much as possible, Celestina suggested with a serious expression. There's no telling if the owner will come or not. But we must remain vigilant. The iron of these islands are extremely abundant. It's not as good as the inner hall of the pavilion, but it's still better than most other regions. Philip sat down in a meditative position. Let's not waste a moment. After the battle with the Thousand Serpent, He felt a ravenous hunger for Ein that he had been holding back. But now that they were in a secure place, he did not hesitate to begin. To gather Ein close to each other was not efficient, as they would be wrangling each other for it. Everyone decided to maintain a good distance from each other on the island's edge. Oscar sat down and closed his eyes. With the aid of the Aetherstone hidden in his pocket, his core, which was sapped earlier, spun to the extreme. His body began to creak from the pure Ein that kept washing over it. In the view of meditation, he spotted the others, who were absorbing Ein. The Ein was like a vortex that spun around and enveloped their entire bodies. Oscar found his to be the smallest. No matter how often I see it, grade 4 is at a disadvantage. George's tornado looked a size bigger than Oscar's. His grade 5 allowed his body to take in this vast amount without issue. Next was Emily. Her tornado was twice as big as Oscar's. If Oscar's was like a small dust swirl, then hers was a fully formed tornado. There seemed to be a qualitative change between the grade 4s and 5s against the grade 6s. It wasn't a steady increase in absorption rate between grades. The differences in Philip's and Emily's tornadoes were similar to Oscar's and George's. Philip's vortex was a size bigger than Emily's. This is insane. Oscar viewed the last person, Celestina. He could not help but gulp in astonishment. The Ein fiercely wrapping and entering into her was not like a tornado but a raging hurricane, the size of which far outstripped Philip's. All of them seemed so small compared to her. This must be why she's taken a farther distance from us and why the inner hall gives them private rooms, Oscar thought. It was not unbelievable that she entered the elite Exalt realm after a year of being an Exalt. This massive absorption and the added resources from the pavilion made it a cakewalk. If grade 8 is this monstrous, what about grade 9? Oscar could not fathom nor picture the sight of a grade 9. The only one was Gilbert, and there was little chance he could see him meditate. Don't dwell on it. Just do what I can do. Even if I take more time, it's fine. I just have to reach the Knight Exalt before I reach the age of 30. Ideally, he wished to become a Knight Exalt before 24 to enter the Legacy Hall, but Oscar was realistic. He understood his limitations and the differences between him and others. That was why he pursued the path of Reese and awakened to be better in other aspects. Once I return, I should start the training master set up for me. Ivanka should have the large bulks of HYTR elixir ready by the time he returns. Once he gets those, then he can start his training in earnest. Time passed as the day changed into the night and back again. The winds should be blowing back from the 5th to the 4th island. Once more, the day moved on to the next. The winds were now blowing back from the 4th to the 3rd. During this time, Oscar was not idle and was progressing in his exalthood. With the Einburst elixir from Eldersal, I should be able to enter the Greater Apprentice Exalt realm in one go. It's a shame I don't have more elixirs on hand. He cursed that he couldn't procure more elixirs, but that 3-month blank period in the Huron Plains took up any time to fiercely gather rewards and contribution points. Rustle, crack, shake. What the hell is happening? Oscar exclaimed, stopping his meditation short. The rest also stopped their sessions and were bewildered. There was a lot of noise from the Exalt beasts on the island. The island itself was shaking under their heavy stampeding. It was like the island had erupted into chaos. Gather around, Celestina shouted to the others. Whatever was happening, they needed to be together. She had a suspicion and drank her disguise elixir. Oscar and the others rallied to Celestina's spot and looked warily out into the rocky hills. More roars and screeches resounded. They saw multiple Exalt beasts burrowing themselves or hiding in crevices. Something's roused all of these Exalt beasts. The entire island is in an uproar. Philip already pulled out his sword anima, poised to fight. But what can terrify all these monsters? George also summoned his bow anima, readying it to shoot at any time. Oscar was about to talk when it happened. An immense pressure weighed down on all of them. A terrifying aura of malice made them all break out in cold sweats. Oscar thought the world had become a sea of blood for a moment. This Ein was bloodthirsty. Ha! Celestina stomped her feet, and her Ein blazed forward. Her regal aura could not overwhelm this terrifying presence, but it alleviated the pressure on Oscar and the others. This girl is an elite Exalt. Little wonder you were able to withstand my power somewhat. A deep, chilling voice entered their ears like a worm wriggling in. It was not a pleasant voice, one that grated on the ears. Oscar looked forward and saw a man in a black cloak. A featureless mask covered his face with only holes for the eyes. By his side was a large black centipede, the mother Blackheart centipede. The man spoke while looking at Celestina. That black hair and blue eyes are quite wonderful, truly a great beauty. Oh, that other girl is quite the specimen as well. If you don't mind, can I have your beautiful heads? Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 94. Doyle Gwyn. Can I have your beautiful heads? This chilling request from the unknown masked man made Oscar and the rest shudder. Their bones froze to ice. It was spoken so casually, as if he was asking for directions rather than body parts. The masked man stared fervently at Celestina and Emily. His green eyes, visible behind the mask, glinted dangerously, not like a predator eyeing prey but a child finding a new toy. Our heads. Celestina looked chillingly at the masked man. What kind of twisted person are you? Her anger was evident in her shaky tone. That's right. You don't know who I am. We have to be acquainted first before getting intimate. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Doyle Gwyn. What are your names? Oscar felt his back quiver from this masked man's demeanor. They're similar. This person's actions overlaid with his master, Draven's, well-mannered display that contained hints of madness. Seeing that invoked a response from Oscar. His body tensed up more than needed as his teeth clenched hard. An insane criminal that behaves with etiquette. At least Master had limits, and he probably unleashed his craziness on the prisoners. This person doesn't have that control. Our names are not meant for the mouths of scum to utter, Celestina retorted with a vicious tongue. Doyle shrugged and sighed before opening up his cloak to reveal what was inside, a view that made George's pale face paler. He was about to throw up what little remained in his skinny body. Oscar and the others wore faces of disgust and horror. Wrapped around his waist were heads, or what were once heads. They were incredibly small, only the size of mere inches. The skins were darkened, the eyes and lips were shown shut, and the hairs were barely hanging on. These heads were undoubtedly female from the slight features Oscar noticed. Celestina and Emily flared up in anger, seeing the heads of innocent girls strung up into these disgusting trinkets. Bastard, Emily uttered angrily. Doyle was indifferent to Emily's and Celestina's enraged stares. He continued to chatter away. I have to thank Reggie and his team for running into you. I'm fond of beautiful girls like you too, especially you. Doyle pointed at Celestina. Your head will be the centerpiece. Celestina's silver eye flamed outward from the blatant provocation, forcing Oscar and the others to take a step away. Doyle, however, was seemingly unaffected. Oscar was afraid that Celestina would lose her cool and readied himself to attempt to stop her from rushing in. This Doyle was dangerous. The pressure he exuded and his lack of reaction to Celestina's eyes suggested he was far stronger than her. I sent Reggie and the others out to collect greater apprentice beast cores to facilitate my centipede's advancement to an elite Exalt. Doyle stroked the head of his Blackheart centipede. Its legs wriggled around as a low screeching noise came out of its mouth like a purr. But they died under your hands. The only useful thing they did was allow my egg to hatch and catch a glimpse of you. Oh, now that I think about it, the greater apprentice Exalt cores that they collected should be in your hands. This is even better for me. Doyle laughed under his mask. He released dangerous levels of vile green eye. Oscar and the others responded with all their power. Their eyes shone like brilliant stars burning before the end of their lifetime. Do you all feel it? He's a greater elite Exalt, Celestina said with bated breath. She didn't expect Doyle to be so powerful. The girl is a lower elite Exalt while the rest of you are greater apprentice Exalts. There is that unappealing middle apprentice boy. Some tag along? Doyle insulted Oscar, who had veins popping on his face, but he remained calm. Doyle returned his gazes to Celestina and Emily, eyeing their orange and black hair along with their jewel orange and blue eyes. I'll have to get your names soon. He swiped his hand over the various heads on his waist. Once I have you both, I'll separate your heads from their bodies. Then take out the eyes and tongue, sew them shut, and flay the scalp. I'll boil them in an herbal mixture and leave them to dry on these very rocks. Finally, My masterpiece will be complete as I coat your heads in the ashes made from your bodies." His voice got increasingly deranged and shaky as he spoke excitedly about the gruesome, vile things he would do to them. Oscar watched with alarm. Madmen were the most difficult to handle. "Everyone," Celestina addressed them all. "He's far too strong for us. Running doesn't seem doable, but one of us can survive if we all split up. If you manage to survive, somehow make your way back and inform the pavilion." "Run?" Doyle seemed amused. "How will you run from this?" Doyle snapped his fingers. Then dust began to rise from the distance. This cloud of dust was getting bigger and closer with each passing moment. Finally, the source was within view. It was a large wriggling mass of black bodies and legs. It was an entire horde of black heart centipedes. Click, 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 click. The exact number was unknown, but they all stared at Oscar and the rest, clamping their mandibles and sharp teeth, creating the unbearable clicking noise that had Oscar and the rest on edge. Screech. The mother black heart centipede ordered the rest to encircle the prey and not rush in. His master wanted to savor this moment, not let it be spoiled. Doyle's word was law. Oscar's eyes swept from left to right. There was only a mass of centipedes in every direction. "This is," George gulped. "It's a mass of middle and lower apprentice Exalt beasts, but I sense two other greater apprentice Exalt beasts. It should be those." Philip pointed at two larger centipedes. "They have bigger carapaces, and their legs are longer. Looks like we can't run away." Emily swung her staff around. "Let them come. I'll massacre them." "Well then." Doyle waved his hand as a big sphere of iron formed and shot to Celestina's side. It was incredibly fast and smashed straight at her. "I will separate you from the rest." "Coo!" Celestina put up her hexagon mirror in time, but the sphere of iron broke through instantly, and she was forced away far to the side. Oscar and the others tried to chase her, but a mass of centipedes blocked their way. "It's fine," Celestina shouted. "Deal with the centipedes and leave this guy to me." Since their escape was cut off, the only route available was to fight their way out. She did not know why Doyle wanted to separate her from everyone else, but this was fortunate for Oscar and the others. Without Doyle's overbearing presence and interference, her group could escape this encirclement. She had to buy as much time for them to escape. "That's what you're thinking," Doyle mouthed out every one of Celestina's thoughts while moving along with her. "How touching that you have such faith in your companions. But they cannot defeat my army. Not with their queen at the helm." Celestina focused and diverted the sphere of Ein away. "That wasn't a spell or technique. It was just a mass of Ein concentrated and flung out. Yet it destroyed my shield easily." Celestina roused her Ein to greater levels. Her dragon anima roared out with great determination. "Grade 8? You must be a valued genius of the pavilion." "How great! You truly are my ideal." Doyle chuckled. "Do you know why I separated you from the rest?" Celestina did not answer but manifested a radiant lance, sending it piercing through the air to Doyle. This powerful spell of light did not shatter but was stopped by Doyle's hand. His hands were covered in a dark smoke that kept spewing out more. The lance began to darken as it eroded. It was collected, and the darkness around his hands grew bigger. Grade 2 Hands of Night. Doyle's spell transformed his Ein into darkness and coated his hands. Anything that touched these hands would be imprinted and start eroding away from the darkness. The more Ein it eroded, the more it would grow in strength. "You're a light user, girl. We truly are meant for each other." His Ein surged more as his elemental spark made his darkness even darker, close to a black hole. Celestina's Ein shone brighter in silver radiant light. "Back to my previous statement. I separated you from the others because I want to see your face twist in pain and suffering as your friends are torn apart and eaten. Of course, that orange hair girl's face will be avoided. I can't wait." That confident, powerful look in your eyes turns to deep despair as you can't do anything. Doyle shuddered from the thought. "Oi!" Celestina's voice cut his imagination short. Contrary to his expectations, she stood firm and radiated confidence. "My friends aren't so weak as you think. And I will not go down so easily." Her rapier shone as Ein wrapped around it. She burst forward at astonishing speed. Doyle lifted his darkness-covered hands. His eyes looked playfully at her. "This will be some good entertainment before the show." "I can't wait." He smiled under his mask as his eyes curled like crescent moons. Oscar and the others stared down the horde of centipedes around them. He looked at them and then at his team with a pensive look. There's around 100 of them. 2 greater apprentice Exalt centipedes to our left and right. The mother in front is near the elite Exalt realm, Oscar said. We can see that. Do you have a plan, Oscar? Emily asked. Oscar was usually the one who came up with the strategies when they were out on missions. Not really a plan, but a last-ditch effort. Do you trust me? No problem. Philip, George, and Emily answered. Philip and George held respect for Oscar from being opponents during the grand gathering. Emily had trust in her friend. Oscar smiled. He was glad to be with them at this difficult time. It's do or die. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 95. Operation V. Blackheart centipedes don't have much in terms of abilities. The drones swarm their enemies with massive numbers. Oscar explained what he learned from his reading. So they're just overgrown bugs? Emily asked. Overgrown bugs with some strength. Their mouths can crunch on bones, but they are not tough for us. Be careful of their poison. George, I'll need your hedgehog. No problem. George's sapphire hedgehog jumped over to Oscar's shoulder. The horde of centipedes kept wriggling and clicking their mouths and then rushed out at Oscar's group. Remember, don't worry about the other person. Focus on finishing the plan. Don't be distracted, Oscar solemnly said. Everyone nodded with stern expressions. Let's go, Oscar shouted. Together, they charged as one, clinging close to each other and moving fast toward the black horde. Oscar's eyes were fierce and radiated determination to see this through. They collided against the horde of centipedes. There was a mess of legs, mandibles, and body parts tossing all over the air. This mix of lower and middle apprentice Blackheart centipedes was no match for the combined power of Oscar and the others. They made a straight beeline for the mother Blackheart centipede. The mother clicked its mandibles, which sent the centipede swarm into a frenzy. The swarm started piling through like a wave of centipedes. Emily put up a rock barrier behind them, which forced some of the centipedes to change course, allowing the group to be not overwhelmed. Finally, they were right before the mother. George pulled his bow and shot arrows of iron toward the mother, but they were all deflected by sudden intruders, the greater apprentice Exalt centipedes. These are the royal guards of the mother. They're both incredibly strong greater apprentice Exalts. These centipedes were larger in every part and emanated a stronger pressure than George and Emily. Now, fling them away. Oscar waited for this moment when they stuck close to the mother. Emily put up another rock barrier in front of them. Philip instantly cut the bottom with his sword. Together, they all slammed the wall of rock and pushed it against the mother and the royal guards. Although they were strong, Oscar and the others managed to force them out of the swarm before it could overrun them. Oscar looked at Emily, signaling her to make her move. Emily focused and condensed her iron before sinking it into the ground. Her face showed signs of struggle and exertion. Suddenly, multiple walls of rock barrier popped out of the ground, creating a V shape. There was an opening on the point of the V where Oscar stood firm. The sapphire hedgehog tossed up to the top of the wall. Emily, Philip, and George placed themselves outside the V wall, facing off against the mother and the royal guards. About 10 centipedes dead, and the 3 problems separated out. Plan complete. Good job, everyone, Oscar said as the swarm was disrupted for a moment before its many malicious eyes gleamed at Oscar. They were also inside the V enclosure with Oscar as the only way out. Are you sure about this? Emily was breathing heavily and sweating profusely. When she created this large V wall, she used her rock barrier threefold to make it as thick as possible. She also had to stretch it out to the island's edge. No Exalt beast dared to jump off or climb along the edge because the unique air tore them apart. Oscar counted his lucky stars that they were fighting on the island's edge. I said it before, don't be distracted. Worry about doing your part. I will hold on as long as possible. Oscar helped Emily to her feet and turned to Philip. Philip, it's on you. The royal guards are stronger than Emily and George. Emily is also tired from using her spell. Kill that mother quickly. Leave it to me. Philip bolted toward the mother, his face blatantly showing his hostility and spirit, unlike his usual calm demeanor. The royal guard screeched and tried to intervene, but Emily and George stepped in front and stopped them in their tracks. They would buy Philip all the time he needed to defeat the mother. Meanwhile, Oscar remained steadfast at the V-wall opening. The swarm was fast approaching. Oscar mulled over the idea of fighting together, but the mother Blackheart centipede would whittle them down. The best shot was to separate them out and leave Philip to kill the mother as fast as possible to disrupt the swarm. "Buddy, if any of them try to climb over, shoot quills to stop them." Oscar took up his stance as his blue eyes surged out dangerously to manifest his dear anima. The centipede swarm would be more inclined to follow their instincts if their mother was too preoccupied with Philip to control them. Their instincts would tell them to swarm the exit rather than climb up. If some straggler did try, the hedgehog should be able to deter them. With the swarm funneling into a single spot from one direction, it would be easier for Oscar to fight back. Oscar felt chills as the many legs and mandibles were right before him. However, his feet spun and cracked the ground. With the great force of Reese flowing through him, Oscar swung his buckler with great force. His dear anima followed suit with ein-empowered antlers. They blew away the first line. But the centipede swarm seemed endless as more closed in right after. "Don't think about getting past me," Oscar roared as he and his dear anima kept swinging to defend this point. No matter what, he had to hold. Sparks of darkness and light littered the battlefield as the ground shook and quaked. Celestina was breathing heavily as she desperately tried to find an opening against this overwhelming opponent. Her rapier held hints of darkness that were trying to break through her coat of silver iron. "This is pretty fun. Please struggle more. I want to hear every one of your gasps. Deranged pervert, you're just holding back on me. If you wanted, I would have been defeated by now." Celestina wiped her cheeks of the dust and forced more iron into her rapier, disintegrating the darkness infecting it. This creep was playing around with his strength. This fact angered Celestina, who felt humiliated at being made a toy. It reminded her of Gilbert, who thought of her as some object to obtain. "I'm just killing time. When my centipedes overwhelm your friends, I'll drag you there to witness it." Doyle looked over at the other side with joy that soon turned into confusion. In the distance was a long wall of stone, where he heard the chattering of his centipedes. On top, he could see a small blue creature shooting its quills down below. "Your friends are quite ridiculous. They stupidly box themselves in with the centipedes. How will they handle an attack on all sides, especially with my mother centipede and her royal guards leading the charge?" He laughed maniacally as if his stomach was going to burst. He didn't know that the mother and the royal guards were separated, and Oscar was engaging the swarm on an ideal battlefield. Emily put up the V-wall, but there was another thin wall she created to block Celestina and Doyle's view, all to give the illusion they made a mistake so that Doyle wouldn't bother to interfere. If Doyle had made a soul bond with the mother, then he would have known the situation in the walls. But a soul bond with an Exalt beast meant putting their lives together in the same pond. If one died, then the other would also die. To risk their lives in the hands of a beast, who could do that? Thus, Doyle did not know what was occurring, but he had full confidence in his swarm destroying this group. He believed this elite Exalt girl was why Reggie's group had fallen. Celestina also looked at the makeshift wall and knew it was Emily's work. However, such a wall was a waste of iron unless there was a greater purpose. "I have to believe in them. They must have a plan, which means I have to buy as much time as possible." Celestina's eyes glinted hopefully. If they can win against the centipedes, they can run while she does her best to deter him. "I'll allow you to fool around longer." Radiant lance, dragon's breath. Her lance and the dragon's breath flew out together, combining into one attack. This compounded force of light shone brightly toward Doyle, but the light dimmed as Doyle's eyes spiked. Grade 1 negation shell. A turtle shell of dark plates enveloped Doyle. The lance X breath attack collided against it. A loud noise scattered the winds as a shockwave burst in all directions. The negation shell showed a slight crack, but the lance fell apart into nothingness. "Impressive. Even though my spell is of grade 1 caliber, my ein is far above yours. Yet you were able to crack it." Doyle's voice echoed from within the shell. Suddenly something burst out of it like an egg hatching. It was Doyle, and he held something in his hand. It was a black stick with 9 short, thin metal ropes hanging out one end. On the ropes were beads halfway on the ropes and lining their tips. It was a horrifying torture tool used for heinous criminals and interrogation, the scourging whip. This is my anima, it's only a grade 3. But you two will get acquainted well enough. Doyle whipped his anima around, breaking the air with a loud cracking sound. How many? Celestina's said darkly. How many people have you cruelly tortured with your anima? Celestina spat coldly. All of them. Doyle pointed at his shrunken heads. And some others I can't remember. Her brow scrunched up as veins popped out. Her fury was so great that her face returned to expressionless. But it was not of indifference but the face of one who looked at something inhuman and not worth living. I'll kill you. You can try, darling, Doyle teased as he cracked his scourging whip. In mere moments, Oscar was breathing heavily, with many cuts and scratches over his body. But he had tensed up his entire body to stop poisons from seeping through. The continual flow of Reese forced blood out from his cuts, expelling poison, but not all of it. Don't think. You can't get past me, Oscar gasped. His fingertips were getting numb, but he clenched harder. Hurry up, Philip. Oscar met the swarm again in a powerful clash at the narrow pass. His hopes rode on Philip's victory. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 96. In dire straits. Philip swung his sword repeatedly, performing the first step of the Raven sword techniques. The flurry of slashes cut toward the mother with sharp edges formed for mine. But every time his slashes collided against the mother's carapace, they were repelled, creating only sparks and metallic sounds. It has quite the thick armor. Philip cursed that his sword could not cut through this monster. He could only make out faint lines on it, not enough to even be considered scratches. That Doyle said he was collecting Greater Apprentice Exalt beast cores for this centipede to advance to Elite Exalt. Certainly strong as a peak Greater Apprentice Exalt. Humans could absorb the Ein from the world around them in meditation, but they could never absorb the core of others. Exalt beast cores had to be refined before the Ein within could be absorbed. Records show how humans tried to absorb cores before refinement, only to end up in agony, sickness, and depravity. The backlash was too great compared to the Ein they absorbed. Exalt beasts were different. In the wild, their main source of Ein was the cores of other beasts, and they were naturally endowed with good amounts of Ein with the ability to grow stronger simply by existing. But eating cores provided a faster method. This mother Blackheart centipede needed to devour several cores to facilitate evolution. Doyle had deigned to collect them himself, so he sent out Reggie and his group. It's a good thing we stopped the previous group from finishing their task. Philip brandished his sword again. He shuddered at the thought of what Doyle would do with an elite Exalt beast by his side. The mother clicked its mandibles and curled its body, putting Philip on high alert. Something was coming. Swoop. A mass of sharp teeth and mandibles rushed near Philip's face. With a shout, he brought up his sword to defend, clashing against the sharp weapons of the mother. Suddenly, its teeth and mandibles clamped onto Philip's sword anima. Could not break it, but it was not letting it go. Let go! Philip tried to pull away, but the mother held tight as the rest of its body skittered its way. Philip watched the tall, jagged legs approaching as the mother's body twisted and turned, intent on wrapping around him. These incoming, encircling walls of sharp blades the mother called legs reminded Philip of the Iron Maiden, a torture device that stabbed a person in all directions with blades. In a blink of an eye, Philip let go of his blade and leaped out of the encirclement. The mother could not react in time as the sudden disappearance of the sword in its mouth confused it. Despite having escaped being impaled all over his body, Philip was angry. His handsome face warped in shame and fury as he gazed down at his empty hands. I am a child of the Raven family, the master swordsman of the brilliant Drake Empire. He manifested his sword anima once more and gripped it tightly to the point where blood spilled from his palm. To let go of my sword is beyond shameful. That is not the ideal swordsman I wish to be. Philip took on the stance of his third step. His Ein burned wildly at the tip. He was determined to wash off this shame. Third step. Emily and George struggled against their opponents, the Royal Guard centipedes on the other two battlefields. George constantly drew the centipede's attention with his barrage of arrows, but half of his offense was gone. His sapphire hedgehog was currently helping out Oscar. Thus, he had no support and could not use the long quill as an arrow. The never-ending arrows shot at the centipede from the sides or strongly from straight ahead. George used his wind steps to constantly dodge the royal guard's legs and mandibles. "I have to keep this up," George eyed Philip, who was fighting against the mother. "I need to buy time for him." The royal guard screeched and clicked its mandibles. It needed to finish off this nuisance and help its mother. Emily was not in a good situation. She used too much of her ein to set up the great rock walls, leaving her on the back foot against this fearsome centipede. Luckily, these Blackheart centipedes relied on their numbers and brute force rather than abilities or specializations. This allowed Emily to match the centipede's power with her heavy impact. However, she knew she could not last long. Her small ein was dwindling even more every second. This centipede was a stronger, greater apprentice Exalt than a recently advanced like her. There's no victory in a frontal confrontation. I need to hold. Emily used rock barrier to waste time. Philip, hurry up. Oscar and I won't be able to hold on much longer. She looked back at her friend, Oscar, who was fighting off the horde desperately. He looked drained and was covered in cuts, but he carried on, swinging his shield accompanied by his blue deer. Ha, ha. Oscar didn't know how many times he swung his buckler. How many times had he met this same endless swarm? Some centipedes had cracked shells, half their mandibles and missing legs, but they did not stop their assault. These lesser centipedes didn't feel pain. There was only the instinct to go to their mother. Reese awakened. With another forceful slam, he blew back another wave. He kept everything within his limits, but there was little he could do about the increasing numbness in his hands and feet slowly creeping upwards. Flowing mountain. When the swarm crashed into him again, he rotated and redirected the Reese, blowing them back again. But the poison was starting to take effect. Oscar cursed inwardly. He should have brought some antidotes. On top of the walls, the sapphire hedgehog was shooting quills at the stragglers that attempted to climb up and to support Oscar. However, the numerous quills that adorned its body were now few. It rapidly grew more which shot out, but soon it would have no more. I must have killed around 10 and injured some more. But they won't stop. Oscar held his buckler tightly. Fortunately, it was strengthened by the rainbow Didus beak, or it would have worn down against these endless sharp limbs. The swarm continued its endless waves. As Oscar continued to fight back, he was cut even more. There was no time to use steel scales to stop the damage due to the immobility it gave him. Stone gaze could not help either against many enemies. Continuous flowing mountain. Oscar chained his swings. The incoming Reese of the swarm continually added onto his swings, blowing them back farther. However, Oscar's nose started to bleed from the drawback of endlessly looping the Reese. Soon, he reached the threshold of his heart, but he soldiered on. However, he was worried. What if his hearing problems flare up again? From the 2 instances beforehand, it occurred randomly. The hearing loss was bad enough, but the worst was how his body refused to move as if it was stuck in a swamp. The only motion he could do was clutch his head in agony. If that happens to me now, I'll be dead in pieces. Oscar choked on some blood. Sweat poured down his face. His disheveled appearance represented his current predicament. He was not like this even against the Thousand Serpent and the Wanderer. One more, Oscar shouted out with all his might. He charged his buckler with Reese and swung together with his anima. One more, he repeated with another swing, slamming into the swarm. One more, one more, one more. The veins around his cuts started turning black from the collected poison that seeped into him. He strained his muscles tighter to stop as much of the poison as possible, but they were slowly taking more of an effect. One more. Still, Oscar kept it up no matter how dire it got. But there was only so much his mind could do as his body slumped slightly. His arms were unable to lift anymore. The poison was now in full effect. Qian! The sapphire hedgehog realized how dangerous it was getting for Oscar and dove into the swarm of centipedes. Curled up and rolled straight in, stabbing into many of them. It released all of its remaining quills in all directions, impaling several centipedes. Amid the mess, the hedgehog was bare. It looked like a naked rat. The sapphire hedgehog limped but gradually stopped moving. It used up all of its power and ein to help Oscar in this last moment. The swarm of centipedes that were caught off guard had drool coming out of their grotesque mouths. They were ready to feast on this creature. Fuck off! A final burst of Ein made the centipedes tremble. Oscar and his dear Anima charged straight in without a care. His eyes locked onto the unmoving sapphire hedgehog. There was no way he would ever let it die like this, not after all it did for him. In a final defiant roar, Oscar lifted his powerless arms. Duel awaken. The Ein spiked as the Reese flowed. The two powers overwhelmed every inch of his tired body. But he didn't care anymore. The swarm was blown and separated from Oscar's reckless charge. He reached the sapphire hedgehog and swung his buckler with the deer antlers in a full circle. The light hitting it made a rainbow glow from its edges. All the centipedes around them were crushed. Their body parts were squished or broken apart in a mess of black blood. Ha ha! His core was burning. His mind was hazy. His heart thumped like the drops of rain hitting the ground during a storm. This last duel awaken was everything he had. His anima started to fade away. In his sight, he saw some of the centipedes make their way toward the opening he tried to guard. Some were trying to climb over the walls. The rest opened their mouths wide, ready to devour Oscar and the sapphire hedgehog. Their endless maws closed in. Oscar stomped his foot on the ground to force himself up, saw the few centipedes escaping the walls, and shouted, "Bunch of worthless bugs, where do you think you're going?" He held the sapphire hedgehog in one and fearlessly faced the swarm. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 97. Go Beyond. Philip's Resolve. Third step. Philip's strongest move. The technique he used to break through Oscar's strongest attack and grant him victory. He held great pride in this technique as the pinnacle of his current self. However, this pride has been shattered. He could accept his first and second steps being blocked by this mother, but not the third. This is impossible. Philip's arm was outstretched and trembling slightly. In his hand was his sword Anima, which was still as if frozen. Right in front of him was the mother Blackheart centipede. His sword Anima was entangled with many skittering, clanking legs that held it in place. Philip reflected on what had occurred. When he unleashed his third step, he shot out like a bolt to skewer the mother Blackheart centipede. The mother suddenly curled up into a ball form, then twisted all parts of its body at many different angles to display its hard carapace, entangling and intertwining all of its legs like chainmail around its body. The result was before Philip's eyes. His sword was unable to penetrate through the defense of this mother and was entangled by the legs. His third step was nullified. The black ball that was the mother began to move and unfurl. Within the shifting movements of all its legs and body, the mother's head ambushed Philip with its mandibles open to pincer him. The large mandibles with jagged edges appeared like the scythes of the Grim Reaper coming to claim Philip's life. He felt a shudder run down his spine from the impending doom. He strained his legs with all his might and forced himself back. But he wasn't fast enough. Blood splurted out of his chest as a mandible tore through his flesh with serrated tips. Philip bounced and retreated a good distance. He clutched the cut on his chest with a heavy expression. If I didn't dodge in time, I would have been torn in half. Crack. His prismatic sword Anima had cracked from deflecting the other mandible. Philip felt pain in his core and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was not used to the feeling of his Anima being injured. The only other time was with Oscar during the grand gathering, but it wasn't as bad as now. Sensing its prey weakening, the mother began a ferocious assault. It twisted and maneuvered, letting its legs stab and slice toward Philip. Philip shouted to rouse himself from the pain and stupor. He swung his sword so many times in what felt like an eternity. He dodged, blocked, deflected, and countered the mother's deadly blows. This insect is just playing around with me. Philip realized the mother's intent. Instead of going for a surefire kill, it opted to drag this out and drain Philip until he could no longer fight back. Since its sword could not penetrate or slice through its defenses, it had nothing to worry about while attacking. The mother judged that Philip was capable enough to defend against its attacks, but eventually, it would come out on top. Once the moment arrives when Philip drops to the floor, it would skewer him with its mandibles and return to its master's side. Click, 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 click. The wretched clicking of its teeth was akin to laughter. Philip was frustrated, irritated, and dissatisfied. All the negative emotions swirled in Philip's head as the legs bore down heavily onto his sword, as the centipede repeatedly clicked to taunt him. The glow of his sword was dimming under the onslaught. What is it? What am I missing? He kept thinking. What am I doing wrong? Is my sword not enough? His mind was unfocused as his swordsmanship dulled. One of the mother's legs managed to get through and stab him in the shoulder. Philip snapped out of it and pulled himself back, and retreated. His rose hair was messy, and his clothes were soaking in blood. Why can't I overcome? Philip cauterized his shoulder wound with his eyne, groaning in pain from his blood and flesh burning. He believed that if he went through similar life-threatening battles as Oscar did, he would also be able to get stronger. But against this mother Blackheart centipede, there was no sign of such progress. In all my battles, I fought with respect for my enemies. I fought to defeat or kill them, Philip mumbled, but never for the sake of survival. Even during the Battle of the Thousand Serpent, he fought for victory, not survival. He realized now that although the feeling of death came close at that time, he still held confidence in the princess being able to pull through. As the mother centipede approached, Philip remembered. He remembered Oscar defiantly shouting against Philip, raising his buckler with all his might, not caring about the injuries he suffered or would suffer. He saw Emily deflecting the thousand serpents' tendrils with all her might to the point of her anima shattering and falling lifelessly to the ground. Philip drew his sword back in the third step stance. His eyne burned at its tip with immense pressure emanating from it. The mother stopped and assumed her clumped-up defense that stopped his third step earlier. Go beyond. Philip's eyes gleamed with understanding and deadly self-destructive resolve. How can I say I've fought with my life without fighting until my bones are dust? The ground caved in under Philip's feet. This was more eyne than ever before. His nose began to bleed from the overexertion. Third step. Philip flashed forward and stabbed his sword toward the mother. Clang. Once again, the sword was unable to pierce through, but Philip shouted as he flashed away to another spot. Without pause, he charged again with his third step. Philip moved so fast that he could not be seen clearly. The only thing was blurs that went forward and back all around the mother, who was still clumped up. The resounding sounds of sword meeting carapace were heard like rapid hammers in a forge. Repeated, third step. Philip used the third step to attack and retreat in a continuous circling manner. He arrived at this answer after remembering Emily's and Oscar's resolve. His arm spurted out blood from various places as his bones broke and muscles tore. His legs were shaking and bloodied all over, staining his blue pants red. This reckless, suicidal, unending attack was harming his body at an alarming rate. Don't screw with me, Philip shouted, ignoring the breaking down of his legs. I won't stop until I've killed you. His resolve was now on display. It was the raw instinct to survive, to devour this enemy. All the pretenses and calm he exhibited earlier were gone. This harmful determination was not unanswered. Crack. His sword, riddled with cracks, finally pierced through the tough defense of the mother. Shattered pieces of its carapace and legs fell to the floor as black blood spilled and dripped down Philip's prismatic sword. Ceres. The mother was caught off guard by the pain and released her defense. Finally, you open yourself for me. Philip pulled his sword back and continued his bloody onslaught. Without properly defending herself, the mother suffered. Philip's third step stabbed into another part of the mother's body, inducing more screeches of pain. This continued on as if the mother was being tortured. Screech. The mother went wild and lashed out everywhere with its legs. But Philip continued to stab through, severing and piercing them. You're finished. Philip's final, third step flashed through the battlefield. The crumbling sword stabbed straight into the mother's head, gushing a mix of blood and fluids. The mother was blown back several meters and fell to the ground. I did it! I did it! Philip shouted in triumph. His body also limped to the ground. He saw splatters of red blood around him like a horrid painting. It was his blood. It's our win. At that moment, Oscar was charging at the centipede swarm with a death wish. There was no retreat, no chance of victory, but he would fight on. Ha! Oscar stopped as he realized the swarm had stopped in its place. The centipedes looked as if they were in agony. Meanwhile, Emily and George were fighting against the royal guards. Emily was pale and out of breath, while George was sweating bullets. They were fast approaching their limits when they heard ominous sounds behind them. Oscar. Emily looked back and saw centipedes coming out of the V-wall's opening. Her face paled more at the thought that Oscar had lost and was eaten. Damn it all! George also saw his sapphire hedgehog was gone and began to shoot arrows furiously at the royal guard and the incoming centipedes. His eyes were tearing up. Was this it? Was this their end? Fight on! Emily shouted to George. Just do our best and fight on. George nodded. If this was their death, then they won't make it easy. Click, 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 click. Screech. However, the royal guards and the others began to behave strangely. They stopped in place and squirmed their bodies erratically. What is this? Emily looked confused at the royal guard she was fighting. One moment it was trying to kill her. Now it was struggling with something. Suddenly, the royal guards rushed off. They went in the direction where Philip and the mother were. Emily and George stared blankly at this scene before snapping back to their sense from the noise behind them. They turned with their weapons. The swarm of centipedes was coming toward them. No need to fight them, a voice shouted from behind the swarm. Emily and George were relieved to see it was Oscar, carrying the quill-less sapphire hedgehog. The swarm of centipedes ignored them and passed through. Oscar, are you all right? Emily saw Oscar's current wretched state. The black hue on certain parts of his skin showed the extent of the poisoning. Never mind me, we need to follow them. Oscar limped forward. Emily grabbed him and helped him. They walked forward as Oscar explained. It went according to plan. Philip succeeded. Oscar chuckled through his weak lungs. This is what you mentioned earlier? George was stunned. Indeed, since the mother is dead, the swarm would go to devour her body and each other. The one centipede that remains will become the new mother. Oscar had read about this phenomenon before. The mother carried an essence that gave it the powers of a mother. When the mother Blackheart centipede dies, her children will devour any of her essences, even each other, to make it whole within them. The one surviving centipede will enter an egg stage and reemerge as the new mother, starting a new hive. To kill the mother was to shut down the current swarm. This was their one shot. It was impossible to reach the mother unless they could split and hold off the others. They left the job of killing the mother to Philip, the strongest among them. As Oscar and the others walked forward, they spotted Philip, who was covered in blood from his arms to his legs. Philip, they shouted. Philip turned to them and smiled. I didn't let you all down. All of you look like hell. Oscar and others also fell to the floor with heavy gasps. You too. They looked at the swarm of centipedes that were devouring each other without care. Mere insects had no notion of familial ties. With this, their battle was over. Take a short rest. We need to help Celestina. Oscar cut into many black spots on his body, expelling the poison from the fresh cuts. Crash. Their moment of respite never came to be as something crashed into the ground near them. Cough. The clouds of dust settled to reveal Celestina. She knelt on the floor with a line of blood trickling down her lips. There were several unsightly gashes on her arms. Her disguised blue eyes were flickering with exhaustion. Oscar had never seen her in such a state, even against the thousand serpent. You dare! Doyle stomped onto the ground, shaking it underneath Oscar and the others. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 98. Celestina against Doyle. While Oscar and the others fought the swarm with all they had, Celestina struggled and fought with all she could against Doyle. But this masked man was a greater elite Exalt. Even though he was only a grade 3, he overwhelmed Celestina with his greater elite Exaltine. Radiant Lance, Dragon's Breath. Her dragon anima opened its mouth to unleash a bright light that illuminated its surroundings. The light shot out like a beam to Doyle. On the other side, a large lance flew through the air. Doyle grinned under his mask and brought up his hands of darkness that was still active. He spread his arms to defend against both attacks. The light beam and lance clashed against these shadowy hands. They struggled and burned brightly for a moment, but it was no use. They shattered apart and were sucked into Doyle's spell. His hands of darkness grew larger, similar to the size of bear claws. They began to pulsate as if they were waiting for something. Above him, his scourging whip anima was flailing around. Clang! The scourging whip moved fast and swung out forward. Its metallic beads converged together and collided against the sharp tip of a rapier. How naive. That was an obvious diversion. That may work on other students, but I'm far more experienced than you. Doyle's eye burst out as the pulsating of his hands of darkness increased rapidly. Celestina sensed the encroaching darkness and immediately backed out. The scourging whip tried to grab onto her but failed. It's still too late for you. Doyle opened his hands wide and clapped them together. The darkness separated from his hands into large foggy dark hands. The hands of darkness became bigger to the size of multiple persons and swung from both sides. They came in fast to clap their hands together, with Celestina being the one squished in between. Celestina cursed, seeing the large shadowy hands trying to envelop her in darkness. She recalled her dragon anima, and they unleashed their attacks onto the hands. They're not getting bigger. Celestina noticed that these hands did not have the odd quality of absorbing her attacks. Hexagon mirror. Celestina set up 4 hexagon mirror walls, 2 on each side. Beyond this barrier of light, there was only darkness. In the front, Doyle was standing at a distance, his eyes in a mocking gaze. Light barrage. The many twisting beams of light shot out like a flurry of arrows to deter the hands of darkness. But the Ein within the hands were immense and easily destroyed the light barrage. You're right in thinking of breaking apart my hands. Once they shoot out, they lose the ability to absorb, but it contains my Ein and all the Ein from your attacks. Doyle laughed in pleasure. To be hit by your own corrupted Ein. That's beautiful. Crack. Her mirrors were breaking. Celestina knew they would not hold on. All or nothing. Celestina rode her dragon anima, and they flew out toward one of the hands. She focused so much Ein into her radiant lance. Instead of shooting it out, she kept it on her rapier. Her dragon let loose a beam as it kept flying closer. With a resolute shout, she stabbed her rapier, fused with the radiant lance. The ground shattered as a vortex of light and dark blew apart anything around it. It finally settled down as Celestina and her dragon anima pierced through. She looked weary, and her hair was unkempt. In that moment of collision, she was still hit by the heavy impact of the hands of darkness. Her Ein burned brightly to remove the traces of darkness lingering on her. However, she spat out blood that dyed the ground red. Her dragon anima was also cracking. Some scales fell off. Beauty, do you not see the difference in power between us? Why not just give in? I promise I won't make it hurt that bad. Doyle swung around his scourging whip anima playfully. Celestina did not respond to this deranged man's words. Instead, she brandished her rapier forward. Her feet stomped on the ground powerfully. Her hair was disheveled, and her breathing was heavy, but her stance was firm as her legs planted on the ground. The scene of this defiant beauty struggling struck a chord with Doyle. He began to quiver and shake in ecstasy. You're the best. I'm in love. I need your head. Doyle yelled maniacally. Suddenly he disappeared, much to Celestina's shock. Grade 2 Shadow Blink. Doyle's movement spell was ideal for disappearing in short distances. It was like fading into darkness and reappearing elsewhere. The secret was moving in the shadows under his feet. Celestina swung her rapier to block Doyle, but his scourging whip was a tricky weapon. The tips swung around her rapier and lashed at her arm. Her eyes widened from the pain. These scourging whips were specialized torture tools to maximize the victim's suffering. Even she felt the acute pain. Doyle whipped his scourging whip back, tearing out some flesh from Celestina's arm to create a small fountain of blood. Light barrage. Celestina used the spell to distract Doyle while gaining some distance. She clenched her gashed arm while breathing heavily. Geez, you could scream a little. It's no fun without any screams. Doyle looked unamused at Celestina's silence. But I suppose that makes it more fun for later. Celestina tightened her guard, awaiting Doyle's next move. However, she was soon stumped. What is he doing? Doyle became silent, and the aura around him was no longer playful or sadistic. There was only cold cruelty that made her shudder. It was like he became a different person. Celestina watched as Doyle reached into his pocket and pulled out a small black centipede. It was wriggling around as if it were going insane and trying to escape Doyle's grip. "She's dead," he murmured. Question mark. Celestina did not understand. "She's dead. You little brats. Do you have any idea how much resources and time I spent on her?" His shout stunned Celestina. She staggered for a bit before regaining her balance. "They did it?" Elation poured on her face. "Oscar and the others did it. Now they could run while she continues to buy time." However, Doyle charged ahead, removing the delight from her eyes. He swung his scourging whip with tremendous force. Hexagon mirror. Her defensive spell, however, was nothing compared to the vast eye of Doyle. If he was holding back and playing around earlier, then right now was his true power. The mirror shattered, but Doyle soon followed up with a kick. Celestina could only bring up her uninjured arm, coated in iron, to defend herself. Her dragon anima also swiped its wings to help defend. The kick broke through the wings and slammed into Celestina, making her choke up on blood. This strength, Celestina was blown back, crashing onto the ground. She hastily got up on her knees and observed her surroundings. Her eyes widened when she saw Oscar and the others staring at her blankly. What were they still doing here? She was about to shout for them to run away, but a loud crash cut out her words. "You dare!" Doyle finally arrived. He saw the mass of centipedes eating away at each other. In anger, he poured a lot of iron to make a giant hands of darkness to swallow up all the centipedes. It slammed and reduced the centipedes to a messy puddle of black blood. Then he turned to stare at Oscar and the others with crazed, furious eyes. Oscar felt he could drop dead from this stare and strained to move. He looked at Celestina and asked her, "Are you all right?" His body was slow as he limped toward her to help her up. His hand, which had black spots, pulled her up. "That arm of yours is badly injured. We need to do something," Oscar said weakly. "You all?" Celestina looked at Oscar. Her friend was covered in dark black spots, signifying poison, and had many cuts around him. Emily was pale and barely able to hold herself up on her feet. George was holding his sapphire hedgehog, which looked nearly dead. Philip was sitting on the ground, unable to get up. His pants were completely red as he sat in a pool of blood. "We're all barely hanging on. There's no place for us to run. You still have the strength to escape. If we can buy you a moment." Oscar sighed and smiled grimly. Philip's legs made several snapping noises as he groaned while getting up. "It's as Oscar said. We're just baggage at this point." He looked at Doyle, who was fuming, and his eye building. "You're the biggest priority." Emily and George also chuckled as they stood firm. "Escape? None of you will escape. I will make sure all of you suffer for a long time until you beg me to kill you." Doyle's screams of threats would normally have an effect, but Oscar and the others were already resigned to death. "Run, Celestina. Run, princess." Oscar and the others stepped forward with looks that could kill. Doyle laughed angrily that these students could be so bold. Celestina's eyes trembled while looking at her companions. She didn't want to run and abandon them. She didn't want any of them to die. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 99. Princess of the Brilliant Drake Empire. "Mother!" A cheerful, lively voice of a child called out for her mother. The child ran with, practically leaping across the halls, smiling so brightly that the attendants and guards around her could not hide their doting expressions. Her silver hair was tied into one long braid, and her wide emerald eyes sparkled with innocence. This was when Celestina was 6 years old. Her childish eyes looked around in excitement. Then she ran into the garden. Her attendants and guards kept pace, but the picture of the child running with all her might made their lips curl up in a warm smile. "Celestina, how many times have I told you not to run like that? You're a princess of the empire." A soft, melodious voice full of love came from the woman sitting near a table. She had shiny, luscious black hair in a side ponytail and a pair of deep emerald eyes similar to Celestina's. Her face was mature and enchanting, with rosy cheeks and a regal look in her light blue summer dress. The Empress of the Brilliant Drake Empire, Anastasia Dragner, looked at her daughter with sweet love contrary to the scolding tone in her voice. As her daughter came closer, she held a book in her hands. Celestina's eyes shined even more as she smiled widely. She ran straight to her mother's side with a look of pleading. "Can we read it?" Of course, Anastasia lovingly rubbed her daughter's head, to which Celestina responded by closing her eyes with a hum. Mother's hands are warm. Celestina grabbed her mother's hand to rub her cheeks with a grin. She didn't know why, but her mother's hand made her feel warm and happy. Fufu, we won't have time to read if you keep playing around. Anastasia chuckled as she teasingly waved the book around with her other hand at the young, baby-faced Celestina. No! Celestina puckered her lips, giving a stubborn and unwilling gaze at her mother. She quickly let go and sat on a chair next to her mother. What is it this time? The book I have is called The Boy with the Scabbard. It's a story of a boy born with a scabbard by his hip. That's weird. How can that happen? Celestina giggled as her eyes filled with wonder. What kind of person is born with a scabbard? Let's read and find out. Under the soft, gentle beams of the two suns and the slight breeze that tickled their hair, Anastasia and Celestina read together. Anastasia narrated the story with a mesmerizing voice, drawing Celestina into the book. This peaceful scene continued on for about an hour. The mother and daughter laughed and gasped at the chapters of the book. They were having a great time together. The hour is up. You need to go to your lessons. Anastasia closed the book with a bookmark. They were about halfway through. Oh, can we stay a little longer? Celestina pouted with a begging look. If you're late, you'll be scolded by your father. Anastasia brought up her husband, the current emperor, causing Celestina to stiffen and straighten up. I'll be going. Celestina went out in fright. The gardens were silent except for the sound of Anastasia's laughter. Celestina loved her mother and the reading times they shared. Every time it would be exciting as her mother narrated the book with various voices and emotions. For all the exhausting lessons and strenuous training she had to endure from a young age as a member of the royal family, this brief respite with her mother was her little heaven. Her free time was spent reading books with her mother or alone in her room. She was excited to share what she read with her mother, who listened attentively to her words. However, nothing lasts forever. Celestina woke up to horrible news that her mother had failed to advance to the martial Exalt realm, despite her grade 7 Xianxia core. Failure to advance into a brand new realm had severe repercussions that could lead to a drastic decline in health, even instant death. The process to advance into a martial Exalt from a knight Exalt was one of the riskiest. Celestina remembered seeing her mother, weak and skinny to bones. Anastasia's healthy black hair had turned into a dull white, and her emerald eyes were shut tight. This was when she was 10 years old. Mother! Celestina bent over the bed and grabbed her weak mother's arm. But no matter how much she tried to rouse her, Anastasia would not wake up. Tears dripped down Celestina's face as she shook her mother's arm to little avail. Celestina! A man dressed in ceremonial royal clothes with golden shoulders knelt and held her shoulder. He had golden eyes and silver hair that shone like moonlight, a handsome face with hawk-like eyes and a square chin. The emperor of the brilliant Drake Empire, Julius Evergrande Dragner. Father! Celestina could barely speak, with the tears choking her up. Your mother will not wake. Come, he said dryly. No! Julius took Celestina into his arms, not wanting his daughter to continue watching this. But the little girl kept clawing and struggling to get out of his thin yet powerful arms. Celestina was crying the whole way as Julius hugged her tightly. He did not show it, but there were flickers of sadness in his strong, detached gaze. The father and daughter continued to walk away. Day after day, Celestina would come by to visit her mother. Every time, she would bring a book and read to her unconscious mother with great enthusiasm, hoping she would wake up. In the end, her mother passed away a week later. She never opened her eyes a single time, dying in her sleep. Since those days, Celestina buried herself in training to forget the pain of her mother's passing. Her father was too busy to help her in this lonely time. So she turned to books again but was aggrieved that there was no one to talk to. She missed the days when she spoke happily with her mother and read books together. I miss Mother. She desired a friend, someone who can speak with her causally, someone with whom she could enjoy the same joy she had with her mother, someone with whom she could share her love of books. As time passed, she met many others. They were amicable and could connect on other things, but they maintained a distance due to her status. or they coveted her and could not hide their intentions well enough. Like Gilbert. It's not as though she didn't understand. She was a princess, after all. This was only natural. But a part of her yearned for something like she and her mother had. That's right. I finally found others. I want to go back. Read some books in the archives while discussing with Oscar. I want to talk more with Emily. During this trip, she was happy. Philip and George were the usual who revered her as the princess. But she was adventuring with Oscar and found a new friend in Emily, who didn't hold back. She stood up and walked past Oscar to stand in front of her group. Her temporary black hair, which resembled her mother's, waved around. "Princess," Philip shouted. "I'm happy with these friends of mine. What right do you have to break that apart, to destroy it?" "Celestina," eyed Doyle with unbridled fury and hate. "Get out of my way." Doyle took out a sharp three-pronged claw from his bag, equipping it in his free hand while the other held the scourging whip anima. It was a grade 1 armament. "I'll cut you 1,000 times, reducing your skin to naught, then whip you all 1,000 times." Celestina turned to the others. Oscar looked anxious and tried to move over, but she held her hand to signal him to stop. He was her precious book buddy. She could not allow him to throw his life away like this. "I'll get us out of this. We're going back together." She turned away and began moving forward. Her heroic back was etched into everyone's eyes. A terrifying surge of Ein burned brightly like an inferno around Celestina. The sheer pressure it gave off made Oscar and the others unable to take a single step. Celestina shouted as the ground caved in and shattered under her. She mounted her dragon anima and brandished her rapier. Boom! Suddenly her silver Ein fluctuated strangely. It grew denser and brighter. It moved as if there were 2 layers of fire. One tried to escape and disperse while the other kept exploding inward. "This is Ein Awaken?" Oscar was shocked. However, it made sense that she would know of the existence of Ein Awaken. Aurora Bellwood showed it during her alchemist competition. Naturally, a princess would know and possibly learn it earlier. Celestina let out a piercing scream as blood flowed down her eyes and nose, only to be evaporated by the heat of her Ein. Her dragon anima blew away the ground under it as it flew headfirst toward Doyle. It let out the largest light beam it had ever made. Celestina also created the largest radiant lance ever, twice as big as before. Her mind was beginning to split apart as her core was burning like magma in her chest. Her face grew paler from the blood that was flowing out and evaporating. Doyle poured his Ein into his whip and claw and lashed out to maim Celestina. The whip and claw clashed against the light beam and lance all at once together. The air blew ferociously like a hurricane around the two. The section of the island around them was in upheaval. "She's forcing herself too much. Even I can't do this far in Ein Awaken." Oscar was reminded of when he had undergone Draven's training and felt his master's overpowering Reese tear through his body. Something similar must be happening to her. However, instead of her silver Ein showing signs of slowing down, it continued to burn like a fiery star. One side was utterly baked in silver Ein, while the other was coated in dark Ein. Neither side was giving in. Doyle's eyes expressed his shock as he felt the immense Ein behind this attack. He was not privy to Ein Awaken and was not a knight Exalt to discover it naturally, so he was confused. Where on earth is she drawing this Ein from? He poured more to stop this crazed girl. Celestina sensed Doyle's Ein getting stronger. Her body bled more that fizzled like smoke off her skin. Her emerald eyes shined like jewels as she gave off one final cry. Her Ein suddenly swelled up to incredible levels that her skin was tearing and bones were breaking. The tip of her radiant lance had an immense concentration of Ein that was continually fed more. "What?" Doyle was aghast. "H!" Celestina roared, pouring everything into her rapier and lance. A large explosion occurred. The silver and dark Eints were in flux as they rotated around like a vortex. A loud, deafening sound blew away the air as the ground became a pond of rubble. Oscar could not see anything through the explosion, and the loud noise knocked out his hearing. But he saw a shadow coming out of the fierce vortex of Ein. With the last of his strength, he leaped out and grabbed it. In his arms was Celestina, but her current state made Oscar wince and curse his weakness. There were lines of blood coming out of her orifices, mainly from her unfocused, unconscious rolled over white eyes. She had broken her arm but still held the rapier tightly. He could not sense a hint of Ein within her and felt her vitality fading. Everyone else hurried over but paled at her condition. "Anyone has a heal elixir? Or did we use them all up?" Oscar asked. George took out his since he had never used it. Oscar took it and poured the content into Celestina's mouth. It worked to cure some of the various wounds on her body but did not rouse her awake. The Ein Awaken had severely damaged her mind. It would take a while to recover. "We need to leave. Where can we go?" "Where do you think you're going?" A loud hysterical shout shook Oscar and the others to their core. The storm of Ein had settled down to reveal Doyle. His hand was bleeding from a large gaping hole on it. "That bitch!" Doyle moved forward. "I didn't expect her to have this sort of trump card, but it looks like that was it." Oscar stood up with his buckler and took up a defensive stance. "Bastard, I'll take care of you first. Then I'll torture that girl for as long as possible before turning her into a shrunken head." He screamed crazily. His Ein exploded out, making Oscar and the others kneel down, unable to fight back. They squirmed and struggled but could only look at Doyle with a hint of despair. Doyle began to laugh crazily. His victory was near. "Who did you say you were going to torture?" A rough and powerful voice interrupted Doyle's moment of pleasure. "Who?" Doyle brandished his weapons and turned to the voice. His eyes widened in disbelief. Oscar also turned and was also in disbelief. There was a man. This man looked middle-aged with a short beard and shaggy purple hair. But his eyes contained a destructive might that could swallow all of existence. His face was burly, and his shoulders broad. He carried a single broadsword on his back. The more shocking fact was this single man stood in the Great Divide between the second and third islands. He was flying without care. A martial Exalt. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion. Chapter 100. Martial Exalt. Abraham Raven. A martial Exalt. Oscar stared in awe at the newcomer. Only a martial Exalt was powerful enough to ignore the unique restrictions of the floating islands of Eden that even night Exalts could not overcome. "Grandfather!" Philip shouted out, unlike his usual self. He was happy and would be dancing if not for his leg's bad condition. The others looked at Philip, then to the martial Exalt, noticing a resemblance. This person should be the head of the Raven family, Duke Abraham Raven. While Oscar and the others were near crying at their savior, Doyle looked fearfully at this powerful foe. "A martial Exalt comes all the way here. May I know the reason?" Doyle tried to talk to find a way out of this. Abraham Raven looked coldly at Doyle and let out a scoff. Immediately, the pressure on Oscar and the others was gone as they felt their shoulders getting lighter. On the other side, Doyle's face was planted on the floor. His veins popped out as he strained to resist. However, it only ended up with him groveling on the ground against his will, trembling like a rat caught before a snake. "What have I done? I don't think the Blue Ocean Pavilion would have sent out a martial Exalt for these students." Doyle cried out in fear. "You're right. Often the pavilion would launch an investigation after the incident. However, I am not a part of the Blue Ocean Pavilion, just a guardian." Abraham came down onto the island and walked slowly to Doyle. "You're a guardian? Ridiculous. Who the hell has a martial Exalt as a guardian?" Doyle screamed under immense pressure. "The princess." "Princess?" "Yes, that very same girl you said you would do horrific acts to. She's the princess in disguise. Now, do you understand your foolish actions?" The one fact stunned Doyle to his core. In all the years since he became a wanderer after leaving his school, he made sure never to offend anyone he could not afford to offend. If he had to kill someone, he made sure he had a surefire way of doing it and escaping after. In his long 100 years of life, he survived and was so close to the Night Exalt realm. How can he allow himself to perish here? All his years of work to be wasted like that? Doyle strained, wanting to say something, but Abraham did not give him any more time. In a single instant, Doyle's body was cleaved into two. His tough elite Exalt body was nothing before Abraham's broadsword. However, the cut from the broadsword continued to split the ground further into the island, almost several kilometers. A fire started to catch on Doyle's body. He burnt into ashes amongst the rubble. The several shrunken heads evaporated into ashes, blown away by the wind. The shockwave from this single swing nearly blew Oscar and the others away. The Exalt beasts on the island made a huge commotion, leaving all their homes to the other edge of the island. What incredible power! He treated Doyle like a child. Oscar dropped his buckler and knelt down from the fatigue. The damage and tiredness of the battle crashed down on him, making him vomit. Grandfather, Philip weakly bowed to the family head. I am sorry. I failed in my duties to help the princess. The burly, bearded man instantly appeared in front of everyone, right before Celestina's unconscious body. He took out a glowing gold elixir and poured its contents into her mouth. Her weary body completely cleared up of any wounds as her complexion became better. But she did not awaken. To overdo it like this, the princess was reckless. Abraham took out a floating pad and laid Celestina down on it. It was good that I came in time. He threw out other elixirs to Oscar and the others. All of you must have struggled and fought hard. Drink and recover. His voice, however, was not comforting. Oscar drank the elixir and felt a surge of a refreshing feeling encompass his whole body. The poison was neutralized, and his wounds began to repair themselves. Grandfather, Philip's legs were also healed. He had a face of shame. We can discuss what happened later. Our priority right now is the princess. Is she in danger? Oscar asked in haste, forgetting he was talking to a martial Exalt. Abraham eyed the young boy. Her life is not in danger, but her mind and core are in critical condition. If we wait for her to recover normally, it can take months. That cannot be allowed. He raised his hands, forcing Oscar and the others up in the air. I will be taking all of you to the Raven Duchy. We can heal her there and listen to all your accounts of the events that unfolded. His eyes stared at everyone, including Philip, with a cold gaze. The princess was supposed to have a competent guard following along while she was outside. But for some reason, he was alerted to come here by her distress signal. As far as he was concerned, everyone here could be the cause of her sudden disappearance. We will follow along. Thank you for saving our lives. Oscar bowed, followed by Emily and George. They were glad to be out of this place and in the safe hands of a martial Exalt. Philip, however, was still feeling ashamed. Abraham hoisted them by invisible means through the air. He flew incredibly fast, like a hawk, across the Great Divide and the islands. Within a few moments, Windrock City came into view. To Oscar's directions, they arrived right at the black airship that ferried them here. The crew was stunned and nervous in the presence of a martial Exalt, except the captain. The captain respectfully addressed Abraham and prepared a place for the princess to rest. We shall be heading to the Raven Duchy, Captain. Abraham spoke roughly through his beard. By your orders, my lord. It will take a few days. The captain directed his crew to begin departing procedures. Abraham stared sternly at the captain and said, Do it in 2 days. I will help fasten the ship's speed. The princess must be healed quickly. After ordering the captain of the new schedule, Abraham turned his attention to Oscar and the others. They tensed up like deers caught in headlights, audibly gulping from the power radiating from his eyes. Tell me, why was the princess here? What were you up to? Let's start with you, Philip. Abraham focused on Philip. Philip immediately dropped to his knees and explained everything, from the teams forming to their battles at the floating islands of Eden. As he spoke, Abraham's attention turned to Oscar, the one responsible for this mission and have a strange relationship with the princess. Each one of them took their turns to talk. Abraham let out a deep breath and asked, This elder Saul? I do not know who he is, but to be in the pavilion. I will investigate. Boy, he called out to Oscar. Oscar clenched his fist and looked resigned to whatever punishment Abraham might give him, putting the princess in danger. He stared straight ahead, ready to pay his dues. It would be counter to his principles to look away. Ho, you have stubbornness engraved down to your bones. Don't worry. I will not be punishing you, Abraham said. ? Oscar and the others felt some relief but were amazed at getting off scot-free. The princess became like this from her own doing. She should be punished for slipping away from her protector. The main cause of this is this elder Saul. I will settle accounts with him later. Before Oscar could fully relax, he was taken aback by a powerful stomp that caused the ship to quake. The crew was flustered and were wondering what had happened. Abraham stomped hard on the airship deck. A sharp killing intent made Oscar go pale. There is something to be said about your sheer recklessness. All of you. Having the princess as your only elite exalt in a hunt for an elite exalt is foolhardy. You step onto a battlefield beyond your capabilities, and your weakness only aggravated the situation. He stepped in front of Philip, who quivered with sweat pouring down his handsome face. You took so long to handle a mere centipede. Is your sword that dull? As a raven, your sword is your life. If you can't cut through what you need to, your life is forfeit. Philip did not reply. As for you three, especially the middle apprentice Exalt, none of you were prepared enough for this mission. You were mostly able to pull through thanks to the princess's power. Oscar, Emily, and George were silent. Abraham's words cut deep into the feeling of helplessness and powerlessness that they felt while watching Celestina fight. When we return to the Raven Duchy, I'll put you through the dirt while the princess recovers. Sir, grandfather, I can't allow my grandson to exhibit such weakness, and the rest of you will be trained as well. Count yourselves lucky for being here. The Raven family training will not be a breeze. Abraham concluded his business with everyone and went to attend to the princess. Everyone glanced at each other, wondering what was going on. However, the fatigue of the long mission started to hit hard, so they decided to return to rest, leaving Abraham's statement for another time. Oscar took one final look at the floating islands of Eden. Those islands looked majestic and otherworldly but held horrible terrors within. It's my fault, he bit his lips in frustration. Even though everyone said it didn't matter, it's still my fault. Lord Raven is right. I'm still just a middle apprentice Exalt. I misjudged what can happen on a mission. If he were a greater apprentice Exalt, he wouldn't have been a burden in several fights. He clenched his fists with a fiery determination. I have to become stronger. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 101. The Raven Family. The next 2 days passed in silence. Oscar and the others kept to themselves, isolating themselves in their rooms to lick their wounds and rest. The atmosphere was solemn as Celestina was still in her coma. Thanks to Abraham's powers, the airship sailed faster than before. After the initial conversation, Oscar never saw Abraham in the open. Abraham spent nearly all of the time in Celestina's room to stabilize her condition. Every moment counted to get Celestina better. She was not in danger of death, but as the princess, she needed to be woken and healed as soon as possible. Within the confines of her treatment room, Abraham was pouring in a steady amount of his own iron. His eyes were closed as he observed and watched over her. Her core is barely responding to my iron. Just how far did she push herself? She should know that the awaken should not be used recklessly, Abraham mumbled as he surged more iron to stir up her core. Normally with this amount of iron, everyone on the ship would be reeling from its effects, but Abraham had set up a barrier to stop the fluctuations from escaping this room. There it is. Celestina's index finger moved ever so slightly that it would be indiscernible to any ordinary person. But Abraham was fully focused on every tiny fiber of her being. Following this small movement, her core pulsed and started to hum. It changed from its dark and stagnant state to a small dim light that flickered within. Inside the core, the outline of a large crystalline dragon could be seen. Its eyes trembled slightly. Good. I can only do this much to rouse her. The rest will have to be done at the Raven Duchy. Abraham let out a sigh of relief and stroked his beard. He had been trying for 2 days and his efforts finally bore fruit. Oh! Abraham exited, locking the room, and went up on the deck where the crew was lively. It appears we have arrived. His voice was controlled and boomed into the rooms of Oscar and the others. They quickly joined him on the deck. Oscar stepped onto the deck. His face looked exhausted and dreary from struggling with his anger and sadness at his own weakness. However, the sight from the top of the airship brightened his face. It was strange and unbelievable scenery. It was a vast wintry highland with the white snow contrasting against the black dirt of the ground and mountains. The cold winds blew furiously, freezing the tips of Oscar's obsidian hair. But the true wonder was the mountains. They were all in the shape of swords, from the thinnest blades to the thickest broadswords, from the longest sabers to the shortest blades, from the curved cutlasses to the straight claymores. So many mountains, all of them akin to blades at the ready. "Welcome to the Raven Duchy," Philip said to everyone. "It's amazing," Oscar uttered in wonder. Abraham went off to the side to instruct the crew where to land. "Why are they all in the shapes of swords?" Oscar asked. "They were carved into these shapes by the various members of the Ravens for generations," Philip answered to everyone's stunned faces. "Every person that reaches the Night Exalt realm starts carving their sword out of the mountain." "Why?" Oscar asked again. "What purpose lay in doing this?" "Every single mountain contains the will of the person that carved it. They pour all their efforts and ein into shaping the mountain with great care. The mountains themselves exude the pressure and intent of the person," Philip explained. "When a raven awakens their anima, it's always a sword. With the sword in hand, they train and learn on a mountain that resembles their blade. If there is none, they will be the carvers of a new legacy. Being on the mountain helps to delve deeper into the ways of swordsmanship and the use of ein. The raven sword techniques is all-encompassing but requires the person to understand their sword, something that you clearly lack." Abraham suddenly barged into Philip's introduction. "Grandfather!" Philip tensed up with his back straight like a child caught making trouble. "All of your training shall commence on True Sword Peak. Even if you do not wield a sword, it is still fruitful to train there. The pressure of the mountains will help you master your ein." Abraham eyed the children with great pressure. "True Sword Peak?" Philip was shocked. "What is True Sword Peak?" "True Sword Peak is the origin of Raven." Abraham stopped Philip from answering. "Normally, I would not allow outsiders to enter, but as companions of the princess, you will train here." The airship continued to ride through the harsh snowy winds. Everyone else was reeling from the cold that sank into their bones. Oscar recalled the feeling of being in the Abyss prison, on the cold stone floors, while being beaten to death. Suddenly, the storm settled, and the skies cleared, showing the two suns beating down on the tundra. In the center of this calm space was the largest mountain that pierced the skies like a heavenly sword. On the foot of the mountain was a city of stone surrounded by large stone walls with sword sculptures protruding from every corner. "Welcome to the home of the Raven family," Abraham stated. "That is True Sword Peak in the center." Oscar felt their descent as the city became larger. When they landed, several people began to crowd over. They were dressed plainly, like Philip and Abraham, without any protection against the cold. These people were the vassals and citizens of the Raven Duchy. They were long accustomed to the long cold in this northern region. They all bowed in reverence to Abraham as he exited the airship, shouting, "Respect to our Lord." Oscar looked down at the floating pad, which was lifting Celestina up by his side. Celestina was still unconscious. Her disguise had long since run out of its course, revealing her true silver hair. Abraham led them to the largest stone castle by the mountainside, the Raven family estate. The guards by its entrance bowed and opened the doors to let their master in. "Welcome back, my lord and young master." A proper well-dressed man in a suit welcomed them. He looked old with wrinkles and a small bed of white hair. His glasses glinted as he brought up his white-gloved hands to adjust them. He was the steward of the Raven family, going by the name of Tom. He had served the Ravens for many generations. "Tom, how were things in my absence?" Abraham asked. His heavy broadsword made his steps sound heavy on the stone floor. "All is well. The madam was wondering when you would be back," Tom answered with an elderly smile. "The children are also training as usual." "Good. Prepare a list of all the items on this list. I need it to heal the princess." Abraham handed Tom a folded sheet. "The princess?" Tom's face broke out of his usual calm. "Right away. Philip, help our guests settle in. The training will begin tomorrow." Abraham disappeared somewhere with Celestina. Oscar wanted to say something and go with him, but he was never given a chance. "She'll be fine," Emily comforted him. "Leave it to a Marshal Exalt to help her. She's also strong. She'll be back up in no time." Oscar nodded and followed Philip's lead. The great halls of the Raven estate were not so pristine or marbled as the pavilion. It had a rustic look, with lines of torches burning brightly to lit the halls. Great tapestries of people wielding swords hung from the walls. "These are figures of our ancestors and their great deeds. It is all recorded in the woven cloth." Philip put his hand weaving through the fabric. "Great deeds, yes, Is there a great deed in the future of someone who forgets to greet his family? A soft feminine voice resounded through the halls. A woman stepped forward in front of Oscar and the others. She had a pair of gray eyes and dull red hair. Oscar was reminded of the Grand Commander, Margaret Ward, looking into those sharp, dignified gray eyes. The difference was her older appearance compared to the Grand Commander. Grandmother! Philip walked up with a smile and bowed slightly. Come here, my sweet boy. Philip's grandmother hugged Philip dearly. Why don't you introduce your friends to me? Philip turned and introduced each one of them. His grandmother smiled and nodded to each person, staring at them deeply. Oscar felt uncomfortable, as though he was being squeezed. Faye's eyebrows perked up slightly at Oscar's reaction. Everyone, this is my grandmother, Faye Raven. She is the younger sister of the Grand Commander, Oscar muttered. So that's why I had a strange feeling. Don't worry, I am not as strict as my sister, Faye chuckled, but her eyes contained a hint of intimidation. She was a powerful greater knight Exalt. Just don't cause any trouble in my home. We will make sure not to. Oscar and the others bowed. Where's everyone else? Philip asked. Your father and mother are off on a journey to the south. Your uncles and aunts have been called to aid in military training near the capital. Your younger cousins are training their hardest on the Sword Mountains, Faye explained. Military training? Philip asked. Is it for the other people who were rejected by the pavilion? Oscar asked. Yes, the Ravens have always been in the service of the crown and led armies. That military school is not cutting corners to train the others, Faye answered. The branch members are tending to their own places. So that's why it's so empty here. Philip looked a bit sad. He hoped to find a festive welcome for him and his friends as they usually do. There's no helping it. Go rest now. Faye walked away, flanked by her maids. Oscar got settled in his room with a soft bed and a roaring brazier of fire in the middle. The soft flickering of the flames slowly lulled him to sleep. Thoughts about Celestina's condition lingered in his mind. Hopefully, she'll get better soon. In the basement of the castle, Faye walked into a room with stone doors. Inside were Abraham and Tom. Dear, is the princess all right? We have made a bath of elixirs for her to soak in for as long as possible. The flames are also from the wood of the soldu trees. They will rouse her soul, Abraham answered as he lowered Celestina into the bath. I looked at each of the children, and they all seemed fine. None of them harbor any ill intentions. Faye's gray eyes brightened with power. She was capable of seeing into a person's heart and soul. One boy seemed to have a feeling of what I was doing. The middle apprentice Exalt boy. I wonder who he is. That boy? He is an ordinary grade 4 Xianxia child, but he has an indomitable spirit. He did not back down but stared right at me. Abraham scoffed. No wonder. A strong will would react to my probing. Faye murmured. I need you to do something for me. Abraham poured in more vials of elixirs. Anything. Contact your sister and ask her about Elder Saul. I need to know who he is. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 102. Training commences. To True Sword Peak. Below the Raven Estate, Abraham was sweating on his forehead. His ine continuously flowed into the medicinal bath that was boiling. Inside it was a beautiful girl, Celestina. She was still not awake. Her protector should be trying to find this Elder Saul now. Abraham cursed. He didn't know who this Elder Saul was. But to send the princess on a mission like this without alerting anyone was damning. Inside the Blue Ocean Pavilion, Elder Saul was resting on his usual reclining chair by his hut. It looked as if he was blissfully sleeping. You there! A powerful presence appeared out of nowhere, shaking the ground around Elder Saul's hut. It was very early morning, so there were no students outside to feel this ruckus. The rude intruder was clad in silver armor with a helmet covering his face. The helmet had a single tassel of red that flowed down to his back. His pauldrons and knee guards had the faces of dragons. This person was Celestina's personal guard. A week ago, he reported the princess's disappearance to the royal family, who quickly sent out search parties and investigated. Nothing came up until her SOS signal came from the floating mountains of Eden. Fortunately, Abraham found and saved her, but she was in a coma. From Abraham's intel, this old gardener was the one responsible. The royal guard was fuming. His job was to watch over the princess, but not all the time for her privacy. He didn't expect her to disappear. This tarnished his role as a guardian and damaged his honor. He desperately wanted to kill this old man sleeping on a chair. Elder Saul did not rouse up from this outburst, which infuriated the guard even more. The royal guard was about to pull out his weapon. His eyes surged tremendously, revealing his strength as a greater knight Exalt. But still, Elder Saul did not awaken. Suddenly, the royal guard trembled. His power should have woken this weak elder up, but instead he felt fear welling up from within. He felt his heart run cold as if blood had stopped flowing. What the hell is this? His legs limped as he clattered to the floor. Within his helmet, he was sweating bullets and hyperventilating. Calm down. A hand reached out and grabbed him, knocking the royal guard out of his current state. It was Margaret Ward. Go back and tell the royal family that I will send an explanation, Margaret told the royal guard. Received, the royal guard said weakly. Though he had his responsibilities, Margaret Ward was the higher authority here. He floated up and flew away to get as far away as possible. Seeing the royal guard fly off into the distance, Margaret sighed and turned to Elder Saul. Why did you involve the princess? Elder Saul finally opened his eyes, making Margaret stay on alert. A drop of sweat flowed down her chin and dripped to the floor. I did not. It was the boy's invitation, and she accepted. The boy? Oscar. Margaret's brow furrowed. I wonder what he is doing now? Elder Saul seemed only to be interested in Oscar. Oh, by the way, don't be so disrespectful to test me. He was referring to the royal guard that rudely came here. There was no way Margaret was unaware of the royal guard's actions. She had let him go to test Elder Saul's capabilities. Margaret was expressionless but felt a cold sweat on her back. She bowed and left without a word. Oscar woke up to a burst of cold winds from the open window. His face was red and dried to the harsh cold. Who left the window open? Oscar rubbed his dry eyes and said hoarsely from a dry throat. He looked through the window to see the two suns beaming down on him. Lad, it is time to wake up. Oscar was caught off guard by the man sitting near the brazier near his room. He stared warily at this man. The man was dressed in a green tunic with gilded golden designs around the wrists. He wore thick brown canvas pants with black boots. On his back he carried a long claymore. His height was incredible. He was several heads above Oscar in height. Forgive me. Who are you? Oscar got off his bed quickly. He didn't know who this man was, but the power he felt from him was incredible. This coarsely dressed man was a knight Exalt. I am Robert Raven, a member of a branch family of the Ravens. We may not be part of the main line, but we are powerful in our own ways. He had a rough face with black eyes and indigo hair. There were hints of age across his brows. Wear these and get ready in 10 minutes. Your training will start soon. After tossing Oscar some equipment, he walked out of the room to give him some privacy. Are we starting the training now? In a few moments, Oscar stepped out of his room. He wore a set of training equipment of leather chest, pauldrons, wrist guards, and a small helmet. His obsidian buckler was latched onto his back as always. Outside, Robert was waiting with his arms crossed. There were scars visible all over his arms from under the sleeve. Follow me. He didn't spare Oscar any further glance and went his own way. Oscar hastily followed after Robert with a troubled look. Sir, are you overseeing my training? Robert grunted without responding. He continued to walk while Oscar followed behind awkwardly. The silence between them was uncomfortable save the flickering of the torches they passed. Indeed, I will be training you under the orders of the head, Robert finally responded. Thank you for this. Don't thank me. I don't even want to be here. Robert scoffed and returned to being silent. Oscar shut his mouth, not even letting out a sigh. He knew it must be tiresome for a knight Exalt to come and train an apprentice Exalt. Oscar was not even Robert's disciple, and Draven only taught him during his time in prison. Soon they exited the Raven estate from the back entrance. There was a stone-laden path that led straight to True Sword Peak. Oscar followed Robert until he suddenly stopped. In front of Oscar and Robert was something akin to a gate made of stone. Two large stone blocks rose high, slightly above Robert's tall height. On top of the two upright stones was another stone block laid horizontally. It looked like a doorway but with no walls. It was just an array of stones with a gap in between. Be prepared for when you step through, Robert warned Oscar. True Sword Peak is not for the weak. Oscar nodded solemnly. This place was clearly special for the ravens to make their home near it. There was no telling what lay ahead. What? To his astonishment, Robert disappeared after stepping through the stone gate. There was not a single trace of him. While Oscar was stunned, Robert's irritated voice resounded in his head. Go in. Not wasting a moment, Oscar bravely stepped forward and ran through the gate. It was like passing through water, but a very thin veil of water. Oscar was reminded of a bubble and its delicate yet elastic surface. He looked around and saw a white barrier shining all around the mountain like a wall. It resembled the water falling down a waterfall, but in the opposite direction. The only clear place was the stone gate behind him. Suddenly, Oscar felt as if he had been cut into several pieces. He dropped to the floor, breathing heavily. He tried to get up, but again he felt the sensation as if he was chopped up. What is this? I'm getting sliced repeatedly every time I try to move, Oscar gasped. True Sword Peak cannot be accessed through any way than that stone gate. There are multiple other stone gates positioned around the mountain. If anyone tried to go through, they would pass through to the other side. Robert threw Oscar. Sir, that wasn't my question, Oscar said respectfully with a pale face. Robert had completely ignored his suffering and just explained the entrance. Gather your focus and stand. With a clear mind, you should be able to grasp it. Robert looked annoyed. Oscar closed his eyes and focused his mind, clearing it of any idle thoughts and focusing fully on his surroundings. His blue eyes slowly flowed out. He stood up slowly. Then it came. Oscar could make out what was a sword suddenly sliced out at him. It floated in the air, but Oscar knew it wasn't real. It was like a ghost, an apparition, but the pain was real. It sliced multiple times, making Oscar reel from the phantom pain of his limbs being chopped off. He knelt back down on the rocky, snowy ground with an expression of pain. A sword? How is that possible? Oscar exclaimed. Although the image wasn't clear, he could make out the shape of a sword. True Sword Peak and all the other mountains that were carved contain the residual ein and the will of the swords that carved it. Robert sat down and stared at Oscar. Stepping onto the mountain will enact the lingering sword intent to attack you. How do you think the ravens can train and become powerful swordsmen? They fight and learn from the apparitions of the old ancestors' swords. The sword intent? The thoughts and memory of their swords can carry on for so long, Oscar asked. This was an incredible discovery. Other powerful noble families may have something like this as well. Come to think of it, the remnant will of the night raptor was able to attack me. So you've dealt with the will of a beast before? How did it attack you? Robert seemed interested and asked. It invaded my inner space and tried to attack my core, Oscar answered. That must have been some special circumstance for a beast to do that. Don't worry. The intents that linger here will not attack your core. Robert took out a package of food wrapped in leaves. Your training will not be complete until you overcome the sword intent. Ask me anything if you need it. So it's like that. Oscar took out his buckler with a smile. He stood up straight with his buckler at the ready. The sword intent manifested and shot out at him. It approached him as if playing a game of stabbing the barrel, and he was the unfortunate barrel. Oscar clenched his buckler hard and charged forward. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 103. The Black Sheep, Robert Raven. Oscar groaned and fell to his knees. He lost count of how many times he was bested by the phantom cuts of the sword wills. But there was someone who was keeping score. That's 247 now. You've been at this all morning, and the suns are starting their trek downward. Robert sat while watching over Oscar. His harsh words about Oscar's losses cut deeply into the young boy. Not yet. Oscar was pale, and blood was dripping down from his mouth. Although the cuts weren't real, the pain was. I can still do this. Stop. Robert's silent pressure bore down on Oscar, forcing him back to his knees. You are getting nowhere. Oscar regained his composure and looked at Robert pleadingly for him to keep going. I still have to try. And what will come of it? Robert questioned. What makes you think this time will be different from the others? How can I know if I do not try? Oscar refuted. Robert sighed and stood up. His tall figure blocked out the light of the two suns as he got closer to Oscar. His black eyes stared down at Oscar with contempt. Try? What part of this is trying? This is merely banging your head on the wall repeatedly. Oscar fumed internally and groaned from Robert's chastisement. Philip told me about you. He said he respected you. Was he mistaken? I only see an arrogant child who believes too much in himself. I do not, Oscar spat out. Really? Enough to believe he can take on an entire swarm alone, only to end up saved by Philip's blade. Enough to believe he can go on a mission to take down an elite Exalt beast. You were saved by your comrades' efforts and nothing more. Robert brought his face close to Oscar's. Their black eyes locked gazes. Now you believe what you're doing here is enough to break through these swords. If that isn't the height of arrogance, what is? Look at your missing ear. Isn't that the result of your idiocy? I am not. Oscar tried hard to pull himself out of Robert's powerful pressure. Veins popped over his head as he shouted to get himself out. Now, what fuels you to try to oppose me? Why do you want to get stronger? Robert asked as the pressure increased on Oscar. Cracking noises could be heard as Oscar tried to resist. I want to be stronger. I don't want to be useless in the battles. I want to win against my enemies. I'm tired of being a burden. Oscar cried out as his knees were beginning to buckle. If he continues this, they may break. He thought about Frederick and how he could do nothing for him. He thought about Celestina and her situation in which he was powerless to do anything. If only he were stronger to take down Gilbert or Doyle. Robert smacked Oscar down to the floor. He opted to hit him personally rather than increase the pressure. A middle apprentice Exalt wandering into the lands of the elite Exalts. Did you think you wouldn't be a burden? Robert scolded. Oscar could not get back up. His body had finally given in as his eyes darkened. Robert's words kept echoing in his mind. When he next awoke, he was in his bed. The flames of the brazier were flickering, inducing soft, comforting sounds of a warm flame. You're up. Robert was by the brazier again. Your training will continue tomorrow. He began to walk out but turned to face Oscar, who was struggling to get up. Open your mind. What's the one thing you aren't doing or even thinking of in your arrogance? With that, Robert left without more to say. Time slowly passed as Oscar stared blankly at the fires. Within the waning and waxing of the flames, he pondered. What was so arrogant about him wanting to be stronger? What was wrong with him refusing to back down and try again? He admitted that he could not help his team in a different capacity but still fulfilled his role. What am I not doing? He said, I am too arrogant to do it or think of it. It grated on his nerves, and he fidgeted around in his bed. In a bid to calm his mind, Oscar rushed out of his room. Since this was a large estate, there should be a library. He looked around for any servants but found none in his vicinity. He wandered the empty halls, wondering where everyone was. Oscar. Oscar turned to whoever called out. It was Philip. Philip. Philip looked like he just came out of the bath with his slightly wet hair. He looked and saw Oscar's downcast face. Where are you headed? The library. Do you have one here? The library? We do have one room if that's what you want to call a library. Follow me. Philip waved Oscar over and guided them through the hallways. As they walked, Philip glanced at Oscar repeatedly before asking, How was your training? Horrible, Oscar immediately answered. Philip chuckled. Who is your instructor? Robert Raven. You know about him? Oscar asked. Him? You can say he's my great-uncle. He was in the same generation as my grandfather but only possessed a grade 3 Xianxia core. Philip was shocked that Robert was Oscar's instructor. A grade 3? Oscar stopped for a moment and looked on, stunned. Yup, he's known as the black sheep of the Ravens, who usually field grade 6s and above. Even his children are in higher grades than him, Philip explained. He didn't graduate from the Blue Ocean Pavilion due to missing the 30-year limit. Oscar was stunned to hear that. He thought all Ravens were sword masters and great exalts but had never heard of someone like Robert. Great-uncle Robert mainly keeps to himself, living reclusively on the Claymore Mountain he carved. He doesn't even come out for family functions. Shockingly, he came out to train you. Oscar contemplated the information about Robert until they reached a room. Philip opened the doors, releasing a cloud of dust that stung their eyes and choked their lungs. This is our library. Philip led Oscar inside and lit up a torch inside. Oscar nearly gawked at the horrific sight. The books were covered in cobwebs and a thick layer of white dust. He took out one book and opened it, only to be met with a full-face blast of dust. Cough, cough. Really? Oscar, covered in dust, turned to Philip with red eyes full of tears. We're swordsmen who learn through practicality and word of mouth. We learn manners from others, so we don't have a use for books. Philip wryly smiled. Oscar's dust-covered face was comical. You should take care of books, stories, history, manuals, and others. They are all important and a great read. Oscar started wiping down the book. Its brown leather cover started to show under the white dust. If it has use for you, I'm sure you can take some with you. Philip lit the rest of the torches, lighting up the room and revealing the rest of the worn-down shelves. Good luck. Philip left and closed the door. Alone in this dust-filled room, Oscar opened the window to let the fresh, cold air in. He sat down with a mixed expression. What can I do? Oscar murmured to himself, reflecting on Robert's last words. He wiped off all the dust on one book. It was titled Accounts of Staven Raven, the Gale Blade. When all else fails, books could help. The night passed. The silver moonlight from the windows waned and moved as the stars rotated away. Throughout the time, Oscar kept reading with his face practically glued to the pages. He read one and moved on to the next. You were here. Robert interrupted Oscar's reading. Were you looking for me? Oscar tilted his head in confusion. It's morning. Robert pointed to the window. Oscar looked outside and saw the two suns rising as the morning skies were in view. He had been reading the entire night. Robert picked up some of the books on Oscar's table. It could not be known what he was thinking from his stoic face. Looking through the records of our ancestors. What did you think? Robert turned to Oscar. Oscar was caught off guard by Robert's question. He did not expect to be asked about his reading. I thought they were amazing people. The ventures they've been on and the battles they've been through were great to read. Do you read books often? Oscar was still unsure of Robert's intentions but answered honestly. I read books. It brings me great comfort and delight. Another reason I came to read these was to learn something. Learn? Some clue or record on how to defeat the sword intent. I'm quite good at using the knowledge I read. Oscar weakly chuckled. Then let's see what you've gleaned from the pages. We're returning to True Sword Peak. Robert marched away with Oscar in tow. Looks at books rather than the obvious answer in front of him. Robert murmured. Sorry? Oscar asked. Nothing, Robert grunted. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 104. Humbled on the dirt. Oscar passed through the stone gate to find himself at the base of True Sword Peak. He stared down at his feet. If he went a single step further, the sword intent would attack. As Oscar stepped forward, he felt something incoming. He quickly brought up his buckler to block it. Even though it was imaginary, he felt the sword scrape across his buckler. This real sensation was what made him feel pain many times. The sword intent reacted to Oscar's block, and another slash came forth. Fighting against this imaginary sword was like fighting a real person. Oscar managed to block that as well, but it started to get tough here. The pace increased. The sword intent became more refined and far more agile. Oscar could do little to block all of it. He felt the imaginary blade cut through his stomach, causing him to reel in pain, lurching down to the ground. It wasn't a matter of toughness or iron. Once the sword hit its mark, it would cut through as if Oscar was a helpless mortal. Not a single wreath to collect because it's not real, and it's meaningless to use. Ein awaken. Am I just too slow? No. I reacted to that sword, but it still managed to get past my defense. Oscar let out some air to recollect. This was similar to when Philip bombarded him with continuous second step, with its many feints. There was something he wasn't seeing. Robert was standing as usual with his arms crossed. He looked at Oscar, trying to figure something out, but shook his head with a sigh. Suddenly, the sword intent slashed out at him, but it was shattered instantly. Meanwhile, Oscar finally got up and tightened his stance. He concluded that he needed to be smaller and more compact to defend properly. Not a bad answer, but it's too shallow. Oscar managed to last longer with his modified stance but was defeated all the same. This senseless sequence continued for hours. Oscar would take a break now and then to ponder on his mistakes, but the result always ended with him down on the ground. What am I not doing right? He stared up at Robert, sitting down and resting in meditation. What am I not doing? You said I was too arrogant to think of it. But what? This continued on until the end of today's training. Oscar limped back to the estate and took a nice bath to cleanse off all the dirt and sweat. In his bed, Oscar took out one book he borrowed from the library and began to read until he fell asleep. He hadn't slept the night before and was thoroughly exhausted. He woke up early in the morning and washed his face. Looking in the mirror, he saw bags under his eyes and sunken cheeks from overworking himself. It was nothing new for him to overwork himself, but this was the first time he saw no results. I'm not getting stronger. I'm not improving at all. Oscar cursed at himself while fending off the sword intent on this new day. But again, he was mercilessly slashed. Speed? Strength? Form? Reaction? What is it? The swirling, divisive thoughts muddled Oscar's mind. These inconclusive thoughts, compounded with the negativity brought forth by his many losses, caused a lapse in his judgment. The sword intent did not care whether their enemy was ready. It cut down mercilessly, slicing through his arms. Damn! Oscar let go of his buckler from the pain. It rolled around the ground until it stopped by Robert's feet. Oscar tried to retrieve it, but the sword intent cut through his legs. He fell flat to the ground on his face in a single moment. The dirt stuck to his face and hands, together with his sweat. His hair was ragged, and his breathing was weak. He lay there on the ground, in the dirt, like a weary beggar. He felt it was the most humiliating thing he had ever been through. Up there with the time when Isabella chastised him and when he was beaten up in prison. There was confusion written all over his face. He struggled to look up at the indifferent Robert. His tired black eyes locked gazes with Robert's powerful and uncaring stare. Please, Oscar said through dry lips. He didn't like it, but he had no other choice. Robert grunted. Speak louder. Please tell me what I have to do. I can't get through this. I need your help. Please, Oscar begged. He had been beaten and battered. Sure, Robert answered immediately, shocking Oscar as he stared blankly at the knight Exalt. Just like that, Oscar trembled in his speech. Just like what? Robert picked up Oscar's buckler, dusting it off. I thought you hated me. Wouldn't you take this chance to insult me or berate me? This is the first time you did something right. I said at the start, feel free to ask any questions. Robert scoffed at Oscar. Couldn't you have just said you'd teach me how to do it? What was the point of all this? I didn't need to waste my time the past 3 days. Oscar let out his grievances. So it's my fault? You were the one who rushed in without asking me anything. You were the one who stubbornly tried to keep at it alone while I was here the entire time. Who's the one that really wasted his time? Robert rebuked. While Oscar was silent, stewing over this, Robert sighed and approached. Tell me, why did that thought never cross your mind? Were you so averse to asking for guidance? Robert said. Oscar thought back to the time he came to the pavilion. He remembered asking Elder Saul for any advice on meditation without reserve. He recalled annoying his master, Draven, with questions all the time. So you realize now, Robert sighed, as you grew stronger and went through more trials, so too did your arrogance inflate. You appeared open and smart, but there was a seed of isolation in your heart. Rather than asking me for aid, you turned to books to teach yourself. You sought to find the way yourself without having an idea of what you were doing. Is that so wrong? Oscar asked. Only if you are truly driven into a corner, or there is no one to turn to. But here, with the resources at your disposal, it is arrogance to think you can do without. Oscar remained silent. He knew Robert spoke the truth. Deep inside him was the poison of arrogance that made him deaf to the people around him, blind to the truth that was in front of him. What kind of middle apprentice Exalt would rush into an elite Exalt mission? What sort of hard-headed fool would attack the Rainbow Didas head-on to lose an ear? He could have tried to run off with Nicholas even in the night. Had he learned nothing from Draven? Nothing from his loss against Philip? Nay, he only learned that he needed to be stronger but not the humility that was required. And as he did, he had been blinded by the powers he had gained. He had even forgotten his promise to his parents to survive no matter what. Please train me, Oscar bowed and pleaded. There was no anger or grievance. There was only acceptance. What you were doing before wasn't determination or resolve. You blindly jumped into the throes of battle without understanding your powers or the consequences, leaving you as a burden. You charged ahead without thinking of any other options. You believed in your strength when it was clearly lacking. Determination, resolve. It is to understand your capabilities and do everything you can within them to achieve your goals. To think and ponder on every tiny detail of what you can do. It means lying in the mud for 100 years for a single opportunity to strike. It means reaching out for help if necessary. You grasp at the straws and achieve your goal by any means necessary. Robert walked toward Oscar and brought the boy up from the ground to his feet. If what you have isn't enough, then you persevere and improve yourself until you are ready. No matter what shame you bear, no matter what it takes. That is determination. Oscar recalled what Philip had said about Robert. The black sheep with the grade 3. Someone who had endured all the criticism and slander yet was unbothered. Lying in wait for 100 years. Is that what he was doing? Robert knelt and pointed to Oscar's chest. You have heart. I can see your tenacious spirit, but an immature mind clouds it. He pointed at Oscar's head. The mind of a rash young man, not a determined warrior. He clasped Oscar's arm and brought him up to his feet. He nodded and gave Oscar his buckler. You have been humbled and laid bare, calling for aid, and I will answer. He unsheathed his claymore. The aura around it made the air colder than before. Are you ready? Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 105. Greater Apprentice Exalt. Robert threw several knives into the ground in a large circular formation surrounding them. He stabbed his claymore into the ground. It began to glow as iron flowed from it and streamed in lines toward the knives, finishing off with a circle of iron. This will suppress the sword intent and stop it from attacking. It won't be productive if you're attacked by them every moment. Oscar looked around at the formation. The iron of the circle formation was similar to the circle surrounding the entire True Sword Peak. It was wavy like an upside-down waterfall. Is this barrier based on the one outside? Catch! Oscar snapped out of his thoughts and caught 5 vials that Robert had thrown at him. They were blue and pulsing with large amounts of iron. These are iron amassing elixirs. Oscar's hands were trembling, holding the blue vials. First step, I'll get you to Greater Apprentice Exalt. As a grade 4, these should help tremendously. Robert sat down. His indigo hair shined in contrast to the bleak snow around him. Is it all right for the Raven family to favor someone like this? I'm not even employed here. You're already training on True Sword Peak, which is normally exclusive to Ravens. Besides, these elixirs come from me, not the family. So don't worry about it and advance. Oscar grasped the vials in his hand. Their glasses clinked against each other, swishing the liquid inside. He did not drink it right away but turned back to Robert. Thank you, Oscar bowed. I was a rude brat earlier. You're grade 4, right? Robert scratched his head as his shoulders dropped. I understand how you feel. That feeling of inferiority seeps into your mind. It is like a sweet poison that makes one reckless and overly pompous by the slightest boon. The worst part is you do not even notice. However, be careful, Robert said. Careful? Oscar was confused. Typically, you intake elixirs at a certain rate to allow the iron to solidify and acclimate to you. Then once enough iron is properly adapted, you will feel the call to advance. Only when advancing would you require a vast amount of it. But you are not near the point of advancing. Is that bad? Oscar eyed the vials in his hands with more apprehension. Perhaps, you will be unstable for a while after. Do not think of this as a good method to advance. But the situation calls for it. He sat back down with a pensive look, almost as if he was tired. Hurry up and drink. Enter the Greater Apprentice Exalt realm. Robert shut his eyes to indicate the conversation was over. Now was the time for action. Pop. Oscar popped the cork out of his vials and downed them in one gulp. He trusted that this was the right way for him. He trusted Robert. The iron surged forth like hot magma flooding his core. The geometric outlines around the core had finally been filled to the brim. The core began to shine brilliantly in the dark inner space. Steam hissed out of the pores in his skin as sweat overflowed like heavy rain, only to instantly evaporate. He strained himself to stop from screaming out in pain. This was the moment of advancement. He had to endure and hold on until his core finished its next transformation. Crack. The geometric outlines on the core began to break, tearing themselves apart from the core. This process was slow as the cracks grew at a snail's pace. But each splinter, each split, caused shockwaves of bone-shattering pain across Oscar's body and mind. "God damn it, Emily. You made it seem like a cakewalk," Oscar screamed internally at Emily. The image of her with a wide smile irked Oscar. Crack. A geometric shape finally parted from the core, making Oscar breathe an air of relief. But soon after, another outline began to crack. Oscar nearly despaired, realizing there were 15 geometric shapes in total. But there was no backing down here. He needed to preserve. Onward to the greater apprentice Exalt realm. Time passed. Oscar was soaking in a puddle of his own sweat and tears. Blood flowed down his chin from biting his lips too hard due to the excessive pain. Same for his palms from digging his nails into them. 14. Only one more geometric shape remained. Cracks started to show on its edges as Oscar watched on with great focus and anticipation. All of his sufferings were about to be rewarded. Pop. As the final geometric shape broke off, a vast amount of iron escaped from his core through the new openings and flooded every fiber of his being. A surge of bright blue iron exploded out of Oscar. "Looks like he did it." Robert watched the vast iron enveloping Oscar with a nod. Inside Oscar's inner space, the core shrank to half its size as the gaps closed. Around it was the geometric shapes, floating like celestial bodies around the two suns. His dear anima was nestled under the floating core. Oscar, at this moment, was delighted. He felt incredible power flowing and embedded in him. It was a rush he hadn't felt before. His eyes glinted as he smiled widely. Stop! It was dangerous, this feeling of power that made him feel invincible. He had to stop before his mind fell into the same pitfall of arrogance he dug for himself. He had taken Robert's words to heart. "You've held it in. It is good to see you haven't lost your senses. How does it feel to a greater apprentice Exalt?" Robert asked. "If it feels like this, what are the subsequent realms like? However, I feel something lacking. Is it due to forcibly advancing?" Oscar mused over the possibilities. "Don't dwell too much on that. Are you prepared for training?" Robert's eyes surged out imposingly. The power of a greater knight Exalt was awe-inspiring. He took up his claymore and held it ready to strike. "Ready yourself. I won't make it easy for you." Spitting out some residual blood, Oscar stood and brandished his obsidian buckler. He had a serious expression, ready to face anything. "Please." Robert's lips curled slightly, almost indiscernible from his regular stone face. Looking at this young boy before him, he knew he would enjoy training him. On the other slopes of True Sword Peak, a man was wailing in pain and cursing loudly. "You asshole!" George shot multiple airstream arrows, but they were all sliced apart straight down the middle. A tremendous slash flew out at George, who revved his arrow with enough iron to deflect it. The clash of the two forces created a deafening shockwave, but the ground was untouched. "Calling your instructor an asshole. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'll have to beat some manners into you as well." "Screw you." George shot more arrows, but they were easily cut. A man yawned loudly. He had lavender hair and blue eyes together in a handsome face with a chiseled jaw. His toothy smile flashed a clean white row of teeth. He was one of the branch members of the Raven family, soon Raven. He waved around his sword, the katana, a long blade with one edge and a sharp tip with wave patterns adorning across. "It seems I have no choice but to continue." "Endure it." Soon looked delighted while George grimaced. "Ha ha." Emily supported herself to her feet with her staff. On her body were traces of cuts with lines of blood flowing down. "Give up? Look at your poor state. I would hate to continue cutting such a cute girl like you." A woman chuckled in a mocking voice. She had bright red eyes and plum hair tied back into a knot. Her back was straight and she stood tall. Her pants were long and dark to her ankles, while the shirt was cut lower, exposing her flushed shoulders and areas below her neck. Elizabeth Raven. She often spent her time on the northern shores, piloting her airship to dive deep into the waters in search of relics and treasures. The call from the head, Abraham Raven, forced her to return. As a branch family member, she could not refuse the head's orders. In her hands was a large cutlass. It was black, and the hilt was gilded gold. Its wide blade was intimidating to look at as she rested it on her shoulder. "Come on, Em. Are you really going to give up?" She amusingly circled around Emily with provocation clear in each step. Bam! Emily suddenly ambushed Elizabeth with her staff, but it failed. Elizabeth easily blocked her surprise attack. Cheeky! Elizabeth stared dead into Emily like she had found a new toy. But that's not enough. Elizabeth twisted her cutlass as a flurry of slashes surrounded Emily, slicing barely on her skin. But Emily ignored the stinging pain and forced herself forward to strike again. Her eyes glinted with the desire to bash this woman right now. In response, Elizabeth lifted her cutlass and brought it down. Boom! Clank! The sound of swords clashing echoed across the slopes. They were rapid with a unique ringing noise that pierced through ears. Bam! You withstood it? You have improved a lot in your time at the pavilion. Last time you taught me, it was when I was not an Exalt. Philip looked like he had gone on 1,000 marathons, but his eyes were lively. No, that's not what I mean. Your sword has life in it. I wonder what you went through. A soft, almost shy voice came from the woman brandishing a short estoc, a sword with no edges but a sharp tip. She wore a purple gown, covering every part of her body, along with a yellow cloak that dropped down to the ground. Her round eyes were gray with flowing rose hair like Philip's. Her entire body was skinny, but it did not lessen her beauty, even with her sunken cheeks. She was also short, only reaching a head below Philip. She was Lena Raven, the daughter of the head, Abraham, and Philip's aunt. I went through some interesting battles. Philip gripped his sword anima tightly, ready to strike. Don't push yourself that far. You can take a break. Lena was the more reserved person in the Raven family. She did not want to continue torturing her nephew. No need. Philip rushed ahead with his sword, making Lena sigh. Everyone's training was progressing. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 106. The Four Foundations of an Exalt, the Prince-Dict. Stand right here. Robert led Oscar to the center of the formation. Before we begin, I need to ask you a few questions. Where did you learn Ein Awaken? Oscar's eyes widened slightly but quickly returned to normal. Robert was a Knight Exalt, the realm in which Ein Awaken was easier to comprehend. Oscar knew he could not hide things from him. It all started from when I went to the Abyss prison. Oscar hurriedly explained himself when he saw Robert's eyes glint dangerously from mentioning that he was sent to prison. That's quite an eventful first year. Robert looked mildly amused, which was odd on his stone face. The warden, Draven Kieran. I remember him being a senior when I went to the pavilion. Lord knows how many people wanted to see him without the helmet. He always wore a helmet? Oscar got more insight into the true oddity of the warden, his master. Why? Who knows? I only saw him a little because he was in the inner hall and then the legacy hall. But they said he covered his face even before being a student. But never mind that. He trained you in a very dangerous art, the power of Reese. Everyone seems to be so against it. Oscar sighed. I will not say anything about it. My focus is on your Ein Awaken and Reese. For the next parts of this training, don't use them, Robert warned Oscar. I understand. Oscar nodded in agreement. However, may I know why? They're very useful techniques. I've seen your way of fighting. You put everything into every action, solely focused on your current move and fighting back with all your strength. That is the actions of a brute that wields its power haphazardly. You blocked each sword intent like this, but that eventually failed. Robert swung his claymore without any Ein. Oscar blocked it, reeling from the weight of the blow. Too rigid. Your movements are too stagnant and susceptible to counters. You must be fast to react to the following attacks. And if the opponent fights in the same foolish manner, I can take advantage of that. Oscar finished Robert's explanation with his own conjecture. So you understand. Having an understanding of your own Ein as well as the opponent's is crucial. Robert finished talking. To have the discerning eye for the flow of the battle and Ein will help you. Take your stance. Oscar tensed up with his buckler at the ready. He looked much better than before. His eyes were glinting with the desire to learn and clear motivation. To Oscar's surprise, Robert stepped closer to Oscar, Only half a meter separated the two. It reminded him of the no-step duel he had with his master, Draven. Soon the slopes of True Sword Peak fell silent. Robert and Oscar stared at each other as if frozen in time. There was not the slightest movement from Robert, who was supposed to be attacking, because he warned Oscar his attacks would be unexpected. Oscar squeezed his buckler tightly, but the sweat on his hands made it hard. The idea of an attack coming any time added an extra layer of tension he did not enjoy. Swish! As if he were under a guillotine, Oscar felt the pressure from this claymore as it slashed down from above. It was more intimidating with Robert's purple eyes surrounding it. Oscar moved fast to block it in response, but the next blow came right after. Robert showed incredible movement and agility with his long claymore. What followed was an exchange of blows as Robert swung repeatedly. Oscar was doing a good job defending but found himself unable to block the next strike. The cold feeling of the claymore's edge chilled the skin of his neck. It was exactly like when he went against the strong sword intent. For some reason, it was as if he could not defend or react against it. "Am I too slow?" Oscar asked without moving away from the sharp claymore. "I've adjusted myself to match against your power and speed. It's not a matter of speed, nor is it an issue with your power." Robert pulled back his claymore. "It's foresight, foresight," Oscar exclaimed. "Try to attack me. You'll see firsthand." Robert waited for Oscar's attack. His keen black eyes watched like a hawk. With a serious expression, Oscar moved his buckler slightly. He watched Robert as well to look for an opening. Scenes of each of his attacks flew by his mind before settling on one. His foot moved as he aimed to strike as his eyes surged, but Robert moved fast and stopped Oscar before his attack could manifest. He had lifted his restriction on speed to catch Oscar. "You were going for a charge with your buckler at the helm like a straight bolt." Robert held tightly onto Oscar's buckler without letting go. "You knew." Oscar was in a daze at Robert's prediction. It was what he had intended to do after much deliberation. "Is this the foresight you mentioned? How is that possible?" "By watching your movements and the behavior of your eye, I can tell your intent and see an image of your next move. This is an observational technique, the Prinstict, one of the foundations of an Exalt. I never read about this. Why would the archives not have it?" Oscar was bewildered at the lack of knowledge in the archives. Then a thought hit him. The archives had another floor meant for elite Exalts. Perhaps the knowledge was buried there. The pavilion restricts latter knowledge for when they are appropriate. As apprentice Exalts, your priority is to get used to your Ein and utilize spells. That is the first foundation of an Exalt, the Ein. Robert confirmed Oscar's suspicions about the restriction of knowledge. The elemental spark is the second foundation. It's the signifying identity of an Exalt's Ein and their connection to the natural forces. Oscar's eyes shined with wonder. He listened with delight. No matter what, there was always something new about Exalts. Are there any others? The third foundation is your anima. Robert's Ein came forth like a raging blaze and collected into his hand, forming a claymore with a black blade that filled Oscar with dread. "Is Reese not a foundation?" Oscar could not help but ask. "No, it is not. Exalts do not naturally have a tie to using Reese. That is an entirely different power." Oscar let out a sigh of dismay. It seemed no matter what, Reese was also put down for being either dangerous or not essential to an Exalt. However, he believed in Draven's words. The final foundation is the Prinstict. An Exalt begins to bloom with keen observational eyes that let them see through the world. It is also known as the third eye of the hidden world. But that's too long. "The Prinstict," Oscar murmured. "By using the Prinstict to observe you, I can see your future movements. Everyone awakens it at the elite Exalt realm. Hold on. If there are two people with Prinstict, wouldn't they be in a stalemate? How can they attack or move if they know what the other is doing? The Prinstict isn't omniscient. An Exalt can see future actions, such as movement, but what about spells? They can envision the Ein moving to an extent but cannot know what spell it will be or how powerful or fast it is. The best they can do is prepare in advance. But if they choose wrongly, they will suffer. They cannot also know the capabilities of your anima. And the final advice, just because you know what they might do doesn't mean you can stop it or evade it. Never be arrogant. Some people go off their knockers, drunk with the vision of Prinstict, and die because of it. Robert let go of Oscar's buckler and retrieved his claymore, stabbed into the ground. Everything has a weakness. Prinstict is an incredible power if learned and honed. Didn't you say it awakens in the elite Exalt realm? How can we awaken my Prinstict? To awaken your Prinstict, we have multiple steps to accomplish. Are you familiar with gathering Ein into your eyes? Yes, I learned Stone Gaze as my first spell, Oscar answered briskly. Odd choice for a first, but that makes it simpler. However, the pain will be way worse. We need to gather your Ein into the third eye. Robert pointed to his forehead. We have 3 eyes? Oscar tapped his forehead in shock. Is that possible? Not physically. Sit down and enter meditation. Oscar did as instructed and sat in meditation. He entered the dark world where he could sense the Ein and his core. In this darkness, Robert's voice echoed in his ears. You may not be able to see it, but look up into your forehead. Oscar turned his attention to the middle of his forehead but found nothing. He recalled scanning his body when he first started meditating but found nothing like a third eye. When you become an elite Exalt, you will notice a slit, the shut third eye that will awaken from your efforts. However, you have yet to arrive. But don't worry, we can forcibly awaken it. But it will take a long time and a lot of pain. Oscar ended his meditation and gazed at Robert sitting in front of him. Is everyone else undergoing this training? Oscar was curious about everyone else. The others are being taught what best suits them. It depends on the individual. I judged that it's prudent for you to awaken your third eye and train in Prinstict early. As a grade 4, to keep up, you need to start earlier. Let's begin. Oscar re-entered meditation, awaiting Robert's instructions. Robert grunted a little and placed his index finger on Oscar's forehead. Bear with it. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 107. Shock Therapy. Spells Anima, Element, Prinstict. The 4 fundamental foundations of an Exalt. Oscar waited in anticipation for what would come next. He felt Robert's rough finger tap his forehead and waited for the process to begin. Within his meditation, he scrutinized every part of his forehead. There will be a lot of pain, but you must not pass out no matter what. Robert's tone seemed more aged and rugged than before, carrying a harsh warning. Oscar nodded for Robert to proceed. As he did, he felt a faint glow on the center of his forehead, where Robert's finger rested. It did not feel bad. It was soft and warm, but he remained vigilant. A greater Knight Exalt said this was an excruciating process. There was no chance this was it. A bead of sweat ran down Oscar's chin as he waited. Suddenly, the faint glow became so bright, like a purple sun. It was not just the glow that mirrored the sun. The heat was unbearable. Oscar felt someone had taken a hot chisel and stabbed it into his head. He had experienced and lived through many painful moments in his life. There was the Abyss Prison, the Warden's training, the advancements of an Exalt, and the Rainbow Ditus. But none like this. This hot stamp on his forehead seared into his soul and mind. The pain of the soul and mind was worse than the body. Gaha! Oscar screamed loud in agony. His fingertips were trembling uncontrollably from his efforts to keep calm. But it was hopeless. His vision completely blacked out as he leaned forward. Robert caught the unconscious Oscar, who had dead fish eyes. He placed his hand on Oscar's head and put in a surge of Ein. This surge was like a shock wave of electricity that ran through Oscar's body. Ha! Oscar's eyes regained light as he woke up, coughing ceaselessly and shaking all over. I said not to lose consciousness. It is paramount that you stay awake until a session ends. Robert sighed and put Oscar back in his spot. My mind could not hold on anymore. What is the purpose of this? Oscar rubbed his forehead, which was steaming hot. Using my superior Ein, I am forcibly causing the third eye to pulse and show up in your meditative state. Once it pulsates, you must quickly pour in a lot of your own Ein to force it to stay and not regress into darkness. Understand now? Oscar understood immediately. If the third eye required his active contribution of Ein at the right moment, then it would be pointless if he missed the window. After taking a deep breath, Oscar smacked his head. Pain? Suffering? He was always close to those two things. He would not allow himself to be deterred by this. Please try it again. Oscar resumed meditation with a stern expression, not wanting to waste time. Fine, try your best to stay awake. Robert stamped his finger onto Oscar's forehead and poured his eye in. Damn. After another failed attempt, Oscar woke up again from Robert's jolt of iron. I still cannot hold on. Don't beat yourself over it. There's a reason this isn't normally done. The pain is so horrendous it can be traumatizing or disabling. Robert tossed Oscar a parcel of food. The fact you still maintained your drive is noteworthy of praise. Oscar munched on his meal and sighed. It's been dozens of tries, and he could not hold on for even a minute. The more pressing issue was that there was no idea when his third eye would be visible. Let's stop here. Robert stood up and stretched his back. Stop? I can keep going. There is no issue with that, Oscar said. You need a break from it. Pick up your buckler. Crash. Robert swung his claymore down hard onto the ground, kicking off a wave of dirt. We cannot neglect your combat training. Come. Oscar charged forward with his buckler without complaint. The two clashed together in a series of exchanges, honing Oscar's combat abilities. In the end, Oscar lay on the ground, gasping for air. The two suns had long since set, replaced by the moon that shone down on True Sword Peak. We're done for the day. Get a good night's sleep. You must be mentally prepared and rested to have a better chance of staying awake. If I find that you didn't sleep at all, I'll have you buried in this mountain. Robert gave a stern warning that caused chills down Oscar's back. Oscar nodded. He was hoping to read more books in the library but feared Robert's retribution. It's not bad to be well rested. Elder Saul and Draven said the same things before. When was the last time I gave myself a chance to rest? Oscar stared up into the stars as he wondered. From when he lost to Philip and Frederick left, it was like he had been trying to speed through everything without pause. Remember to relax, Elder Saul told him before. Returning to his room, Oscar dove straight onto the bed and closed his obsidian eyes in deep, peaceful sleep. The sound of his breathing was quiet and steady. Faye walked through the well-lit halls of the Raven estate with her attendants behind her. She came before doors adorned with the carvings of beasts and swords. Knock, knock. Tom came out of the room and quickly bowed when seeing it was the madam of the estate. Madam, the master is inside and has been waiting for you. Thank you, Tom. She turned back to her attendants, indicating for them to wait outside. With Tom by her side, Faye entered the room. This was the main office of the head of the family. Abraham sat behind a large table with a pensive look as he viewed documents and stamped his sigil on some. Busy, my dear? Faye smiled with care in her eyes. There's too much happening right now. The military academy is draining many of the Empire's resources, and everyone is locking down their finances. I hope the outcome is worth it. Abraham sighed as he moved from his desk to the center table meant for guests and visitors. On it was some tea and snacks. He sat across from Faye and asked, So what did sister-in-law say? He was referring to Margaret Ward, Faye's older sister. However, contrary to his expectations, his wife sighed with a troubled look. She passed a rolled-up scroll to him. She said not to dig into this and leave Elder Saul alone. Abraham was shocked. Even though he was a martial exalt, this behavior from Margaret was unnatural and surprising. He quickly unfurled the message and read on. Elder Saul easily made a royal guard sweat without doing anything, not even a glance. Are you able to do it? Faye wondered. No, Abraham shook his head. The royal guard is a peak greater knight exalt. I can do it, but not with such ease. He's stronger than you? Faye's eyes widened in disbelief. Her husband was a powerful middle martial exalt close to becoming a greater martial exalt. That fact put a sudden suspicion in her head. Is Elder Saul a king exalt? He must be. Sister-in-law is normally not like this. But to allow Elder Saul free rein means she has no choice. Abraham's face sank in thought. What on earth was a king exalt doing here? The king exalt. He had long wished to enter this grand realm that stood above so many. In front of him, Faye paled as sweat formed on her forehead. She was worried that her sister might be caught in something troublesome. Despite her confidence in her sister's strength, she still worried. Seeing his wife's state, Abraham held her hands lovingly and said, Your sister is smart and powerful. There is nothing to worry about. Faye looked at this man with his beard and smiled. She grasped his hands tightly and hummed. Taking her leave, Faye left Abraham alone in the room. A king exalt. Does the Dragner ancestor know about this? Abraham could not help but worry inside. A week passed. Oscar had occasional run-ins with the others, who expressed shock and congratulations at his advancement to Greater Apprentice Exalt. However, they could not interact longer since everyone looked like they had been through the ringer. Everyone had various cuts and rough skin. Emily looked especially tired and only said a few words before retreating to her room. Their training was complete hell. Oscar lost count of how many times he had been knocked out, only to be resurrected forcibly by Robert. Shit! Oscar groaned during another session. The burning sensation had not weakened in the slightest, but he was slowly getting better at tolerating it. Please, show yourself, Oscar begged internally. His attention focused on the spot where his third eye should be. Hum. A low hum rang through his body. In the throes of suffering, Oscar noticed a slit about the size of his thumb, fading in and out. The slit fully displayed itself and stayed unchanging. Now, Robert's voice echoed. He noticed Oscar's third eye had finally shown itself. Without hesitation, Oscar forced his eye into his forehead, clashed against the closed third eye trying to break inside. Then in the center of the slit, a small dot began to glow brightly as the eye crashed over it like a tidal wave. Then Oscar blacked out again. He could no longer hold on. Wake up! Robert forced him back. I saw it. The third eye was there, Oscar said in excitement. Robert nodded and said, Go into meditation, see it for yourself. Oscar viewed himself in meditation and saw his forehead had a singular dot. Was this the third eye? I see it, but it's only a dot? We need to keep doing this until you fully manifest the third eye. This dot is a step forward. Robert flicked Oscar's forehead, making the boy curse out in pain. His forehead was incredibly sensitive right now. Then let's keep it going. I can't wait another moment. Oscar was finally making progress. Splash. A figure came out of a medicinal bath of elixirs. It was Celestina. She had finally awoken after all this time. Where am I? Her emerald eyes darted around as her silver hair was wet and draped down her back. Then she noticed her current attire. Why am I in this bathrobe? Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 108. A group conversation. You're all right? Oscar, Emily, George, and Philip were called back unexpectedly. In great haste, they rushed back to the main hall of the estate. Once they saw the silver-haired girl relaxing comfortably on the chair, they could not contain their excitement. George and Philip acted more reserved, but Oscar and Emily did not care. At her request, they were the only ones in the main hall, so there was no need for pretenses. I'm only awake for now, but it'll take me some time to fully recover and absorb Ein again. Celestina drank a mixture of elixirs to keep her body and mind constantly recovering. She scanned across everyone's faces and stopped on Oscar. I'm glad. Her eyes were wet from her stubbornly trying to keep her tears from overflowing. It was almost adorable, like a child trying their hardest not to cry. I'm glad everyone is okay. I was so scared at that last moment. I knew I didn't pierce through that bastard, but I blacked out. Celestina wiped her eyes with a handkerchief, but she was continually on the brink of crying. I was so scared about what would happen to you. Oscar and the others put on kind smiles. She was the princess, but they forgot she was the same age as them. They put too much responsibility on her. Oscar felt bad for embarking on this mission without getting stronger first. This was his mistake as a result of his arrogance and careless behavior. I'm sorry for being weak. I was too rushed in going that I did not think about all the dangers. We were hunting an elite Exalt beast. It was idiotic of me. Oscar bowed in apology. I was also at fault. Celestina looked at Oscar with caring eyes. As your friend, I should have minded the dangers and watched out for you, but I was too excited to go on this mission. No, it was our fault. We have inconvenienced the princess too much, Philip added on. That's right. I curse myself for being too weak at the time. You went far and beyond for us, Emily stated. No, it was my fault, Celestina affirmed. As the leader, I should have made better efforts to buy time. As a princess, I should have informed my protector. It was foolish of me. No one can blame you for wanting to be free of such burdens for a little. You deserve to have a fun journey from time to time. I said I was at fault, Oscar declared. Celestina looked mildly annoyed and launched into a tirade about how it was her responsibility and failure. The others, mainly Oscar, retorted and argued back that it was their fault. Neither pushed the fault on the other but wanted to spare the other from the guilt. As I said, it was my fault. Celestina lost her composure and shouted. No, it wasn't, Oscar shouted back. If it were before, he would be more reserved talking to her. But right now he did not care. She almost lost her life because of his idiocy, as Robert put it. Okay, everyone is at fault. Is that fair? George interjected, but Oscar and Celestina stared him down, making him stumble a little. Ha 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 ha. Emily's laughter rang through the main hall. Oscar and the others looked at her, confused. It's just so ridiculous. We're all alive now and arguing about how it was our own fault. Emily could not stop laughing. The laughter was infectious as Philip and George also laughed at the absurdity of the situation. Then Oscar and Celestina could not help but think how laughable it was and joined in. Oscar said, "We all messed up, but we're alive now. Rather than arguing, we should be glad. Right, Celestina said with a bright smile. Then she quickly regained her usual composure. Let's focus on what we're doing with our rescued lives then. Celestina asked about what everyone was doing. After a brief recap and mention of their training, Celestina's eyes brightened up more. True Sword Peak? That's amazing. I never thought they would allow outsiders in it. My grandfather made an exception on account of me and you, Princess, Philip explained. True Sword Peak. Isn't it the origin of the Raven family? Celestina asked. I read about it in a book, but the information was vague and short. The origin? Oscar remarked. This True Sword Peak is how your Raven family began. Did your founder form it? Philip shook his head and saw everyone's stares locked on him. They would not let him leave without an answer. Long ago, before the formation of the brilliant Drake Empire, our founder was a man who lived by this mountain. He was said to be a grade 5, possessing a sword anima. Grade 5? Oscar was shocked that the founder of the Raven family was only a grade 5. Yes, however, his prowess in battle was unrivaled with the sword. He gained fame for being the best swordsman in the land. With his mastery of swords, he could defeat some higher grades. Many came to challenge and learn from him from all over. That is how the Raven family started. Philip paused for a moment before resuming. True Sword Peak is where he trained and learned the way of the sword. This mountain existed way before he did. Stunned, Oscar posed a question. Where did it come from? Who made it? Philip shrugged his shoulder and said, We don't know. We could never climb to the peak. Even martial exalts like my grandfather could not step onto the top. Something on top restricted them. Perhaps only King Exalts could pass through. This answer was unexpected and sent waves of astonishment through everyone. What kind of mountain was this that it suppressed even martial exalts? Has any King Exalt tried to climb it like the Pavilion Master? Celestina asked. She had never heard of the King Exalt of the Dragner family attempting to climb it. In the records, we did ask the previous Pavilion Master, but they said that the peak is only meant for those with sword animus. That's the other reason I want to be a King Exalt. I want to be the one to climb to the tip and see what wonders lie there. Philip looked up like a child reaching for the stars. His handsome face was filled with wonder and dreams. He remembered looking up at True Sword Peak, trying to see the top, but clouds always obscured it. I'm sure you will see it. Oscar lifted a cup of grape wine to Philip. Thanks. Philip clanked his cup and they drank. Hey, don't leave me out, Celestina said. Me neither, Emily pouted. I suppose I will have to join as well. George sidestepped his way in. The five clanked cups and drank to their good fortunes and future. The party did not last long because everyone had to resume training and Celestina needed to focus on recovery. Oscar found Robert waiting for him while meditating at his usual spot on True Sword Peak. I've returned. You look like something good happened, Robert pointed at Oscar. Ha! Oscar could not find a mirror to see himself. Was he smiling too much? Don't let it get in the way of your training. Oscar clenched his hands without knowing and started meditating. Let's begin training. Robert sat down and began pouring his iron into Oscar's forehead. The same sensation of hot metal searing into his skull fried his mind. The screams of pain started once again. It was practically a routine. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 109. Now or never, awaken the Prinstict. The slopes of True Sword Peak were majestic and imposing. Looking up, one could think the mountain was piercing the sky itself. The tranquility and presence of these slopes were interrupted by strained woes of pain from Oscar. His forehead was figuratively being stabbed with a stamp of magma-like iron. It had been almost a month since he arrived at the Raven Duchy with a grim and sour expression. But now, this face was back to its lively stubbornness and filled with eagerness. The third eye was nearing its completion. Oscar saw as he poured his iron into it that the slit was nearly completely manifested. The single dot had grown to a fine bright line on his forehead. Robert heaved a sigh and meditated to recover. Although he was a greater knight Exalt, he still utilized a lot of iron. It went to show just how troublesome it was to awaken the Prinstict unnaturally. Your third eye is almost done forming. I feel like one more session will do it, Robert said to the pale Oscar, who was gasping for air. We must take a break here. Refocus yourself and recover. I can still go on. Oscar shook his head. No, Robert rejected. The last step will require far more iron. And once the slit forms, an additional action is needed. What do I need to do? Oscar followed Robert's advice without question and drank his water before asking. This month, he had seen Robert drain his own iron without complaint for a lowly Exalt like him. He viewed Robert in high regard due to this. You must force it open. It must be done right when the slit is fully formed. Otherwise, we would have wasted our efforts here. Oscar gripped his cup tightly and thought hard. If we could do the previous parts in intervals, why can't we open the eye slowly over time? Robert pointed to his forehead and said, The third eye is tricky. By instinct, it opens itself up when a person becomes an elite Exalt. The advancement process is what forms the slit naturally. However, we have been forcing it. Thus, the third eye will not allow itself to open. Oscar was struck dazed by the strange behavior of the third eye. He rubbed his own forehead. Any attempts to open it slowly will make it shut itself until I become an elite Exalt. Does that mean it's different when I first form the third eye? When the slit fully forms, the third eye will tremble for a moment. It will try to settle down when it realizes it is not time to awaken, then completely shut itself off. You must strike at that moment and wrench the eye open against its struggling. Once the eye is fully open, it will not close because a third eye will never close once opened. Robert passed Oscar some more water. However, if you miss this moment, the third eye will never tremble again. That is why, even though this method is known to many masters, they do not do it. It can be a complete waste of time. This period of rest did not feel so because of the pressure mounting on Oscar. If he failed in this next session, then everything he had been doing for the past month would be for naught. A large puff of white air escaped Oscar's lungs as he calmed himself down. They had come this far, he couldn't let it fail here. Oscar made sure to follow Robert's instructions and get back to his best condition. As Robert had taught him, he must know his own limits and do everything he could within them to grasp the victory. I'm ready. His voice was hoarse but carried a powerful resolve in them. Looking at the young Oscar, Robert nodded in acknowledgement. Even if this failed, it would not deter or depress the current Oscar. Let's begin. The familiar searing pain returned to Oscar's forehead, focused on the slit. Oscar watched carefully through the pain. From what he knew, the third eye showed itself after about a minute. He couldn't know the exact timing, so he had to watch and stay focused. Finally, the slit started to pulse as the rest of its unformed parts flickered. Oscar hurriedly poured his iron to finish it. The slit glowed brightly as its tips grew to the outline of the flickering image. The third eye was fully formed. Done! Robert quickly released his finger and gazed at Oscar. The rest was up to the boy. He could not help open the third eye since it would only open with Oscar's iron. In the world of darkness, Oscar watched carefully as the glowing closed third eye. The few seconds were nerve-wracking. Suddenly, Oscar felt a tremor. The third eye was trembling. Now! Oscar's iron surged and stampeded to the closed third eye. The third eye began to quiver more as it slowly began to open. However, Oscar felt a powerful opposing force trying to fight back. His iron was slowly receding away as the small opening he had created was closing. A seesaw game ensued between Oscar and the third eye. He endlessly forced his eye in as the third eye fought back. Opening and closing, the third eye did not give away an inch without causing Oscar trouble. Outside in the real world, Oscar was coughing up blood as his veins were popping over his head. The strain was getting to him. Robert's eyes narrowed as he looked down. Was it too early for him? Would it fail? Don't mess with me. Oscar saw the third eye was 3/4 of the way open, but now it was a stalemate. His eye could only hold back the third eye's rejection, unable to gain more ground. If this continued, he would run out of eye, and the third eye would shut itself. Oscar racked his head for an answer, and then it came to him. Oscar diverted his eye towards a certain location in his chest. In this chest pocket was his Eterstone. If his standard eye could not do it, what if it was purified and refined to a higher level? The Eterstone shined as the eye poured in and fed it back to Oscar, who flooded it toward the third eye. This broke the balance as the third eye started to give in, opening more. The glow of it in the darkness was akin to seeing the moon's phases over the month. The purified eye was doing it. Open up! Oscar screamed internally as the third eye shook crazily in an attempt to fight back. But it finally opened completely. A large blue shine poured out from his forehead, illuminating the dark world. When it settled, his third eye was now fully open. It had the shape of an eye but was completely blue everywhere with no pupils. 2 lines extended out of the third eye and linked into the center of his black pupils. His eyes felt like they were boiling. Oscar clutched them as many images began to flash across his eyes. He could not make out what they were. It was an incomprehensible mess. Stars? Swirls of endless light and colors. That was Oscar's last thought as he blacked out. He did it. Robert stood up and rested Oscar on the ground, flat on his back. What was that? His eye became clearer. He reached inside Oscar's chest and took out the Eterstone, looking at it stunned. He could feel the refreshing cool feeling from this stone. Eterstone. Then he remembered a rumor that the Abyss prison was a mine for precious materials. Did the warden give this to him? Robert stared at the Eterstone. It was unclear what he was thinking, but he suddenly shook his head and put it back in Oscar's pocket. If I did something like this, that would be rude to this boy. Hours later, Oscar finally awoke in a daze and suddenly shot up. His eyes soon glowed with excitement, knowing of his success. He had felt the third eye open. You're up? Go check your third eye. Robert scoffed at Oscar's childlike excitement. Oscar saw the third eye staying still on his forehead. It had an imposing presence with indifference and an otherworldly feel from its gaze. It did not feel human but like the eyes of one who stood above. It's incredible, Oscar said solemnly. However, it's also unsettling and weird. You won't be saying that when you use it. Focus on your third eye and watch me. Tell me what I'm going to do. How do I do that? Oscar knew there wasn't a third eye on his flesh, so it was strange. Pretend like there is a third eye and imagine it opening, Robert said. Oscar focused hard. He recalled the shape and look of his third eye and imagined it opening its indifferent and detached self. His obsidian eyes glinted as a weird new view entered into sight. The rocks, the slopes, the grass, and himself were moving, distorting, and leaving behind echoes, traces of themselves. His vision kept focusing in and out from blurry to clear. He felt like he was ill. Focus on me. Robert's voice brought him back from this stupor. Oscar turned his attention and focused solely on Robert. The world around him seemed to calm down as he saw something strange. There was an echo and ripples resounding from Robert, forming a vague image. You're gonna kick me from the right? Correct. Then in the next moment, Oscar was kicked on his right side. He gasped in pain as he heard Robert say, "Remember, just because you can see it doesn't mean you can stop it. Also, their ripples would be indiscernible if one is far stronger than you. I intentionally allowed you to see them." Oscar tumbled over the ground, being roughed up all over. He coughed and got up, confused. The strange world he saw was gone. It was his normal vision. If you lose concentration, your third eye will shut. You must train until you can open your third eye naturally and keep it open through pain and other interferences. The Princept is a unique vision. You must get used to it. Robert pulled Oscar up by the arm and patted him to knock off the dirt. However, for now, good job. Oscar smiled brightly and bowed. Thank you for teaching me. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 110. Raven Farewell. I'm going to release it now. When the formation is lifted, the sword intent will resume its attack. Robert waved his hand around him. The small daggers that encircled him and Oscar shot out of the ground and into his hands. With their retraction, a small transparent film that covered the area dispersed. It wasn't noticeable earlier, but Oscar felt a slight pressure encompass him like a sword at his throat. It was the natural air of true sword peak that Oscar had not felt in a month. He stopped focusing on the change and used the prinstinct. The sword intent should be on the attack soon. He focused his vision on the sword image that was forming. He never had a clear look at it because of its speed and obscurity, but it revealed itself under the effects of prinstinct. The sword was made of stone from the blade to the grip. Its edges were dull and cracked all over. It was just an image, but Oscar could see its fine details. What kind of sword was this? An echo. Oscar snapped himself out of his curiosity. He saw an echo of the sword moving, sending ripples through the distorted world, and moved his buckler to intercept. The sword intent followed through its echo Oscar had foreseen and was easily deflected. But it was not the end. The sword intent quickly maneuvered for more strikes. It swung swiftly, but he was keeping up with it. It wasn't just the prinstinct that made it possible. His many spars with Robert had honed his mastery of buckler. His movements were more agile and deliberate than his usual wild swings. Oscar suspected if not for this, then even with the prinstinct, he still would have lost against the sword intent. Robert's warnings were well-founded. He needed strength to utilize the prinstinct properly. The sword intent seemed to have disappeared, but Oscar caught its echoes and turned around. His buckler scraped past the sword intent. After its failed surprise attack, the sword intent truly dispersed into nothingness. Oscar heaved a heavy sigh. He had almost lost his calm at the last moment and nearly broke his prinstinct. Congratulations, you have finally overcome the sword intent. Robert was watching the entire time with a hint of pride. In a month, this boy had grown tremendously. Oscar bowed deeply to Robert in gratitude. Thinking back on the past month, he really troubled this old uncle for a long time. He thought about how he was at the start and chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Can I ask you something?" Oscar asked, to which Robert nodded. "How did you handle being compared to everyone around you as a grade 3? This question was unexpected, and Robert was taken aback. He didn't like talking about himself. However, Oscar was in grade 4, which made him rethink. In the end, he relented and answered, "I was jealous and mad at first. There's always the thought, why couldn't it be me? As a member of the proud Raven family, why was I singled out of all the others?" Robert snorted as if mocking his past self. "That was all useless thought. I fought and struggled against it for so long, but it only made me a bitter person. I only realized after a while that it didn't matter. So what? I'll do it if it takes me twice as long to become stronger. If my anima is inherently weaker, I'll master it further than others. Lower grades don't mean you are useless. We are still exalts. If I can stand above in the end, that is my victory, no matter how long it takes," Robert said resolutely. Oscar listened intently to each of Robert's words, but a question lingered. What if I do not have that time? What if I have no choice but to jump in without any preparation? He thought about Frederick, Gilbert, and the mysterious actions of the pavilion and the empire. If there is no time and you must go, focus on surviving. If survival is not an option, then fight until your body breaks and your ine is spent. You fight with all your heart and soul to the bitter end. Perhaps an opportunity will be born from such efforts. Robert grasped Oscar's shoulders, reminding him of his father, Henry, who often did it. But it is best to survive so you have a future to get stronger. It was similar to when his father told him to survive and come back alive. "Yes, sir," Oscar nodded. He could tell Robert was slightly worried but didn't like to show it. "Can I write to you when I return to the pavilion?" he asked, albeit nervous. Robert's eyebrow raised upward. Letters? Was he some random pen pal? After some grumbling, he nodded and went away. Oscar quickly followed along with a cheeky smile. Oscar stepped onto the black airship. Alongside him were Celestina, Emily, Philip, and George. The presence and dignity they carried were unlike the brash, immature selves a month ago. Their training had honed them as warriors. Their eyes were sharp as swords and glinted with confident light. Have a safe trip back to the pavilion. Abraham bowed to Celestina. Little M. Visit me on the northern shores. I'll have some good ale, Elizabeth Raven said teasingly. Her red lips curled up seductively as her eyes curled like crescents. I'll make sure to visit. Emily had blue veins popping over her head. She mouthed each word out with great hate. Her staff anima was slowly flickering into existence. It's a shame to see you go. But you did really well, George. Soon nodded in approval toward George, who responded back with a deep, respectful bow. Philip, make sure to take care of yourself in the pavilion. You must maintain some level-headedness, Lena Raven said in a low, caring voice like a whisper. I will. Philip hugged his aunt and went on the airship. Oscar turned to Robert, who gave him a thumbs up. Oscar smiled and put up his own thumb. We're departing. Thank you for housing us all this time, my lord. The captain bowed to Abraham and guided the students on. The bells rang as the airship made its ascent to the skies. In a short moment, it flew into the distance. I'm going to miss bullying that girl. Lena stretched her back, accenting her slightly curvaceous body. But I miss the seas more. I'll be heading out. Goodbye, everyone. She quickly went off into the skies in another direction. The others also departed to their own destinations, except for Abraham and Robert. It was silent for a while as the winds blew. Abraham sighed and broke the silence. I was surprised you agreed to teach him. Was it because he's a grade 4? Who cares? Robert floated in the sky. What matters is that he finished the training. He flew away, leaving Abraham alone. He's as reclusive as ever. Abraham stared in the direction of the black airship. The coming years are most important. This empire's future may as well be in the hands of your generation. The doors of the Raven estate closed shut as Abraham stepped inside. The journey back was uneventful. Oscar and the others enjoyed the free, stressless time to catch up more about their respective training. The Prince Dict? That's incredible, Emily exclaimed. It's hard to focus at times and see when using it. Oscar rubbed his forehead. I also went through a lot of pain. To be able to achieve it now is worthy of praise. Celestina was sipping some tea. I'm an elite Exalt, so I have it. However, you will have an advantage over other apprentice Exalts. Also, you'll have more time to master it. George was particularly interested in it and asked Oscar many questions. Oscar could not answer all of them but did his best. During this ride back, Oscar shared the copies of the Raven family's books he procured with Robert's permission. Celestina was grateful for this, and they resumed their reading sessions on the airship. This silent session of reading and talking about books was what Oscar had missed for the past month. It was fun as Oscar's worries seemed to have washed away. All but one, Frederick. He would still think about what to do for his best friend at night. Robert's lessons were deeply engraved in him as he thought about the best route within his capabilities. If he approached this improperly, then he might make an irreparable mistake. I can't be too sure, but it's not unreasonable to think I can overpower Frederick. But is beating him down the right answer? How can I convince him? There was one event coming up where he knew Frederick had to show up, the next grand gathering. Everyone had to participate unless they were elite Exalts in the outer hall. But there was no way Frederick had already reached that realm. The days passed as Oscar relaxed during the day and thought about Frederick's problem at night. Finally, the airship arrived at the large walls of gold and sapphire. It landed on the landing pad and docked. Thank you for riding with us. May your futures be bright. The captain waved his hat to them. Oscar said farewell and got off the ship. He finally made it back safely. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 111. Mission complete. Next step of Reese. Oscar, Emily, and George walked on the well-paved path to the outer hall. They had split off from Celestina and Philip after arriving. On the way, Oscar spotted Elder Saul raking a field near his hut. You go on ahead of me. Oscar stepped off the path to the uneven stone steps to Elder Saul's hut. Knowing they had no business here, Emily and George nodded and bid Oscar farewell. Their backs grew smaller into the distance. I have returned, Elder Saul. Oscar bowed and took out the case containing the Thousand Serpents' heart. Even after a month, there was no sign of decay. It looked as fresh as when it was first cut out, other than not beating. You have done well in getting this back. Elder Saul took the heart and put it aside. His attention barely stayed on it and returned to Oscar. How was the mission? Oscar did not understand Elder Saul's meaning in asking this, but this elder liked to have a small talk sometimes. It was incredibly dangerous. Too dangerous. We almost died if not for being saved at the end. Dangerous? Indeed. It was near suicidal to go as you were. Elder Saul seeded the freshly raked fields. They scattered all over the soft, fertile soil. Suicidal? Oscar looked uncomfortable. If I may be rude, why did you send me on that mission? Elder Saul stopped seeding and turned to Oscar with his old eyes that held a powerful light. Then why didn't you say anything? You accepted it without a moment's hesitation. I was too focused on Frederick and thought it would be all right if we had a good team, Oscar uttered with great self-deprecation. As Robert said, he was too arrogant and did not consider the consequences. Oscar knew well that it was his fault. I gave you that mission to test you, but you did not stop to think about the consequences. You had lost some common sense since returning from the Huron Plains. Elder Saul sighed and began to water the soil. If you had said something about it, I would have postponed it. I know. I realized that after harsh suffering, Oscar said, it is important to stop at times and calm yourself. If you keep moving, you may miss the smaller details that remain still. Elder Saul finished watering and gave Oscar a biscuit. Eat. I can see you have been through much, but I'm glad you have returned to your senses. Be calm at all times. Oscar gratefully took the biscuit and bit into it. It was extremely dry and tough, making Oscar wince as he desperately tried to chew. With his dry mouth full of sand, he asked, what about our rewards? I will send them in a package to your rooms. Rest for now. Elder Saul went into his hut and closed the door. Oscar was left behind to chew on this dry biscuit. Oscar made it back to his room after a struggle with the biscuit. It was the same as ever except for a large box in the center of the room with a note. The note was from Ivanka Klein. It mentioned that the box was full of HYTR elixirs, but the costs were deducted from Oscar's contribution points. He quickly checked his contribution points and saw it was at 10. Damn, I'm poor. Oscar opened the box and saw the many vials of HYTR elixirs. From a glance, it was around 100 of them. But this should be enough for now. He retreated to his bed and unpacked his things. He took out a part of the 1,000 Snakes sinew. Because they missed the opportunity to sell the 1,000 Serpents body parts to guilds in Windrock City, they sold them to the Raven family. Oscar and the others kept some. This sinew will be useful later. Oscar continued unpacking and put all the copies of the Raven books on his shelf. A sense of delight showed over his face. To see his growing collection was a gratifying experience. After finishing up, Oscar took out several HYTR elixirs. He thought about what it meant to continue in the Reese training. He thought about his father telling him to stay alive, Robert lecturing him on consequences, and Elder Saul advising him to stay sharp. This training was indeed risky, especially in the latter stages. Oscar felt a sense of dread linger in his heart. Then suddenly, the loud ringing started again. Oscar held onto the vials tightly to not drop them carelessly. The ringing continued and then was followed by silence. Again, he could not think straight nor focus, struggling until he threw up on the floor. What is this? Oscar dug his nails into the side of his head. Blood dripped down his hand and face. This strange occurrence stopped for the past month and suddenly flared up again. The cost of his recklessness and hot-headedness was this missing ear and the effects of this affliction. But did he regret it? No, that time was past. But he realized now that he could have thought clearly about a plan rather than rushing against the Rainbow Ditus. It's over. Oscar stood up and pondered about whether to continue the Reese training. He calmly weighed the risks and benefits. Since the initial stages aren't the worst, I can do them. When I reach the latter stages, I will have to reevaluate. He settled on his decision. First, let's focus on becoming stronger on his terms. With the HYTR elixirs stowed in his bag, Oscar made his way to a private training room. He didn't want to ruin his room with blood. Oscar focused hard and extended out his arms. He stretched out his fingers and drew in a deep breath. Suddenly, the floor trembled slightly as his feet turned. The Reese drew into his body from the floor, and he guided with through his body to his fingers. But unlike the previous times, he did not let the wreath exit. Under the effects of wreath awaken, he continually swirled the wreath, so it stayed in his fingertips. He looked on with utmost concentration as the wreath started acting erratically. The flesh of his fingertips was spasming wildly. Boom! Oscar winced in pain as his eyes narrowed. Beads of sweat covered his face. The wreath could no longer be contained and exploded outward, tearing off the skin of his fingertips. Blood dripped down continuously on the clean floor. His fingertips were red with the flesh exposed. The muscles underneath were torn as if they had gone through an intense workout. Oscar held a HYTR elixir and drank a sip. The muscles underneath repaired themselves immediately, but the skin was still gone. The HYTR wasn't a healing elixir but a muscle stimulant. Oscar carefully wrapped bandages over his fingertips and started the training again. This was what was written in the book given by Draven. The earlier training he did was for flowing the wreath and guiding it to an exit point. But now he had to contain the power in his body. The next step of wreath training was to hone the body so it could contain and hold the wreath. The wreath would act as a tonic that would gift Oscar's body with incredible strength. But the problem was how to hone the body. A person had to draw the wreath into their body and trap it in an area. The wreath would swirl and transform the muscles and flesh into a constitution to hold the wreath. However, like Robert's continuous flow of Ein to awaken the third eye, Oscar had to keep inputting wreaths in an unknown number of sessions. At a certain point, Oscar would have to release the wreath awaken, or the wreath would implode, resulting in the bloody mess. Splat. The rampaging wreath tore off Oscar's bandages. More blood splattered on the floor. Thankfully, Oscar had many HYTR elixirs, and this muscle damage only required a mere sip. If I keep bandaging myself, it'll be a waste of time. The bandages don't hold on anyways. Oscar opted out of mending himself and continued training with his bloody fingertips with exposed flesh. Upon closer inspection under wreath awaken, Oscar found that the muscles in his fingertips were slowly separating out more clearly. He could almost see every individual string of the muscle fiber, no matter how minuscule. Undeterred by the blood, Oscar continued on. The blood flow from the fingertips stopped as he focused the wreaths in them. His shirt looked like he had been cutting meat at the butcher's shop. His face also had small splatters of blood all over, but his obsidian eyes were clear and focused on his fingertips. Master said this would take an unbelievably long time to accomplish. I can see why. Even the smallest parts of the fingertips aren't finished yet. The progress was incredibly slow, but Draven wrote that it would be worthwhile for Oscar, so he believed and trusted. He remembered the last words of the manual. Master this to 100% of your body. This is the next step of Reese, the Adamus Rays. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 112. Battle at the Colosseum. Adamus Rays. Oscar mulled over the name many times as his fingertips continued to bleed and splatter blood across the floor. This awe-inspiring power of Reese was not easy to obtain. The tricky part was that this training had to be done as soon as possible. As Exalts progressed, their bodies would also strengthen, but not in the traditional sense. Rather than body training, it was akin to becoming a completely different material. If apprentice Exalts were like gravel, then elites were like iron, and knight Exalts were like steel. The training for Adamus Rays required Oscar to mold and shape every fiber of his body continually. How could it get easier? It was simply common sense. Different metals were harder to process and shape, the same for the flesh. The flesh was easily malleable earlier on. These earlier stages of an Exalt were the best time for Oscar to get as much progress done with Adamus Rays. His body was the material and the Reese was the hammer. Even the warden, Draven, wrote he was not 100% complete in Adamus Rays. His body as a martial Exalt made it incredibly difficult to make the adjustments needed. Though he mentioned he was very close, the progress was mind-numbingly slow for Draven. But, unlike Draven, who started late, Oscar had the advantage in starting now. Thus, Oscar poured all of his efforts into it. The end of the day approached. He carefully wrapped his fingertips in medicine and bandages to prevent any festering. Even after all of this, his fingertips were not completed, and he had gone through 2 vials. I'll need to buy a lot more, which means I can't save contribution points for anything else. It's good that I have a free spell from Elder Saul, Oscar lamented over the lack of points. On the way back, Oscar noticed the commune was incredibly noisy. He stopped to grab some food but could not eat in peace because of the noise. "Excuse me, what is everyone so excited about?" Oscar asked a random passerby. Haven't you heard? Gilbert Lockwood was challenged to a duel by a senior. They'll be fighting tomorrow at the Coliseum in Azure City. The passerby noticed his group and ran off. Fighting? No wonder everyone was abuzz with excitement. To see a real grade 9 in action would be an eye-opening experience. Oscar disliked Gilbert but was also interested in the battle. Suppose there was anything he could learn, whether new ways of fighting or Gilbert's weaknesses. It would help in the future. Oscar didn't want to fight Gilbert, but if Frederick fought, he had to help. Oscar came back to his room to find another package waiting for him. Inside was the rewards Elder Saul promised him. There were the shining moonlight liquid, the Einburst elixir, and a token for the archives for a free spell. Oscar stowed away the Einburst elixir because he wanted to focus on his Adamus race training as much as possible. Also, it was better to use it when he wanted to advance. Tomorrow I'll have to go to the archives and watch Gilbert's fight. I guess it all lines up. Oscar was tired and plopped right to sleep. It's really crowded. Oscar looked around the Coliseum. Everyone was here to watch, from the minor hall to even some from the Legacy Hall. The people from the Legacy Hall all had a powerful aura around them. These people were the true geniuses that reached the Knight Exalt realm before age 24. They all wore a variance of the uniform that had a gold cape draped behind them. Even elders of the pavilion were seated in the front row to watch. This was also being broadcasted all over the pavilion, so who knew how many more were spectating. It was a good idea to leave early. Emily was seated next to Oscar. "I have to thank you for finding us such good seats." On Oscar's other side was Eric Miller, who nervously accepted Emily's gratitude. His plump, short figure trembled. "It's no problem. I was just lucky." On the way, they ran into Eric, who led them to these seats with a great view of the entire stage. However, it seemed like he was waiting for them. Oscar quelled his suspicions in light of these good seats. Emily's orange eyes scanned the area. "I don't think Fred is here." Oscar knew Emily's intentions. He's been going on missions constantly without pause. "I don't think he would be caught up on current events." "I guess you're right." Emily was sad as her shoulders dropped with a sigh. Eric looked slightly irked and was about to say something when a loud bell rang across the area. It was the signal that the battle was about to start. Everyone looked down in interest at the stage. The anticipation was building as each moment passed. "Welcome everyone to the Azure City Coliseum." An elder of the pavilion came forth. She had short, curly brown hair and a pair of black eyes. She looked quite youthful and energetic with her shout. "I am Primary Elder Ava Jones. I will be the overseer of today's match." Ava's cheerful voice uplifted the crowd as they cheered. "Now, without further ado, let's introduce our fighters." Ava waved to one end of the Coliseum, where a large black door slowly opened. "Gilbert Lockwood." Oscar looked calmly at the black door that opened fully. A figure stepped out, walking calmly and leisurely to the stage. His azure eyes and hair, with his handsome face, drew the affection of many girls in the crowd, who squealed and shouted endearingly. "Gilbert! Gilbert! Gilbert!" The crowd chanted, except for Oscar and Emily. On the other side, Celestina was watching silently with a scoff. Gilbert waved and smiled to the crowd. His eyes stopped on Celestina, followed by a nod. Celestina clicked her tongue and narrowed her eyes. However, they all paid close attention to him. A grade 9 was that sort of existence. Oscar saw Gilbert's weapon, a broadsword, but it was far wider than normal. It was about the width of half an arm and as long as Gilbert, the grade 2 armament, the stone-scribed ruler. "That's a fearsome weapon. I wonder how he uses it," Emily wondered. "From what I gathered, his anima is also a broadsword similar to this one. But he didn't use an armament in the grand gathering." Oscar tried to find details of how Gilbert fought, but the information was restricted for some reason, and he seldom interacted with inner hall students. There was Celestina, but she disliked talking about Gilbert. Oscar's eyes narrowed as he stared into the opened black doors. He could make out people who were cheering him on from there. There was Isabella, Aurora, and a man with ruffled yellow hair which covered his eyes. Next, his opponent, Ava, waved to the other end, prompting the door there to open. Leon Richter, a tall, slim figure, stepped onto the stage with great haste. His eyes were sharp like blades. His black hair was long and flowed down freely. His handsomeness was great, almost comparable to Gilbert. Leon Richter, a 3-year student of the inner hall, brought out his weapon, a trident. He glared daggers into Gilbert while swinging the trident around. He's a middle elite Exalt, isn't he? Gilbert is still a lower elite Exalt. This fight has a big disparity. Emily felt the dangerous undulations from both fighters. Can't be helped. They got into an argument. Leon tried to take a mission Gilbert wanted, and they got into a dispute leading to this. Eric filled in the blanks. Gilbert challenged him, and Leon accepted, all because of a mission. What was the reward? Oscar asked. It's not really about the reward. Leon had been harassing Gilbert ever since the year began. So Gilbert wanted to settle this. Oscar scratched his head in thought. Was Gilbert so reckless to take on a fight against someone a full realm above him? Or was he that confident in himself? Why does Leon hate Gilbert? Emily asked. Eric was happy to have Emily talking to him, so he gleefully answered. There is a lot of jealousy toward Gilbert for his grade 9. But none of the seniors want to fight him out of pride of being in a higher realm. Leon is the first to do so, but the main reason would be the princess. Oscar was caught off guard by this remark and coughed a little. Seal. The princess? Emily corrected herself. Right now, they were in public. Leon always favored the princess but hated how Gilbert was constantly chasing after her. The announcement Gilbert made to the princess during the grand gathering was the last straw. Oscar and Emily were amazed by how such petty reasons could bring a large duel. On the stage, Gilbert smirked while staring at Leon for a moment. His attention turned to Celestina with a determined expression. Little son of a baron, I will not accept you and the princess together. I will protect her from scoundrels like you. Leon's cold voice only made Gilbert scoff. You don't have the right to speak for her. I'll prove I am worthy. Starting with your defeat, Gilbert lifted his stone-scribed ruler. The match was about to begin. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 113. Leon's Tidal Fury. The crowd grew silent but trembled in excitement, not wanting even to blink to miss a moment of the much-awaited battle. Leon unleashed his Ein, deep blue color like the ocean, creating a shockwave that sent waves of winds that blew across the Colosseum. Some onlookers, including Oscar and Emily, staggered from the power radiating from Leon. Oscar quickly regained his composure. He had already experienced similar pressure from Doyle and the Thousand Serpent. Others were not so experienced and were getting increasingly pale. Ava, the primary elder, snapped her fingers, creating a barrier around the Colosseum to isolate the fighters' powers within the platform. The audience sighed in relief as the pressure disappeared. As expected from the Richer family, people exclaimed. The Richer family was a powerful duchy like the Ravens, situated in the eastern shorelands. Their responsibility was the vast ocean to the east. Leon smiled fearlessly as his Ein formed into a large sphere. Inside the sphere formed a creature with a wide mouth lined with rows of sharp teeth with jagged edges. It had 2 large fins and 1 protrusion from the back. They were like sharp blades. The eyes were black, locked on Gilbert as though he were its food. The size of this creature was not small, for it could swallow a man whole. As it swung around its large tail fins to move, the sphere moved with it. It acted as a pool of water for it to move in. Grade 7 Shark Anima. Gilbert smiled back at Leon's provocative smirk. He was wholly unaffected by Leon's show of force despite the difference between their realms. Rather, his Ein surged in response, the familiar shining gold of shimmering stars that Oscar witnessed in the archives. I can't feel it because of the barrier, but my body is still tense from looking at it. Oscar recalled the terrifying power he felt from it before. Gilbert lifted his free hand to the heavens. His gold Ein shot upward and fell straight down, stabbing into the platform like thunder. This thunder dispersed to reveal a large broadsword similar to Gilbert's stone-scribed ruler. Grade 9 Ruler Anima. It was gold with blue streaks of lightning patterns engraved across the blade. It was also crackling with small bursts of blue electricity. Gilbert lifted his ruler Anima with his right hand. The The sight of him dual-wielding two massive swords was awe-inspiring to the crowd. His countenance was like a warrior from the stories, undaunting, determined, and overwhelming. Many could not contain their admiration for this man. Oscar gazed at both Leon and Gilbert while taking out a book to take notes. No matter what, he must be thoroughly prepared. Leon's elemental spark is water, while Gilbert's seems to be lightning. The difference in the Ein is obvious. Why did Gilbert take on this fight? Does the grade 9 give that much of a boon? Oscar groaned as he thought about himself. He was not in a position to judge, having fallen to the same throes of arrogance before Robert straightened him out. Fight within one's capabilities. He was interested in seeing what each fighter was capable of and what they had planned. Under Oscar's scrutinizing gaze, Leon gathered a tide of water under his feet. Then the waters moved rapidly, bringing Leon with them. Wherever they swirled, they ferried Leon, allowing him to lift in the air for some moments. Grade 2 ebb steps. Leon moved rapidly in a zigzag, left, right, up and down, surfing with the wave under his feet. His shark anima followed along. As a greeting, received my trident. Leon stabbed his trident with all his might. However, Gilbert did not block but rather jumped into the air. Right where he previously stood, a torrent of water burst out, breaking the ground. The waters were sharp and steamed crazily. It was evident that it was incredibly hot. Nice job spotting my grade 2 geyser eruption. But thanks for leaving yourself open in the air. Leon smirked and surged his ebb steps under him and leaped off its highest reach upward. Leon brandished his trident to stab at Gilbert. A swirl of water surrounded the trident's tip. It looked like a short lance with the torrential waters swirling around a singular tip. Grade 2 maelstrom spike. This devastating concentration of a mini torrential calamity tore the air itself as it stabbed toward Gilbert. How many grade 2 spells does this man have? Oscar was astonished by Leon's deep resources. His attention turned to Gilbert in the air. As elite exalts, they have the Prinstict, yet Gilbert was forced into the air where he cannot easily dodge the strike. Gilbert looked on with his crystal azure eyes. There was not a hint of anxiousness or fear within them. Rather, the same confidence radiated from within. He lifted his two rulers, posturing to attack. Leon was faster to react with his Prinstict. From the back, his shark anima moved to strike Gilbert with its bone-chewing teeth. If this is how you are defeated, it's pitiful and a waste of a grade 9, Leon sneered. Then, in the views of his Prinstict, he saw that Gilbert would continue to strike forward while Ein would spill from his back. All of this in the next split second. Retreat! Leon commanded his shark anima. Right as the shark stopped, a wall formed behind Gilbert. The grade 2 Thunder Wall was a powerful defensive spell that rebounded the enemy with great electrical shock. Gilbert's two rulers bore down on Leon with immense force. A loud grating noise could be heard from the two blades. The source was the other spell Gilbert invoked. Along the edges of his rulers were many sharp teeth of thunder moving rapidly and constantly like a chainsaw. The grade 2 Thundersaw was the upgraded version of Oscar's previous opponents. Mary's grade 1 Lightning Edge. The swirling maelstrom spike clashed against the buzzing Thundersaw to a devastating result. The air exploded outward, but Gilbert and Leon stayed firm as they dropped to the ground with their weapons still colliding. Impossible! Leon exclaimed. The sawing of Gilbert's thunder was a match for his torrential water. They were canceling each other out. His Ein, the Ein of a middle apprentice Exalt, was being matched by Gilbert. Oscar clutched his ear. The two spells were in constant motion and met in an unpleasant high-pitched sound. He was particularly sensitive to these high pitches ever since losing his ear, but he remained focused on the battle. The platform was of incredible quality as it did not cave in from the tremendous Ein exploding between Leon and Gilbert. Gilbert is a realm below Leon, yet he is keeping up? Does a grade 9 anima give that much of an advantage? Or is there something else? Oscar observed carefully. The Ein awaken. Oscar figured it out. The Thundersaw was incredibly dense, and so sharp, it was thinner than paper at its edges due to the control under Ein awaken. As it continued to buzz, Gilbert absorbed more Ein from outside to minimize the losses. Although Gilbert was burning through Ein, he wasn't losing as much as Leon. Oscar was in disbelief. Not from the fact Gilbert was using the Awaken, but rather from how long he could maintain it. Oscar would have stopped a while ago from reaching his limits. But Gilbert was showing no signs of discomfort. Under the constant control of Awaken, his Thundersaw continued feeding crazy amounts of iron into its ever-sharp edges that tore against the maelstrom. Leon quickly stomped his foot. A large torrent of water erupted under Gilbert, who managed to sidestep it in time. He smirked at Leon, who was still in shock. Forget it. I still have a better Prinstick than him. I have to counter him at close combat. Leon strode forward, unleashing a flurry of stabs and swings from his trident, while maintaining his maelstrom spike. When he saw Gilbert's future actions, he quickly changed up to counter and hit at the open angle. But every time, just barely, Gilbert deflected or diverted away the attack. His shark anima kept swirling around to fight, but Gilbert kept putting up more thunder wall to deter the beast. Every time, Leon got increasingly frustrated as he put up more geyser eruption to try to catch Gilbert under his feet. But even with the two massive rulers, Gilbert moved swiftly and freely as if he were a bird. His entrancing figure as he dodged swayed the hearts of many young girls watching. Gilbert! 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 The audience could no longer contain it as they cheered out for Gilbert. To fight to this extent against a middle elite Exalt was worthy of admiration and worship. Bastard! Leon did not like these cheers. It was as if he was all alone in the pavilion, regarded as a villain. I don't believe you can keep this up. That's where you're wrong. I can keep this up for a while. Gilbert struck back at Leon. Your Prinstick is closed. Did you lose your calm? Leon was so preoccupied that he didn't realize he had lost his Prinstick. Before he could bring it back up, Gilbert launched his series of powerful blows. The rulers carried immense weight with each swing, launching Leon to the other end of the platform. 30. That's insane. Oscar's face was grim. He counted all the moments when he believed Gilbert had used his Awaken. To his estimation, Gilbert was able to maintain it for 30 seconds. With that, he can keep it up. What in the world is he? Is grade 9 that blessed? On the platform, Gilbert looked at the retreating Leon. I suppose it's time to end this. Do you have anything else? Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 114. Gilbert's Victory. Oscar's New Spell. Gilbert's declaration of victory set the crowd ablaze. The Legacy Hall was silent but was observing with great interest. Even they would have been hard-pressed to win in Gilbert's situation. In what manner would Gilbert win? On the other side, these words enraged Leon, who would not tolerate such disrespect from a junior. Leon was a prized student of the inner hall who had many achievements. He tightened his grip on the trident to the point of drawing blood, which dripped down to the sharp blades of the trident. He looked venomously at Gilbert, who was waving to the cheers. But Leon wasn't a fool. He quickly calmed himself down and activated his Prinstick. Whatever moves Gilbert made, it would be within his vision. Leon's face twisted as he leaped to the side. A sudden blast of thunder scorched the ground, missing Leon by a hair. Leon could not process what happened as he foresaw Gilbert's eye moving out. Coup! He tried to dodge another one, but it caught his hand. His hand was burnt to dark color as the skin cracked. Leon panted heavily in a cold sweat with a pale face. Too fast. I can see its direction with Prinstick, but its speed surpasses my movements. If that's the case, Leon erupted more geyser eruption to force Gilbert to move. It was dangerous to let Gilbert safely cast his fast spell. He also needed to keep Gilbert busy. But instead of scurrying around like a rat, Gilbert charged ahead. Can you handle my next move, senior of mine? Gilbert brandished his two rulers above his head in a fearsome stance. Leon cursed inwardly. He could play the diversion tactic if he wanted to, but doing so against a junior lower elite Exalt was shameful, especially since Gilbert's declaration had riled up the crowd. He would no longer be able to hold his head high in the pavilion. The more pressing matter was the fact that Gilbert wasn't losing as much iron as he was. Fine, bring it on, Gilbert. I'll take your grade 9 and trample it to the ground. Leon jumped and mounted his shark anima. His ebb feet extended to the entirety of the shark as a mass of water covered Leon and his shark. He streamed ahead and invoked the maelstrom tip. This one was more massive than before. It was a cone of torrential fury formed from the waters surrounding the shark anima, able to encase both of them. This large spiraling maelstrom contained all of Leon's Ein. His last trump card combined the powers of his anima, his weapon, and the spell into a devastating blow. Don't think you can dodge this. This spell follows along my shark anima like the waters that surround it. I will hunt you down the platform if I have to. Gilbert's Ein surged to its utmost in response as the golden colors concentrated on his two rulers with the crackling of thunder laden all over. He had no intention of running but smiled fearlessly against the shredding waters. Grade 2 Thunderstrike, Grade 2 Thundersaw. The familiar saws of thunder appeared on the edges of his rulers, but two powerful bolts of thunder surged outward from the rulers. These bolts were the same that had attacked Leon with rapid speed earlier. One Thunderstrike blasted against the maelstrom, struggling to break through. Although the electricity coursed through the waters, Leon was wise to create a buffer of Ein surrounding his body and the shark. But soon after, Gilbert's ruler was swung along the same course as the Thunderstrike and combined its razor-sharp blade with the bolt of thunder. The thunder seemed to fuse into Gilbert's ruler and an explosion of thunder sliced into the maelstrom. Impossible! Leon's face was severe. This was the Ein of a middle elite Exalt. Even though the ruler was stopped, it still managed to cut into his maelstrom. But his woes were unending as the second Thunderstrike struck, followed by Gilbert's second ruler. Gilbert shouted powerfully as the two rulers crossed into an X. Once they touched, their thunders merged and exploded. Heavenly Cross Thunder. Gilbert's self-made technique drew from the sequence of spells and actions. Two large bolts of thunder extended into the sky, stopped by the barrier, and to the ground in an X with Leon's maelstrom in the center. In mere moments, the maelstrom broke apart, to Leon's horror. Go! Leon refused to give up as his shark anima moved to chop down on Gilbert. It was his only shot left. Idiot, I'm a grade 9. Do you think your grade 7 can measure up in its current state? Gilbert swung his ruler anima. It bore down on the shark anima like the hand of God on mortals. Even the shark anima seemed to stagger from fear. It was no contest. The ruler anima easily bisected the shark anima. Its two halves cracked and crumbled apart into nothing. The effects of the anima's destruction rebounded on Leon, who fell to the floor with a mouthful of blood. His trident clattered to the ground. Leon is out of commission. Gilbert is the winner. Ava declared the winner to the crowd's out-of-control cheers. Their shouts shook the Colosseum itself. In response, Gilbert lifted his ruler high in a victorious stance. He smiled in gratification and stared at Celestina. In response, the princess showed an indifferent expression. To look away would be a mockery of herself. He's getting ahead of himself. Celestina's knuckles cracked as she clenched them hard, but she could not deny the feat he had just achieved. He defeated Leon, a realm higher than him, including the differences between their prinsticks. If he ever betrays the Empire, what can we do? She remembered Frederick's past as told by Oscar. It was a concerning point how Gilbert easily abandoned his past friends. The obvious solution would be to marry Gilbert to tie him to herself, but Celestina desperately wanted to avoid that. He's already with Aurora, but she's a part of the Alchemist's Guild and not directly tied to the Empire. According to Oscar's accounts, I figure Isabella has no loyalty to her home. Celestina closed her eyes in pondering. She was sure the other nobles would be moving to entice Gilbert to them. Assassination is a fool's errand. There's no telling what protection the pavilion has around him. There are also the other Empire's worrying movements, so we need him. With a loud sigh, Celestina got up to leave the Colosseum, drowning out the cheers around her. Her back looked weary from all her worries about her empire and home. Oscar and Emily had also left early. They saw no point in staying amongst the loud cheers. Their faces were laden with worry after seeing Gilbert's power. I can't let Fred go against him. The only option would be to assassinate Gilbert, but can you even assassinate him? He was never off guard even walking up the platform. Emily's brow furrowed from what she witnessed. Ordinarily, she would be excited to witness such strength, but not this time. Do not speak of such things in public. We have to find Fred first. The best chance is the next grand gathering. He has to be in attendance unless he's entered the inner hall. Oscar pinned his hopes on the next meeting. With depressing thoughts, Oscar and Emily made their way to the archives. Celestina? Oscar called out to Celestina, who was also deep in thought. Oscar and Emily? What a coincidence! Her face brightened up instantly like a beaming sun as her emerald eyes glowed joyfully. Are you here to get your free spell as well? The timing was proper with going here for Gilbert's match. Thankfully, there are not too many people around since they're all in the Colosseum. Oscar looked around to see not even a single person except for the guards. We can choose our spells in peace. Lockwood's match. Celestina sighed with a tired expression. Is everything all right? Emily was worried for her newly made friend. There's a lot on my mind. Hopefully, everything can be resolved without too much trouble. But every moment that passes adds a new worry. Celestina rubbed her temples as if she had a migraine. Indeed, I think a new spell can help cheer us up. Oscar went forward to the archives with Celestina and Emily. All the worries in the world would drown them unless they had the strength to stay afloat. Welcome back, Oscar and Princess. How can I help you today? The same elder librarian smiled at them. We have this. Oscar took out the token Eldersol gave to him, to which the librarian reacted weirdly. Where did you get this? She traced her fingers across the token to determine its authenticity. It was a token for a grade 1 spell. From a mission. Oscar did not give out details because it concerned Eldersol and what happened to Celestina. The librarian was silent but nodded. She took out the index book of spells and let them peruse. Oscar looked carefully through the index, reading the descriptions of each spell. He had decided on what type of spell he needed, an offensive one. The Stone Gaze provided a surprise and auxiliary factor, while the Steel Scales were defensive. Although his offense by itself was strong with Reese and Einawaken, he needed a true offensive spell for better use in combat. His hands stopped turning the page as something caught his eye. He traced the sentences with his finger, reading carefully. Grade 1 Steel Drill. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 115. Time Flies. Steel Drill. The spell index noted the spell made Ein harden into steel and protrude out of the arm to form a drill. The entire arm would be encased in this heavy steel drill that extended into a singular sharp tip. Oscar judged this spell highly for its penetrating power. It worked similarly to Celestina's Radiant Lance, with a higher penetration power but a lack of speed and range. But Oscar was already physically powerful, especially with his Reese training, so moving around with the drill was no issue. There was also his Prinstick, which would help greatly in landing his spell. If this spell is combined with my Reese, how powerful can it be? A close combat offensive spell. Oscar's fighting style was well geared towards close combat with the occasional shield throws. He felt it was better to highlight his strengths first. This one, please. After everyone finished selecting their spells, they gleefully exited the archives. Let's go to the training room. I want to test this new spell out. Emily excitedly gripped her spell scroll. Sorry, you can't come with us, Celestina. It's not a problem. Make your way to the inner hall and we can train together. If you want, you can take the test right now as a greater apprentice Exalt. Celestina suggested to Oscar and Emily in anticipation. Sorry, but we'll try after we've become stronger. Oscar watched as Celestina looked deflated from his response, but she quickly recovered with a straight back. Then I'll be waiting for the two of you. I have to go and seclude myself in training before Lockwood bothers me with his boasts of victory. Celestina twitched from mentioning Gilbert's name and quickly departed. Her steps were made in great haste. She wanted to stay longer, but time was of the essence. Gilbert's display of power showed he had gotten stronger, so Celestina began to feel even more pressured by it. Oscar and Emily also departed quickly. There was no time to waste in gaining strength. In a matter of moments, they returned to the outer hall and secured training rooms for themselves. Oscar was in his training room to also train in his Adamus Rays and spell. He set aside his bundle of HYTR elixirs and sat to read the spell manual. He carefully read through the instructions on the use of Ein and its transformation into metal. He had experience creating a layer of steel around his skin for steel scales, but this required more finesse. The basics of a spell entailed controlling the Ein into a specific shape, transforming it into desired material, and infusing it with the intent or purpose. The steel drill required a far different shape, denser transformation, and different intent from anything Oscar had tried before. Oscar's eyes tightened slightly from the spell's difficulty, but that was a common theme among spells. Like this, Oscar surged his eye and meticulously split it into fine strands that swirled, wrapped, and encased his right arm. It was a fine blue spiral with a sharp tip, but it was only eye. It was powerful enough, but a far cry from a spell's completed state. Drawing in a deep breath, Oscar exerted more effort. The spiral eye around his arm began to change. Starting from the tip, the eye transformed into a polished gray metal protruding past his elbow and shoulder. It's much heavier than steel scales, and at least I can move my arm. Oscar could not move his wrist encased in the steel of iron, but his elbow and shoulder were free to move. In slow motions, he moved his stiff arm in various directions. His eyes turned to the wall. He moved closer and stabbed the steel drill into the wall. The steel cracked all over and shattered into pieces, letting the skin of his arm feel the air again. A failure. Oscar picked up the pieces of metal from his spell and crushed them within his hand. Too weak. My eye can transform into steel, but this was too massive that it became too flimsy. Or am I not visualizing the intent well enough? Oscar continued training his new spell while his dear anima moved about. He never gave up on trying to control the eye in him and the dear anima simultaneously. I need strength. Fred's face appeared in his mind. I'll see you at the grand gathering. The days passed by. Oscar continued his training in seclusion. In the day, he trained his spell and anima control. In the afternoon, he meditated and trained with his prinstinct open to see the world around him. In the night, his body was covered in blood from the reckless training of Adamus rays. At the archives, when Oscar met with Celestina, she worried about the state of his hands. They were covered in layers of rough bandages. Are you sure you're not overdoing it? Celestina asked. It's a part of my training. Oscar rubbed his bandaged hands with a calm gaze. I need to get used to the pain of the process. I see. By the way, have you read The Fisher and the Trout? Celestina pulled up a book from the story section. She looked excited to share this book. I have not. Is it any good? Oscar smiled and took the book. I highly recommend it. Celestina made a happy face that she recommended Oscar a book because this book maniac had read everything she tried to show before. Oscar sighed helplessly with a chuckle. Celestina had made a game out of this way before, and she finally got a victory. These moments were a great respite from his busy life. Naturally, he continued exchanging letters with Robert, Uncle Carlson, and his parents. He was glad to know about his parents and Uncle Carlson's daily life. Though Robert's letters were short, responding with a simple, I am fine, months began to fly by. Oscar progressed further, leaving the pavilion only to get points for Ivanka to get him more bulks of HYTR elixirs. Finally, the day of the grand gathering approached. Oscar was meditating in his training room. His hair had lengthened to his shoulders, and facial hairs had formed on his face. But his obsidian eyes still held that bright, youthful glint. Phew, the prinstinct is truly disorientating. Oscar felt groggy having it open for so long and constantly shifting from place to place. It was like having a bad hangover. Why do exalts have such a thing? That third eye is scary no matter how often I see it. In his astral or meditative state, the third eye atop his forehead continued to glare with cold indifference. I've been in here for about 2 weeks more. I've run out of my stock of HYTR elixirs. Oscar rummaged through the sack of food the training room provided for long-term training and ate the remainder. I should go check on Emily. Unlike himself, Emily had been going on long missions to hone herself in different environments. She would be gone for perhaps 2 weeks or so. Occasionally, they would spar to see the results of their training. Oscar returned to his dorm room to shave off his facial hair and cut his hair. His fresh look made him feel more clean and relaxed. Then he sat in the grass near Elder Saul's hut and quietly meditated, waiting for Emily. Another fruitful training session? Elder Saul returned from his daily garden stroll and maintenance. He munched on fruit while sitting down. Hello, Elder Saul. Oscar warmly greeted the elder. How are the gardens? Lively. Thankfully, the weather is maintained here so that the gardens can bloom anytime. Elder Saul tossed Oscar a fruit. You look anxious. Do I? Oscar devoured the fruit, nearly choking on its sourness. Is it the prospect of meeting your friend at the grand gathering? Your mind is so preoccupied that you are having trouble settling down. Elder Saul saw through Oscar's thoughts. At least you aren't so reckless to chase him anywhere. The grand gathering is the best chance. I have had a lot of time to think about it. This time, I won't stay silent. Oscar's eyes were firm and resolute. Elder Saul approached Oscar and gave him a small round object like an earplug. Then you'll need this. What is this? Oscar fiddled around with the small object. You talked about your issues with your ear before and how it sometimes rings and causes nausea. The medical division could not help identify the issue, and I found nothing wrong with your body. It must be an issue of the mind. Elder Saul took the object and put it into Oscar's earhole with no ear. This is an inhibitor I created. If your issue ever springs up again, this should pick up on your current state and counteract the effects. You won't be so inconvenienced by it now. Oscar touched the inhibitor in his earhole, feeling it lodged firmly into his head. He turned and bowed deeply to Elder Saul. Thank you, Elder Saul. You've helped me so many times. I don't know how to repay you. Take it as another favor you owe me. Elder Saul reached out and turned Oscar's head to look at his handiwork. A warning. If you remove this inhibitor, it will be like a dam breaking. The affliction will overflow, so take it off at safe moments for you to handle it. Now focus on your meditation and get yourself in the best condition. Yes, Oscar did as instructed. Elder Saul leaned back in his chair and slept. Moments passed. A cheerful, loud voice snapped Oscar up from his meditation. It was Emily, but she was different from before. She braided her orange hair into a side ponytail that reached her waist. Her orange eyes were sharper as her face grew more mature. She changed the style of her uniform to expose her shoulder like her Spartan teacher, Elizabeth Raven. Welcome back. How was your mission? Oscar had gotten used to her look a while ago, though Eric nearly fainted upon seeing her before. Not too bad. I had a great time in the western region, Emily said while twirling around her staff before her face fell. But I couldn't find that idiot anywhere. Unlike Oscar, Emily still tried her best to find any traces of Frederick. She would not let that opportunity go if she got lucky and found him. It was a foolish hope, but a hope nonetheless. Want to grab a meal at the Azure City? Seeing Emily dispirited, Oscar suggested good food, to which Emily perked up immediately. After saying farewell to Elder Saul, they went off into the distance. Elder Saul's eyes opened at this time, brooding. Well, it seems like I have to intervene. His voice was low, but all the grass around the hut began to sway away. A few short weeks passed by. Oscar lifted his buckler and fastened it on his back. He redid the bandages on his hands. Outside were large crowds swarming in a direction. The time of the grand gathering had arrived. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 116. The second grand gathering. A familiar sight occurred in the great stadium in the outer hall. Everyone from the outer hall had gathered, crowding around the many platforms spread over the grounds. It was a far greater number than last year with the addition of those promoted from the minor hall. Oscar walked in this sea of faces, looking for the one he desperately wished to see. But there were too many around him for Oscar to see all. He wanted to go to the seating above. However, students had to be on the ground for the announcements. With a sigh, Oscar patiently waited for the grand gathering to start. I'll have to finish my matches early and look around for Fred on the platforms. Oscar closed his eyes in meditation, scanning his body for any discomfort and then absorbing Ein. In the past few months, he had yet to progress far as a greater apprentice Exalt. The distributed Ein amassing elixirs were stored away in his room for later use. His focus had been getting as much Adamus Rays and Prinstick training as possible before tackling the elite Exalt realm. He opened his eyes once Emily arrived. Did you find him? I looked around, but there were too many people. Emily sighed disappointedly. How about you? Can your Prinstick catch anything? Prinstick is mainly for the foresight of a person's movements. Maybe there is such a form of Prinstick that can allow me to see everything. That would be interesting to master. Oscar remembered some details that Celestina told him earlier about the Prinstick. Different variations, such as phase eyes, can occur to see the emotions hidden in the heart. However, Oscar did not think he had anything similar. His Prinstick appeared to have normal abilities and nothing extraordinary. That's too bad. I can't believe it's this hard to find that green-haired dolt, Emily cursed. Don't worry. I won't let this bother me in the battles, she said after seeing Oscar's worried look. Welcome to the grand gathering. The loud shout reverberated through the stadium. Everyone stared above to see the large floating platform containing an entourage of elders. Last year, Grand Command Margaret Ward oversaw the grand gathering. But she was not here this time. A person walked up to the front and addressed all the students below. He wore a pair of round spectacles in front of his clear yellow-brown, upturned eyes with brownish hair extending down his waist. His handsome countenance made some of the female elders behind him and students below look on in infatuation. I am Austell Jones, director of the Record Hall. Austell Jones's voice was monotone but carried a weight of authority that intimidated all the students. Since we have so many today in attendance besides the elite exalts, the pavilion shall reward the top 64 of each division. Everyone grew excited at the news. There was a better chance of getting a reward. Unlike last year when Margaret shut down any ruckuses, Austell just continued talking. There is also important news. Everyone must have been wondering why there has been an increase in the elixirs distributed. Also, why has there not been any competition between the pavilion and the other schools? This quickly quieted the crowd as they waited with bated breath. Oscar looked especially interested in these words. This was most likely related to the new military academy and the big wave that his master, Draven, mentioned. In the coming years, the Ashen Grove will open soon. However, contrary to their usual reactions, the crowd listened with confused looks. From what they knew, the Ashen Grove was a secret realm that opened a long time ago. Why did the pavilion regard it so highly? The full details will be posted when it's time, but Ashen Grove's opening is determined to happen after a few years. We have done more to bolster you, students, because there is a restriction. Only elite exalts can enter. Austell took off his spectacles and wiped them with a clean cloth. The action would have enamored many, but the subject at hand was too heavy for them to appreciate this handsome scene. We have already asked some in the inner hall not to make the final step to the Knight Exalt for certain compensation. There is too much at stake here. Everyone, know that the Ashen Grove contains the future of our pavilion and empire. Austell's voice became more forceful and resolute. Work hard to climb to the elite Exalt realm so that you may help in this important time. For the Blue Ocean Pavilion. For the Blue Ocean Pavilion, the students below shouted with a new fire of determination blazing from their eyes. They were all excited to enter Ashen Grove. So this is what Master must have referred to. All the other schools will be there as well. But what about the military academy? Oscar pondered quietly among the crowds cheering. I shouldn't think too hard on that. The priority now is to reach the elite Exalt realm. Oscar had been setting that aside, but now he would have to accelerate his plans. It was a pity for his Adamus rays, but he had to enter the elite Exalt realm as fast as possible so that he could survive better in the Ashen Grove. In the inner hall, the same announcement was made to the students by Great Elder Robert. The faces of the peak elite exalts of the inner hall looked resigned as they sighed helplessly. But the compensation was very good, and the Ashen Grove sounded very interesting, so it wasn't a total loss. Celestina scrunched her brows as she thought about the situation as Oscar did. She was out of the loop regarding this but had more knowledge about other factors. She thought about the military academy as her eyes gleamed with understanding. That's why we have the military academy set up. We truly are gambling everything on this. Father, I understand, but the future looks bleak and full of blood. Can we survive? She thought of the troubles her father must be experiencing as the emperor. If she were older, she could help, but her focus had to be on getting stronger. Her eyes turned to Gilbert for a moment and quickly returned before the perceptive fool noticed. Do I count it as a blessing that a grade 9 Xianxia core appeared in our empire with such perfect timing? Celestina was worried. This was the perfect time for Gilbert to achieve heroic deeds and accolades that may propel this position in the hearts of the people and nobles. If he grew stronger and more influential, wouldn't her family's position be in danger? However, it was also idiotic to attack Gilbert based on mere suspicion. It's not like I can accuse him of any crimes. The matter with Frederick was private, and he did not kill Teresa. He doesn't do anything drastically bad at the moment. His downside is that he's a self-righteous prick with a sense of entitlement. Celestina looked even more indifferent, stewing with anger, noticing Gilbert staring at her with a "leave it to me" look in his eyes. "I would prefer not to leave it to you, princess." A girl was beside Celestina. "Want me to try something?" She was referring to Gilbert's unrestrained gaze. To stare at the princess like that was uncouth. She was Eleanor Shaw, a daughter of the Shaw Duchy in the southern region and a relative of Celestina. Her bright chestnut brown hair was twirled into a side bun. A vein popped across her forehead. She was Celestina's distant relative, as noted by her greenish eyes. "Don't. You are not Lockwood's opponent. Focus on getting stronger." Celestina stopped her cousin. Eleanor was a good but very stringent person who believed heavily in maintaining principles and manners. She made several others cry when they were young. "I wonder how Oscar, Emily, and George are doing." Philip was also on her other side. He relaxed his killing intent and changed the topic to something Celestina may enjoy. "Hopefully, they are having a good time." Celestina showed a small, almost undiscernible smile on her face. Eleanor noticed this with a look of interest and tried to tease Celestina for more details. She was curious about the friends this detached cousin of hers made. Gilbert noticed the smile and looked darkly at Philip, who simply remained neutral and ignored Gilbert's piercing gaze. "The battles shall begin soon." After Austel's speech, the crowd was invigorated and itching to fight for the rewards. The better rewards, the faster they could enter the elite Exalt realm. Oscar waited for his name to be called as the elders started naming off the students. He also waited to hear Fred's name if possible. Oscar Ter. His name was called first. Oscar nodded to Emily and departed for the platform designated for his match. The number 34 hovered over the platform. Oscar was the first to arrive at this platform, but soon, someone else stepped on the platform. He turned to the newcomer. His eyes opened wide from shock as his mouth trembled in an attempt to form a sentence. "Fred." Before him stood a young man with green hair and yellow eyes. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 117. One-sided conversation. Elder Saul wore a straw hat that provided a great amount of shade from the heat of the two suns. He knelt to observe the deep dark soil of his gardens. A worm wriggled around, enjoying the cool feel of the dirt. Elder Saul placed these worms in the past to improve the good soil further and make it plentiful. The worms noticed Elder Saul's gaze and quickly retreated into the dirt. "Ungrateful little things. I gave you a home, yet you all don't open up." Elder Saul looked in the direction of the stadium. "I gave you the opportunity you wanted. What will you do?" "Fred," Oscar spoke in a daze. He never expected to meet Frederick in this opening match. What were the chances of this occurring out of all the people here? Oscar clenched his hands as he took a good look at Frederick. His friend's clothes were ragged and poorly patched. The bright and lively countenance was gone, replaced by a gloomy, dark expression. Fred's vibrant yellow eyes were now dull and gazing lifelessly elsewhere. The most shocking was the large scar that covered his left eye. The eye was still there, but the traces of a ghastly wound ran from his forehead to his cheek. "Fred, how have you been?" No response. Frederick remained silent. Oscar's hands balled into fists that were white as sheets from how hard they were squeezing. He had been worried sick about Frederick for the past year, but he was met with this cold rejection. The proctor noticed this strange atmosphere building between the two contestants and quickly intervened. "Ready?" Oscar did not answer for a moment. His emotions were hard to keep in check despite his best efforts. Now that Frederick was before him, all manners of turbulent thoughts circled around. He let out a puff of air, constantly reminding himself that this was what he wanted. A chance to speak to Frederick, even in such circumstances as this. With an unwavering voice, he shouted, "Ready?" Frederick gave a short nod to the proctor. "Begin." The proctor disliked Frederick's attitude but kept his complaints. His job was to oversee the match. The next action surprised the proctor and even made some cracks in Frederick's emotionless face. Instead of wielding his buckler, summoning his anima, or even outputting his ein, Oscar sat on the platform. "Fred, let's talk." Oscar left himself completely open to Frederick. His eyes were fixed on Frederick as if pleading for him to see reason and talk it out. He and Frederick had neglected it earlier, but Oscar believed it was not too late. However, Fred did not accept Oscar's offer and shifted his feet with wind steps and moved to Oscar's side in one swift motion. His twin leaf sword swung out to pierce through Oscar as his hawk anima torpedoed in from above. Bam! Oscar saw through it with his prince stick. He retrieved his buckler preemptively and blocked Fred's swords, making their eints clash in a flame of blue and green. With his reese added in, Oscar stopped his friend's attack. At the same time, his deer anima manifested out of nowhere and charged with its antlers at the hawk anima. It responded with its beak, with ein concentrated on its tip. This was also a great clash. Oscar had to put more ein into his deer's antlers to match up against the grade difference. Oscar's face was downcast as he looked straight at Fred. Their weapons were in a struggle as Fred tried to keep pushing in. "Are you not willing to talk? We're best friends, aren't we?" Oscar's voice trembled with emotion. "Please." Frederick retreated with his hawk anima and changed his strategy, collecting ein into his swords. Both glowed with a shining light as they slashed down to create several brilliant slash. Oscar could see Frederick swing his swords with the prince stick, but not how large or fast the brilliant slash was. They were incredibly fast, as noted by their light attribute. Fast. However, Oscar brought up his buckler and invoked steel scales in defense. The scales around him were incredibly sturdy from his long months of mastering his spells. The multitude of brilliant slash was ineffective against Oscar's tight defense, though he felt discomfort from the ones that landed on him. Finally, Oscar stood up with a serious expression and shouted, "What is it? Why do you torture yourself like this? Do you even see yourself? If I didn't see you moving around, I would have thought you were a corpse." But again, he was met with silence. Fred did not make eye contact. Oscar exhaled the hot air in his lungs and unclenched his hands, releasing the vexation. "I'm sorry. I should have stopped you last year. I should have gotten out of that bed and stopped you. But I won't be afraid this time. I will say what I have had a year to think about." Oscar took a decisive step forward. The sound of his feet was clear. Fred's brow suddenly twitched for a moment, but he maintained his composure and readied his swords to strike. "Why did you save us?" Oscar asked. In the short moment Frederick halted from Oscar's question, Oscar rushed in and threw his buckler. This distracted Frederick for a moment as Oscar suddenly closed in. Frederick tried to move to the side with wind steps, but Oscar was quick on his feet and foresaw Frederick's direction. In one sweeping motion, Oscar grabbed onto Frederick, who tried to retaliate with his swords, but Oscar put a grappling hold to stop Frederick's arms. It was like the first few spars they had with each other, but Oscar was more competent and powerful than before. His incredible physique locked Frederick in place without resistance. "At the floating islands of Eden, you saved me from the thousand serpent." Oscar tightened his hold. Frederick's face was red. "Why, if you were so focused on revenge to the point of leaving us, then there should have been no reason for you to do so." Frederick struggled to break free and summoned his hawk anima to stab at Oscar, but Oscar covered his body in steel scales that repelled the hawk's sharp beak. There was no use against Oscar's Ein-Awaken controlled spell. "You can stab my eyes or dig into my ears with that hawk, but you won't do that." Oscar kept talking into Frederick's ear. "Deep down, your revenge isn't more important than us. Listen to me." The hawk anima decided to swoop in for another attack, with a great concentration of Ein on its beak, enough to pierce through Oscar's defense. Oscar was about to move his deer anima to meet the hawk, but a sudden blast of powerful wind burst from Frederick's back. He was forced to release his hold and retreat. What had stopped him was a great barrier of wind that now separated him and Frederick. Wind barrier. This one was far more powerful than Nicholas's, and it expanded with such force that Oscar was forced back. Frederick stood back up and dashed towards Oscar with all his speed in a burst of wind. His nostrils flared, ending the cold apathy from earlier. Oscar's words had successfully riled him up. Oscar's buckler spun through the air toward Frederick. Naturally, Frederick did not forget this hidden trick of Oscar's and cut at the string with brilliant slash, but his eyes narrowed as the blades could not cut through the string. "That string is made from the sinew from the thousand serpent. Cost quite a bit, but it was worth it." Oscar tugged the buckler to make it spin and bind around his swords. Frederick tried to tug away, but Oscar closed the distance and slammed with his buckler, knocking away the two swords and buckler. He tightened his fist and punched squarely into Frederick's face. All the while, the deer anima kept perusing about to deter the hawk anima. It played very defensively to avoid being hurt unnecessarily. Thankfully, with Frederick's current predicament, the hawk anima was not focusing its attacks properly. Frederick coughed out blood from Oscar's powerful punch. In response, he let loose an uppercut toward Oscar's chin. The prince-stick telegraphed the punch, but Oscar slammed his forehead down, cracking Frederick's knuckles. "This is not your full strength. I know you're holding back. You don't want to fight me." Oscar kicked forward. Frederick blocked with a crossguard. "I consider you a brother. Is it not the same for you? Emily as well." Frederick tried to grab Oscar's leg, but Oscar stomped his foot down and rammed him with his shoulder. "No Ein, no Reese. Nothing but a brawl." The fact that Frederick responded the same was the verification Oscar needed to know that Frederick wasn't completely detached from them. "Gilbert was once like that, but we will never betray you. Teresa may have rejected you, but we won't." Frederick's expression darkened with rage as he went on a rampage, barraging down Oscar. His punches and kicks hurt, but Oscar took each one and fought back. "It was not your fault." Bam! Their fists met in a violent collision. "Teresa's death was not your fault. There was nothing you could have done to save her." Bam, bam, bam. "I can't say that I understand it completely, but..." Oscar recalled when he saw the wretched state of Uncle Carlson that came from the betrayal and rejection of his own daughter, Isabella. Carlson's behavior was similar to Teresa's. They shared the utter pain of the rejection by the one they loved. "If Uncle Carlson never let me in his house to talk and hear my words, he would probably have died a while ago." Even now, he sometimes received letters from Uncle Carlson which made him happy. His parents also wrote how Carlson had stopped drinking but had issues tending to his field. "She was not willing to hear you out. Even if she rejected your confession, she could still have taken your hand as a friend. It was her choice, not your failure. You knew that." Frederick let out a scream, and bodies slammed at Oscar, making them fall to the floor. Frederick lay atop Oscar and started to beat down on his face. Oscar's hands grabbed Frederick's wrists and were followed by a fierce headbutt to the face. Frederick groaned in pain and fell back. Oscar wiped off the blood flowing from his nose. "Your revenge is nothing but a suicide mission. That's what you wish for, isn't it?" Oscar deflected and blocked several blows, countering with precise shots to the body. "What if you did this or that differently? You think you don't deserve to live because of how you handled things with Gilbert and Teresa. However, you don't get to decide that. Why did Nicholas decide to give his life to save him? Why did Celestina nearly sacrifice herself against Doyle? Why didn't they think about themselves?" They exchanged fierce punches to their faces, but Frederick dropped to the floor while Oscar stood tall. "That judgment is reserved for the ones around you, and I say you deserve to live, Fred. If you are in danger of dying, I will put myself in the face of death to save you." Oscar stood with labored breathing. Oscar extended his hand out to the fallen Frederick. "You would do the same for me. Please come back." Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 118. Another year's end. The proctor remained silent the whole time. This fight was naught but a waste of time for him. These two were clearly not focused on winning or losing. They had discarded their weapons and fought without Ein. Any further, and he may disqualify the two of them. The battle before him was naught but an insult to the grand gathering. On the platform, Oscar's hand was stretched out, waiting, hoping for Frederick to grasp it. His obsidian eyes looked on pleadingly at his friend. "Take it, take my hand." Frederick gazed at the open hand. His eyes flashed with a small glimmer. He slowly moved his hand up, inching closer to Oscar. Oscar's heart began to beat faster, even without the overuse of Reese. "Closer, please." However, Frederick bit his lip as the glimmer faded into indifference. He leaped off the floor and closed his hand into a fist, slamming it into Oscar's face. This time, Oscar had disabled his prince-stick, thinking Frederick was giving in, so he was wholly unprepared for this, leading to more pain than usual. Slight tears dripped down his face, not from the pain but from the sadness and shock. "Bastard Fred." Oscar regained his balance and put another fist into Frederick's stomach. He was about to speak more when the proctor stepped in between them. His pressure as a knight Exalt forced Oscar and Frederick to the floor without a struggle. He glared from Oscar to Frederick. "You're both disqualified. This is the grand gathering, not a squabble. I don't care about that. I need an answer from him. Tell me, Fred, are you so certain about this?" Oscar forcibly turned his head to face Frederick. "Enough. The quarrel between you two is not related to this grand gathering. Settle it in your own time. You may leave first." The proctor released the pressure on Frederick and allowed him to leave first. He wanted to avoid them causing more trouble during the grand gathering. Frederick got up and retrieved his two swords. He stepped off the platform, but not before turning back and giving Oscar one last look. Oscar ground his teeth in anger, staring at the proctor with a struggle. The proctor did not move at all, unaffected by the gaze of a mere apprentice Exalt. Thus, Oscar could only helplessly watch as his friend disappeared in the distance. Who knows when he will have this chance again? Oscar sat near the place he and Emily designated to meet up after a fight. He did not go to the medical station, so his face was still bruised. Some people nearby took strange glances at him like an animal in a zoo. He ignored the weird stares, but his brows furrowed. Did he fail? Was Frederick meant to be alone and continue to sink into the swamp of misery? "Oscar." Emily finished her fight and saw Oscar waiting. "What happened to you?" "Go to the medical station." Indeed, it was logical to get healed. But Oscar softly brushed off Emily's hand and abruptly said, "I fought Fred." "You fought him?" Emily's shoulders trembled but quickly stopped. She was about to lose control but managed to calm herself down. Shouting now was not productive. "Tell me." Oscar explained everything that happened, from the words he said to the brawl that occurred. All the while, Emily listened carefully with a passive look. It was unknown what she felt inside. He was about to take your hand, but something stopped him. "That's what I thought. For a moment, I saw Fred waver before he suddenly shifted." The pair of orange and black sat down with her faces hung down. Emily kicked the floor tiredly. "If I knew, I would have forfeited my match and headed straight there. That big dolt, why does he have to make it so hard on us?" Oscar did not respond. Frederick was giving them fewer and fewer chances each moment. He feared that the next time he saw Frederick would be a corpse at Gilbert's feet. "Good luck with the rest of your matches. We cannot let this bring down our other priorities. Get stronger, and we can do more for Fred." Emily nodded and stood up. "Go back and get some rest." Oscar staggered his way back to the dorms. His feet were unsteady, nearly tripping. He dropped to his bed in exhaustion. Although he did not exert himself, he felt drained from today's affairs. The grand gathering ended without much issue. Emily was one of the tenured greater apprentice Exalts and got into the top 8. But again, she did not feel any thrill in the reward. She stared into the vast crowds where she saw Eric cheering, George giving a thumbs up, and others. Those two were missing. "I wish all of us were here," Emily whispered in her heart. But her wishes were unanswered. With a forced smile, she waved to the others and went off to the dorms. Later in the night, Oscar strolled through the bright Azure City with all its celebrations and fanfare for the year's end and the grand gathering. Cheers and festivities were going on, but neither drew Oscar's interest. Like last year, Oscar did not partake or enjoy the time. Year's end seemed cursed for him. Instead, he came to the archives to read. Today was not the day he set with Celestina, but he wanted to read away his sorrows. Book after book he read. He read the heroic tales of history, the fictional tall tales of imagination, and the memoirs of those who came before him. He hummed while reading about these individuals and how they overcame their problems. Slowly, his vision began to dim and blur from drowsiness. He continued to read because he didn't want to leave this place. Oscar dropped to the table, snoring softly. Hours later, Celestina came into the archives to find Oscar sleeping. She got an early look into the results of the grand gathering and saw that Oscar was disqualified. His opponent was his friend, Frederick. So Celestina thought Oscar might come here to read. She understood that Oscar often retreated into books when he was sad or weary. She suspected this case would be no different. "You like to make people worry." Celestina reached into her space pocket and pulled out a blanket. She draped it on top of Oscar and piled up his books, returning them to the shelves with great care. "Have a good night." The next morning, Oscar woke up feeling much more refreshed than usual. His body felt lighter and relaxed. What is this blanket? He noticed the blanket with a confused look and saw the books were cleared from his table. Did a librarian do this? Why didn't they wake him up? He decided to leave the blanket at the archives counter and made his way out. A new day had dawned to welcome the new year. Oscar felt the cool air with satisfaction. Hello, Elder Saul. How are you on this New Year's Day? Oscar ran into Elder Saul on the way back. Another year of tending to the gardens and grass while ungrateful students trample all over them. Elder Saul scoffed as he joked a little. His eyes looked over Oscar. It must have been an eventful day yesterday. It was. Some unexpected things happened. Oscar did not look as sad or depressed as earlier. It was a more tame and neutral expression. Do you consider that a blessing or misfortune? Elder Saul asked with a hint of interest. It was by his designs that Oscar clashed against Frederick, so like a gardener, he wanted to see whether it had borne good fruit. Depends on what the outcome is. For me, I will ensure it was a blessing, Oscar uttered softly. I won't keep you any longer then. Keep trying and perhaps you will achieve it. Elder Saul went back to his usual gardening with a small grin. Oscar smiled thankfully to the elder with a bow. The time continued to pass as Oscar continued his training like a machine running endlessly, only stopping to sleep, eat or talk to Emily or Celestina. He drank the elixirs he had been stockpiling, except for the Einburst elixir. However, the path to elite Exalt was tough. 3 months have passed since the grand gathering. Oscar woke up from his dorm and opened the door from the constant knocking. Miss Klein. Oscar was shocked to find Ivanka Klein waiting for him outside. As a judge, she should never be here unless on official business. Her cheeks were sunken in with reddened eyes. Her usual elegant appearance was gone. Oscar, save Frederick. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 119. Operation Rescue Frederick. A month ago, Ivanka noticed on the records that Frederick had yet to return from his current mission. She ignored it initially. After all, she saw the records of his battle with Oscar. Frederick was certain to take his time to brood over it. However, she double-checked for Frederick's return every day, but there was no update. There must be a mistake. Frederick never took this long on a mission. At her fastest speed, she arrived at the dorms to confirm if Frederick was there, only to find an empty room devoid of decorations or designs. Not even the drapes were open to shine on the room. She came to the drapes and rotated the lever, which squeaked from how little it had been used. There was not a single trace of Frederick. If it were not for the few clothes in the closet, Ivanka might have thought there was a mistake in the records about his residency. Frederick was not here, but it was inconceivable. Ivanka read over his records to the point it was burned into her eyes. The mission Frederick was currently on was not too harsh, but she recalled Frederick's scar over his eye. He's in trouble. She remembered Frederick's younger days when he was a lively child whom she took care of. She believed that the young child was still somewhere in the husk that was Frederick now. Ivanka paced around the room while wiping off the tears welling up. All she ever wanted was for her nephew to live happily. Where did it all go wrong? What Exalt? I can't even help my nephew. Ivanka stomped on the dorm floor. Last time, she was too late to help Teresa and Frederick. Would she repeat this same mistake again? No, she could not allow that. I can't leave without proper authorization. But there is someone. Ivanka looked up as though she could see through the walls. In the direction of her gaze was dorm room 3407. That's why I'm here. Please help Frederick. Ivanka bowed, her head hitting the floor. Oscar quickly reached to Ivanka and tenderly pulled her up. You don't need to bow to me. Saving Frederick is my responsibility as well. Ivanka quickly separated herself from Oscar with a slight flush on her cheeks. She glanced around in all directions before taking something out of her pocket. It was a folded piece of paper. She grabbed Oscar's hand and placed the paper on his palm, closing it tightly despite the sounds of it crinkling. This is a copy of Frederick's record. It entails only the mission he went missing on. Don't give it to me. Oscar immediately pushed back to Ivanka, but he could not unfurl his hand that was closed in Ivanka's firm grip. You're a judge. Cannot take this. He understood the pavilion took its rules seriously, and rule breakers were punished severely. Only Elder Saul was untouched after causing trouble before. It doesn't matter. I made a mistake in not helping you earlier. Don't worry. I'm a grade 7 Exaltia with a bright future as an Exalt. I can get off lightly. Ivanka smiled, but even a child could tell it was fake. She was determined to take on the punishment, whether it was imprisonment or worse. Besides, you need this to investigate thoroughly. But let me do this. Ivanka released her grip on Oscar's hand into a gentle wrap. I couldn't help him, but I believe you can. Oscar opened his hand, staring at the crinkled piece of paper. He glanced at Ivanka, who was silent with her weary look. In the end, he grasped the paper tightly once more. I will go, but if something does happen to you, let me know if there's anything I can do to help. You'll help enough by taking care of Frederick. Ivanka slumped a bit to the floor. The days had not been well for her, so hearing Oscar's agreement was the one ray of light. I'll be leaving now. It would be best if you departed as soon as possible. I've already put in the records that you and Emily would leave today. I understand. Thank you. Ivanka left the dorms in great haste, leaving behind Oscar, who was still gripping the paper. I better go find Emily. Oscar dashed out to the commune to find Emily. After a long search, he could only send a message to her dorm. Emily quickly arrived at Oscar's location in a small room of the commune. Her breathing was ragged as sweat dripped down her chin. You said you have news of Frederick? He's missing. Missing? Emily grasped Oscar's shoulders, shaking them. He went on a mission and disappeared. Ms. Klein gave me this. She's arranged for us to leave today to where Frederick was supposed to go. Oscar held up the paper and unfolded it. He and Emily read the contents together. Frederick Klein accepted the mission in the spiraling willow forest. The mission requirements were to secure a moonblossom fruit from a rare Luna willow. He departed for the mission on the 7th day of the 2nd month in the year 4089. The mission's difficulty is suitable for a greater apprentice Exalt. It is recommended as a solo mission. The next airship to the Artemos city, which borders the spiraling willow forest, will leave today at the 18th hour. The spiraling willow forest. Oscar recalled this place and stepped toward his bookshelf, pulling out a book about the eastern regions of the brilliant Drake Empire. He flipped through the pages until he reached a certain part. Here it is. Emily stepped beside Oscar to read along. The spiraling willow forest is a vast forest of willow trees in the eastern region, well known for how no sunlight shines below the large willow trees. It is a realm shrouded in obscurity with the only respite from the few flora and fauna that offer some light. Oscar read the passage describing their destination. That idiot. I can understand wanting to get stronger, but that place just reeks of danger. Emily looked at Oscar, their eyes locked before nodding. Artemos City, we need to be prepared. Grab as many elixirs as you can and maintain your armament. I'll see you at the port. Oscar came up with the preparations. Whatever happened to Frederick was enough to threaten a greater apprentice Exalt. As he remembered from Robert's lessons, he had to be thoroughly prepared and do everything within his means. The rest of the day passed as Oscar went to the Azure City markets to get a cheaper deal on some elixirs. He went to the foundry to get his shield looked at for maintenance. There was only so much he could do by himself with no experience. Elder Saul. Oscar found the elder again on his way to the port. Boy, what are you doing? Aren't you normally training at this time? Elder Saul was on a break and eating a small sandwich. Remember when I said I would make what happened with Fred a blessing? I remember. That time has come. Maybe next time. I'll be visiting you with Fred. Oscar bowed and walked off with a wave of farewell. No matter what, he promised himself that he would come here with Frederick. Elder Saul looked at the back of this young student. Should I help? He contemplated while pouring some tea. No, my interference would make it worse. Oscar stepped onto the port, busy as always despite the time. It was almost the 18th hour of the day, so the stars were shining all over the night sky. Oscar sat on the bench waiting for Emily. He tried to meditate, but to no avail. His fingers kept tapping on his knees as if he were playing piano. In his mind, he played over the nightmares he had of Frederick's death. Will the nightmares finally end? This time he would not fail. He had to succeed and make Frederick come back. What if he's already dead? The horrifying words escaped Oscar's mouth before an iron punch slammed down the crown of his head. He's not dead. Emily was the culprit. She just arrived and heard Oscar's loud thought. Frederick is not someone who would simply fall over and die. That's right, he's not that weak. Sorry for saying that. Oscar slapped himself for even having such a thought. It's all right. A new airship docked on a landing pad. All aboard for Artemis City. Oscar got off the bench. Ready? Ready. Together they went. They resolved to find their friend. Whether he was dead or alive, they would bring him back. In the depths of the spiraling willow forest, where the sun cannot shine down, a sinister voice whispered in a dark room. It's almost ready. I never thought I would find someone suitable. This voice was strange. It was as if it was composed of many different voices of children. The elderly, adults, sickly, strong, high, low, and the norm. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 120. Artemis City. The High Pillars. The eastern regions were known for their overgrown forests, the main supply of lumber and precious plants and fruits in the brilliant Drake Empire, making it a great place to conduct business. However, it was also a dangerous place to wander off in. One could easily get lost alone, lost like Frederick. Oscar gazed down from the window, seeing Glenwoods, where he, Frederick, and Emily went on their first mission together. He could even make out the ravine where they fought against Samuel's group. He placed his hand on the mangled scars from that battle. He felt cold from the winds blowing in, so he closed it, but the chill remained, biting him to the bone. It was like he was back at that moment, bleeding out on the ground as his life slowly faded. If it were not for Frederick's quick thinking to save him, Oscar could have died. But now it was his turn to return the favor. In the other room, Emily was practicing her staff without pause. Her arms were trembling, and her knees were buckling, but she carried on. This was the only way for her to blank out her mind, keeping this up until she collapsed from exhaustion. After a day, the airship finally came within the vicinity of Artemis City. Oscar stepped out on the deck towards the very tip of the ship. There, in the distance, were 10 large pillars of stone cut into a cylindrical shape. The pillars were so tall the large trees below did not even reach a tenth of their length. These pillars were arranged in a circle. There were 6 on the outer layer, 3 on the inner, and 1 in the center. Large spanning bridges connected the pillars, forming 2 circles and each layer onto the next. Atop these great stone pillars were the 10 districts that made up Artemis City, large buildings of wood and tiles surrounded by walls. Due to their height, the pillars were called the High Pillars. Their creation was said to have occurred long ago, during the founding of the empire and the erection of the Blue Ocean Pavilion 800 years ago. People settled on the pillars and started new lives, getting wealthy off the great number of resources of the forests below. It was so important that a Marshal Exalt was stationed here as the city lord. Despite the wonder before him, Oscar didn't stop to take it in. He turned about and sat down to wait for their landing, closing his eyes in meditation. The airship flew toward one of the outer pillars containing the shipping district, where the port was located. It was the site of industry. There were workers covered in sawdust, sawing, trimming, and packing many logs of lumber. Large barges of lumber were stacked high and placed into warehouses, ready to be shipped out at any time. Oscar and Emily exited the airship, not minding the mess of splinters on the ground. They quickly went to a sign with the city map etched onto it. The exit is in the trade district. It says we must take the great elevator down to the ground level. Oscar pointed to the map. It also mentions getting compasses to help find our way. Then let's go. We have to find Frederick. Emily strode forward but then stopped, realizing she had no idea where to go. She didn't take a proper look at the map at all. It's this way. Oscar led Emily to the edge of the shipping district, where a great bridge, straight and wide and made of wood, awaited them. Every step was clear and loud, indicating the high quality of the wood. Despite the long distance, the bridge was strong and did not shake under their steps. Oscar entered the trade district, which was bustling with activity. Children were running around playing and laughing while ignoring the scoldings of their parents. Everyone was going about their daily lives, buying, trading, selling, and interacting. Every place was filled with people haggling or observing the goods. Oscar and Emily struggled against the huge tide of people, with every step forward accompanied by several steps backward. Oscar eyed a certain place and bought 2 compasses. We made it! Emily stretched her back, arching backward. Some people could not help but stare at her accented curves. However, she soon gave them a scary glare that frightened them all, scattering them away like a flock of birds. Lecherous bastards. We're not wearing the pavilion uniform right now, so no one is deterred. But your clothing choice may be the issue. Oscar briskly walked to avoid more attention. I wear what I want. Besides, this is quite comfortable. Emily's attire was similar to her new style, with exposed shoulders like her instructor, Elizabeth Raven. The orange hue with white edges on the skirt, sleeves, and others matched her hair and eyes. Oscar looked at his clothing. A simple white shirt paired with brown trousers and brown boots. At times like this, he was thankful for having an average face to not attract attention. However, he did feel some annoyance from the irritated stares that came his way because he was with Emily. How is someone like you together with such a beautiful woman? Oscar could tell the thoughts behind the stares. Ignoring the onlookers, Oscar led Emily to the exit. There were lines of guards attending to the people arriving and leaving. Oscar saw the great elevator was a large square platform that floated in the air, similar to an airship. He stepped onto the platform, looking down. There were no walls to prevent any unfortunate accidents despite the clear indication of safety in the city. What a strange contradiction. In mere seconds, they descended to the bottom, feeling. Oscar had a small coughing fit, feeling like all the air had rushed out of his lungs. One fellow traveler laughed and said that it was good he didn't throw up. Oscar found himself in a patch of ground without a single tree, cleared off long ago for space and security near the great elevator. A circle of guards protected the elevators, all elite exalts. Oscar approached one of them and asked, "Excuse me, have you seen a man with green hair and yellow eyes? He should be from the pavilion." Oscar showed his Blue Ocean Pavilion token to the guard. But the guard was silent, steadfast in his duty. "Please, he's my friend and in great danger. I must know," Oscar pleaded with a bow. The guard scrunched his brow for a moment before making glances around him. The other guards were busy watching over the people wanting to go back up. "I've seen him several times, but he never returned one day. He left due east." Oscar nodded and mouthed his thanks without a sound. He took Emily, and they ran off to the east. The guard looked on as they disappeared into the spiraling willow forest. That depressing guy had friends? He opened his mouth slightly in disbelief. The person that the students described had a chilling expression and emotionless eyes. That was far from friendly to his knowledge. Is this the spiraling willow forest? Emily placed her hand on a grand misshapen tree with twisted trunks. Its slender leaves ranged between gray and blue in color and drooped down in small bunches like mops. It had large arching, gnarled branches that extended over a wide area, letting only a few patches of sunlight through its layers of leaves. The dew of the leaves trickled down its trunks, wetting Emily's hand. She quickly wiped it off after smelling a faint rotten scent in it. Technically, yes, Artemis City lies in a safe zone inside the spiraling willow forest and closer to its border. If we went west, we would be out soon, but it stretches far in other directions. The true spiraling willow forest with its infamous darkness is out of this safe zone. Oscar carefully trekked through the woods. Why does it smell rotten? Emily applied some salve on her hands to eliminate the persistent smell. I don't know that. Oscar stopped. We're here. Emily gasped at the true spiraling willow forest. It was as if someone had put a line separating the darkness from the light. The side Oscar was on had some sunlight coming through to illuminate their surroundings. But the other side was complete darkness. Oscar tried but could not see anything, not even the trunks or leaves of the willow trees. All the willow trees from this point on had somehow grown so large and intertwined all their leaves. This interlocking network of leaves left no openings and was like a large barrier that blocked the sunlight. The only other place that came close to such blinding darkness was the deepest depths of the lake ocean where the Abyss prison was located. Unfortunately, he did not have the trident that provided light and stopped the creatures from attacking. His eyes darted from side to side, but it was the same everywhere. He turned back to see Emily doing the same. Their eyes met in understanding. Here, Emily took out her uniform jacket, tied it around her wrist, and then tied it around Oscar's wrist. With this, we won't get separated. If we get separated, yell out Frederick, and I will respond with Klein. Then don't get separated, Emily joked. However, if all else fails, try to rendezvous back at the city. You have your compass, right? Oscar held up his compass. It was something they procured from Artemos City, a specially made compass that always pointed to Artemos City. With their hands connected, Oscar and Emily stepped forward. They slowly entered the spiraling willow forest. Their figures disappeared into the darkness of the forest as if they had vanished. The willow trees swayed strongly from the winds as dark clouds gathered over them. However, the ground shrouded in darkness was undisturbed, as if frozen in time.